was February 7, 1981 in Marietta, Ohio, when Lieutenant Joe Clark was enjoying an evening in with his wife. The 49-year-old police officer had served the Washington County Sheriff's Office for 14 years and was considered a passionate and dedicated officer. He was in the middle of a big case. He had been tasked with tackling a growing drug dilemma in the area. An article had just been published that morning, where he'd given an interview to a reporter discussing his plans to begin disrupting drug operations in the area by making several arrests in the coming days. He had anticipated it was going to be a busy week. He and his wife, Patricia, were enjoying the calm before the storm and watching a basketball game together. Joe gets up and heads to the kitchen for a top-up of snacks for the two of them. He had only been gone for a moment when Patricia heard what she believed was an explosion in the kitchen. There had been tinkering of broken glass, and she had thought a light bulb had exploded. Following the sound of glass breaking, there was a loud crash in the kitchen. She ran to the kitchen and found Joe collapsed on the floor. She didn't understand what had happened but had assumed that Joe had had a heart attack initially, but noticed a pool of blood beginning to spread from her husband. Paramedics arrived and confirmed that Joe had been fatally shot. Officers quickly arrived on the scene. One of their own had been ambushed in their home, and it almost seemed unbelievable. The detective assigned to the case secured the crime scene and began a preliminary investigation. The Clarks' kitchen faced their backyard with a window directly in front of where Joe had collapsed. The window was nearly missing its entire glass pane, and on the ceiling there were what appeared to be shotgun pellets. They checked the backyard, and near a tree, there had been several military boot-style shoe impressions facing the home. Also found was a number 4 buck shotgun shell. Someone had targeted Joe. They lied in wait until he came into the kitchen and shot him. Initially, it was believed to have been connected to Joe's work uncovering the local drug operations. That same evening, another murder had taken place, and it was a small-time drug dealer. Officers thought the two murders must have been connected. Maybe the murdered drug dealer was believed to be an informant for Joe. It seemed more than a coincidence. Witnesses in Joe's neighborhood also gave an important lead. A blue Ford Pinto was seen parked near the Clarks' home. It had been idling for a long while. Nearly 10 separate witnesses said they saw a man in the driver's seat, but no one could get a good look at him. Several known individuals involved with the drug trade were all brought in and interrogated. They had been able to determine what had happened to the drug dealer, but no one interviewed knew of Joe Clark or who would have wanted him murdered. Without finding any additional leads, the case went cold. In November 2012, the Washington County Sheriff's Office had extra time and resources in their budget and decided to establish a dedicated cold case unit. The case that took the top of the list was Joe Clark's murder, now over 3 decades cold. Detective Jeff Severs took over the case and started from the beginning. They went back to the home Joe Clark had been murdered in. Although the property had changed owners several times, the home had never undergone any major structural remodels, and it was very similar to how it had been in 1981. They brought in some high-tech lasers and were able to exactly pinpoint where the shooter had stood, 31 feet from the window. Knowing the exact distance had been important. From there, they shot off a range of different types of shotguns to replicate the same damage that had killed Joe. They had been able to narrow it down to one specific weapon, a particular shotgun that was standard issue for law enforcement and military personnel. This narrowed the scope of their investigation greatly. Joe Clark had been well liked at the sheriff's office. He worked hard, he was a good cop who played by the rules, and was well liked by those who worked with him. He was just a good guy to be around. He was a true professional. He was a law enforcement officer. He was very good at what he did. However, there had been an incident in 1981 that may have made him an enemy. Back before Joe's murder, a deputy arrested a burglary suspect. The suspect would not confess and continued to maintain his innocence. The deputy then packed him into a squad car, drove him to a secluded area, and beat him until he confessed. The deputy then packed him back up, brought him back to county jail, and started the paperwork to process the confession. The suspect told other officers what had happened, and it launched an investigation into the deputy, who had not only gone against what was legally allowed as a police officer, but was also so beyond the scope of excessive force. Joe Clark had been the lead on that investigation and had been directly responsible for that deputy being fired. The deputy in question was Mitchell Rubel. Rubel had come from a long line of decorated police officers and military men. He himself had served in the Vietnam War. He had felt it had been his destiny to follow in their footsteps, but he didn't have the same dedication that other officers had. He was willing to color outside the lines of what was allowed as a member of law enforcement to get results. The worst kind of cop, the one who didn't feel that the rules didn't apply to him. He had not taken the firing well. No one else was willing to hire an officer that had been fired for excessive force. He would later find work as a corrections officer at the Noble Correction Institute, where he worked for 25 years. It was also discovered that in 1981, he also had a blue Ford Pinto, but it had been registered in his wife's name. He also had the same shotgun registered to him as well. Rubel was brought in for questioning and had produced an alibi. He said that he'd been with a man named Tom Smith all night. Officers then went to Todd Smith and brought him in for questioning. Smith confirmed the alibi but hadn't been able to remember details exactly. Officers knew there was more to the story, but Smith wouldn't talk. Eventually, Smith was offered an immunity if he was honest about the events that had happened 3 decades prior. With immunity paperwork signed, Smith started from the beginning. He said that evening he'd been home when Rubel knocked on his door. Rubel wanted a gun that he had been storing at Smith's home. He gave him the gun and said that Rubel asked him to drive him somewhere. Smith did, while Rubel instructed him where to go. Then he parked the car and Rubel got out with a shotgun. He had been the driver that witnesses had seen idling in the neighborhood that night while Mitch Rubel had waited for Joe to come into the kitchen. Smith said that he waited in the car for a long time. He'd lost track of time and had started freaking out. He heard the shotgun shot and Rubel got back in the car and they went back to Smith's apartment. There Rubel left the gun with him and threatened to kill him if he ever said anything to anyone. Detectives, now confident that Rubel was a suspect that had murdered Joe Clark back in 1981, wanted the final nail in the coffin. They wanted the weapon. They tracked down Rubel's Air Force buddies and one by one interviewed each of them, asking each of them if they had ever bought a gun off of Mitch Rubel. The last man on the list said that he had, and he was able to hand over the shotgun to law enforcement. They were able to match the gun to the shell and pellets recovered from crime scene and positively identified the gun as the same weapon that had killed Joe Clark. Mitchell Rubel, at 64 years old, was arrested on September 9, 2014 for the murder of Joe Clark in 1981. He may have been anticipating the arrest because when officers were executing a search warrant for his home, they had found dozens of illegal handmade explosives, in addition to AR-15 fully automatic rifle and several hand grenades. The explosives and illegal weapons added 7 more felony counts. He was found guilty on March 11, 2016 and sentenced to life in prison. He died in prison on March 18, 2017, apparently dying in his sleep of natural causes. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. On September 24, 1996, 21-year-old Priscilla Lewis was working her shift as a waitress at the Four Corners Pizza and Pasta restaurant in Croquette, California. It was the last time her cousin, Troy Kinslow, saw her. I was across the street at the bar drinking and had seen her on her break. And the next morning, I went to the store to get something to drink and a friend said, "Have you heard about her?" Around 10:30 p.m., just before the restaurant closed, the cook went into the basement, which was shared with other tenants of the Valona Square Mall and accessible to the public. There, in the ladies' bathroom, he found Priscilla's body. She had been beaten, strangled, and left with her face in the toilet. Her cause of death was ruled asphyxia due to drowning. Priscilla's murder was Croquette's sole homicide case that year, and the tragedy shook the small community. They rallied together by plastering the area with posters pleading for information, distributing buttons with her photo on them, and offering an information reward that totaled nearly $60,000. The Contra Costa Sheriff's Office interviewed dozens of people during their investigation, analyzed numerous pieces of evidence, and served several search warrants to no avail. The case went cold and stayed that way for over 2 decades. In 2020, investigators submitted additional crime scene evidence to the Sheriff's Office Crime Lab to test using their advanced DNA technology. Finally, they found a match with the suspect, Danny Lamont Hamilton. Hamilton's DNA was already in database due to his criminal record. At the time of the discovery, he was already incarcerated for unrelated sexual assault charges and was serving a 295-year prison sentence. On December 8, 2021, Hamilton was charged with 1 count of murder, as well as murder by lying in wait, felony kidnapping, felony burglary, and an enumerated sex offense. Priscilla Lewis is remembered as a perky, hard-working young woman who could light up a room with her presence. Her best friend described her as a great, kind person and a fighter. Though it took over 2 decades to identify and charge her killer, Cousin Troy said it's brought some semblance of closure. A Jane Doe pizza parlor. Authorities identified Jane Doe as a victim of serial killer Robert Schulman, who was active in the area at the time. However, the identity of the victim remained a mystery for many years. In 2018, the Yonkers Police Department appealed for more information about the unknown woman. They didn't have much to go off. She had a butterfly tattoo on her shoulder and scarring that suggested she had at least 1 child. They drew a blood sample, but they couldn't connect it to a name. They also knew she was a sex worker, which fit Schulman's MO. He confessed to killing 5 women who worked in the sex industry and scattered their remains throughout Long Island and Manhattan. Schulman was eventually sentenced to life in prison for his crimes and died in 2006. Decades later, the police were still determined to uncover Yonkers Police Department with the genetic genealogy technology that would change everything. They submitted Jane Doe's DNA into private genealogy websites, and after just 3 weeks, they found a match. It was a cousin of the victim. From there, they were able to finally identify Jane Doe as 31-year-old Marissa Hammonds of New Jersey. Marissa was born in Kentucky in 1961, was one of 7 siblings, and later became a mother of 2. She lived in California and Michigan before landing in New Jersey and was working as a fashion model with her sister. Authorities the DNA match by testing a sample provided by her siblings and now adult son, Jason D. Trapani. Before the identification, Jason hadn't known his mother's family. Now they are a beloved part of his life. In a message on Facebook, he wrote, "Love every single one of the Hammonds family. Truly grateful to have found you. Better late than never." Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. Orange County's oldest Jane Doe case has been closed after DNA testing identified both the victim and the killer. In 1968, a woman's body was found by 3 young boys playing in a farm field in Huntington Beach, California. The victim had been sexually assaulted, severely beaten, and her neck had been slashed. She also appeared to have been pushed out of a vehicle before being left for dead. Police scoured the muddy field for evidence and found tire tracks, clothing, and a cigarette butt, which they carefully preserved. They conducted an exhaustive number of interviews during their investigation and followed up on leads, but could never identify the victim or her killer. Earl Robitaille was the commander of the Huntington Beach Detective Bureau at the time. He said police were sent on a wild goose chase after forensic dentists told them that Jane Doe's dental work was probably done in Mexico, which threw the investigation off. In 2001, the case was reopened and investigators extracted DNA from the victim's sexual assault kit as well as clothing, from which they developed a profile for an unknown male. 9 years later, a partial male DNA match was obtained from the cigarette but found at the crime scene. It was with the DNA from the sexual assault kit, but the suspect still couldn't be identified. Then the Huntington Beach police turned their focus on identifying the victim. In 2011, they collected a partial DNA profile from blood collected from the victim's blouse. The profile was entered into the FBI's DNA index system, CODIS, for a familial match, and her fingerprints were entered into the Cal ID system, but there were no results. In 2019, Huntington Beach detectives joined together with the Orange County District Attorney's Office to solve the case. By using investigative genetic genealogy, they established a possible family tree for the suspect based on the DNA profile they developed and identified the alleged killer as Johnny Crisco. Crisco was 28 years old at the time of the murder and was not identified as a suspect during the initial investigation. He'd been discharged from the Army after failing a psychological test that had diagnosed him with aggressive reactions, being quick to anger and being impulsive. He died in 2015. In early 2020, detectives, prosecutors, and forensic scientists started building Jane Doe's family tree. Former homicide detective Pat Ellis, who worked on the case since 2010, was about to retire, but before he did, he ordered a retesting of Jane Doe's clothing, and they got a DNA hit. They called in Colleen Fitzpatrick, a renowned genetic genealogist, who used the DNA profile to build Jane Doe's family tree until they found a living relative named Steve Sabo. A detective then reached out to Steve to see if he knew any missing relatives. Steve was able to find a clue in an obituary of a distant cousin, Constance Saucier, which read, Connie was predeceased by her parents, her sister, Teresa Petto Gallagher, her brother Robert Petto, and her sister Anita Petto missing since 1970. Detectives then used familial DNA analysis to positively identify Jane Doe as 26-year-old Anita Louise Petto. Anita was born in Augusta, Maine on March 9, 1942. In 1967, Anita and some friends left Maine for Southern California in search of a different life. In letters to her family, she wrote about working as a waitress and visiting Hollywood, where she toured stars' homes. She said she'd be coming back home in May, but then the letters stopped, and her family never saw or heard from her again. Anita's niece, Lori Quirin, said, "We never in our wildest dreams thought that they were looking for her. That they were working on this case for that many years just blows my mind. I just thought we never knew what was going to happen to her." For over 50 years, Anita was buried in an unmarked grave in Newport Beach as a Jane Doe, but in the summer of 2020, she was transported to her final and rightful resting place in a family plot in Watersville, Maine, with a stone marker that reads, "We miss you." It was September 24, 2012 in Stony Point, New York, and neighbors were eating their breakfast when they heard several shotgun shots and a woman's scream ring through their trailer park. With the final boom from the shotgun, the screaming ended. Neighbors rushed to both call 911 as well as investigate the source of the attack and discovered 39-year-old Tammy Palmer badly injured in front of her house. The mother of two had just walked her children to the bus stop and was returning back when she was ambushed by a gunman who'd been lying in wait in the woods surrounding her home. The shooter was her father-in-law, 73-year-old Eugene Palmer. By the time law enforcement arrived, Palmer was unable to be located, though based on their investigation, they were sure he was the suspect they were looking for. Eugene had confessed to his niece, who lived next door to him, saying, "I couldn't take it anymore. I shot and killed Tammy. Give me an hour to get away and then do whatever you have to do. Call the police, whatever you have to do." Along with the confession, he left her with a sum of cash to cover the property taxes for the year. Eugene Palmer owned the parcel of land on which several trailer homes and cabins also resided. This included Eugene, his sister, and her two adult children, his two sons, one of whom was John, Tammy's husband, who also lived on the property with their children. Tammy and John were having domestic troubles. The couple have been together for 23 years and married for 17, but they had recently separated. Over the last decade, police have been called 19 times because of violence at their home. On more than one occasion, they had also involved Eugene. Tammy had recently been granted a protective order against John, which had forced him out of the house he lived in with Tammy. Tammy was also in the process of filing for divorce, and it made no illusions that she intended on keeping the home on Eugene Palmer's property. This allegedly enraged Eugene. He had allegedly taken to relentlessly harassing Tammy after the protective order was granted. He felt that Tammy was trying to use the government to take advantage of his generosity, and he decided to take matters into his own hands. Instead of dealing with things in court, he took it upon himself to resolve the matter by killing Tammy. The murder had been brutal. Tammy had been shot 3 times, after which Eugene hopped into his truck and headed to a nearby national park, Harriman State Park. The densely wooded 45,000-acre state park was a place familiar to Eugene. As a retired park ranger, he had spent his whole life hunting and camping in the area. His truck was discovered abandoned near the park edge. Sniffer dogs tracked his scent from the truck to a campground, but lost the scent on a roadway within the forest, within the national park. It has been almost a decade since he was last seen, and though members believe that Eugene died in the woods not long after the murder, as he had several health conditions that required him to take several medications, the FBI still wants it to be clear that they will not rest until he is located. In a statement, they said, "We're never going to be done with it until we find him one way or another, dead or alive." Survivalist professionals have stated that an experienced outdoorsman such as Eugene would have no problem staying out in the woods for as long as he wanted. The FBI, however, are exploring the possibility that Eugene may have been picked up near where the scent dogs lost his scent. They have reason to believe that Eugene may have fled to Florida and may be being assisted in hiding by friends or family members. There is a $100,000 reward for anyone with information that leads to the arrest of the now 82-year-old Eugene Palmer. Tammy's parents, John and Violet Panarello, who were granted custody of their grandchildren, are still hoping that justice will be served for the murder of their daughter. On February 28, 2021, the FBI made an announcement. A Milwaukee fugitive wanted for murder would be added to the FBI's 10 most wanted list. 47-year-old Octaviano Juarez Coro. It was Memorial Day on May 29, 2006. Hundreds of people were gathered in the South Shore Park in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, all celebrating the American holiday with barbecues and picnics. One family was enjoying themselves when someone noticed trouble approaching them. Octaviano Juarez Coro, who was walking up to the family. He wanted to speak to his estranged wife. It was her family who he had dropped in on uninvited. A friend tried to intervene and was trying to get Octaviano to leave without causing a scene, but was unsuccessful. Octaviano and his soon-to-be ex-wife were in the final stages of their divorce, but couldn't agree on a custody arrangement for their 3-year-old daughter. It was this issue that had brought him to the park that day. Octaviano refused to leave the family affair, becoming increasingly agitated and suddenly produced a handgun. He ordered his ex-wife, her boyfriend, and 3 other members of her family to get on their knees. In front of his daughter, he began firing, wounding 3 and killing 2. His ex-wife survived 2 gunshot wounds to the chest, but her boyfriend had been one of the victims killed along with a family friend. Octaviano then fled on foot. Officers were not able to locate him, and he remains at large to this day. At the time, officers encouraged the public to remain vigilant and said he was to be considered armed and dangerous. Milwaukee Police Chief told the public, "It's important to get a person such as this because the propensity for violence is great." Juarez Coro is described as being 5'7", weighing 180 to 200 pounds with brown eyes and black hair that may be graying. He is believed to be hiding out in Mexico, though he also has connections in California, and he has relatives he may visit in Wisconsin. He is also known to use several aliases, including Octaviano Coro, Octaviano Juarez Coro, and Octavio Juarez. The FBI has also included an age-progressed photo to reflect what he may look like today. And again, there is a $100,000 reward for any information leading to his arrest. It was April 12, 2015 when a young couple were working the closing shift at Dunkin Donuts in Hanover, Maryland together. The couple, 24-year-old Badrash Kumar Patel and 21-year-old Palak Patel, had been newly married. It had been an arranged marriage in their home country, a small community outside Mumbai, India. Patel had family in the United States, and shortly after their marriage, they decided they would relocate there. They both got 1-month honeymoon visas, which had already elapsed in April. With the couple overstaying their visas, the couple secured jobs at a nearby Dunkin Donuts despite their expired visas. They would often work night shifts only together. They've been working just the 2 of them that evening, and a fight broke out between them. Palak had been on the phone with her mother, expressing her desire to go back to India. She went on to say that the arranged marriage was not working and that she missed her family and wanted to come home. Patel was seen on security cameras, snatching the phone away from Palak and motioning for her to follow him to the back of the restaurant. Once Palak had followed him to the back, he ended the call with her mother, and out of range of the camera, he brutally stabbed his young bride several times. He then very calmly left the restaurant, leaving her there. It had been around 10 p.m. when the murder had taken place. There had been no customers or other employees in the restaurant, but a line had begun to form in the drive-thru. One customer was able to flag down a police officer who had been writing reports in a nearby parking lot and asked them to investigate. The officer thought that there may have been some sort of medical emergency, or perhaps the staff had abandoned their shifts without closing properly. He never expected to walk in on a brutal crime scene. While searching for any sign of staff members, he discovered Palak's body in the back of the restaurant. Police immediately start an investigation. Officers have no idea what had happened, but it was quickly discovered that the other employee on shift, the victim's husband, was missing. Officers get the surveillance footage and were shocked to discover the bold murder was caught on camera. Warrants for an arrest were drawn up for Patel, and officers were able to track his steps after he left Dunkin. He and his wife had shared an apartment across the street, and it appeared that he'd gone home on foot to pack a bag, grab some things, and then head to a nearby mall where several cab drivers were parked waiting. Police were able to locate the man that had driven the cab that Patel had taken that night, and it was determined that the driver had taken him to a hotel near the Newark airport in New Jersey. The cab driver reported that nothing seemed odd about his interactions with Patel. He described him as very calm and relaxed. He paid cash for his fare and left without any sign that he had just perpetuated a violent murder. Patel had stayed the night at the hotel he'd been dropped off at. He paid cash to stay one night and checked out early the next morning. Using the hotel's shuttle service, he was dropped off at the Newark Penn train station, and from there he disappeared. Once it was confirmed that Patel had crossed state lines, the Maryland police were able to alert the FBI, who immediately made the case of federal investigation. Patel had been placed on a no-fly blacklist, and the FBI is confident that Patel was not able to leave the country with such a high degree of travel restrictions. Patel has family members in Canada, India, New Jersey, Kentucky, Georgia, and Illinois, and it is believed that he is likely being protected by family members. He may be using a false identity to remain in the United States. Badrash Kumar Patel is wanted for murder and is to be considered armed and dangerous. There is a $100,000 reward for any information that may lead to his arrest. Jussie Smollett's arrest for staging an alleged hate crime against himself. Back in January 2019, the Empire actor said that he was accosted in Chicago by two masked men. The attack had initially garnered national attention, but an investigation concluded that Smollett had staged the whole thing in order to bolster his career. The attacker's two brothers came forward saying that they were paid $3,100 from Smollett to stage the attack. The two brothers testified at the trial. Smollett has maintained his innocence throughout this entire investigation, but he was fired from Empire, nonetheless. The trial concluded December 7th with guilty verdict. The jury deliberated for 9 hours and found Smollett guilty of 5 of the 6 felony disorderly misconduct charges. The sentence hearing is scheduled for January 27, 2022. Though he could face prison time, it is likely he will only receive a probation, a fine, and a community service. 2021 has been a year filled with unprecedented extreme weather-related natural disasters. Mid-December, vicious tornadoes ripped through the southern United States, claiming more than 80 lives. It was the largest and deadliest on record for December since records began, and it had been caused by an unseasonably moist and unstable environment. Now, you may be wondering why natural disaster is being included in a Crimes of the Month video. Well, let me explain. At least 6 people have been confirmed deceased at an Amazon warehouse in Edwardsville, Kentucky. The $1 billion company is being scrutinized for its handling of the situation. An emergency weather alert had gone out at around 8 p.m., and drivers were recalled back to the warehouse. The over 50 employees were not allowed to leave the facility to shelter a home. Instead, they were forced to shelter in the facility. This warehouse had a storm shelter, but not all the employees could access it. Many were instructed by management to shelter in bathrooms. At this time, It is unclear why everyone wasn't in these storm shelters. Survivors recounted the chaos leading up to the tornado. Many had stated that in their entire time employed in Amazon, they had never had a fire drill or tornado drill, and it was unclear what and where they should go in these kinds of situations. Amazon declined to answer questions about its disaster plan and if employees were required to perform drills. John Jasper, an associate professor of economics at Carnegie Mellon University, responded to the disaster by saying, "The cost of the time to do the drills is also the time that they are not moving the packages. They have to think about these trade-offs, but I don't think any company wants to harm its employees." He emphasized the importance of companies ensuring that their facilities are not only safe by governmental standards, but also ensuring that employees are properly trained for emergencies to mitigate these kinds of disasters. There are people even calling to question why the warehouse had even been operating, knowing full well that there were extreme weather notices ahead of the tornado's touchdown. This never could have happened if they cared about the lives over productivity, the sister of one of the victims commented on social media. "I want them to answer for this. I want this to be a starting point of places taking the lives of their employees seriously and treating them as more than a number." Amazon pledged to assist workers and families affected by the tragedy, which included a $1 million donation to the Edwardsville Community Foundation. However, Amazon founder Jeff Bezos posted on social media immediately after the tragedy about his space rocket. After much criticism, those posts were later replaced with a statement about the tragic loss at one of his facilities. Calls from massive corporations like Amazon to prioritize the health and safety of employees ahead of profits. Amazon profits have soared well over $100 billion since 2020. For over a year, Bridget Claro had been hired to work at the BC Women's Hospital in Vancouver. Claro had allegedly used another nurse's name to get hired at the hospital, where she worked from June 2020 to June 2021. It was also discovered that she worked in Victoria for 3 weeks in November of 2020 at the View Royal Surgical Centre. The 49-year-old woman was not registered to work as a nurse in BC, nor did she have any education needed to practice nursing. And what is more shocking is that this is not the first time this woman has been caught impersonating a nurse. In 2008, it was discovered that she had stolen another woman's identity to get a nurse's job in Calgary, Alberta. In 2007, she was also caught with a forged nurse's permit in Calgary. In 2009, she was in charge with impersonating another woman and providing police with a fake name. There were also court documents in 2006 in Ontario, where she was caught using assumed identities from people she knew in order to obtain government licenses. While in Ontario, she had been working at small-town hospitals and clinics. She had been sentenced to 6 months in prison and fined $60,000. She is also wanted in the United States, in Florida and Colorado on several warranties for fraud and practicing medicine without a valid medical license, as well as theft, mischief, possessing blank prescription forms, forgery, and using another person's ID. Bridget Claro has also used various aliases throughout the years, which include Melanie Smith, Melanie Thompson, and Melanie Claro. A class action lawsuit has been filed with the BC Supreme Courts. It alleges that anyone who was a patient at the BC Women's Hospital from June 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021 may have suffered battery when administered treatments from Claro. At this time, it is unclear how many patients she may have treated or whether any adverse outcomes have resulted from her interactions with patients. Patients are being mailed notices if they were treated or suspected of being treated by Claro. Danette Thompson, interim vice president of the BC's Nurse Union, described the allegations as absolutely alarming. She said that she's never heard of something like this happening in the province. The fact that this can even happen raises questions around the controls from the health employers and what is in place, and is it enough, obviously not, to keep our patients and our staff safe. On November 6, 2021, a woman called to request a welfare check for her neighbor. She couldn't recall the last time she had seen him, and he was a bit older and thought it would be better if a sheriff came by. Deputies arrived at the 200 block of Jennifer Lane, Seneca, South Carolina to find the resident deceased in the home. They determined that he had died sometime in July, and his body had been in the home for months before anyone noticed. Law enforcement was having a hard time identifying the man. He was known locally as James Fitzgerald, but officers couldn't find any identification that matched that. They took his fingerprints and input them into a national database and were shocked to discover what came up. The fingerprints identified him as Frederick Cecil McLean, a man who had been a wanted fugitive for nearly 2 decades. It was also determined that McLean died of natural causes at the age of 70. McLean had disappeared from San Diego, California in 2005. He was wanted on multiple counts of sexual assault on a minor and was deemed a high risk for sexually assaulting young girls. McLean had been a Jehovah's Witness and used his position in the church, a position of trust and power, to get access to children. One of his victims had come forward and said that the abuse had begun when she was 5 and had continued into her teens. It had been a shock to discover his crimes had been going on for decades. In 2005, law enforcement had been honing in on an arrest. McLean knew multiple victims had begun coming forward, and he likely had a plan for his inevitable arrest. He began selling properties for cash, as well as anything he had of value. Right before his arrest, he met with his estranged wife and children and told her that he couldn't go to prison and said goodbye before disappearing. He had been living in Seneca for at least 3 years. Law enforcement had also traced his whereabouts to Poughkeepsie, New York, and Anderson, South Carolina, where he had also used aliases. Law enforcement are continuing to determine if McLean had help in his 16 years on the run and if there are any additional victims since 2005. U.S. Marshal Steve Stafford of the Southern District of California said, "We wish McLean's fate had been determined by a court of law 15 years ago. The investigators working on this case never gave up. We hope McLean's death brings some sense of closure for the victims and their families, especially knowing that he could never hurt another child. Anyone with any information about McLean is urged to contact the U.S. Marshals directly or to local law enforcement." A UK chef has been given 4 months in prison for failing to adhere to food regulations from an incident occurring in October 2018. 40-year-old John Crutcher was a head chef at the Crew Arms in the Northamptonshire village of Hinton on the Hedges. He had been preparing a luncheon for over 35 villagers coming from church. 32 of those people ate the shepherd's pie there. For those unfamiliar, shepherd's pie is made from minced meat, usually beef or lamb, usually mixed with onions, carrots, and peas and gravy, and then mashed potatoes cover it, and then it's baked. The following day, all those who had consumed the pie began experiencing extreme gastrointestinal distress. One patron, a 92-year-old woman, was admitted to hospital, and she died of a gastrointestinal hemorrhage from vomiting. An investigation began, and it was quickly linked to the pub. It was determined that Crutcher had prepared the meal himself, and he had undercooked the minced meat. He hadn't cooled the mix before putting the fridge and failed to take the temperature to ensure it had gotten down to a safe storing temp before leaving for the night. The next day, when he rewarmed the mix, he again failed to ensure it had gotten to a safe temperature before serving to the patrons. He said in his defense, "I hate to say it, I really hate to say it, but I think I was rushed. I was rushing. Remorse is an understatement. This is something I will never forget. Because of it, I am a better chef, and it is just a shame the cost of it had to be what it was." The pub is under new ownership now, and it had only received a 1-star health report in 2018 and only 3 stars in 2017, showing that while under Crutcher's management, he had a history of improper food handling tendencies. In addition to his prison sentence, he has also been fined £13,000, about 18,000 American, for his negligence. Hopefully, this will be a reminder for food handlers that food safety standards are put in place to prevent foodborne illnesses from happening, because those who are older or immune compromised, it can have deadly consequences. In December of 1989, Carrie Krueger was living with her husband Tracy and their 3-year-old daughter Megan in Burlington, Wisconsin. At the time, the 31-year-old mother was working in the public relations department of Gander Mountain, an outdoor retail company known as Gander Outdoors. According to Tracy, Carrie's coworker called her on the evening of December 5th, asking her to join them for a trade show in Wyoming the next day. It would be a last-minute trip, as she was replacing a coworker who couldn't make. She packed her suitcase that night and planned to leave 4:30 a.m. the next morning to drive to Chicago. Illinois, where she would meet up with another coworker and catch a flight from O'Hare International Airport. She planned to return the following Sunday. Tracy remembered Carrie saying goodbye to him before she left on the morning of December 6th. A neighbor recalled seeing a black car outside of Carrie's home around 4:30 a.m. with a man in the driver's seat. According to their daughter Megan, the neighbor also said that she saw Carrie get into the car, but it's unclear what series of events is correct. Later that morning, Tracy got a call from one of Carrie's coworkers, asking where she was and why she hadn't shown up to work. Tracy told them that Carrie was at a trade show in Wyoming, only to find out that there was no trade show scheduled for that date, and that Carrie was not asked to attend any event at that time. So where had Carrie gone? Tracy then called Carrie's sister, Molly, to ask if Carrie was with her, which she wasn't. Molly encouraged Tracy to call the rest of her family and see if Carrie was with them, and then to call the police. But Tracy didn't want to call the police just yet, as he believed Carrie would be back soon. The next day, Tracy went with Carrie's parents to the police station and they officially reported her as missing. During the investigation, the police searched Carrie's home but found no evidence related to her disappearance. Many of her personal belongings were still there, including her brand new makeup, winter coat, and everyday hair tools. They did, however, notice that Carrie and Tracy's mattress was missing. When questioned, Tracy said that he'd bought a waterbed to surprise Carrie with upon her return because she'd always wanted one. Her family found that suspicious because Carrie was very frugal and wouldn't have been happy with the purchase. The original mattress was never located. Friends and family say Carrie and Tracy's marriage was in trouble. There was no evidence of abuse, but Carrie had previously told friends that she was going to consider divorce if things didn't improve. Before Carrie disappeared, Tracy had purchased a truck in their name and didn't tell Carrie about it. They believe Tracy forged Carrie's signature on the loan document and told her it was borrowed from a friend since she wouldn't have agreed to buy it. Some suspect that Carrie found out about the purchase and it caused an escalating fight on the night of December 5th. Their daughter Megan said that she doesn't believe her father was involved in her mother's disappearance. She said that her dad grieved for many years after Carrie disappeared and that he'd been heartbroken. Carrie was a former journalist and an editor for the Burlington Standard Press, and she once wrote a story about changing identities, leading some to believe that she left to start a new life. Megan also said that after reviewing her mother's journal, she believes she left on her own accord. "We really truly believe that she left," she said. "From reading her diaries, and I do understand that the amount I have are from a very young age from middle school through high school. She seemed very depressed." But the rest of Carrie's family doesn't believe she abandoned her husband and daughter. Some believe that she was being poisoned before she disappeared. As Carrie had been having an unknown gastrointestinal issues that doctors could never identify the cause of. Megan has also gastrointestinal issues that flare up when she gets stressed, which she suspects is the same issue her mother had. Carrie's brother Pat said that many family members believe Tracy is responsible. "My sister would not leave Megan," he said. "Everybody believes that he did it, and it is certainly not her fault." The question remains, did Carrie lie about the trade show and leave on her own? Or did Tracy lie about the trade show to cover up a crime? Tracy said that Carrie traveled for business fairly often over the years, and he would take time off work to look after their daughter Megan, but according to Carrie's employer, she had only been scheduled to attend one out-of-town business trip back in 1987. At the last minute, saying Carrie had a chance to go to Alaska on a business trip, so he'd have to watch Megan. But when a friend asked Carrie about the Alaska trip, she knew nothing about it. Carrie's sisters also said that according to phone records, no call came in the night of December 6th from colleagues asking Carrie to join them from the trade show, as Tracy had said. According to Molly, for months after Carrie went missing, Carrie's bloody men's pajama shirt and slippers were found in a neighboring county. Her family didn't recognize the shirt, but Molly said that Tracy was known for wearing pajamas and slippers in a similar style. The analysis concluded that there was human blood on the shirt and that it matched Carrie's blood type, but the shirt was not put into evidence. Tracy took a polygraph test in 1990, which was inconclusive. He was scheduled to take another test, but it was canceled after he was hospitalized due to severe mental health issue, which he claimed caused him to forget the last 10 years of his life. Because of this, He has never been asked to take another polygraph test. Heather Springer of the Racine County Sheriff's Office is the current investigator on the case. She said that when detectives learned that Tracy had replaced the bed and couldn't locate the original mattress, the investigation turned from police suspecting Carrie left voluntarily to suspecting something else. She also stated that in 1992, Tracy's brother confided in someone that Tracy had killed Carrie. The person went to the police and reported it, but Tracy's brother said it was a joke and that he had no knowledge of what happened to Carrie. Investigators also found that Carrie and Tracy were connected to a man who'd been charged with kidnapping and murder in the 1960s. They interviewed the man but concluded he was not a person of interest. After Carrie disappeared, her parents received a fake severed finger in the mail and a CD with Guns N' Roses song, "Used to Love Her" on it. The song contained the lyrics, "I used to love her, but I had to kill her." No one was able to determine who sent the items to the family. The investigation into the disappearance of Carrie O'Brien Krueger is still ongoing, and no arrests have been made. Her story has been featured on Dateline NBC and the true crime podcast, Banished. Carrie's family is still hopeful that one day they will have answers. Her sister Molly said, "I love to think that she is out there somewhere, happy and healthy. But in my heart, I know that is not true. We all accepted that a long time ago. If there is someone who knows something, please come forward." Sheriff Springer encourages anyone with information about Carrie's disappearance or whereabouts to contact her directly at the Racine Sheriff's Office or anonymously at Crime Stoppers. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. It has been over 6 months and friends and family, as well as volunteers, are still combing the Arizona desert in search of 24-year-old Daniel Robinson. Daniel was last seen on June 23, 2021 at around 9:15 a.m. He was leaving a job site in Buckeye, Arizona, where he was working as a geologist. Friends and family described Daniel as a scientist with a passion for adventure. He traveled often, but would always check in with family along the way, which made his disappearance all the more concerning. According to his family, Daniel had plans to visit his family in July and was excited about the meeting. He was seen by federal law enforcement officials cleaning his Jeep that morning and said that Daniel seemed clear-headed. He also spoke with his colleague, Kenneth, at a job site near Sun Valley Parkway on Cactus. Kenneth told police that Daniel was acting strange. During their 15-minute conversation, Daniel reportedly said that things didn't make sense and stared into the distance before leaving abruptly. Kenneth later contacted their project manager, Steve, who said no one had seen or heard from Daniel that day. By around 3 p.m., he still wasn't responding to texts or calls from work or family, so Kenneth set out to look for Daniel in the desert. He found tire tracks that he believed to be Daniel's and followed them out west to a large desert area. One of Daniel's co-workers went to Daniel's sister's apartment in Phoenix to check if he was there, but he wasn't. His sister then called their father, David Robinson, who called the Buckeye Police Department to report Daniel missing. But the police had a policy that missing persons could only be reported after 12 hours of disappearing, so he had to wait another 3 hours before calling back and putting in the official report. And then he packed a bag and headed to Arizona from South Carolina to search for his son himself. Over the next few days, the Buckeye police conducted several ground searches and aerial searches near Daniel's job site, searched his apartment, reviewed his financial records, and attempted to ping his cell phone from a location and retrieve GPS data from his Jeep. But there was no sign of Daniel. Police began to question Daniel's mental state for his disappearance. According to reports, all of the posts on Daniel's Instagram profile had been deleted before he disappeared. They also questioned whether a recent romance may have played a factor. Daniel had met a girl while delivering groceries for Instacart. They swapped phone numbers, and according to her, Daniel began to get creepy, and he would show up at her house uninvited and text her that he loved her. She told him to stop, and the day before he disappeared, he sent her one last message that read, "The world can get better, but I'll have to take all the time I can, or we can, whatever to name it. I'll either see you again or never see you again." According to Daniel's sister, he had also started listening to a podcast recommended by the girl, and it changed the way he saw the world. The podcast by spiritual teacher and self-help author Eckhart Tolle showed him how to view things in the world in a positive energy. to avoid negative energy. On July 19, 2021, a rancher found Daniel's blue Jeep Renegade in a ravine less than 3 miles from his job site. The Jeep had rolled over on its side and the airbags were deployed. It also appeared that the sunroof had been kicked out. Inside, there was evidence that the driver had been wearing his seatbelt at the time of the crash. Also found inside the vehicle were several of Daniel's belongings, including his cell phone, wallet, keys, and the clothes that he was wearing on the day that he went missing. Police suggested to David that Daniel might have run away from his family to become a monk or join a cult somewhere, but David didn't buy it. Frustrated by what he believed to be a lack of progress and effort made by the police, David hired former police officer and vehicular crime investigator Jeff McGrath to help him find his son. McGrath's team ran an analysis on the vehicle. According to the Jeep system, the vehicle was involved in a collision around 1 p.m. on the 23rd, approximately 4 hours after Daniel was last seen, but no one knows what happened during that gap in time. Their report also uncovered a few abnormalities. They also found that the damage on the Jeep didn't match the terrain. A few months later, Buckeye police ran their own analysis on the vehicle. According to their findings, the Jeep was involved in a rollover crash, which was the only car crash recorded in the vehicle system. The Jeep's speed increased right before the impact, leading investigators to believe that the driver was attempting to drive up the other side of the ravine. More than 40 ignition cycles were recorded after the crash, which could indicate the driver trying to restart the engine, though it's unclear how many of those ignition cycles occurred during the tow recovery. Police also stated that the 11-mile discrepancy between the crash data report and the odometer reading wasn't as strange as it may seem. In July of 2021, a human skull was found south of the Jeep crash, but it was later determined that the remains did not belong to Daniel. Additional remains were also found during the search, but they belonged to animals. According to David, several other human remains have been found in the area during their search for Daniel. David recently called for Daniel's case to be changed to a criminal investigation due to what Jeff McGrath and his team uncovered about the crash. On the change.org page he runs, David says, "Since my son has been reported missing, the Buckeye Police Department has done very little. The shortcomings of the Buckeye Police Department have been plentiful. Unfortunately, I have found that they have lied or approached the investigation in a nonchalant manner on several occasions." Daniel's family and friends continue to search for him in Arizona, supported by a crew of volunteers. Daniel is described as 5 feet 8 inches, African-American man, approximately 165 pounds, with black hair and brown eyes. He is missing part of his right forearm, including his hand. The family has set up a change.org petition and GoFundMe page to gather donations and increase interest in the case. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. The Hood River County Sheriff's Office in Oregon is looking for answers to a decades-long cold case. In June of 2003, human remains, a skull and mandible bone, were found off Forest Road 4410 on Mount Hood just east of Portland, Oregon. When police discovered the skeletal remains, they suspected they belonged to a female victim of homicide. But they knew it would take time to identify the victims since at the time, more than 100 women had been reported missing in Oregon during the 2 years prior. That process ended up taking 18 years, but in 2021, the Oregon medical examiner was able to positively identify the remains as 36-year-old Tisha and Dyer. According to family and friends, Tisha was living in Portland, Oregon at the time for disappearance, but hadn't been seen or heard from since 2002. Mount Hood, where the remains were found, is a remote area, and her family say that they couldn't think of a reason for Tisha to be there, as she wasn't an avid hiker or involved in many outdoor activities. The Hood River County Sheriff's Office, in partnership with Crime Stoppers of Oregon, are offering a $2,500 reward for any information that leads to an arrest in the case. Anyone with information regarding Tisha's disappearance and murder can submit an anonymous tip at crimestoppers.com. There is very little on this particular cold case. 62-year-old Leon Francis was a husband, father, grandfather, and veteran of the United States Marines. He lived on Wind Drive in Newport News, Virginia with his wife, Daphne, until his disappearance on the morning of January 14, 2020. Daphne would be the last person to see her husband before he went missing. At 5:30 that morning, she was sitting in her den, talking to her daughter over the phone, when Leon came into the room carrying an umbrella. He kissed his wife and said good morning as usual. When Daphne asked what he was doing with the umbrella, he responded happy birthday, which was unusual, as it was not the birthday of anyone in their family. Daphne fell asleep on the couch after finishing her phone call. When she woke up at 7 a.m., Leon was nowhere to be found. He had left behind his glasses, identification, bank cards, and medication. A neighbor's security camera showed Leon walking, still with his umbrella, down a street 1 block south of Wind Drive at 6:49 a.m. The umbrella was later found behind a Wendy's. Near the intersection of that road and Warwick Boulevard, Leon had been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease in 2009 and had to take medication 5 times a day. His condition made it vital to locate him immediately so that he could be given his medications. It may also have contributed to why he seemed confused and left his home unexpectedly that morning. While Parkinson's disease is most well known for its physical symptoms, like tremors, it can also lead to cognitive complications. An extensive search for Leon was launched. His family spoke to the local press and used social media to spread the word about his disappearance. They received an outpouring of support from the community, and volunteers organized their own searches and passed out flyers. On Sunday, February 16, 2020, a man and a woman were taking a walk in Lee's Mill Historic Park, on a path that took them along the Warwick River. They saw a man's body floating in the water, approximately 20 feet away from the shoreline, and called the police. When the authorities retrieved the man's body, he was wearing the same clothes Leon had last been seen in, and had Leon's patient identification bracelet from a recent visit to the VA on his wrist. A vigil at a local middle school had previously been organized for that night by the community and Leon's family. The vigil was originally organized in honor of Leon's 63rd birthday, which had been 3 days earlier, and still went on as a night of prayer after the discovery of his body. The body found on February 16th was initially believed to be Leon based on his clothing and the patient ID bracelet. The state medical examiner's office was able to later confirm this identification using DNA, fingerprints, and dental records. According to the Newport News Police, the body had been in the water for some time. On March 13th, the medical examiner in Norfolk announced that Leon's cause of death was drowning with exposure to environmental cold. His death was ruled an accident. While the medical examiner was able to provide Leon's family with some answers, there are still lingering questions in the case, like what Leon was doing in that area and how he ended up in the water. Leon's body was found approximately 1.5 miles away from his home. It is possible that he simply became disoriented and went in the wrong direction as he tried to walk back home. According to Leon's wife Daphne, Leon's legs sometimes gave out from under him, and he occasionally needed help getting up, both as a result of his Parkinson's disease. If he accidentally went off the path towards the marshy area of the river, it is possible he could have stumbled and gotten stuck in the mud, but this scenario remains just a theory. Leon's family held services for him on February 27, 2020, where he was remembered by his friends, family members, and volunteers who had helped search for him. We're so grateful for all the efforts and the prayers and the time that people took away from their families to make us part of their life. Daphne Thomas Francis told the Daily Press, "It's just amazing what people did together." Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. On May 24, 2017, 27-year-old Zachary Wilks left his home in Lompoc, California, en route to his aunt and uncle's home in Las Vegas, Nevada. From there, Zachary would be going with his uncle to Lake Powell to help him do work on a houseboat he owned. Zachary never arrived at his aunt and uncle's home, and no one in his family could reach him by cell phone. His brother reported him missing on May 26th. Zachary's black 1994 Honda Civic was found upside down in a culvert off of Highway 166, east of Soda Lake Road in Marietta, California. Police believed that the car had been involved in a single-vehicle accident and had not been located during the extensive searches made in 2017 because it had been hidden by dense brush off the side of the highway. However, Zachary's remains were not inside the vehicle, and there were no obvious signs of him nearby. On February 26, 2020, Zachary's mother Elizabeth announced in the Facebook group created to help in the search for her son that recent DNA tests had confirmed that Zachary had died at the site of the accident. Several days after his vehicle was located, one of the searches of the surrounding area had turned up 2 bone fragments. Tests would show that only one of them was human. Zachary's parents provided samples of their DNA to compare to the DNA from the other fragment. This testing would show that the bone fragment belonged to Zachary. With just this one small bone available for post-mortem examination, the cause and manner of Zachary's death could not formally be determined. We don't know how or exactly when he died. There will be a lot of assumptions, but no one knows, Elizabeth Wilks said in her statement. Keep his memory alive in your hearts, and may he rest in peace, knowing he was loved. Shortly before 4 p.m. on January 17, 2020, Margaret Helen Becker left her home in Sebring, Florida to run some errands at the nearby Southgate Plaza shopping center. Surveillance footage would later show her inside the CVS pharmacy in the shopping center, where she filled some prescriptions. According to other people inside the store at the time, she appeared confused. She left the pharmacy at 4:48 p.m., and her whereabouts for the next 77 minutes were unknown. She entered the Publix grocery store in the shopping center at 6:05 and purchased some bananas. Surveillance footage from the grocery store shows her looking disoriented and unsteady on her feet. Helen left the Publix at 6:17 p.m. She never arrived home. Authorities attempted to trace her movements using her cell phone, and the OnStar system installed in her blue 2018 Chevrolet Colorado, but were unsuccessful. They believed that activity at the nearby Avon Park Air Force bombing range may have interfered with the signals. The bombing range would later play an important part in the investigation. On the night of January 31st, authorities learned that a blue Chevrolet Colorado had entered the bombing range without stopping at the guardhouse at approximately 7:30 p.m. on January 17th, the day Helen disappeared. According to the person who had been manning the guardhouse at that time, the vehicle had been driven by a woman matching Helen's description, and there was no one else inside of it. The range had no gate or physical barrier to prevent vehicles from driving onto its property. Based on this sighting, a search of the range was organized for the following morning. Several teams covered the various roads and trails throughout the range, and a dive team came in to search the Kissimmee River off of a boat ramp on the range. At 1:50 p.m., divers confirmed that there was a vehicle in the river approximately 30 yards away from the boat ramp. It was Helen's truck. It was still in drive and 3 of its windows were rolled down. Helen's purse and cell phone were inside of the truck, but Helen was not. Divers would continue searching the water for her remains, but were unsuccessful. The formal search for Helen was called off on February 14th. Authorities are confident that there was no foul play involved in the case. Despite being in the water for so long, Helen's cell phone still worked after it was charged, and the Highlands County Sheriff's Office was able to use it to fill in the timeline of Helen's movements on January 17th. It appears Helen spent the 77 minutes after she left CVS and before she entered Publix in the parking lot of the shopping center. After she left Publix, she began driving north on US 27. Instead of turning left onto one of the 2 roads that would have taken her back home, she instead turned right onto Sebring Parkway. She made several more right turns which brought her to the bombing range and several more right turns after she was on the property that brought her to the boat ramp, which she appears to have driven off of, not realizing she was going into the water. Individuals with dementia are known to generally turn in the direction of their dominant hand when faced with a choice while they are in a confused state. Helen Becker was reportedly right-handed. While she has no documented history of dementia, Some of her behavior on the day she went missing indicates that she may have been having cognitive difficulties at least on that day. She appeared confused and unsteady while performing her usual errands, and authorities later learned that she had attempted to pay for her bananas at the Publix using a bank card that she had previously reported as lost, before ultimately using cash to complete her transaction. The Highlands County Sheriff's Office is waiting on downloads of data from Helen's vehicle to see if they will provide any additional information, but they do not expect them to change the direction of the case or answer all of the questions in the case that may never be definitively addressed. This update has not been conclusively linked to a case previously featured on this channel, but since there is an appeal to the public for information involved in it, I have decided to include it in this video. In January of 2020, reporter Joseph Kohut of the Scranton Times-Tribune received an anonymous letter. Your story made me realize that it is not too late to tell what I feel I should have reported to the state police or the Scranton police that night more than 30 years ago. Letter opened. It was signed, perhaps just a foolish old woman. The writer of the letter claimed that one night, more than 30 years ago, she had driven onto Interstate 81 North at the music entrance. While on the interstate, she heard a female scream. She then saw a fire and heard the screams intensify. After the screaming stopped, she could smell burning rubber and fuel. The other people in the car with her, including her husband, dismissed the incident as teenagers throwing a party in the woods off of the interstate. But she could not shake the feeling that the female she had heard screaming had been killed. However, she never reported the incident. Authorities do not believe that the letter's author is foolish, based on some of the details she provided in her letter. There was information in there that the time frame fit with other high-profile cases that had gone on in the same time. Scranton Police Captain Dennis Lukashevitz told ABC 16 News. Based on some of the details relayed in the letter, the incident the letter describes may be tied to Frank Osolani. Osolani was convicted of the 1989 rape and murder of Renee Waddle. The burning body of the 9-year-old had been located along a private roadway. Osolani is currently serving life in prison. While he has only ever been convicted in this one case, Osolani is a suspect or person of interest in 3 other major unsolved cases in Scranton, which occurred between 1978 and 1987. I have previously featured one of these cases, the 1986 disappearance of Michelle Jolene Lakey. Jolene went missing on August 26, 1986, while walking to her home in Scranton after visiting her mother in the hospital. She may have gotten into a yellow car approximately a block away from her house. Scranton police are asking for the woman who sent the letter to come forward. There has been a lot of construction along the section of I-81 described in the letter, and they need more information from her in order to identify exactly where they need to search and narrow down the timeline in order to determine if what she heard and saw that night could be tied to any of their open cases, including Jolene's. They want her to know that she does not need to be concerned about getting into trouble if she comes forward, and faces no legal action for not reporting what she observed all those years ago. Nick Maas was born in the Netherlands in 1939 and emigrated to Canada in 1957. 2 years later, he began working as a clerk for the Bank of Montreal. He was employed by them for the next 35 years, steadily moving up to positions with more and more responsibility. His various positions had him working in Halifax, Montreal, and Vancouver over the years. He was an active member of the Dutch-Canadian community and belonged to and held leadership positions in professional associations for this community. Nick married and had 2 children, but that marriage ended in divorce. In 1984, he met the woman who would become his second wife, Lisa. Lisa had also been married before and was also an immigrant, having been born in China. In Vancouver, she was working as a hairstylist. The couple met at a hair salon on Cambie Street, where Lisa would cut Nick's hair. Nick did well in his banking career and eventually became the manager of the elite private banking center at the Bank of Montreal. At the beginning of 1994, he retired from his position at the bank but continued to work. He worked as a stock promoter and received a directorship at Turbidine Technologies, a publicly traded company that was developing technology to reduce emissions from diesel engines. On August 10, 1994, Nick and Lisa were invited to join some of their friends at the Symphony of Fire fireworks display over Vancouver's English Bay. They had to turn down the invitation because they had a business dinner that evening. Nick was reportedly meeting with a businessman from California who had $10 million he was considering investing in Turbidine Technologies. Nick made a reservation for 4 at his favorite restaurant, Trader Vic's in the Cole Harbor neighborhood of downtown Vancouver, for $830 that night for the dinner. No one showed up to the restaurant for the reservation and no one called to cancel it. The staff at the restaurant was surprised by this. They were familiar with Nick because he was a regular customer, and it was out of the ordinary for him to fail to show up for a reservation without at least calling to cancel it. The restaurant employee who took the reservation knew Nick and was able to confirm that it was in fact Nick who called to make it. 2 witnesses would later come forward, placing Nick and Lisa in the area of the restaurant around the time they should have been there for their meeting. Both of these witnesses knew the couple personally and claimed to have seen them on the night of the 10th at the Garden Lounge at the Westin Bayshore, which was next door to Trader Vic's. The couple was allegedly there from 6:30 to 10:30 p.m. According to the witnesses, Nick was drinking a bottle of wine and was dressed in a casual jogging suit. Lisa appeared to have come there straight from work, still dressed in the clothes she wore at her job. Neither witness believed that Nick and Lisa were dressed as though they were on their way to an important business appointment. The following morning, August 11th, Lisa made 2 phone calls from her husband's cell phone. She called the salon where she worked and left a message with a coworker that she had been called away for a few days for a court case. She then called Nick's business partner to say that he would be gone for a few days. Cell phone records would later show that the calls had been routed through a repeater on Bowen Island. This means that the calls could have been made from or near the couple's home in North Vancouver, or from a fairly large area along the coast. No one saw or heard from Nick or Lisa after these phone calls. After a few days, Lisa's sister became concerned and went over to the couple's home. When she arrived, she found the front door unlocked and the security system disarmed. There were 2 plastic zip ties on the floor by the front door of the home. The couple's 17-year-old Persian cat, Spider, was alone in the home with no food. According to Nick's children, he adored Spider and would never have left him uncared for. The couple's car was in the driveway, and their passports had been left behind. Their bank accounts were left untouched. While some have speculated that Nick and Lisa had entered some sort of witness protection program, the 2 main theories about their disappearance are that they met with foul play or that they staged their own disappearances. There have been numerous theories about what circumstances could have led to either scenario. Most of these theories could provide potential motives for someone to harm the couple, but could also be reasons why the couple would be fearful enough of being harmed to abandon everything and leave Vancouver. Nick's job with the Bank of Montreal had given him connections in some of the most affluent social circles in Canada, but his business relationships also gave him ties to several financial scandals. One of his associates, Fred Hoffman, conned members of Vancouver's Dutch community out of millions of dollars with a Ponzi scheme. He, along with more than $10 million, vanished in April of 1991. Almost a third of that amount had been taken from a retired anesthesiologist from Seattle, who had been introduced to Hoffman by Nick Mass. Nick had also been a personal banker for Harry Mall. One of Mall's many endeavors had been creating the Pine Ridge Capital Group, which collapsed in 1992. A scandal arose during this collapse when millions of dollars worth of investors' funds went missing. Mall eventually moved to the Cayman Islands. One of Nick's business relationships also had him involved in an active legal case in 1994. Nick and Lisa went missing just before Nick was due to testify against a businessman who had been one of his former clients and was on trial for allegedly stealing $100,000. However, Nick was only an incidental witness, according to Crown prosecutors. His disappearance was still successfully used by the defense lawyers in the case to get a 7-month-long delay in the trial. Nick Mass did appear to be under an unusual amount of stress for most of 1994, according to those close to him. He had become unusually secretive and tense, and appeared to be concerned for his safety. This stress was very apparent to others at a funeral he had attended just before his disappearance. He was reportedly unusually distraught, and said he wanted to get out of town for a while. After Nick and Lisa went missing, authorities also learned that they had made a secret trip to the Cayman Islands in April of 1994. They had not told any of their friends or family members about the trip. During their time there, the couple set up a bank account and had their wills drawn up. Nick's son, who was also named Nick, hired a private investigator named Ozzy Caban to look into his father and stepmother's disappearance. The two men had a falling out after Caban came to the conclusion that Nick Sr. and Lisa had staged their disappearance. He based this belief off of statements from witnesses he would not identify, and a claim that he was able to use his connections to learn that Nick and Lisa's account in the Cayman Islands had more than $100,000 in it. Other reports indicate that the account held $50,000 worth of stocks. Authorities say that they have not found any evidence that Nick and Lisa fled their home to start a new life somewhere else. While Nick's position in the exclusive private banking center of the Bank of Montreal had given him connections to politicians, wealthy businessmen, and multimillionaires, it should be noted that Nick himself was not as wealthy as his clients. His highest annual salary from the bank was reportedly $85,000. While this is certainly not a small salary, and is equivalent to more than $130,000 today, Nick's assets were nowhere near those of the clients whose money he helped manage. Nick and Lisa were hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt between their mortgage, credit card debt, and business expenses. Financial stress is of course a potential motive for Nick and Lisa to have wanted to run away voluntarily, and Nick's position in the financial community may give the impression that he could afford to do so. However, while some of Nick's clients could have certainly financed such an action, it is unclear how Nick and Lisa would have been able to do so. Financial considerations aside, Nick Mass Jr. believes that his father was too straight-laced and conservative to take the sort of risks involved with faking his disappearance and starting a new life. In 2001, he, his sister Tanya, and Lisa's sister Loretta petitioned the courts in British Legally Dead. Authorities also believe that Nick and Lisa were victims of some sort of crime, even though the exact nature of that crime remains unknown. On July 30th, 2019, shortly before the 25th anniversary of the couple's disappearance, the North Vancouver detachment of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police held a press conference with Nick's children, Nick and Tanya, to appeal to the public for information. Perhaps the time that has gone by would allow somebody to come forward now that otherwise might have remained silent in the past, Nick Mass Jr. said at the press conference. Nick and Tanya also announced that they were doubling the amount of the reward they are offering for information in the case from $25,000 to $50,000. Despite the amount of time that has passed since they have seen their father and stepmother, and the fact that they believe them to be deceased, Nick and Tanya still hope to find answers about what became of Nick Sr. and Lisa. Everybody loses their parents at one time in their life, but then you have a funeral and we don't have that, and that part has been extremely difficult. Tanya said at the press conference, "I think it will be the greatest gift we could ever receive closure." For almost 36 years, the mysterious murder of a Bedford, Texas woman has now been solved. In 1986, 32-year-old Janet Elaine Love was a ticket agent for Delta Airlines. When she didn't show up for work on April 24th, two of her colleagues went to her apartment off of Eldon Dotson Drive to check on her. Inside the apartment, they found Janet's body. She had been sexually assaulted and shot. Investigators followed up on possible leads for years after Janet's death, but could never identify her killer. They were, however, able to collect a DNA profile from samples found at the crime scene and entered evidence into the FBI Combined DNA Index System, or CODIS, in hopes of finding a match to a suspect, but it came up empty. As technology improved, so did investigators' chances of solving the decades-old cold case. In late 2020, a Texas Department of Public Safety grant, called the Sexual Assault Kit Initiative Program, gave Bedford police the funding and resources that would change everything. Investigators got to work bringing in a genealogist and using public records to establish a family tree for the suspect based on the DNA profile collected from the crime scene. They were able to determine the suspect's name and reached out to his relatives, and to confirm the DNA match via kinship analysis completed by the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification. In September, they were able to ID Jeanette's murderer, Ray Anthony Chapa. Chapa lived less than 1,000 feet from Janet, a neighboring apartment complex, but had no known connection to her. He died in January 2021 from a terminal illness. In North Texas and are working with the FBI to uncover other potential offenses. Jeanette's sister Rebecca remembers her as someone who loved to joke around and make people laugh. She hopes the other family members of Chappa's victims find peace and closure. In February of 2018, Patrick D. Laneserta was gunned down at his home in Deltona, Florida. The 25-year-old was newly engaged to his girlfriend, Vidi Devaney, and the two were excited to start their life together, especially after the tumultuous relationship Vidi had with her ex-boyfriend, Gregory Bender. Vidi had broken up with Bender, a wealthy hedge fund manager, after discovering he had a wife. Though he claimed the marriage was a business arrangement, made so the wife's child could attend school in a specific district. After Bender and Vidia broke up, she met Patrick, but when Bender found out about their relationship, he began sending threatening texts and voicemails to the couple. The couple was granted a restraining order against Bender, in which he was ordered to surrender his collection of guns. For a few months, the threat stopped, that is until the morning of February 27, 2018, when Vidia received a call from Bender. She didn't pick up but was suspicious of why he'd been reaching out again. He started to worry for Patrick's safety and rushed over to his home, but it was too late. She found Patrick dead from a gunshot wound in his driveway. Padette immediately suspected Bender, but the police had no evidence to arrest him. Then Bender's soon-to-be ex-wife, Damara Sanchez, sent in a tip. She'd heard about the murder on the news and realized it sounded similar to what she found in one of Bender's notebooks. He had written out a detailed plan of how he would kill Patrick and had drawn a map of his property indicating how he would go about undetected. When she confronted Bender about what she'd found, he said the notes were just a fantasy. After receiving this information from Damara, the police had probable cause to search Bender's home. Almost immediately, they found the plan and map in a trash can. Just as Damara described, although the murder weapon was never located, police found ammunition and a shell casing that matched those at the crime scene in Bender's home. According to prosecutors, Benders lured Patrick to the front door by calling him from a burner phone, pretending to be a delivery man and saying that he had a package for him. When Patrick opened the door, Bender fired. Bender was arrested in connection to Patrick's murder and did not take the stand during the trial. On May 28, 2021, after 2 hours of jury deliberation, he was found guilty of first-degree murder in the death of Patrick de la Cerda. He is currently serving a life prison with no possibility of parole. In 1992, Helen Cardwell was ready to start fresh. The 35-year-old had just moved to Niles, Texas from West Virginia and was living at the Leaning Tower YMCA. She was about to start a new job as a technician at the Lutheran General Hospital. But when her sister came to visit her on November 7, 1992, she found Helen strangled to death in her room. The police were never able to identify a suspect, but were able to gather DNA samples from the crime scene. Eventually, the case went cold. In 2020, Niles Police Department formed a cold case team dedicated to solving Helen's murder. Using modern forensic technology previously unavailable to them, they were able to extract a DNA profile from samples found at the crime scene and matched it to a now 72-year-old man named Richard Sisto. Sisto had been living in the Niles area at the time of Helen's murder, though police wouldn't say if there was a known connection between the two. But even though police were able to identify Sisto as a suspect, they had a hard time locating him until a search in a police database revealed he was already in custody for a parole violation in Harris County, Texas. In August of 2021, police traveled to Harris County to interview Sisto and collect another DNA sample, and in October, he was charged with the murder of Helen Cardwell. Helen's sister Noka expressed her gratitude to the NAZ police. The Genesee County Sheriff's Office has arrested a longtime suspect in the 1997 homicide of Mary Pryor. 80-year-old Mary was a fixture in her town of Lennon, Michigan. She went to Mass 6 times a week and visited the same cafe for lunch and dinner every day, which made her murder all the more shocking to the community. On February 27, 1997, Mary's brother called the police after visiting Mary's home and finding the door ajar. Her beloved dog inside, but no signs of Mary. Her body was discovered around 2 p.m. that day, wrapped in a blanket in a swampy area behind her home. She had been sexually assaulted and beaten, and the perpetrator was never found. In 2002, Genesee County Sheriff Chris Swanson was assigned to the case. He kept a copy of Mary's obituary on his desk to make sure he never forgot his mission. In 2004, he interviewed a suspect named Michael Burr, who was a junior in high school at the time of Mary's murder. Though Burr couldn't be arrested at the time due to lack of evidence, they were able to get a DNA sample from him. Swanson told him that next time he saw him, he'd be in shackles and charged with murder. And in November of 2021, that promise came true. Thanks to technological advances in DNA testing, investigators were able to compare the DNA collected from the crime scene to the DNA collected from Burr. And it was a 1 in 1.9 octillion match. Burson has been charged with murder, criminal sexual conduct in the first degree, and kidnapping. It has been 35 years since 4-year-old Jessica Gutierrez was taken from her home in Lexington County, North Carolina, and now the man responsible for her disappearance and murder has been charged. On the night of June 5, 1987, Jessica was sleeping in her room with her 6-year-old sister Becky, but when their mother Deborah woke up the next morning, Jessica was nowhere to be found. The room was littered with paper, the front door was open, and the curtains were torn off the window. Becky told her mother that Jessica had been taken by the man with the magic hat and beard. Their mother then called the local law enforcement, who conducted an unsuccessful search of the area. Investigators determined that someone had broken into their home and had taken Jessica before leaving at the front door. A single fingerprint was found on the windowsill of the bedroom. The fingerprint was later matched to a longtime family acquaintance, Thomas McDowell, after he was convicted of a rape in 1997. He served 10 years in prison for the rape and was released in 1997 and still remained a suspect in Jessica's disappearance. During his time in prison, McDowell allegedly confessed to a cellmate that he kidnapped a girl in Lexington County and that he'd been wearing a tall cowboy hat at the time. The cellmate reported the information to the police, who repeatedly searched the landfill but found nothing. Authorities questioned McDowell, who offered to confess to the crime in exchange for immunity from prosecution, but that was denied. At the time, there wasn't sufficient evidence to prosecute McDowell for the crime. But in 2020, the Lexington County Sheriff's Office cold case team took another look at Jessica's case. With the help of the FBI, analysis from the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team, and prosecutors from the South Carolina Attorney General's Office. Attorney General Alan Wilson said newly discovered information helped them confirm McDowell was the perpetrator. Jessica's mother, Deborah Gutierrez, was relieved her daughter's killer has finally been caught. "I'm glad God brought me to see it," she said. "I prayed he would bring me through it, and we waited for this a long time." In January of 2022, McDowell was taken into custody and charged with kidnapping, first-degree burglary, and the murder of Jessica Gutierrez, who is still missing and presumed dead. He is currently being held at the Wake County Detention Center without bail. Marissa Rolfe Harvey was 15 years old when she found out she had a half-sister. She had been adopted when she was 3 and was living with her family in New York when one day in December of 1977 her newfound sibling showed up at her door. Marissa was thrilled about the discovery and begged her parents to let her visit her sister in San Francisco in the coming spring. They reluctantly agreed, and she flew to the city during her Easter break. Arriving on March 24, 1978, she spent the weekend with her sister and on Monday asked to go horseback riding, which was one of her favorite hobbies. Her friend's sister dropped her off at the Golden Gate Park stables, but they were closed and Marissa was left stranded and alone. When Marissa didn't return home to her sister's apartment later that day, she called the police and reported her missing. The next day, a man found Marissa's body in Sutro Heights Park, less than half a mile away from the stables. According to the coroner, Marissa had been badly beaten and strangled to death. The San Francisco Police Department conducted an exhaustive investigation, but ultimately could not identify a suspect in Marissa's murder. Then, in October 2020, the department's cold case unit reopened Marissa's case. Supported by advanced technology from the department's Forensic Science Division, the police identified a suspect, 76-year-old Mark Stanley Personette from Conifer, Colorado. On December 15, 2021, Impersonating was arrested by Jefferson County Sheriff's Office in Colorado and held without bail on the charge of being a fugitive of justice. His criminal record included aggravated sexual assault, and the San Francisco Police Department is asking other law enforcement agencies to review similar cold cases in which Impersonating may be a suspect. Investigators in Connecticut have solved a 2001 cold case after re-examining a conch shell used in the murder. Rosemary Moniz of New Bedford, Connecticut was found dead in her home on March 23, 2001, when her father stopped by to pick her up for a doctor's appointment. The 41-year-old had been beaten to death with a fireplace poker, a conch shell, and a cast iron fireplace kettle. Since the Bristol County's District Attorney's Office and Massachusetts State Police Unsolved Crime Unit reopened the case. Investigators reviewed photos of abrasions and contusions on the victim's face, and they were caused by the conch shell's exterior, and determined that the perpetrator had to have put his fingers inside the conch shell to strike the victim. When they re-examined the conch shell and tested it for DNA, they found a full profile. They uploaded the profile to the National DNA Database, and it led to a match. It was Rose's half-brother David Reed, who was a pallbearer at her funeral. Reed's DNA was already in the database after a 2003 assault and robbery of a different New Bedford woman. He had been arrested and charged for the crime, but he never showed up to trial. In August of 2020, investigators interviewed Reed about Rose's murder. Soon after, he fled his home in Massachusetts and evaded authorities for the next year by traveling across the country. He was eventually located and arrested on September 10, 2021, while he was staying at the Providence, Rhode Island Mission Shelter. In November, he was indicted on charges of murder and armed robbery in connection with Rose's death. He is currently awaiting arraignment. On February 24, 1999, Minnerly Soriano, known as Minnie to friends and family, disappeared. That day, the 13-year-old left school as usual and was heading to her home in the Bronx, but she never made it. Her mother reported her missing that night, and soon after, the community began searching for her, putting out flyers with a large reward for information. For days later, a homeless man found her body wrapped in a trash bag inside a dumpster behind a video store, had been strangled, and there were signs of sexual abuse. Authorities questioned family members, neighbors, classmates, and teachers and conducted a nearly year-long investigation, but found no leads. DNA samples were gathered and submitted for tracing with no success. For years, the case went unsolved until 2020, when police used familial DNA technology to crack it. A DNA sample taken from semen found in the victim's sweater was submitted to New York's convicted offender DNA database, and they found a partial match. They built out a family tree based on the results and narrowed down their suspects to 3 relatives, one of whom was a man named Joseph Martinez. When they reviewed the evidence from the case again, they discovered that Martinez was a tenant at Minnie's apartment building during 1999. They also had notes from the initial investigation quoting Martinez saying that he remembered seeing Minnie around the building. In recent years, Martinez became known as Jupiter Joe, a sidewalk astronomer who would set up his telescope on New York City sidewalks and offer viewings and mini lessons about the stars to kids. In Minnie's notebooks, investigators found lists of astronomy-related websites, as it was something she was also interested in. Investigators collected a DNA sample from Martinez, and it was a match to the DNA found on the sweater. In November of 2021, he was arrested and charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. He pleaded not guilty to the charges and is due back in court on March 7, 2022. This case marks the first time familial DNA technology has been used to solve a cold case in New York City. Adam Brundage was a 26-year-old father of 2 living in Quakertown, Pennsylvania. He was an avid reader who loved his 2 cats. In early October of 2004, he abruptly disappeared. The last confirmed sighting of him was at his workplace, an organic food warehouse in Milford Township, Pennsylvania, on October 1st. He was reported missing several days later to police by his ex-girlfriend, who was the mother of his children. She told them that while Adam generally liked to stay home and keep to himself when he was not at work, it was unusual for him to be out of contact with her. Unable to get a hold of him by phone, she had also gone to his home to check on him, but he had not been there. The usually reliable employee had also begun missing chefs at work. Quakertown police investigated Adam's disappearance, but they ran out of leads to follow by the end of November. The case remained unsolved until January of 2020. On January 21st, Bucks County District Attorney Matthew Weintraub held a press conference to announce that Adam's case was solved. Unfortunately, Adam had gone missing because he had been killed in October of 2004. Authorities had located his remains, and his killer had already been arraigned in the case earlier that morning. Adam had been killed by someone who had been under suspicion ever since he went missing, his roommate Damon Smoot. Adam had purchased the town home he lived in using money he had inherited following his father's death, and had taken Smoot in as a roommate to offset the costs of home ownership. According to DA Weintraub, Smoot was jealous of Adam's possessions and essentially took over his life after killing him. After Adam went missing, Smoot continued living in Adam's house. He also began using all of Adam's belongings and driving Adam's maroon 1997 Mercury Cougar, which had been his prized possession. Smoot told Adam's stepmother that Adams had given him the house, the car, and his belongings, but could never provide any evidence or legal documents supporting this. He also gave various excuses for Adam's absence, saying that he was in states ranging from Wisconsin to West Virginia, for reasons ranging from needing cancer treatment to being into running away from paying child support. In April of 2019, Adam's case was reopened, and authorities eventually found evidence, which has not been publicly specified, tying Smoot to his disappearance. On January 9, 2020, prosecutors met with Smoot and his attorney in prison, where Smoot was serving a 5 to 10-year sentence for an unrelated assault to confront him with this evidence. At that time, Smoot, in the words of his attorney, chose to unburden his soul and confess to Adam's murder. In 2004, Smoot had been working as a heavy machine operator at the Haynes and Kibble House quarry in Chalfont, Pennsylvania. Adam needed some sand to fix a grading issue on his property, and Smoot told him to meet him at the quarry after hours to buy some on October 4th. After Adam arrived at the quarry, the two men got into an argument. Smoot retrieved a baseball bat from his vehicle and used it to hit Adam in the back of the head with enough force to cave in his skull. This did not kill Adam immediately, however, so Smoot used his hands to cover Adam's nose and mouth until he stopped breathing. He then buried Adam's body in a berm in the quarry. Smoot provided authorities with the exact location where he had placed Adam's body in the quarry. Even with the specific information and the help of a cadaver dog, it took a full day and night of excavating to remove all of the rock covering Adam's remains and recover them. If Smoot had not chosen to cooperate, Adam may never have been found, both because of how deeply he was buried, and because investigators believed that Smoot had disposed of Adam somewhere on several acres of farmland he had access to, and were planning on focusing their searches for Adam there instead of at the quarry. On January 21st, the morning of the press conference, Smoot was arraigned on one count of criminal homicide at the Bucks County Courthouse. He waived his right to a preliminary hearing, and his bail was set at $1 million. Smoot's lawyers and the district attorney's office have reached an agreement, which has been approved by Adam's family, in which Smoot will plead guilty to third-degree murder and receive a sentence of 20 to 40 years in prison. 57-year-old Naomi Sanders lived alone in apartment 12 of the Oakwood Gardens Apartments in Vallejo, California. On February 26, 1973, she spoke on the phone with one of her friends at 8:30 p.m. She mentioned that she was about to cook her dinner. After hanging up the phone, she began cooking 2 steaks. It is believed that one was for her own dinner and the other was being prepared for her pet poodle Cindy. The steaks would still be on the stove, only half cooked, when another resident of the apartment complex entered Naomi's apartment the following day, around 5 p.m. The neighbor found Naomi's partially nude body on her bed. Cindy the poodle was standing guard over her owner. Naomi's autopsy would later reveal that she had been raped and strangled. Naomi had no known enemies or scorned former boyfriends for police to investigate. She had been employed by the Brooks Security Service for 2 years, leaving her position there just 2 months before her death. Her former supervisor there, a retired police detective, volunteered to help with the investigation, but also said that Naomi had not received any threats while working for him. Naomi had left her job at Brooks after 6 months of trying to balance it with her second job. She worked as the building manager for her apartment complex and had a large cardboard sign with the word open written on it in her front window. Inform passersby that there were apartments available in the complex and that she was available to discuss them. Potential new tenants would routinely come speak with Naomi about the complex, meaning her killer could have faint interest in living at Oakwood Gardens as a means of getting inside her apartment. Naomi's case went cold, and several decades would pass before authorities found new avenues of investigation. In 2014, Naomi's clothes were resubmitted to the California Department of Justice Laboratory for testing. These tests revealed semen stains, from which a DNA profile was developed. Unfortunately, there was no match to the profile in the Cody's database. In 2016, police tried to use familial DNA to identify Naomi's killer. They compared the DNA profile from the crime scene to offender databases first in California and later nationwide, to see if a relative of the contributor of the DNA had committed a crime and therefore had their DNA profile on file. They did not find any such relatives. In 2018, detectives turned their attention to using genetic genealogy to solve the case. While they could not identify any relatives of the killer in offender databases, they still hoped that they could locate some in public genealogical databases. They partnered with Parabon Nanolabs. An analysis completed in April of 2019 identified 2 potential suspects. Detectives traveled to Louisiana, where they covertly obtained a DNA sample from one of these potential suspects from an item they observed him throwing away. Testing on this sample eliminated him as a suspect. Their other potential suspect was deceased and his remains had been cremated, leaving authorities without the opportunity to test his DNA directly. This man did have children, however. They visited one of his sons, who lives outside of California, and he provided them with a sample of his DNA. On February 27, 2020, exactly 47 years after Naomi's body was discovered, the Vallejo Police Department announced that they had identified her killer, Robert Dale Edwards. Edwards was 22 years old and living in Vallejo at the time of Naomi's murder. His father was a previous co-worker of hers. He could not be arrested for the crime because he had passed away from a drug overdose in Napa County, California in 1993. He had spent the 2 decades between Naomi's murder and his own death building an extensive criminal record, with charges ranging from assault to driving under the influence to attempted murder. Edwards was identified through his niece, 26-year-old Sophia Edwards, who had uploaded her DNA to the GED-Match database. The young mother and in-home care provider living in Napa, California, barely knew her father and was using the database to try to find out more about her family. The amount of DNA she shared with the profile generated from Naomi's clothing allowed investigators to focus in on her family tree. While Sophia never met her uncle, she did have old pictures of him and was shocked to see his face on the evening news following his identification as Naomi's killer. Edward's son, who provided his DNA to police in order to confirm his father's involvement in Naomi's case, has not been publicly identified. His half-brother, however, has spoken publicly about the case. Robert Edwards is a 42-year-old married father who lives in Fairfield, California. He does not know his half-brother, who provided his DNA to police, and he did not know his father. His mother left his father when he was just a few months old, because of his violent behavior, which she had viewed as a reaction to the time he had spent serving in the Vietnam War. While the younger Robert Edwards knew his father was not a good man, he was still shocked to learn of his involvement in Naomi's case. All this was shocking to me. I knew my dad was not a nice man after the war, but never thought he was a murderer or rapist, he told the Daily News. Naomi had no children of her own, but having 9 brothers and sisters, she has a large extended family. Following the announcement of the identification of Robert Dale Edwards as her killer, 2 of Naomi's nieces released a statement on behalf of their family. Many family members directly affected by the loss of Naomi have also passed, and unfortunately, they cannot be afforded the truth as to what happened, they wrote. Those of us who do remember the stories of Naomi's life and untimely death can now feel closure thanks to the determination and teamwork of the Vallejo Police Department and partnering law enforcement agencies. May Naomi now rest in peace. In 1992, 57-year-old James Essel was a beloved father and a small business owner. He owned the Sugarloaf Mountain Market, a convenience store in Comus, Maryland. In the early morning hours of March 22, 1992, a customer discovered James' body inside of his store. He had been hit over the head and stabbed 29 times. What little money had been in the store's cash register had been taken. James had apparently fought fiercely for his life, as blood from his assailant was left behind at the scene. The blood was the only real clue investigators had to work with. Comus was small, rural, and close-knit. The robbery was unusual for the community, and the murder was almost unthinkable. James had only owned his store for less than 2 years, but was already a fixture in the community, which rallied around his memory and his family. Unfortunately, James' case quickly went cold, and the town of Comus and James' family spent year after year without answers. In 2017, however, police were able to use new developments in DNA technology to generate a new lead in the case. They contacted Parabon Nanolabs, who used their snapshot DNA analysis service to generate images of the individual whose blood was left behind at the scene, one showing him as a young man, and another of what he may look like having aged 30 years. These images were released to the public, but did not result in an arrest in the case. Authorities then turned to genetic genealogy to help identify James's killer. Using public genealogy databases, they were able to identify relatives of the perpetrator and eventually identified a potential suspect in late January of 2020. That suspect was 51-year-old Hans Hewitts, who was living in Virginia Beach. On February 10, 2020, investigators obtained a warrant to collect a DNA sample from Hewitts. On February 11th, they obtained the DNA sample from him. When asked about the case, Hewitts only acknowledged once getting into a fight with someone many years before, but he was unaware that the other man had died. The DNA from the cheek swab taken from Hans Hewitts was quickly processed. It was a match to the blood left behind at the crime scene. On February 12, 2020, detectives from the Montgomery County Police Department in Maryland, in conjunction with the U.S. Marshals, went to arrest Hewitts on charges of first-degree murder, felony murder, and robbery with a dangerous weapon. Authorities went to Hewitts' home on Maitland Drive, where they found him inside of his car. When they tried to arrest him, Hewitts pulled a gun. A neighbor was recording the brief police standoff from down the street. And on the video, police can be heard telling Hewitts several times to put down his weapon. He did not. Hewitts was then shot and killed. The exact details of the moments before the police decided to fire, and their reason for doing so, have not been released, as there has to be an official investigation into the incident. The detectives involved in the shooting have been placed on administrative leave until the investigation is completed, as is the standard procedure. Is a private investigator and retired Washington, D.C. police officer. The couple had only been married for 6 years, but had known each other since they were children. Haiti does not believe that her husband, who did not have a criminal record, committed the crime, and has stated that she will be working to clear her husband's name. James Essel's family, however, does accept the results of the investigation and the answers they have provided. I wish the guy could have served time for the crime, but it's just a relief. James' daughter, Perpetua Edwards, said, "To know that it's over is a huge relief for me and my siblings." On the evening of May 25, 2003, as the sun was beginning to set, a Boeing 727 took off from Quatro de Febrero International Airport in Luanda, Angola. This was not a planned departure, however. The 727, tail number N844AA, was not scheduled or cleared to take off, and had no flight plan filed. Air traffic control tried to contact the plane as it made its way down the runway erratically, but received no response. The 727 took off with none of its lights on and its transponder not transmitting. The plane and the 2 men known to be on board it, who had been working to restore it, have not been seen since. An 844AA had originally been part of the American Airlines fleet. It was manufactured in 1975 and flew for the airline for more than 25 years. In January of 2002, the aircraft was sold to Aerospace Sales and Leasing, a corporation in Miami, Florida, after American Airlines retired it from service. Because of the airline's strong maintenance program, N-844AA was still in very good condition. The following month, the plane came to the attention of the man who would bring it to Africa, Keith Irwin. Irwin was a 57-year-old entrepreneur from South Africa. He had recently entered into a joint venture with Cargo Air Transport Systems, a company based in South Africa that had recently been awarded a contract to transport fuel to diamond mines in Angola. Angola's ongoing civil war had made ground transportation to the mines essentially impossible. Transporting goods by air was exceptionally dangerous, but still had a higher chance of success. The joint venture's sole investor supplied $450,000 for the acquisition of an aircraft and flight crews from America. Irwin originally traveled to Miami to meet with a different corporation and lease a different aircraft. He originally planned to lease a 727 for a year and hire 2 flight crews, each with 3 members, for the same amount of time. This deal fell through and Irwin lost $140,000 in the process. The 6 crewmen were still available, however, and Irwin soon met Maury Joseph, the owner of Aerospace Sales and Leasing, who had 3 recently retired 727s for him to choose from. Under his agreement with Joseph, Irwin would purchase an aircraft rather than lease it. The sale price was $1 million, and Joseph agreed to remove the passenger seats from the plane's cabin to make room for the 10 tanks Irwin had purchased to transport fuel. Irwin provided a down payment of $125,000 and was supposed to pay the rest of the amount he owed within 30 days. Irwin was allowed to take the plane to Angola, but Joseph sent one of his employees, Mike Gabriel, along with the 6 crew members to ensure that the remainder of the money would be paid. Keith Irwin, Mike Gabriel, and the 6 crewmen left Miami on N-844AA on February 28, 2002. However, they did not arrive in Angola until March 14th. Irwin and his partners had failed to acquire the necessary permits to land the plane in Angola, leaving them in limbo for 2 weeks. They were finally able to pay the necessary fees and secure the required permits to land at the airport in Luanda. During this time and through this process, Irwin also spent all of the remaining $185,000 that had been invested in the joint venture. Several of the 6 crew members who had come to Angola to fly the 727 had previously worked in various parts of Africa. But the conditions they faced on this job were far worse than any they had previously worked under. The apartment where they were housed in Luanda had no drinkable water or electricity and was near an open sewer. They were concerned about the heavily armed security guard assigned to the project. Of most concern to them was the fact that their passports had been taken away from them by the company that had hired Irwin's joint venture to transport fuel when they arrived in Angola. Their request to get the passports back was denied by the company, and they only received them after getting the U.S. Embassy to intervene. 2 out of the 6 crew members flew back to the United States once they had their passports back without receiving any of the salary they were owed. The other 4 crewmen stayed on in hopes of eventually being paid once all of the problems surrounding the venture were worked out and they were able to begin making the flights they had been hired to perform. Those flights would not begin for several more weeks. In addition to losing 2 of the members of his crew, Keith Irwin also lost his partner, Cargo Air Transport Systems, and had to find a new backer for the venture. He ultimately found one, but his 727 would now be making fuel deliveries for a new client. Despite all of the problems with the business side of the operation, the 727 finally began making delivery flights in April. In 2010, one of the members of the flight crew spoke to reporter Tim Wright, but asked that his name not be disclosed. He was an Air Force veteran with 30 years of flight experience, and he described the conditions he faced during the delivery flights he made while working for Irwin as the most dangerous flying in the world. He and his fellow crew members had to base their approaches and landings to their destination at the diamond mines around avoiding ground fire, and the runways they had to land on were not paved, so their landing gear would often get stuck in the dirt. The runways were also not flat, and they witnessed other planes from competing companies crash on them. After seeing one of these accidents, the anonymous crew member fabricated a story about his mother being ill as an excuse to ask for time off to return to the United States. He did not return to Angola. By the end of April, all of the members of the crew had returned to the United States. Keith Irwin was able to find a local crew to continue flying the plane and making the fuel deliveries, but by May of 2002, his long-troubled venture completely collapsed. Around this time, Irwin believed he was being followed by someone hired by one of his partners. He began blocking the door of his hotel room at night. One night, he heard someone insert a keycard into the lock in his door, and the door unlocked. Whoever unlocked the door could not enter the room because of the chair Irwin had wedged under the door handle, and was scared off when Irwin began yelling at him. The hotel's night clerk would later admit to hotel security that he had accepted a bribe to provide a copy of the key card to Irwin's room. Irwin left the country the following day, leaving the 727 behind in Angola. Despite its age, N844AA was essentially in mint condition when it was first brought to Angola, but after only 17 delivery flights, it was practically falling apart. The harsh flight conditions it faced, as well as the stress of carrying tanks it was not designed to transport, rendered the plane worthless. It would never be of any value again. Another one of Maury Joseph's clients would later say, "You can't put water tanks full of fuel in an airplane and expect it to be good. Totally stupid." The plane remained parked at the airport in Luanda, accruing parking fees on top of the other fees and bills the aircraft had accrued during its brief period of use in Angola. Maury Joseph and aerospace sales and leasing also had not been paid. Irwin made 2 payments towards what he still owed on the plane upon his return to Africa, but then stopped sending money before actually paying off the rest of the $1 million he had agreed to pay for the plane. Joseph had fired Mike Gabriel in the midst of all the chaos in the spring of 2002 for failing to secure these payments or bring the plane back to Florida in their absence. Joseph traveled to Nigeria with another 727 he was planning to sell. He brought with him a man named Ben Charles Padilla, who was a freelance flight engineer and aircraft mechanic. Padilla was a native of Pensacola, Florida, and the son of a millwright, and his talent for working with all things mechanical had been clear ever since he was a child. He had an interest in aircraft from an early age and earned a private pilot license in addition to all of his technical certifications. He lived in Florida with his fiancée of 15 years, his stepchild and child, but was often away from home as he worked around the world as a freelancer, usually in locations across Africa and Asia. Ben came to Nigeria with Maury Joseph and the 727 to help with its transport and to explain its systems to its new owner once the sale was fully negotiated. In April of 2003, Joseph then sent Padilla to Luanda to oversee the process of making the repairs on N844AA necessary for it to return to service. While the plane as a whole was essentially junk at this point, it had relatively new engines which were still of value. In order to recoup some of the losses he incurred from his disastrous deal with Keith Irwin, Joseph put the engines alone up for sale. He found a buyer for them in Johannesburg, South Africa, and needed N844AA flown there so that they could be removed from the plane and the sale could be completed. In Angola, Padilla was able to make arrangements with Air Gemini, an airline based out of Luanda, to make the necessary repairs to the 727 at their repair station at Quatro Delaware Figueroa International Airport. He hired local mechanics and oversaw the work, which progressed according to plan. In May, he hired crew members, again through Air Gemini, to help him fly the newly functional plane to Johannesburg on May 26th. On May 25th, Padilla and John Matantu, a worker from the Republic of the Congo Padilla had recently hired, took the plane out of Air Gemini's hangar and onto a runway in order to run its engines as part of a systems check. It was during this check that the plane mysteriously took off and disappeared, along with Ben Padilla and John Matantu. The following day, Marie Joseph was waiting for the plane in Johannesburg when he got an angry call from someone from Air Gemini, demanding to know why the plane had left Luanda ahead of schedule and without the crew that had previously been arranged for the flight. Knowing that he had not authorized any such changes and that Ben Padilla would not have made any such changes without his permission, Joseph notified the U.S. Embassy in South Africa that a large aircraft had been stolen and called his wife back in Florida to ask her to contact the FBI. Given the fact that the plane was seemingly stolen just 20 months after 9/11, American intelligence agencies immediately took interest in the plane's disappearance. The State Department sent word to every American embassy in Africa about the plane going missing. U.S. Central Command considered sending more fighter jets to one of their joint bases in Africa. While there have been reports of the CIA and NSA looking into the case, Only the FBI and State Department have had official investigations into the plane's disappearance. The FBI ended their investigation in 2005. There are, of course, a myriad of other reasons why a 727 might be stolen. To be sold on the black market, to transport goods on the black market, to be disassembled for parts, and so on. Not everyone believed that the plane had actually been stolen, however. According to now retired U.S. Marine General Maston Robeson, who was the commander of U.S. forces in the Horn of Africa at the time of the plane's disappearance, the intelligence community also considered the possibility that N-844AA had gone missing as part of an insurance fraud scheme. It was never clear whether it was stolen for insurance purposes by the owners or whether it was stolen with the intent to make it available to unsavory characters. He said in 2010, he had lost a lot of money on a plane that was now largely in disrepair, and he had a history of questionable business practices. In the 1990s, Joseph had been the CEO of a cargo airline that ultimately went bankrupt. The Securities and Exchange Commission brought a civil case against him, alleging that he defrauded investors in the airline and falsified its financial documents. Joseph had to pay a fine and was barred from acting as an officer in any publicly traded company as a result of the case. He was obviously contacted by the FBI about his plane's disappearance and volunteered to take a polygraph. The client, who was set to buy the plane's engines, had been with Joseph when he learned that the plane was missing and does not believe that he played a part in the disappearance because of the genuine shock and confusion he displayed at the news. Ben Padilla's family is also adamant that he would not play any part in any sort of insurance fraud. If anybody would say to me that my brother was involved with this, they're full of it, Joe Padilla, Ben's brother, said in 2010. 'Cause I know my brother. He's not gonna do nothing crooked. I know that for a fact. Despite the fact that he was often away from his family, working outside of the United States for various private companies in what were often remote locations, Ben Padilla managed to stay in close contact with his family. The last communication they had from him was an email sent shortly before he went missing. The email was in response to one informing him that his mother had just had a heart attack. He promised to contact her as soon as he could. He never got the chance to before he went missing. According to Ben's family, someone else must have been on the plane that day and forced it to take off, as Ben would not have willingly participated in illegal activity of any kind. It would be easy to dismiss this belief held by the family as a result of their personal bias. But some of the facts surrounding the case do support the idea that Ben was forced to take off on N-844AA. The fact that the plane took off at all supports the idea that an unknown person or group of people was involved in the 727's disappearance. It took 3 people, a pilot, a first officer, and a flight engineer, to operate a 727. Only 2 people, Ben Padilla and John Mutantu, are known to have been on board at the time the aircraft took off. Furthermore, Ben Padilla did have a private pilot's license, but he was not trained to operate anything even remotely close to a 727. John Mutantu had no training as a pilot whatsoever. Ben could have filled the flight engineer role, but 2 other pilots would be needed to operate the aircraft. Ben had also made the arrangements with Air Gemini to take the plane out of the hangar this means that theoretically someone could have found out about the check and hid it on board the plane before it left the hangar with plans to take it over. The Padilla family continues to pressure the FBI to reopen the case and help them find answers about what happened to Ben. The Bureau says that this can only be done if new information is discovered. A Florida attorney began working with the family pro bono in 2004 to help facilitate their communication with the State Department and law enforcement. Almost no information is publicly available about John Mutantu, so it is unknown if he has a family who is also waiting and hoping for answers. Over the years, numerous theories have been proposed, and alleged sightings of the plane have been made. It was rumored to have been stripped for parts in Brunei. There was speculation that it was a plane that crashed off the African coast on Christmas, and a pilot claimed to have seen it at an airport in Guinea, its tail number partially painted over. None of these reports ended up being accurate. Perhaps the most obvious explanation for why the plane has never been found is that it crashed somewhere too remote, either on land or in the ocean, for it to be located. However, even if this is the case, the mystery about why it took off in the first place still has no answer. Furthermore, there have never been any sightings of Ben Padilla and John Mutantu, and their whereabouts remain unknown. In the early 2000s, the media in Mexico City began reporting a strange string of murders that followed a similar pattern. Women living alone over the age of 60 were being found robbed and murdered in their homes, primarily by strangulation. The crimes baffled the police, who was targeting the grandmothers of Mexico City. By 2003, 24 older women had been murdered. The media started to speculate it was a serial killer. Given the unknown attacker the moniker El Matavigidas, or the Old Lady Killer. Law enforcement scrambled to keep up with the killer. For many years, detectives dismissed the idea of serial killer that was preying on older women. But with the death of Maria de Los Angeles' Reaper on October 18, 2005, the Mexico City police started to take the case seriously. The police in Mexico didn't have a lot of experience investigating serial killers. Serial killers in the past had been identified as such after their capture. Detectives relied heavily on international experts for their investigation. The Deputy Attorney for Central Preliminary Investigations, Renato Sales Heredia, announced that there was enough evidence to support the theory that there was a serial killer at work. A 100-person team was dispatched to look into the case, led by Guillermo Ziz, who was notoriously known as the homicide prosecutor. It would be the largest manhunt ever undertaken in Mexico. Using evidence from the crime scenes and the victims involved, they were able to establish a modus operandi, or MO. The victims had been older women. They were all over the age of 60. Many lived alone in middle-class neighborhoods and usually were located near parks. There was never any sign of forced entry into the homes. And the attacks happened during the day, and the victims were robbed of cash and jewelry. Heredia told the public that they thought that there could be an accomplice, as described by a witness from the last murder, although an accomplice was never confirmed. Despite police recognizing the severity of the investigation, there was little movement made in the case. The investigators were able to establish the method by which the murders were being done, but little evidence about the identity of the murderer could be found. One small clue they did find about the identity was a possible written description taken in 2003 from one of the potential cases before it was recognized as part of the string of killings. Due to the strength needed to strangle someone to death, the police speculated that the person they were looking for was a man. They also believed that the killer was posing as some kind of official in order to gain access to the women's home, such as a medical professional or government worker. With little to go on, the murders continued as investigators scrambled to piece together whatever evidence they could. With the murders being officially investigated, people became wearier and eventually the police were able to collect some eyewitness reports that gave more information about the previous incidences from 2003. With these first-hand accounts, the police were able to create an artist's rendition as well as a plasticine bust of the suspect. The witnesses had stated that they had seen a robust and manly-looking person leaving the victims' homes. The killer was also described as possibly wearing a wig and being quite tall. These descriptions convinced authorities to think that the murderer was a man dressed in women's clothing. The descriptions and renditions were released and then dispersed to police stations throughout the city's 70 sectors. The police also used these sketches to create brochures and posters that were dispersed to the public. Hundreds of tips flooded in with reports of people having similarities to the sketches, and law enforcement interviewed over 300 people, but all were released. The killer was often compared to Terry Poulin or the Monster of Montmartre. In 1987, Terry was arrested and convicted in Paris for the killings of over 20 elderly women. Similar to the unknown attacker in Mexico, there hadn't been any sexual nature to Terry's crimes. Terry was motivated by money. The young man was HIV positive and addicted to drugs. He had murdered the elderly women and robbed them and used the money to throw lavish parties. Knowing he didn't have long to live, he spared no expense on an extravagant lifestyle paid for by the stolen credit cards of his victims. He was arrested when an officer recognized him from a surviving victim's description, and Terry died in prison before his trial. Terry had dressed as a nurse and targeted elderly women. Police in Mexico believed Almadivigidas was also a male serial killer who was dressing as a nurse or some other profession that would elicit trust from the victims. Mexican police therefore modeled sketches after Tyrai based solely on similarities in victims. Due to the comparison to Tyrai, police in Mexico began to round up hundreds of people and each was interrogated, fingerprinted, and released when it was determined that they didn't match the unknown suspect. The police had also been able to collect a set of fingerprints that matched at 9 of the crime scenes, as well as a shoe print from one of the recent crime scenes to use for comparison. The case continued, but police were only able to piece together a few other facts and a few more pieces of random evidence that led them nowhere. The fingerprints were sent off to a national public security system, but no matches were found. The majority of cases took place in Cuauhtémoc and Benito Juárez, although there were cases in 8 other boroughs which made narrowing a location difficult. Police also started to surveil parks and gardens, believing that the murderer was picking their victims while they were out on walks. It was also rumored that the police were paying older women to act as decoys in the parks to lure the murderer out, but this was denied by officials. At one point, it was thought that there might be a connection to the painting Boy in the Red Waistcoat by Jean-Baptiste Gras, as 3 victims that were killed close to each other in time owned a copy of the painting. The police also admitted later that it could have just been a coincidence. Investigators also attempted to fingerprint bodies in the morgue to see if they matched those at the crime scenes, thinking that the killer may have committed suicide. They found no print matches, and it was obvious that they were starting to run out of avenues of investigation. Investigators were able to discover that the murders primarily took place on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, helping them to narrow down the habits of their suspect. It was also found that the murder was often spotted wearing red or dressed as a nurse, further supporting the police's theory that Almady Vigitas was acting as a medical officer offering benefits or services to gain the trust of these women. On January 10, 2006, Oliver Guzman Lopez was brought into custody as a possible accomplice while also being held for attempted robbery of an older woman. He was under house arrest while his testimony was being reviewed. It wouldn't be until January 25, 2006 that the true killer was finally found. Returning home, a man who was renting a room from 82-year-old Ana Maria de los Reyes was surprised to see a woman fleeing from his landlady's home. Upon further investigation, he found that Ana Maria had been strangled to death. He quickly called the police and chased after her. The police caught the suspect and were extremely surprised at what they unveiled. The serial killer was in fact a woman by the name of Juana Barraza. Although the police had believed up to this point that the serial killer had been a man, the combination of eyewitness details and her likeness to the artist's renditions they had secured led police to believe it could be her. They immediately took her into custody as they further investigated. When Juana was arrested, it was discovered that she had paperwork for medical benefits, a social worker ID card, and a stethoscope in her possession despite not being a social worker or a healthcare worker. She confessed to the murder of Ana Maria de los Reyes, and a media frenzy blew up around her. And photos of her and authorities at the scene of the crime were leaked before she was even fully remanded in custody. During this time, Oliver Guzman Lopez was found to have no relation to Juana and was released. According to the police, Juana would cruise public spaces such as gardens and parks, watching for older women who seemed to be alone, and then she would employ a few different methods of gaining access into their homes. It was also discovered that Juana had suffered a back injury during lucha libre and had been having issues recovering. The injury had been preventing her from competing as often as she needed to make enough money for her family. She had turned to shoplifting and breaking into homes to keep up with bills, but it still wasn't enough, so she started targeting seniors. One of these methods was offering to help with groceries of those walking home from the store, and then, as they talked, offering to do housework for these older women. Also, as previously theorized by police, she would go to women's homes with medical papers, an ID card, and stethoscope while pretending to be a social worker offering free checkups in order to discuss and provide pension benefits. In the case of Ana Maria, Juana had just gone up to her and asked for a glass of water, after which Ana Maria had invited her in. She would then usually strangle her victims using a variety of items, including tights, phone cables, cords to household appliances, and the stethoscope. Juana would then rob the place, taking small trophies while there, such as ornaments and religious objects. Juana dressed very conservatively and had a neat short cropped hair. Because of her appearance, she was able to move around the city freely without any concerns of suspicion, as the police had put out a call for a suspect that was male. Possibility that a suspect was a woman had completely contradicted everything they had assembled in their investigation. Since citizens were given this information, Juana had little to worry about as she continued to target these older women gaining access to their homes. Juana had even appeared on national television in the weeks before her capture. She was being interviewed for a lucha libre event. Although the program was broadcasted on national TV, no one, not the police or news media or members of the public, identified Barraza as appearing very similar to the sketches. Yet, when she was arrested, police officials praised the hard work of all officers involved, dismissing that it had been kind of a fluke of good timing that had led to her capture. The media relished comparing Barraza to the composite image models to reflect the killer, particularly the clay bust. Despite evidence tying her to the scene of the other murders, she only ever admitted to the murder of Ana Maria de Letreyes. When asked why she committed so many killings, all she would say is that she had gotten angry. Some claimed that she killed the victims because she needed money, as someone with a history of theft from their victims. Is it bad what you did? Barraza answered, yes, it's bad what I did because no one has the right to take the life of someone else. Barraza was subjected to numerous psychological evaluations. There had been a strong desire to prove to the people of Mexico that not only was Barraza guilty, but she was predisposed to a violent nature. They needed Barraza to fit the narrative that they had built with El Mantepejitas to ensure the public that they had the right person. Barraza's home was also on the outskirts of Mexico City, in an area known for being a lower-income neighborhood with the usual socio-economic struggles we see in more impoverished communities. It had high rates of crime and lacked infrastructure, and this was used as further evidence to distance Barraza from the general public. Juana Barraza was a 48-year-old single mother of 4 who lived in Mexico City, doing a combination of street vending and miscellaneous housework to support her family. Her oldest son had died tragically during a mugging when he was only 12. His attackers had killed him using baseball bats. According to her lawyer, Juana stated that she was proud to say she had kept things going on her own. She is proud of being both a father and mother to her children. Neighbors reported that the family was pleasant and kind. Neighbors and those who knew Juana and her family were shocked to discover that she had been the serial killer because they reported the family as being pleasant and kind. In her free time, Juana was a fan of lucha libre, organizing events for small-town celebrations, working as a popcorn vendor, and also participating in the amateur circuit. She performed as a rudo, a wrestler that acts like a bad guy in a match. She went under the name of La Dama del Silencio, or the Lady of Silence. Police asked her about this title, and she stated it was because she was a quiet person that liked to keep to herself. Juana had also described herself as rudo to the core. It was because of this hobby that Juana had the needed strength and technique to strangle people to death, as well as giving her a muscular appearance mentioned in many eyewitness reports. Upon further investigation, they also found an altar to Santa Muerta, a folk saint of death. At the time, the figure was associated with criminals and drug runners. Still, practices around the saint are becoming much more common and have less of a negative reputation as they are seen as the grantor of wishes and psychopomp of sorts. However, when she was arrested, it was used as further proof that she was guilty. In the eyes of the police, it was the saint only criminals associated with. Juana Barraza's past is not really confirmed, but according to a few sources and her defense team, she had been born in a village north of Mexico City in the state of Hidalgo in 1956. Juana never learned to read or write and grew up in a tragic situation. Juana's father was allegedly a police officer who was not in her life for long before her mother started seeing another man. Her mother was reported to be an alcoholic sex worker and was both neglectful and abusive to Juana. She would allegedly trade Juana to men for alcohol. At the age of 12, Juana was permanently traded to a man, reportedly for 3 beers. She had been kept as a prisoner for the man, and her mother lied to the rest of the family and claimed that Juana had gone off to start a new life with him of her own free will. Eventually, she was found and rescued by her uncles when she was 17. She then moved to Mexico City to start a new life. Juana was illiterate and forever resented her mother for the abuses she had suffered as a child. Her mother died when she was 20 years old due to alcoholism. It is due to this past that many believe that she was compelled to commit this murder spree later on. It even had been speculated that Juana's attacks were based on suppressed resentment towards her mother and the treatments she had received. Juana's mother had already passed away by the time of the murders, So through her heinous actions, Juana could live out the revenge that she was never able to get while her mother was alive. And this was a fact that was confirmed at her trial when she told the court, "I got angry. I killed old ladies because my mother mistreated me, bit me, cursed at me, and sold me to an old man." In the spring of 2008, Juana Barraza was sentenced to 759 years in jail for at least 11 of the murders that authorities could find solid enough evidence for. In Mexico City history, with that being said, it is suspected that she had killed up to 40 people going as far back as the late 90s. Juana is expected to serve about 50 years, as under Mexican law you can serve your sentences concurrently. She is now 64 years old and still has a long way to go in her sentence. She has had no further incidences in jail, and she is rarely given interviews to the media. Juana Barraza has since become a folk figure under her moniker La Matafajitas, appearing in television programs based on her story, having a Criminal Minds episode inspired by her, and having multiple songs and ballads written about her. Peggy Cox was dedicated to her family and her faith. The devout Catholic met her husband through a church group, and the couple became the proud parents of 2 daughters and a son. In 1973, Peggy's husband was injured in an automobile accident and went into a vegetative state. In 1977, Peggy made the decision to move her children from their home in South Nashville to Thompson Station, Tennessee, to be closer to family. She was a very active part of her children's lives, teaching them how to swim and making them feel safe enough to talk to her about anything. She did also have to rely on her own parents for help with her children, so that she could also care for her husband until he passed away in 1983. The stresses of providing such intensive care for her husband while also raising their children without him sometimes wore on Peggy, but she relied on her family, her church, and her love of reading to cope with them. She attended 8:30 a.m. Mass at St. Philip's Catholic Church every Sunday, and could read an entire romance novel in one day. In 1987, Peggy began working at a Hardee's restaurant in Franklin, Tennessee. For a while, she worked there with both her son Jude and her daughter Desiree. Desiree ended up leaving to go work at a local Kmart, but Jude continued working at the Hardee's as a cook. Friends of all 3 of Peggy's children would often go through the drive-thru of the restaurant just to say hello to Peggy while she was working because they were so fond of her. On February 1st, 1991, Peggy and Jude were both working at the Hardee's. Peggy was taking orders at the drive-thru and 20-year-old Jude was cooking just a few feet away from her. At approximately 11:45 p.m., a man ordered a roast beef combo at the drive-thru. Jude began preparing the order as the man drove around to the drive-thru window. Suddenly, Jude heard 2 gunshots. He instinctively dropped to the floor. When he looked over towards the drive-thru window, he saw his mother stumble backwards and fall to the floor. One of the bullets, which had come from a small caliber handgun, had struck her in the neck and entered her brainstem. She was rushed to Williamson Medical Center, but did not survive. Peggy had been murdered on her 49th birthday. Peggy was beloved by those who knew her, and police could not find anyone with a motive to harm her. The main theory they identified was that Peggy was killed in a botched robbery. According to Jude, his mother's killer would not have had enough time from when he placed his order to when the gunshots were fired to both drive around to the window and demand the money. It is possible that the assailant panicked when he arrived at the window and fired immediately without first robbing the restaurant. Several witnesses reported seeing a compact car speeding away from the Hardee's and getting onto Interstate 65 around the time of the murder. These sightings were the main clue in the case, but the car was never located, and Peggy's case soon went cold. In 2011, 20 years after Peggy was killed, Franklin Police Department Detective Darren Barnes requested to take over the case. Because of his position on an FBI task force at the time, he was able to utilize some of their resources in his investigation. In 2013, he was also able to present Peggy's case to the Vidic Society. The society, which only reviews a handful of cases each year, is a group of forensic experts and investigators from a variety of disciplines that provides confidential consultations about cold cases to members of law enforcement. Despite these efforts, and the efforts of Peggy's children to keep her story in the local media, the case has still not been closed. The population of Franklin, Tennessee has quadrupled since Peggy died, but her murder remains the city's only unsolved homicide. A $25,000 reward is being offered in the case. 46-year-old Rizwan Dhanani lived in Washington state, where he owned several businesses and restaurants. He was working at one of these restaurants, a Dairy Queen in Auburn, Washington, on March 31, 2016. He arrived at the restaurant around 7 p.m., with plans to be there until 11 p.m. Instead of leaving at that time, he called his family at it instead. He told them that he would need to continue working for a few more hours before returning to his home in an unincorporated area of King County, outside of Redmond, Washington. Surveillance footage shows Rizwan leaving the restaurant alone and on his own accord around 2 a.m. He has not been seen or heard from since. Rizwan had not been driving his usual vehicle that night, and the vehicle he had used to drive to the Dairy Queen was left behind in the parking lot of the restaurant. Rizwan's wallet, with all of his known forms of identification still inside of it, was found inside of the car. Rizwan either left on foot or got into an unknown vehicle. When he disappeared, he was also without his jacket and cell phone. 25 hours before Rizwan went missing, there had been a fire at another one of his restaurants, the Celtic Bayou, on Westlake Sammamish Parkway Northeast in Redmond. At 1 a.m. on March 31st, someone working at a nearby business heard an explosion and called 911. Redmond firefighters were able to quickly control the fire, which had not spread to any neighboring businesses, in part due to the restaurant's sprinkler system. There was extensive damage to the restaurant, but no one was injured in the fire. Police suspected that the fire was caused by arson, and the witness who had called 911 also reported seeing an unknown man walking away from the restaurant just after the explosion that started the fire. The authorities arrived at Rizwan's home at 5 a.m. that morning to inform him of the fire and to interview him. Rizwan had also gone into the Redmond police station to provide them with more information later in the day. Police do not consider Rizwan a suspect in the arson. They are concerned about his well-being and believe that his disappearance may be related to information he may have about the fire. He remains missing. Nancy Theobald was witty, clever, independent, and accomplished. At Indian Hill High School in Cincinnati, she was a member of the National Honor Society. She received a scholarship to study in France as an American Field Service exchange student during her senior year. She was accepted into the honors program at the University of Cincinnati and began her studies there in the fall of 1977 with plans to major in finance. Dr. Jerry Theobald had been a veterinarian at the Cincinnati Zoo, but decided to open a veterinary clinic in Florida. He, his wife, and youngest children made the move to Pompano Beach, Florida, but Nancy and her two older siblings decided to remain in Ohio. The three siblings lived together in an apartment on Deccabock Street in the Clifton neighborhood of north central Cincinnati. In addition to attending school full-time, 18-year-old Nancy found a part-time job working at an Arby's restaurant that was less than 2 miles from where she lived. She began working there in October of 1977, and her supervisor immediately noticed that she was a conscientious worker who was always nice to everyone. Nancy was last seen at the Arby's on November 16, 1977, when she was working a late shift. She did not normally walk home after her night shifts, usually calling her brother Michael or a friend for a ride. On this night, however, she walked home. Michael would later report that he had left their apartment around the time Nancy got off of work, so he may have just missed a call from her asking for a ride. It has never been confirmed if Nancy did in fact call home, or any of her friends asking for a ride. Whether by choice or by necessity, because she could not find someone to pick her up, Nancy left the Arby's at 10:50 p.m. to walk home. She never arrived. Nancy's family knew that something was wrong as soon as she disappeared. According to her family, Nancy was simply too dedicated to her education and family to simply walk away from all of her responsibilities, and she had nothing to run away from. She also did not have a driver's license or a car. When she left the Arby's that night, it is believed that she only had $10 and her work uniform with her. Nancy remained missing for almost 6 weeks. On December 27th, a farmer discovered her body frozen into the mud in a creek bed on his property near Westchester in Butler County, north of Cincinnati. She was partially nude. A rope was around her neck and her hands were bound behind her back. Her autopsy would reveal that she had died of strangulation and had been sexually assaulted. Nancy's case went cold for decades. In 2000, the Butler County Sheriff's Office announced that they would be reopening 4 cold cases. One of these cases was Nancy's. Sheriff Harold Gabbard also announced that he believed that Nancy had been killed by the same person who had committed 2 of the other murders being reopened. 22-year-old Tammy King was a mother of a 4-year-old son, Michael. She went missing on October 25, 1982, while she was 5 months pregnant with her second child. Her body was discovered in Riley Township, Ohio, on November 13th. 24-year-old Victoria Hinzer was reported missing by her roommate a few days after she failed to show up for her shift as a waitress at a Red Lobster restaurant on October 20th, 1976. Her body was found in a wooded area in Ross Township, Ohio, by a man walking his dog on October 31st. All 3 women were attractive brunettes from Cincinnati. They had all been sexually assaulted and strangled before being left, either nude or partially clothed, in remote areas in southern Butler County. They were killed in different years, but at the same time of year, between the end of October and the middle of November. They had all recently been working in the food service industry. Victoria and Nancy were both still employed at restaurants, and Tammy had recently worked at one. The sheriff's office had a suspect they believed to be connected to all 3 cases, although they did not publicly identify him, beyond revealing that he was an inmate at the Chillicothe Correctional Institution. Investigators went there to interview him, but he did not wish to cooperate. This suspect was not the only lead the sheriff's office was following. They also hoped that the more advanced technology that was now available to them could provide them with a suspect. Hair and fiber samples were submitted to a lab for analysis, but the effort did not solve any of the 3 cases. Nancy's family has remained dedicated to finally resolving her case, even after decades without answers. Nancy's brother Joseph, who was just 11 years old at the time of her death, kept his sister's memory alive, in part by naming his youngest daughter after her. He lives in Florida, where he works as an insurance investigator. He has also been investigating Nancy's murder. While looking at Nancy's autopsy report, he noted that blood that may have belonged to her killer was found on her sweater. When he asked the authorities in Butler County about the blood in 2019, he was told that it had recently been resubmitted to the lab for new DNA testing. So far, this testing has not located a match to the DNA. If the contributor of the DNA can ever be identified, however, it may be the break in the case that will finally close it. Maurice Neifel married his wife Jean in January of 1946, when they were both just 21 years old. The couple had 2 daughters, Kimberly and Candace, who went by Candy. In 1958, the family moved to Huntington, Nebraska. Eventually, Maurice would become the town's mayor, but not because he ran for the office. Rather, their respected businessman became the first person in town history to be elected to the position based solely on write-in votes. After decades of helping her husband with his dry cleaning business and raising a family with him, Jean passed away in 1978. In 1983, 58-year-old Maurice was living in Sioux City, Iowa. He owned and operated Pfeff Cleaners on West 26th Street. He had a girlfriend, Joyce Fish, who he had been dating for a few years. Joyce would be the last known person to see Maurice on Valentine's Day of that year. He left her home around 9:30 that night, driving his brown 1981 Fleetwood Cadillac. He has not been seen since, and his vehicle has never been located. Joyce and Maurice had plans for him to pick her up the following morning, February 15th, and drive her to work. Maurice never arrived. Joyce began making calls to try to locate him, but with no success. Maurice never arrived at the dry cleaners that day, which was out of character for him. Joyce and her daughter Lori reported Maurice missing to the authorities on the morning of February 16th. At the time of Maurice's disappearance, he was hoping that his daughter Candy would end her marriage. Her husband, Delbert Buchan, was facing charges that could earn him his 4th prison sentence. Maurice reportedly had found evidence supporting the charges against his son-in-law and was willing to testify against him. Maurice vanished before he had the chance to. While this certainly would have given Delbert a motive to get rid of his father-in-law, there is no evidence connecting him to the case. Candy passed away in 2004, and Delbert passed away in 2008. Today, Maurice will be 95 years old, making it unlikely that he can be found alive. Maurice's name is inscribed on his wife's tombstone, in hopes that one day the mystery of his disappearance will be solved, and he can be buried alongside her. In 1995, 21-year-old Ronald Duck Jr., who was known as Ronnie, was serving in the United States Navy and training to become an electronic communication technician. He had just returned from 3 months at sea in February and was set to board the USS Stephen Groves again on Valentine's Day. The weekend prior, he traveled from Naval Station Pascagoula to his hometown of Eclectic, Alabama, to visit his family before he was sent back out to sea. His wife, Suzette, was just weeks away from giving birth to their first child. After returning to Pascagoula, Ronnie was given liberty on the evening of February 13th. He and one of his shipmates spent the night in Ocean Springs, Mississippi, playing pool at a billiards club. They returned to the naval station at approximately 3:15 a.m. on February 14th. The guard at the station's first gate saw Ronnie in the car with his shipmate when they arrived back. When the car reached the second guard station, however, Ronnie was not in it. Ronnie allegedly got out of his shipmate's car to go speak with someone after passing through the first guard station. There was reportedly a sighting of Ronnie at 3:30 a.m. along the docks around the naval station, just 50 yards away from where he was supposed to board his ship later that day. Ronnie did not report for duty on the ship as scheduled. The Navy initially treated Ronnie as being absent without leave, but his family believed that his disappearance was not voluntary. Ronnie's maroon pickup truck was found in the parking lot at the naval station. The floorboards were muddy, and a carton of cigarettes and some sailor's ivory soap Ronnie had purchased for his time at sea had been left inside of it. Ronnie's wife had written him a $40 check out of their bank account so that he could cash it in order to have some spending money. But he never cashed the check. If Ronnie left on his own accord, he did so without any resources whatsoever. Ronnie's family believes he met with foul play, largely because he had told them that he feared for his life when he had visited them a few days before his disappearance. During a previous time at sea, Ronnie had been asked by a group of other sailors to buy them all some marijuana. The person he tried to buy it from turned out to be an undercover naval intelligence officer. Ronnie cooperated with the officer's investigation and testified against another sailor. That sailor received a less than honorable discharge from the Navy for smoking marijuana on board the ship a few days before Ronnie went missing. Ronnie had also helped Naval Investigative Services before, when he had been stationed in Michigan. Some of his current shipmates learned about this and believed that Ronnie was working undercover for them. Ronnie told his family that because of all this, he was receiving threats. Ronnie's family came to Pascagoula after he went missing to set up a command center and post flyers asking for information. They made frequent trips from Alabama to Mississippi to search for him, but with no success. Ronnie's mother, Beverly, spent most of her time trying to find new leads in the case so that she could find her son's remains and give him a proper burial for the 15 years following his disappearance. She passed away in 2010 without fulfilling this goal. Ronnie's wife Suzette gave birth to his daughter 6 weeks after he went missing. At the time, mother and daughter were not entitled to any help from the Navy. 30 days after Ronnie failed to report to his ship, since he still had not been found, he was declared a deserter and his family lost his benefits. The case has since been reclassified by the Navy, and he is considered missing instead of absent without leave. The daughter, Ronnie never had a chance to meet, will turn 25 this year, and lives in Alabama, where she works as a registered nurse. 38-year-old Lloyd Chamberlain lived in Merritt Island, Florida, and worked as a private commercial fisherman. On February 14, 2016, he left Port Canaveral on his Sea Pro Center console boat at approximately 10:30 in the morning with plans to return from his day of fishing by dusk. However, he never arrived home. When it was dark outside and Lloyd still had not arrived home, his friends and family went to Port Canaveral to look for him. There, they found his black Chevrolet Silverado pickup truck and his boat trailer, still parked in the parking lot. They did not find Lloyd or his boat, however. Around 10 o'clock that night, Lloyd was reported as an overdue boater to the Coast Guard. The subsequent search for Lloyd involved the Brevard County Sheriff's Office, the Coast Guard, and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. At 11:32 p.m. that night, a ping from Lloyd's cell phone placed him 2.5 nautical miles off the shore of Indian Harbor Beach. The Coast Guard sent out a search and rescue boat to the location. At 12:20 a.m., the boat was found coming ashore just a few miles northwest of the location where the cell phone had pinged. Lloyd was not on the boat. The boat had come in at Indian Harbor Beach, and all the items on board were examined. While the boat had taken on a lot of water, it was still seaworthy, and Lloyd's fishing rods were still in their holders. Lloyd's life preserver was still on board, but authorities hoped that he had a life jacket or some other sort of flotation device with him, and was still floating somewhere in the water, waiting to be rescued. Boats and planes searched for Lloyd from Barrow Beach to Flagler Beach, eventually covering an area of more than 5,000 miles. While the ocean had been calm on Sunday, when Lloyd went out, conditions were far more challenging on the following 2 days. Strong winds, rip tides, and high waves complicated the search effort. At 7 p.m. on February 16th, with Lloyd still not found, the search for him was called off. The decision was especially painful for Lloyd's girlfriend of 6 years, Melody, and her 3 children, to whom Lloyd had been a strong father figure. Their father, Melody's husband, had died during a boating accident in the Indian River 8 years before Lloyd's disappearance. Lloyd has still not been located. 70-year-old Yuba Thornton lived in Orchid Springs, Florida with her husband. On the morning of February 14, 1984, she drove him to work in nearby Winter Park, Florida. She did not, however, return to pick him up at 2 o'clock that afternoon as planned, and was reported missing to police. Yuba's 1981 Pontiac was located the following day, stuck in the mud in a rural area southwest of Kissimmee, more than 30 miles away from where she was last seen. The car was locked, and there was no sign of Yuba. Authorities feared that Yuba had somehow become disoriented and exited her vehicle, still in that condition, when she became stuck in the mud. Yuba had a heart condition and required 3 different medications, none of which she had with her when she went missing. Over 100 people were involved in the subsequent search for Yuba. Searching the swampy area near the south end of Lake Topocaliga was a challenge. Helicopters, tracking dogs, an airplane, off-road motorcycles, and 4-wheel drive vehicles were all utilized in the search. Members of the search team also looked for Yuba on foot and on horseback. No sign of Yuba was found during the search. The following month, investigators finally received a new lead when a hunter discovered a purse and umbrella near Lake Hatchnaha, further south from the original search area. Yuba Thornton's identification was inside the purse. This discovery resulted in a new search being conducted. A pair of eyeglasses believed to belong to Yuba was found, but not Yuba herself. She remains missing. Walburga Österreich, known as Dolly to her friends and family, was originally Walburga Korchel before she got married. Her exact birthday is unknown, but we do know she was born in 1880. Her parents were German immigrants to the United States, but it's unclear if she was born in Germany or after her parents moved to the USA. Dolly grew up in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, surrounded by many German immigrant neighbors, and she was raised in a German community. Her family faced financial struggles, so she started working at a textile mill owned by Fred Österreich when she was 12 years old. Though we don't have much information about her life with her family, we do know that she was a charismatic, sweet, and charming girl. She was very outspoken, and it didn't take long for her to make friends. She was quite well liked at the textile mill where she worked, and this was where she caught the attention of Fred Österreich. Soon Fred and Dolly got to know one another, and they began courting soon after. Fred, who was 17 at the time, would often meet Dolly, who was 12. Their young love blossomed, and when Dolly turned 17, the two of them got married. In 1898, both Dolly and Fred found themselves in a rather good position. Fred was managing his family's business while Dolly helped Fred. They were happily married. When he entered his 20s, Fred became a very successful man as he began to open a number of other businesses apart from his family's textile mill. One of those successful businesses that he owned was an apron factory. Dolly, who as a child faced financial troubles, now had no problems at all. She was now able to afford a better lifestyle than she was previously living. But though her husband Fred was bringing home good money, this also meant that he had to work long hours. Fred began working late hours to run his multiple businesses while Dolly stayed at home and took care of their household needs. Things had been going well for the couple for some time, but eventually problems started to emerge. Now Dolly, like any person, had needs. She wanted her husband's love and attention, but Fred was a busy man. He couldn't give Dolly what she wanted because he was often working too late, and when he was home he often spent his time getting drunk and gave no time to Dolly. This left Dolly feeling unhappy and unsatisfied with their marriage. Dolly wanted to fill the void caused by her marriage and began having affairs with a number of men to do so. Fred was too preoccupied with his work and his business to even notice. Dolly, who was now a 33-year-old woman, was rumored to have had a number of lovers besides Fred up till this point. Needless to say, Fred, who was usually at one of his factories, was always too drunk or too busy to attend to Dolly. The couple did have a son at one point, but he passed away at a young age, which only compounded the loneliness Dolly was experiencing. On a warm autumn day in 1913, Dolly was alone at home. Her husband Fred was at work. She called her husband at the apron factory, complaining that her sewing machine did not work. Otto Sandhuber, who was 17, and the sewing machine repairman at the factory was sent by her spouse to fix it. Dolly Österreich had spotted him at her husband's workplace and knew that he would be the one to come. The doorbell rang and Dolly, who had now changed into nothing but a robe and stockings, answered it. In came Otto Sandhuber, a naive 17-year-old boy, and he was immediately bewitched by Dolly. They both began their long-winded affair that day, but little did they know the lengths it would go to. After this, Dolly and Otto would initially meet up and go to different hotels together so that no one would notice them. They were cautious because they didn't want Fred to know about their affair. This went on for a couple of months, but Dolly got tired of it. Her main concern was that hotels cost money, Fred's money. She didn't want Fred to realize that his money was going missing and find out that Dolly was going to hotels with someone who was working at his factory. So she suggested that their sexual relationship could be continued at her house. Now Otto would come to the house whenever Dolly wanted. Now that Dolly wasn't going to hotels anymore and Otto would often come over, she thought the problem was resolved. But there was one thing she didn't take into account. Otto was coming over so often that the neighbors started to notice. One day a neighbor asked her who this man was, who was coming to her house so often. And to this she replied that he was her half-brother. She told her neighbor that he was a vagabond and that was the reason he was coming around all the time. The neighbor believed her and they got away with it. But then she began to worry about what would happen if Fred found out. She didn't want to go back to going to hotels, because that would mean she had to spend Fred's money. This time, Dolly came up with an even more twisted plan. Otto was to move into Dolly's attic. He would resign from his position at the factory and sever all ties to the outside world. Dolly would provide him with food and water, and whenever Fred was away at work, they could be together. When you think about it, this does seem extreme. However, from Otto's perspective, this meant the world to him. Now Otto had neither family nor friends to ask for permission for such a request, so he obliged. To him, this meant that he didn't have to work anymore. He didn't have to pay for shelter or food. And to top it all off, he would get to be with Dolly. It is also important to mention that Otto wanted to be a pop fiction writer at the time. With so much free time, he could practice writing his novels. And this was a big reason that he thought this offer was so good for him. When Otto agreed to her request, Dolly was overjoyed. She got him situated in the attic, which was right above the bedroom she shared with her husband. It was accessible through a panel in the ceiling of the bedroom's closet. She put in a bed and a desk so that he could write his novels. She would also bring him books from the library every week. Along with that, she would never forget to bring him food every day. At night, Otto would read mysteries by candlelight and write stories about love, lust, and adventure. He would work on writing pulp fiction and hope to get his work published someday. By day, he would make love to Dolly and help her around the house. No one knew about the man in the attic. Fred was also unaware of the fact that there was a man in his house, staying right above his bedroom. This bizarre routine went on for 5 long years. Fred Oesterreich was a busy man, but that didn't keep him from noticing odd things that were happening around his house. Fred noticed that while he was away, their food was finishing sooner than it should have been. His cigars would run out, and when Dolly wasn't in the bedroom, he'd sometimes hear noises coming from above. Fred would constantly ask Dolly if she too heard anything peculiar in the house, but she would always insist that there was nothing going on. These strange occurrences made him think that he was going crazy, so Dolly advised him to consult with a doctor. Fred then booked an appointment with the doctor, but to his surprise, the doctor said there was nothing wrong with him. Dolly then justified it, saying that maybe he was too stressed out with work, or it could be because he got drunk too often. In the meantime, Fred had opened a new factory in Los Angeles, and he decided that maybe they should relocate. That way, he could leave the strange and disturbing occurrences behind. In 1917, both Dolly and Fred went to LA to find themselves a new home. But it took them longer than expected because Dolly wanted a house with an attic. However, the problem was that the houses in LA at the time didn't usually have them. Despite that, Fred managed to find a house with an attic on Sunset Boulevard. Dolly was immensely happy with the house because it was in a beautiful location, but most importantly, had an attic. They then went back to Milwaukee and prepared for the move. During this time, Dolly made sure to send Otto to LA before they moved, so that he could get situated in the attic prior to their arrival. Otto agreed, and he moved to LA at Dolly's request. As Fred and Dolly got comfortable in their new house in LA, life continued as it had back in Milwaukee. Otto was doing great. He had managed to publish a few of his stories under another name and earn some money. He was now writing a novel during his time in the attic. With the money that he had gotten, he helped Dolly with some of his expenses at their new home. Meanwhile, Fred started to get paranoid. He claimed that the noises that he had heard in the house in Milwaukee had followed him to LA. Fred soon started working long hours once again and started drinking even more. As the months passed, his relationship with Dolly started to turn sour, and they began to fight a lot. By 1922, Fred and Dolly's fights had become constant. On August 22nd of that year, Fred and Dolly had their biggest fight yet, and Otto, who was in the attic at the time, heard it. To him, it sounded like Fred wanted to hurt Dolly, and Otto felt he had to do something to protect her. He crawled down through the small hole that exited into Dolly and Fred's bedroom. He then found 2 .25 caliber pistols that were on the table, and ran towards Fred and Dolly. When Fred saw Otto, he immediately recognized him, since he used to work for Fred at the apron factory. Fred couldn't believe that the noises he had heard from the ceiling were actually because Otto had been living there. In a split second, he realized that his wife had been lying to him and had been having an affair behind his back for 10 long years. Fred and Otto then got into a fight. In the ensuing struggle, 3 times in the chest, and Fred died instantly. This was when both Dolly and Otto started to panic. They then came up with a plan for Otto to lock Dolly in a closet from the outside and take the key and the guns with him to the attic along with all the cash in the house and Fred's expensive diamond watch. They knew the neighbors would report the gunshots, and this way Dolly would have an alibi and it would look like this had been a robbery gone wrong. When the Los Angeles police showed up at the large house located at 858 North Andrews Boulevard, the scene they found was the man of the house, rich businessman Fred Oesterreich, lying on the floor shot dead. His wife Dolly Oesterreich was locked in a closet. When they let her out, she frantically cried and said that a strange man had broken into their home and robbed them. However, on investigating the scene, the police found only the husband's watch and some cash missing, with plenty of other valuable items still in the house. Something about the crime didn't seem quite right, but on the surface they accepted the story of a burglary gone wrong. Dolly was a suspect in the murder of Fred Oesterreich, but the police couldn't understand one thing. How could she have locked herself in the closet if she was the one who killed him? With no further evidence, they soon dropped the charges against her, and she was in the clear. She even held a funeral for Fred and soon inherited the millions that belonged to her husband. Dolly was now a rich widow. Not only was she rich in terms of wealth, she was also rich in love. Her lover Otto Sandhuber could now live out in the open with her. The two of them soon relocated to a new home which also happened to have an attic. But here was the twist. Since Fred was now gone, Dolly could have Otto live out in the open with her, but instead he continued to live in her attic. Otto continued writing pulp fiction, and with the money he earned from his published articles, he was allowed to purchase a typewriter, since there was no one there to hear it now. Meanwhile, not long after this, Dolly managed to get herself a new lover. This time, it was her own lawyer, the same lawyer who defended her when she was a suspect in Fred's murder, and had helped handle Fred's estate after his death. His name was Herman Shapiro, a successful lawyer and an eligible bachelor. When Dolly saw him, she fell in love with him instantly. She was so smitten by him that she made her first mistake. One day she decided to give Herman a gift, a diamond watch. But the problem was, this was the same watch as the one that was allegedly stolen the night that Fred was killed. It didn't take long for Herman to notice this, as he was aware of the missing watch as her lawyer. He asked Dolly about this. To cover for herself, she told him that she later realized the watch hadn't actually been stolen, as she had found it under a window seat cushion sometime after the night her husband died. Herman had his doubts, but he loved Dolly, so he remained silent. Herman, who was a big-time lawyer, went back to working long hours, and this left Dolly unsatisfied. Even with Otto in the attic, she decided to go out and find another lover. The next man she approached was Roy Klum. Now, Roy was an aspiring actor and a businessman and had a flashy lifestyle which attracted her. The two became very interested in Dolly. Soon after, the two started having a sexual relationship. For Dolly, Roy kept her occupied while Herman was busy with work. And when Roy wasn't available, she would be with Herman. And if neither was around, Otto was always there in the attic, still infatuated with her. As time went by, Roy started to get extremely fond of Dolly, which is why when Dolly asked him to do something suspicious, he did it without question. She persuaded him to ditch a gun for her, saying it resembled the burglar's gun that had killed her husband, and she didn't want to get in trouble. Roy agreed and tossed this gun in the La Brea tar pits. Once the job was done, Dolly felt like she could breathe a little easier without having to look over her shoulder. However, there was still the second gun in her possession. To deal with this, she approached her neighbor and sweet-talked him into burying the other gun in his backyard, telling him the same story she told Roy. Dolly was quite a sweet talker, and he agreed to her request and buried the pistol under a rose bush in his garden. Now that the two crucial pieces of evidence that killed Fred Österreich were done with, Dolly finally felt free, but she did not know that the worst was waiting for her. Almost a year went by and no one knew who had killed Fred Österreich on the night of August 22nd, 1922. However, by July of the next year, a detective received a tip that Herman was wearing a watch that looked exactly like Fred's. This excited the police, and the case of Fred's shooting soon became an active investigation. The detectives wanted to take this piece of information and connect it to the missing pieces of the puzzle. To their surprise, they found out it was none other than Dolly who had given him the watch. In the statement when Fred's body was found, she said that a robber had stolen all of Fred's personal and valuable belongings, which included the diamond watch that was currently on Herman's wrist. This now made Dolly the prime suspect in the murder. This was coincidentally also the time when Dolly decided that she no longer needed Roy Klum, perhaps because she had got what she wanted after using him to dispose of the gun. However, Roy was not happy with this. In fact, he was so upset that he went to the police with the story and told them all about the gun that Dolly gave him and what he did with it. The next day, when the headlines hit the papers, her neighbor also walked into the police station with the second gun. Here, he confessed that she had given him yet another pistol shortly after the murder, asking him to dispose of it because it too closely resembled the gun that killed her husband, and she did not want to get into trouble. The case became a hot topic, and soon the police had recovered the pistols from both locations. However, they were badly decayed. Despite this, the police were able to determine that the two were of the same caliber as the gun which murdered Dolly's husband, Fred Österreich, but both were too rusted to determine whether they had fired the fatal bullets. Dolly was subsequently detained by the authorities under suspicion of murder. While Dolly was detained, she realized that Otto was still in the attic, and no one was home. Fearing for Otto's well-being, she confided in Herman and told him that her vagabond stepbrother was living in the attic of her home and requested him to check on his well-being. Herman was puzzled when he heard this. He went straight to her house, and when he knocked on the trapdoor leading to the attic, a thin, pale man answered. This was when Herman finally met Otto Sandhuber, Dolly's attic lover. When Herman and Otto wasn't Dolly's stepbrother. Rather, he was a part of her life before she even settled in her LA home. Herman was completely baffled when he found out the truth that the person who lived in Dolly's attic was actually the person who killed Fred Oesterreich. He was the person whom the police were looking for, and all this time he had been living in Dolly's attic. What shocked him even more was that he learned that Dolly and Otto were romantically and physically involved with each other. This angered Herman, but he was still fixated on Dolly. He could have handed Otto over to the police, but instead he told him to leave the area right away. Otto, on hearing that Dolly was in jail and that he might soon become a suspect, finally left his hideaway without putting up a fight. He moved to Canada, changed his name to Walter Klein, and started living a new life. Dolly, on the other hand, did not serve prison time as the police could not prove that she was involved in the murder of Fred Oesterreich, so she was released on bail. At this time, Herman moved in with her. The charges against Dolly were eventually dropped since the police couldn't find any evidence proving that she had murdered Fred. Years passed and the mystery of Fred's death remained unsolved until after 7 years. Herman ended his relationship with Dolly in 1930. In 1930, after breaking up with Dolly, Herman went to the police and spilled everything he knew about Otto, including how Dolly had kept him in the attic for 10 long years. A second warrant was issued for Dolly's arrest. She was charged with conspiracy. Meanwhile, Otto Sandhuber, who was living as Walter Klein, was charged with murder. Otto, who had now started a new life, became the prime suspect. When he was caught, he confessed that he was the one who had killed Fred on the night of August 22, 1922. Otto Sandhuber was interrogated, and this was where he told his story. He told investigators that he had an overpowering love for Dolly, which was the reason he agreed to stay with her in her home's attic for 10 years. On that fateful night, he believed Dolly was going to be killed, and so he shot the husband to protect her. He even took officers to the house and showed them where he hid in the attic. When the story got out to the media, they dubbed this case as the Batman case. This was because Otto had lived a cave-like existence in the attic. Despite Otto's claim during the trial that Dolly had held him captive and practically enslaved him, the jury found him guilty of manslaughter. But the statute of limitations had run out and Otto, now 43, walked free. Walburga Dolly Ostrich was a smart woman. She was a sweet talker and had inherited millions of dollars of her husband's money. For her own trial for conspiracy, she hired renowned defense lawyer Jerry Geisler. During her conspiracy trial, Dolly testified that Otto had shot her husband and made it appear like a robbery, and she insisted that she was not involved in killing her husband. When asked about the tampering of evidence, she said that she had only lied to the police to shield Otto. Despite hiding Otto for 10 years in the attic, she also admitted during the trial that she had loved her husband. Jerry Geisler was worth his weight in gold, and he won a hung jury at the trial, and Dolly was free. Finally, in 1936, all charges against Dolly were dropped. She then found her second husband, Ray Burt Hedrick, a year later. They stayed in Los Angeles together for 30 years, until she passed away in 1961 at the age of 80. What do you think about this shocking case surrounding the life of Dolly Oesterreich? Do you think she deserved to stay free after all she did? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Tammy Sellers Holland was born in the town in 1964. There's not much information about her early years, but she had 2 sons while she was married. Details about her husband and their separation are unknown. Afterward, Holland raised her 2 sons in Trinity, North Carolina. Records indicate that she led a steady, diligent life. Since she was the only breadwinner in her family, she had to work multiple shifts and changed a number of jobs over the years looking for stability. When she turned 36, she finally found a job at Elizabeth's Pizza, where she ended up working for many years to follow. She would work the night shifts so she could be home with her children during the day and provide them with a loving environment as best she could. After some initial challenges, things finally began to go smoothly for the family. Her sons grew up, became self-sufficient, and moved out and settled on their own. By the time she was 50 years old in 2014, she had become a grandmother to 2 more boys. Everything seemed to be going perfectly until one fateful day. An incident occurred that would change all of their lives forever. On the 28th of October 2014, a surprising 911 call gained the attention of Randolph County Police. The person who made the 911 call was a neighbor of Holland's. According to the details released by the police, Holland's neighbor had been trying to get in touch with her but hadn't been able to get through and had assumed that she was just busy at work. On the 28th of October 2014, he decided to go check on her in person. It was around 2:10 a.m. when he reached Holland's house. Surprisingly, he noticed that her lights were still on. He also noticed that Holland's car was still in the driveway when at this time she normally would have been at work at Elizabeth's Pizza in Thomasville. This made him curious as to whether everything was all right, so he went to check on her, thinking that she was home. However, when he knocked on the door, there was no response. Confused, he then went to her window to see if she was inside the house. As he peered through, he saw her legs and then noticed her body lying motionless on the floor. This sent him into a panic and he rushed to call 911. The Randolph County policemen hurriedly made their way to the address given to them by the caller. When they arrived, they opened the door to Holland's home. There she was, lying dead in her living room. She was drenched in a pool of blood. The police and investigators then quickly sealed off the house and brought in their forensic investigators to examine the crime scene and the body. Holland's body was then taken for an autopsy. According to the autopsy report released by the North Carolina Medical Examiner's Office, it was revealed that she was stabbed and then left to bleed to death. There were multiple stab wounds on her neck and body. This was ruled as the cause of death and the case was ruled a homicide. An assault test was also conducted, but no trace of semen was found on her. At the time of her death, she was staying alone in Laughlin Hill Mobile Home Park. After learning the cause of her death, the Randolph County Police started their investigation. At first, they conducted interviews with adjacent homes around Holland's, and they learned that there was even a record of her calling 911 about the matter. However, when she was offered medical assistance and an investigation into the altercation, she declined. During the initial investigation, Randolph County Police had a number of people on their list of suspects, but were unable to unearth any specific evidence that pointed to any one of them being the culprit. Though the police gathered evidence at the crime scene, including DNA that did not belong to Holland, they could not find any matches within the system to point them towards who was behind this sinister act. The Randolph County Police did their best to find the culprit. They even offered a handsome reward of $5,000 for information about Holland's murder, but none of the tips they received were viable. Eventually, without any suspects or fresh leads to follow, the case went cold. However, all the important questions remained unanswered. Who could have murdered Tammy Holland? Was it the same person with whom she had an argument on the day before her death? Or was it someone else entirely? Although years had passed without answers, the county's investigators were still eager to solve Tammy Holland's murder case. In 2020, they reopened the case and began a fresh investigation, making use of every piece of information at their fingertips, including the genetic evidence collected from the crime scene. They first began the investigation by submitting the DNA evidence to the CODIS system. 3 years later, the system produced a match. However, to their surprise, they didn't find one suspect, but 2. The culprits were identified as Roy Lee White and Florence Keene. On January 26, 2023, a warrant was brought out against Roy Lee White and Florence Keene. Roy was wanted for felony accessory after the fact of first-degree murder, according to the warrant. Who were Roy Lee White and Florence Keene, and what was their connection to Holland? Though we do not have much information on Florence, we do know that Roy was born in 1967, the same year Tammy Holland was born. He married Florence Keene while he was in his mid-20s. The couple lived together in a mobile home and were actually Holland's neighbors. According to sources, it was found that Roy and his wife Florence were well associated with Holland. As neighbors, they would often meet and talk. With a warrant issued against the pair, the police had now made Roy and Florence wanted criminals. Both Roy and Florence had successfully managed to evade the police for almost a decade, but thanks to DNA evidence, Tammy's culprits had now been identified. With the perpetrators on the loose, Randolph County Police went all in to find the whereabouts of the couple. They looked for Roy Lee White in the neighborhood where he had once lived, but they couldn't find him. He was clearly on the run. Luckily, on February 7, 2023, at 11:10 p.m., the Randolph County Sheriff's Office Criminal Apprehension Team located and apprehended Roy at the O'Connell Lodge on Brentwood Street, High Point, North Carolina. He was then transported to the Randolph County Detention Center and taken in front of the magistrate, who issued a $60,000 secured bond and set a first appearance for February 8, 2023, in Randolph County District Court. With Roy finally arrested, the investigators wanted an open confession about the murder. He complied with his arrest and cooperated with the police. During the interrogation, Roy was asked about the murder and about the whereabouts of his wife Florence. In an open confession, he revealed that on the night of October 28, 2014, it was Florence who stabbed Holland while she bled to death in her home. Roy had quickly assumed control of the situation by concealing the knife that was used to kill. When the investigators came to their door after the murder, the couple managed to play their part, which was simply enough to not get themselves arrested. They were successful in that, and the police never had any idea that it was them who had committed the crime. The couple then managed to stay out of trouble for almost a decade until DNA evidence led straight to them. However, in 2018, Florence died due to natural causes, which led to Roy getting evicted from his home. He then became a vagabond and started living in hotels for short stints before moving on to the next one. It was in one of these hotels that the Randolph police found Roy and where they finally arrested him. However, the question remained, how had the couple evaded the police this whole time? Why weren't they suspects in the murder of Holland? Well, at the time of the initial investigation, before the case went cold, they had been questioned by detectives. However, they had managed to evade detection by pretending to not know anything about the murder. But in 2020, when multiple detectives started looking into the cold case of Tammy Holland again, they found DNA evidence that led them straight to Roy and his wife Florence. Though no further details were released about the murder, after Roy's confession, the sheriff's office did release some details of the murder, which included the DNA evidence, the crime scene details, and other pieces of information. With her killer caught, her loved ones came out to remember Holland when the news was announced. Her friends and family members stated that throughout her life she was a devoted employee and friend and an extremely kind-hearted person. Aldo DePorto, the owner of Elizabeth's Pizza where Holland was employed till her last day, said, "She was always happy, smiling when she came in." He also noted that Tammy Holland was the kind of person to always be there for her coworkers and she got along with everyone. She was one of the good people in the world and a very good person to work with. With Holland gone, the staff had continued to feel her loss for all those years. "We still remember her," he said. "We remember the way she was and we're never going to forget her, you know? She's going to be a lifetime deal." DePorto also added that he doesn't want to judge Roy or Florence. Instead, his thoughts are with Holland's family. "We keep Tammy in prayer," he further added. "We love the way she was when she was working here. We keep her in her hearts and I pray for her family." What are your thoughts about the case of Tammy Holland? Do you think justice was served? Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. William Newton was born on July 26, 1965, in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. His father was Richard Harriman, but his parents were not married. 6 months after William was born, his half-sister, Oliver Michelle, was born. The two siblings were incredibly close as they grew up. As a child, William found a love for art and spent a lot of his spare time writing creatively. His poems were a window into his soul, filled with vivid imagination. He was also an avid reader and yearned for the day when he could share his own stories with the world. Newton was a very intelligent young man. Richard once told the media about his son. Newton spent a good portion of his childhood in the city where he was born. It was there he attended both primary and middle school. Upon completing middle school, he moved with his mother, whose name remains unclear, to the city of Ladysmith, which is also within the state of Wisconsin. The change in environment was all too sudden for Newton, but over time he slowly began to get used to it. However, Newton was only able to complete his freshman year of high school in the new city before his mother began talking about leaving for a new place yet again. This time around, they moved to the city of Oklahoma. This was in the year 1980. Newton soon got tired of the seemingly endless circle of moving from one place to another and desired more stability. And so one day he packed his bags and traveled down to be with his father, Richard. He was only 16 at the time and had made up his mind to begin living with his father. He was certain that he would welcome him with open arms. However, this turned out not to be the case. Upon getting to Richard's home in Eau Claire, he was given a shocking reception. Instead of the warm welcome he had anticipated, he was told to leave, and Richard refused to let him inside, slamming the door shut in his face. The cold treatment was a stark contrast to what Newton had expected, leaving him broken and defeated. But in that moment, something inside him shifted. He embraced his independence and made the bold decision to set off on his own. The next 3 years would see Newton traveling around the United States. One of the cities he lived in was Oklahoma, and there he met a man named Terry Elliott with whom he started a romantic relationship. Newton also discovered that he had a passion for beauty and makeup, and so he decided to turn it into a career by taking steps to become a professional beautician. He learned all about skincare, makeup techniques, and the latest beauty trends, and within a matter of months, he had earned his beautician license. In 1984, he moved to Los Angeles and began a new life there. Despite the challenges that came with starting a new life in a new city, he didn't have to wait long for employment opportunities to come knocking. Armed with his wealth of expertise and experience, he quickly caught the attention of an entertainment company producing music videos. Soon enough, they hired him as a beautician and a choreographer. In addition to this, Newton took up a job at a gay bathhouse known as the Hollywood Spa. One fateful night at the spa, he met a man by the name of David Ray, who took an instant liking to him. David had been in the area to judge a beauty contest for a local gay magazine. Their meeting was the start of an unexpected and new journey for Newton. David was an adult movie producer who specialized in gay adult videos. David saw potential in Newton and took him under his wing, introducing him to the industry and helping him land roles in several of his movies. Newton's and David's relationship went beyond just business. It eventually blossomed into a romantic one. By 1987, the two formed a partnership and decided to create their own adult movie company, which they named London Ray Productions. Newton began working at the company using his expertise as a movie producer, makeup artist, and set designer to the table. He produced movies using the alias Bill E. London and also went on to act in several films under the name Billy London and Billy Porter. They would often film movies in their apartment, and Newton would redecorate the rooms to make it appear as if they were shooting in different locations. With money beginning to roll in, Newton and David began living life in the fast lane. When they weren't on a movie set, they spent their nights partying at clubs and indulging in drugs. This lifestyle became a routine for them, and it was one they would stick to for many years. In 1990, the lovers' relationship took a hit, and they began to live separately. Around that time, Newton also felt like he had enough of Los Angeles and that he needed a change of scenery. And so he decided to temporarily move to Las Vegas, where his sister Michelle was living at the time. He was tired of LA, Newton's sister Michelle recalls. He just needed a mental health break. Apart from the fact that Las Vegas was going to offer him something new and exciting, it would also afford him the chance to meet up with his mother, who at the time was planning on settling in the area. Everything was set and Newton began counting down the days to when he would leave for Las Vegas. However, fate had a different plan. On the evening of October 28, 1990, Newton visited a popular club in Los Angeles known as Rage Nightclub. He made his way towards his favorite spot within the club and sat down to observe those who were making merry around him. Before long, Newton was feeling the rhythm and he joined in the fun. He sipped on a few drinks and let loose, losing himself in the excitement of the night. Hours flew by and soon enough he realized it was time to go home. He got up to leave and anyone who saw him at that moment would be able to instantly tell that he was intoxicated. He managed to make his way to the exit and left the building. That would be the last time anyone would see him alive. The next day, as the week began on a Monday morning, most Los Angeles residents carried on with their daily routines, unaware of a murder that would terrify many. That same morning in an alley, directly behind Santa Monica Boulevard, a homeless person searched through dumpsters seeking for food or discarded items. When he opened one particular dumpster, he got the shock of his life. Sitting right in the middle of the trash and staring right back at him was a human head. The rest of the body was nowhere to be found, but the homeless man could spot a pair of feet that had been carelessly thrown beside the head. It was all too much for him to take in, and the man closed the dumpster in horror. He quickly raised an alarm, alerting others about the vile discovery, and in no time, police officers arrived on the scene in their vehicles. The person with the dismembered head in the dumpster was soon identified, and it was none other than Newton. Retired Detective Wendy Burnt was one of the first officers to arrive at the scene on the day of the murder, and was shaken to her core by how brutal it was. It was just so heinous in my mind that something like this could happen, and it didn't matter to me that Bill was gay or that he worked in the adult content field, Wendy said. The autopsy that was performed on Newton revealed that he had an addictive drug known as methamphetamine in his system before he was killed. There was also evidence to show that he had been strangled before being beheaded. Detectives immediately began an investigation to determine what exactly had happened to Newton and how he ended up in such a state. Heading the team of investigators assigned to the case was Wendy, and she ensured that she gave it her all. It was a murder that I felt was my responsibility to solve. So I put everything into this case, Wendy said. In the months that followed after the murder, tips poured in from different sources and detectives looked into all of them, but none proved to be of any use. Nobody seemed to know who had killed Newton or where the rest of his body was. Detectives had nothing solid to work with for a long time, and eventually the case went cold. In 2005, 15 years after the murder, the Los Angeles Police Department issued a statement that they were making efforts towards reinvestigating the case. But this time too, nothing really came out of the investigation and everything went silent. After this, the case made the news again towards the end of the following year in 2006. This time around, a reporter by the name of Mickey Ski claimed that Newton's father had reportedly reached out to him, saying that the Los Angeles Police Department had neglected his son's murder case and could have done much more to try and solve it. In response to this accusation, the LAPD reached out to the public and released a statement to say that they had not given up on the case and were trying their best to solve it. Sadly, Richard never got to see justice for his son's murder. He passed away in his home on May 30th, 2011 at the age of 65. Around 2020, two authors and best friends, Christopher Rice and Eric Shaw Quinn, developed a fascination with Newton's murder. Christopher had gotten to know about the case after an adult entertainment journalist wrote about it, and since then it had remained fixed in his mind. Christopher and Eric also happened to co-host a podcast known as The Dinner Party Show, which they began in 2012. It happened that during one of the podcast episodes, Christopher decided to mention his interest in Newton's murder and how fascinated he was that there had never been an arrest and no publicly announced leads in the case. He then concluded by asking the listeners for helpful information regarding the case. 2 months after this, Christopher and Eric did another episode of their podcast, and in this one, they shared some of the things they had been able to dig up since the last time they talked about Newton's murder. According to Christopher, an unidentified man had reached out to him, saying that he had some important information about the murder case. According to what the man told Christopher, He had seen Newton at Rage nightclub the evening before he turned up dead in a dumpster. However, he claimed Newton had not left the club alone, but had been in the company of a man that looked like the well-known serial killer, Jeffrey Dahmer. When Christopher did a background check on Dahmer, he discovered that he was a serial killer who murdered 17 boys and men in the Milwaukee area from the late 70s to the early 90s. But in 1991, a year after Newton's gruesome murder, Dahmer was finally arrested by the authorities and was sentenced to 15 consecutive life sentences. There was no doubt that Dahmer's profile fitted that of someone who could have potentially murdered Newton. However, there was no way to confirm this because Dahmer was already dead. He was attacked and beaten to death by a fellow inmate back in November 1994. After detailing in the podcast all he had uncovered about Newton's murder and its possible connection with Dahmer, Christopher continued to remain hopeful that someone who knew something would come forward with additional information. Around the same time in 2012, Detective John Lamberti of the Los Angeles Police Department began to develop an interest in this case. After going through all the materials his predecessors had on the murder, he was shocked by the amount of work they had put towards having it solved. They investigated the hell out of this case, Detective Lamberti told the media. Lamberti also began to look more intently at every angle. One of the first things he did was do a Google search about Newton's name. In the search result, he came across the episode of Christopher and Eric's podcast in which they talked about Newton's murder and speculated about Dahmer being his killer. Clicking on it and listening to all the two men had to say did nothing but pique Detective Lamberti's interest in the case. At some point after this, he reached out to both Christopher and Eric to schedule a meeting with them. During this meeting, the three men swapped information and talked extensively about all they knew about the case. From that moment, an alliance was formed and they had one mutual goal, which was to solve the case for good. While all of this was going on, Rachel Mason, a documentary filmmaker, has also gotten obsessed with the case and was busy carrying out her own underground investigation. She had learned about Newton's murder by accident. This was back in 2017 when she was working on a documentary about an adult bookstore and gay adult content store called The Circus of Books. While looking for solid content for the documentary, she paid a visit to a local writer and an activist by the name of Mike Szymanski. Mike had an old collection of West Hollywood photos and he had agreed to allow her to look through them. As he and Rachel were going through one of his notebooks during the search, a brittle newspaper article from 1990 suddenly fell out and caught Rachel's eye. The article was about Newton's murder and how the authorities had no leads as to who had carried out the act. Rachel immediately asked Mike about what it was all about, and Mike gladly filled her in on all the details he knew surrounding the mysterious murder. She was intrigued by the story she heard. However, she did not think much of it after that. She went to work on the Circus of Books film, and after completing it, she immediately started searching for a new project to work on. It was during this period that she recollected the story she had heard from Mike about Newton's murder. She couldn't shake it off and slowly grew fascinated by it. This made her take a closer look, and she also began investigating the case. Rachel was determined to gather every piece of information she could find. For this, she resolved to ask the public for any tips or insights they might have. And that was when she received a message from Clark Williams, a gay stay-at-home dad living in Sherman Oaks. Williams grew up in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, just like Newton. Due to this, he believed he could help Rachel fill in the blanks of Newton's life story, since he had a unique perspective on what it was like growing up in Eau Claire. Rachel was thrilled at the new development. She wondered if she had finally gotten someone who could shed some light on the mystery of Newton's upbringing. To find out, she eagerly arranged a meeting with Williams to hear what he had to say. During the meeting, she found out that Williams had first gotten to know about Newton's murder while scrolling through a Facebook group. He had stumbled on a particular post about the 1990 murder and it had immediately caught his attention. And as he read the details, he was struck by how similar Newton's background was to his. From that moment, he could not stop thinking about the case and decided to take matters into his own hands. Something was propelling me, moving me to just get involved in whatever capacity that I could, Williams said. What I really wanted to do was to help tell Billy's story, because I think he reflected the lives of so many young gay men and teenagers who came up in that time, he added. After connecting with Rachel and sharing all that he knew with her, he began to nurture an even deeper interest in the murder. Eventually, Detective Lamberti also got to find out about Rachel and William's interest in the case, and he soon brought them into the fold. Every one of William's free moments became an opportunity for him to try and get closer to solving the case. It wasn't long after this that he learned of a local amateur detective named Rick Pace who had dedicated a good portion of his time and energy to cracking the mystery of Newton's murder after it had occurred. Rick had also worked closely with retired Detective Wendy in the initial investigation. Much to his disappointment, Williams found out that Rick was long dead, so there was no way to reach out to him. However, through his tireless and thorough research, he was able to find out some other important details about Rick. And this was that in addition to owning and running a skate shop in West Hollywood, Rick also led a double life as a gay adult video producer under the alias Richard Lawrence. Williams realized he needed to find the link between Rick and Newton, as they had both been working in the same industry at the same time. Williams began to meticulously go through the credits of Rick's films in search of names of actors, producers, and editors. His aim was to track down anyone who may still be alive to share their stories. The movies he placed priority on were those that had been produced around the time of Newton's murder. One film in particular caught his attention. It was titled The Devil and Danny Webster, and it had introduced a promising young actor named Billy Houston. Williams immediately took a special interest in Billy and began to uncover as much as he could about him. He discovered that Billy's real name was Darrell Lynn Madden, and he was in prison serving a life sentence for the murder of 2 men. According to what Williams found out, when he had been caught, Darrell had confessed to the police about his crimes, saying that he and another man named Bradley Qualls had committed the first offense. On the day of the incident, both Darrell and Bradley had gone out with a sinister plan to initiate Bradley into a white supremacist group known as Chaos Squad Skinheads. And to do this, they had to kidnap a gay man. They waited in the area patiently for an unlucky individual to pass by. A man named Stephen Domer was the one who unfortunately fell into their well-laid trap. Both Darrell and Bradley lured their victims to a deserted area, bound him in his own vehicle, and took him on a ride. Despite the pleas of the poor man, it all ended with him being strangled to death with a coat hanger. After seeing that they had killed him, the 2 men then disposed of the body in a nearby creek. In a twist, Darrell later shot his accomplice, Bradley, for some unknown reason and then fled the scene, but he could not hide for long and was later captured by the police. This had all happened in the city of Oklahoma. Williams did not stop after finding out all this. He went further and soon found out that Darrell had done an interview for a book titled American Honor Killings. Williams knew that the book could contain more potentially important information and so decided to try to get his hands on it. He ordered the book online, and after waiting for what seemed like an eternity, it finally arrived. He immediately began reading, and as he flipped through the pages, he was struck with disbelief at what he read. Darrell not only talked about taking the life of Stephen in the book, but he also talked about another killing in Los Angeles. However, he failed to provide details about that particular incident. The shocking revelation left Williams stunned and excited. He knew he was onto something. Newton had been murdered in Los Angeles and Darrell had confessed to killing someone in that same city. Williams strongly believed that Newton was the individual Darrell had referred to. But to be certain, he decided to reach out to Detective Lamberti and inform him about everything he had found out. Lamberti wasted no time and immediately set to work. He did a background check on Darrell. To his surprise, he discovered that the gay adult video production company, which Darrell had worked for, was situated on Santa Monica Boulevard, which was the area where Newton's body had been found. The detective knew it was all too much of a coincidence and decided that he was going to visit Darrell to question him. And so on January 4th, Detective Lamberti and Detective Tamara Mameyes traveled to Oklahoma where Darrell was serving the sentence for his crimes. Much to their surprise, they found out that Darrell was now a proud transgender woman and an Orthodox Jew who had changed her name to Darrellyn. The air buzzed with anticipation as Lamberti and Mameyes took their seats across from Darrellyn, who sat with a confident grace, ready to answer any questions the 2 detectives had. During the course of their conversation, they asked Darrellyn about Newton's murder and were shocked when Darrellyn was immediately aware of who they were talking about. Darrellyn explained that on the day of Newton's murder, he and 2 of his friends had seen Newton walking along the street. Newton had appeared intoxicated, and for this reason, They saw him as an easy target for a robbery. He was soon abducted, but things went south from there. Darylyn confessed that it had ended with Newton being strangled to death. Detective Lamberti and his colleague were shell-shocked as Darylyn came to the end of the explanation. They could hardly believe their ears. Next, they then asked how and why Newton's body had been mutilated. But Darylyn claimed to have nothing to do with it. Darylyn told them that Newton's body was left with his two friends after they killed him. When asked for the identity of the two accomplices, Darylyn refused to mention any names. In the days that followed this, Detective Lamberti presented a strong case against Darylyn to the LA County District Attorney George Gaskin's office. However, much to their disappointment, Gaskin's office announced that they would not be filing charges against him as the evidence was not strong enough. But despite this, Lamberti and the others who had worked round the clock on the case were beyond happy that it had finally been solved, and the closure they had given her by finally solving it. Newton's murder was a cruel event that shook the city of Los Angeles for over 3 decades. The thought of his killer finally being identified and being behind bars brings a sense of justice being rendered. However, the whereabouts of the rest of his body is still a mystery that may haunt the city forever. Mary Mathis Davis was born on February 12, 1958, in Lexington. Not much is known about her early life, but she had a sister named Lisa Henkel whom she shared her childhood with. They did everything together, from playing games to exploring outdoors. Lisa fondly remembers Mary as a beautiful and kind-hearted person who could brighten any room with her infectious smile. Mary had a special gift for making everyone feel comfortable and welcomed. At some point, Mary met a man by the name of Richard Davis. As they got to know each other, a spark ignited between them, and before they knew it, they were swept up in a whirlwind romance. Their love grew stronger by the day, and Richard knew that he wanted to spend the rest of his life with Mary. And so one day, with a heart full of hope, he asked her to be his wife. Mary was overwhelmed with joy, and without hesitation she said yes. After the proposal, the two lovebirds began to eagerly plan their life together as a couple. They spent hours on end talking about their future, discussing their dreams and hopes for the life they were about to embark on. The wedding day soon arrived, and the couple exchanged their vows in a romantic and intimate ceremony. After the wedding celebrations, Mary and Richard found themselves starting a new chapter of their lives and looked forward in anticipation to the journey ahead. The years flew by, and before long, Mary and Richard were parents to 2 beautiful children. Their first child was a boy, while the second was a girl named Tracy who was born in 1986. The joy of parenthood was evident in the couple's home as the sounds of laughter and the pit of Mary's heart overflowed with love, and she relished every moment spent with her children. To provide for her growing family, she took a job at Lanier's Ace Hardware, a store in Lexington. It wasn't the most glamorous work, but Mary didn't mind. She was grateful for the opportunity to earn a steady income. Though the money Mary earned wasn't much, it was enough to help cover the bills and put food on the table. Despite the challenges that came with juggling the responsibilities of motherhood and working a job, Mary remained steadfast in her determination to make the best life possible for her family. As the days turned into weeks and weeks turned into months, life continued at a good pace. Mary's family was thriving, and she felt a sense of contentment in her heart. But just when any of them least expected it, tragedy was waiting just around the corner, ready to strike. On the morning of May 30th, 1987, Mary left her home for work as usual. That Saturday felt like every other day, but little did she know that it would be her last on Earth. As Mary arrived at work, she greeted her colleagues with a smile and began to go about her day. She jumped into her tasks with enthusiasm. However, as the hours ticked by, she began to feel increasingly restless and hungry. By noon, her stomach was growling, and she found herself counting down the minutes to her lunch break. Eventually, the moment arrived, and she was relieved that she had the chance to finally escape the confines of her workplace. Her heart also raced with anticipation as she imagined settling down to a delicious meal. She reached into her bag to make sure that she had enough money to buy herself lunch, and after confirming this, she made her way out of her store and headed for a nearby restaurant. This would be the last time anyone would see Mary alive. She never returned to work, Once the time for her lunch break was done, her absence became more noticeable with each passing second. Her colleagues couldn't help but wonder what was keeping her. As the minutes turned into what felt like hours, their confusion turned to worry. What could be taking her so long? Was she okay? A million questions raced through their mind as they tried to make sense of Mary's prolonged absence. With no sign of her return, they knew that they had to find her and fast. Without hesitation, one of them volunteered to search for her at the restaurant she had gone to for lunch. With heart racing, the coworker rushed to the restaurant, but Mary was nowhere to be found. The restaurant staff there were of no help either, and the situation was becoming increasingly dire. The coworker returned to the hardware store and reported that there was no sign of her. With this, fear began to grip the workers at the hardware store, and they knew they had to take more serious action. Without wasting another moment, they picked up the phone and dialed the emergency line. They told the operator everything they knew, and within minutes, the police were on their way. They also called Mary's parents and her husband to let the family know what was happening. It was a difficult call to make, but they knew that it was the right thing to do. Police immediately began searching for Mary that very day, but at first the search yielded nothing. There was simply no trace of her. As the news of Mary's disappearance spread, the community became gripped with fear and uncertainty. Mary's family, on the other hand, were left to grapple with the agony of not knowing where she was or what had happened to her. However, they prayed and hoped that their beloved Mary would be found safe and sound. Richard could hardly sleep a wink that night. He tossed and turned in bed as his thoughts kept him awake. He knew deep down that something was terribly wrong. Mary's disappearance did not make sense to him, and he knew that it was not just a simple case of getting lost in the city. His thoughts drifted to their children and how he would face them the next day. They had been asking about their mother, innocently unaware of the danger she might be in. Richard couldn't bear the thought of telling them that she might never be coming home again, but he knew that he had to be strong for them. As the sun rose the following day, the search for Mary continued, but all the efforts seemed to be in vain. The police and Mary's family were on edge, desperate to find any leads on her sudden disappearance. As the day went on, the police suddenly received an emergency call that a dead body had been discovered behind the building of a local supermarket known as Winn-Dixie. A small team of police officers immediately raced to the scene. As they arrived, they saw a small crowd gathering around the area where the body had been discovered, and the officers quickly moved in to secure the area. They could see that the body had been there for some time. It was already beginning to give off a faint smell of decomposition. Upon closer inspection, they were able to identify the body as that of the woman they had been searching for. Shock and disbelief were evident on the officers' faces, but they knew that they had work to do. The cause of death was not immediately apparent, so the police began to search the surrounding area for any clues. They also questioned the employees at the supermarket, but none of them seemed to know anything. Following this, the body was then taken away for an autopsy. That same day, a uniformed police officer arrived at the home of Mary's parents. He asked for Mary's father, who immediately stepped outside to speak to him. The air was thick with tension as the officer delivered the heartbreaking news. He explained what little they knew about what had happened to Mary and offered his condolences. The news was devastating, and Mary's father was left shattered and grief-stricken. The rest of the family was also shocked and saddened. A few days after Mary's body was found, the results of the autopsy were out, and they revealed that she had been strangled to death. In addition, it was also discovered that she had also been sexually assaulted. With this, her death was ruled a homicide. And so, as Mary's family struggled to come to terms with her loss and were left to pick up the pieces, the authorities began an investigation into her death. There were a lot of unanswered questions, and they were determined to get to the root of it all. Detectives had with them pieces of evidence in the form of DNA that had been collected from the crime scene. However, due to the lack of technology at the time, there was little that could be done with this, running down every lead and tip that came their way. They even asked for help from the public, hoping that someone would come forward with information that would crack the case wide open, but to no avail. The killer seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving the detectives feeling defeated. The days dragged on, turning into weeks and months, but the killer remained elusive. With each passing day, the detectives felt their grip on the case slipping away. Mary's family, however, never gave up hope and believed that one day justice would be served. They tried their best to move on with their lives, but the wounds of grief remained fresh in their hearts. In 2011, almost 25 years after Mary's murder, her sister Lisa made a bold move by speaking out about the tragedy that had befallen her family. She opened up to the media about the heartbreak they had endured, sharing how difficult life had been without her beloved sister by her side. As Lisa reminisced on their happy memories together, she also shared that the family had never given up hope that one day they would get the closure they so desperately sought. Yet despite the heartache and loss, she revealed that the family had no interest in seeking revenge and that forgiveness was something she was willing to extend to whoever had taken Mary's life. In 2022, a new team of detectives that were assigned to the murder case decided to review the evidence available. They were well aware of the advances in DNA technology and knew that they had a better chance of solving the case now as compared to when it happened back in 1987. Following this, the detectives then submitted some physical evidence to the North Carolina State Crime Lab, going by the positive result that was obtained from the analysis of the evidence. The North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation was contacted to take a look at the case. Things began to move at a fast pace from there. The State Bureau of Investigation reached out to OTHRM, a private laboratory in Texas that specializes in forensic genealogy. DNA evidence from the case was then sent to OTHRM, and their scientists were able to develop a genealogical profile for an unknown male suspect. After months of hard work, the unknown male suspect was finally identified. It was a man by the name of Russell Grant Wood. The discovery was a relief for detectives, and they knew without a doubt that the case was finally close to being solved. However, there was a problem. After doing a check on Russell's background, they found out that he had died back in 2013 at the age of 58, so there was no way to bring him to justice. According to what Lexington Police Chief Robbie Rummage later revealed during a press conference, Russell had been previously identified as a suspect in the case, but due to lack of sufficient evidence at the time, detectives had no choice but to direct their focus away from him. That was not all. It was also discovered that both Russell and Mary had known each other, but it is not clear what kind of relationship had existed between them. If Russell had been alive, the state would have proceeded with indictments and charged him with first-degree murder, first-degree kidnapping, and first-degree rape. On February 3, 2023, Mary's surviving family were notified of the breakthrough in the case, and they expressed their gratitude to the detectives for their dedication to the case. We prayed that one day we would find the person who violently murdered our beloved Mary. We now have some answers. Although that won't bring Mary back, it does give us a sense of closure, Lori Martin, Mary's niece, had said. Mary's family later held a celebration in honor of her memory at the Forest Hill Memorial Park on February 12, 2023. She would have turned 65 on that day if she had still been alive. Mary was a light in this world, and we were blessed to have her as long as we did. She was a loving mother, sister, wife, aunt, and friend. We know she is resting easily in the arms of our Lord and Savior, Lori said. Although the mystery surrounding Mary's death has been unraveled and her killer has been identified, there are still a lot of questions that we will never know the answers to. What kind of relationship do you think existed between Mary and Russell? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section. This is Rachel Zendejas, born on November 20th, 1960. She had an older brother named Roy Rodriguez. Details about their early life are sparse, but Roy had already established himself by the time Rachel started supporting herself financially. Rachel married young and became a mother to 2 daughters while still in her teens. Her first daughter, Eva, was born in 1978, followed by Monica in 1980. However, Rachel faced challenges in her marriage, so at the age of 20 in 1980, she decided to leave him. However, Rachel wasn't well off financially, which also meant that with the divorce, she would have to start working and supporting herself and her 2 daughters. By 1981, a year after the birth of her youngest daughter, she was finally free from her toxic. However, instead of simply working odd jobs and struggling to get by, she aspired to have a degree. And since she hadn't been able to complete her studies because of her marriage and children, Rachel thought that she would finally take this opportunity to continue her studies. She enrolled at Oxnard College in California. While she got back on her feet, she moved in with her brother in Camarillo, and he helped her get her family together and get back on her feet. Being a full-time student, working shifts at a part-time job, and being a full-time mom, things were difficult for Rachel. She was finding it difficult to split her time and attention between all these things, so she decided to hire multiple babysitters for her 2 kids while she was out at work or college. During the day, she would go to college, then work her shifts, and then she would return home in the evening. Her babysitters would only make their way home if it was too late. Rachel would often drop them off at their homes herself. This was Rachel's routine until the fateful event that would change the lives of those around her. On January 18, 1981, 2 newspaper delivery boys stumbled onto Rachel's naked body in a carport in Camarillo, near her brother's apartment complex where she was living. She had never returned home the night before after dropping the babysitters back home. When the newspaper boys saw the body, they quickly called 911 and reported the matter. When the police arrived at the crime scene, an immediate investigation was launched. Rachel's body seemed to have bruise marks over her neck and shoulders. Her body was also found completely bare. When the investigators conducted an autopsy, they found that Rachel had been strangled to death. She had also been forcefully assaulted prior to her murder. The gravity of the crime was heavy, which made the police want to find the killer as soon as possible. They theorized that Rachel had been ambushed outside her brother's Camarillo home. She was then assaulted on the patio of a nearby vacant apartment and then strangled and died of asphyxiation. The police conducted detailed interviews with neighbors and others who lived in the vicinity, hoping to find out if anyone had seen or heard anything the night before. According to her neighbors and her brother, Rachel had gone to drop off the babysitters like she did most days after returning from work. However, on that day, something bad happened when she got out of her vehicle after returning home. The crime scene was crucial in helping the police gather evidence. There were sperm traces and fingerprints all over her naked body. However, at the time, DNA evidence couldn't be used to identify suspects in the system. It could only be used to match against a suspect who had already been identified. The police looked into a number of other leads and even tried retracing her steps that night, but they found nothing. Eventually, the case went cold. The second woman involved in this story is Lisa Gondek, who was also born in 1960 on the 9th of November. She lived in Connecticut throughout her childhood and teenage years. However, when she turned 21, she decided to move out and find a job to support herself. Though there is not much information about Lisa's background available, we do know that she never married and did not have any children. In 1981, Lisa moved to California from her hometown in Connecticut. When Lisa got to Oxnard, she moved in with her childhood best friend and was living with her. Being a humble and easygoing person, Lisa never found it hard to make friends. Due to her friendly nature, it was easy for her to get a job. Within a few days of her moving to another state, Lisa managed to find work at a teen clothing store in the Esplanade Shopping Center in Oxnard. She then went on to work there for almost a year. However, little did she know that her life would soon come to a tragic end. On December 12, 1981, a 911 call sparked the attention of the police in Oxnard. The call reported a fire at an Oxnard apartment. When the firefighters arrived, they did their best to control the damage. However, they were shocked to find a dead, naked woman in the bathtub. Upon seeing this, the firefighters immediately notified the police for assistance. When the police arrived, they identified the victim as none other than Lisa Gondek. She was 21 when she died. An autopsy conducted after securing crucial DNA evidence from the crime scene confirmed that Lisa had been forcefully assaulted before she was killed. There were strangulation marks around her neck similar to the ones found on Rachel's body. Whoever committed the crime had killed her and then set the apartment on fire to cover their tracks. But who could have made that 911 call? Well, a further investigation revealed that Lisa's neighbors had heard screams. However, they didn't call 911 until they smelled smoke coming from her apartment. Right before she was murdered, Lisa had just informed her mother that she would be home for Christmas. Sadly, she would now never be able to make it. With 2 murders having been committed within a year in Oxnard, the police were under pressure to catch the culprits behind either of these murders. However, it was difficult to crack the case. The investigators in the murder of Lisa found that there were no probable suspects on the list of people they had interrogated. And with no further leads to follow, they eventually had to give up on the case, and just like Rachel's case before it, it too went cold. In 2004, 23 years after the murders of Lisa and Rachel, advancements in DNA technology had now made solving cold cases easier, since all that was needed to be done was to enter the DNA evidence into the national systems and wait for the results to show. The Oxnard police and investigators who were handling these 2 cases wanted to take this opportunity to solve the cases, since they had crucial evidence that had been collected from both of the crime scenes. When they re-examined the files from both cases, they began to notice the similarities between the 2 murders. The first were the marks found on their bodies. Both Rachel and Lisa had strikingly similar marks, and both of them were forcefully assaulted and strangled. The second similarity was that both victims had visited a pub named Huntington's in the hours before their deaths. Though the pub is now closed, it was a hot spot that was just across from the Esplanade Mall where Lisa had worked. On uploading the DNA evidence found in both crime scenes, there were no matches in the system at the time, but the DNA matched the sample from the other case. This is when the police realized that the similarities between Rachel's and Lisa's death were because both of them had been killed by the same person. This meant that the crimes committed against Lisa and Rachel were committed by the same suspect who was still on the loose. However, there was a downside to this. No one matched the suspect profile the police were searching for. There was no information on the suspect in the national systems, which eventually made the case turn cold once again. Almost 4 decades later, the murders of Lisa and Rachel still remain unsolved. Though the police found out that the suspect they were looking for was 1 person and not 2, they couldn't proceed any further in solving this case. Rachel's brother Roy Rodriguez regularly called the police and asked for updates on his sister's murder case. And why shouldn't he? Rachel was taken too soon, leaving behind her 2 young daughters who were orphaned at the tender ages of 2 and 1. In order to try and find a match, the detectives and police officers working on this double homicide cold case decided to team up and work with genetic genealogists in 2019. The hunt for the suspect led to the cold cases being opened again as active investigations. This time, the investigators reviewed user-submitted DNA profiles that were made publicly available. This they thought was a great start, as it would provide them with enough information to learn more about their genealogy and perhaps even trace the suspect through their family tree. As the team worked together, they managed to finally narrow down their search to 1 person. This person also matched the evidence at the crime scene in 1981. His name was identified as Tony Garcia, and he was now a 68-year-old man. Tony Garcia was born in 1955. His birthplace was in the state of New Mexico. When he grew older, he joined the Navy. After completing his services with the Navy, Tony then found work as a karate instructor in Oxnard, California. When the Ventura County Police then tracked his age and his whereabouts in 1981, they found that Tony was 26 years old at the time and would often visit Huntington's. It was there that he noticed Rachel and stalked her. He then showed up unannounced on January 18, 1981, and ended her life. Lisa Gondek also used to frequent the same pub after Rachel was murdered, and this led to her death almost 11 months later. After these revelations, further background checks done on Tony revealed that he worked as a carpenter after the killings in 1981. What was even more astonishing was that Tony was actually in the same town the whole time. Once he had settled in Oxnard, he continued to live there, even after committing these heinous crimes. All the time that the investigation into Rachel's and Lisa's murders was ongoing, he managed to remain hidden in plain sight. However, why hadn't the Ventura police found him suspicious? Well, no one knew it was him until 2019, when DNA evidence gathered from the crime scene revealed his identity. He managed to evade arrest for another 4 years. No one could find him. It was only quite recently, in February 2023, that Ventura County law enforcement arrested and charged Garcia for 2 counts of murder with special allegations. These charges included multiple killings, kidnapping, and forcible sexual assault. However, The district attorney's office could not decide whether to seek the death penalty or life in prison without parole. The 68-year-old was booked, and bail was set at $2 million bond. In February 2023, Eric Nazarenko, the Ventura County District Attorney, gave a statement on the case. After more than 4 decades, justice is finally coming to the families of Rachel Zendejas and Lisa Gondek. Thankfully, Ventura County Police never gave up on solving the murder of these 2 young souls, Lisa and Rachel. All we know for now is that Tony is held at Ventura County Main Jail while police search more information from the public, including any possible links to other crimes. What did you think about the solving of these cold cases of Rachel Zendejas and Lisa Gondek? Do you think justice was served? Gillian McKeon was born on October 30th, 1983, in Drogheda, Ireland, to parents George and Edith. A few years later, her family moved to Australia when her father was offered a job in Perth. In Australia, she attended Bull Creek Primary School and later continued her education at Rossmoyne High School. A friend from primary school said Jill had a huge passion for drama and was a natural entertainer. She was such a vivacious girl, really bright, bubbly, and so gorgeous. Her family would return to Ireland in 1996, where she would attend a grammar school and then later on a community college. Her parents returned to Perth in 2004, but she stayed in Ireland and attended University College Dublin, where she would ultimately obtain her Bachelor of Arts degree. During her time as a student, she worked in the student bars. It was also here that she met Tom Marr, and they soon started a relationship. Her big personality packed a huge punch. Bright and friendly, she had a huge impact on those she met. A childhood friend said, "Jill was just the most beautiful soul. She was nice to everyone she met, and she wouldn't hurt a fly." In 2008, Jill and Tom married, and the following year they relocated to Australia. After settling in Melbourne, she began working for the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, also known as ABC. Her job at ABC was as a unit coordinator and also included occasional on-air work at the 774 ABC Melbourne radio station. Her parents were again living in Perth, and she kept in regular contact with them too. The bond between her and her family remained strong. Her brother Michael moved back to Australia after living for a while in Canada. No matter where they were in the world, they always paid time for each other. Jill went out with co-workers to the Brunswick Green Bar on Sydney Road. After staying there for a while, they moved on to Bar Etiquette, which was also located on Sydney Road. As the night began to wind down, at around 1:30 a.m. Jill decided it was time to leave, and so left the bar on foot to walk back home to the flat she shared with Tom. According to the Irish Independent, her brother had attempted to call her several times, but got no answer. Back at the flat, Tom woke up to realize she still hadn't come home, and so went out to search for her at around 4 a.m. After going everywhere he could think of without finding a trace of her, and with her still not answering her phone, he contacted the police. As the news that she was missing began to circulate, her colleagues at ABC took to Twitter to get the message out there. A Facebook page called Help Find Jill Ma was set up on the 23rd of September, and a poster campaign was launched to circulate as many images of her as possible. The scale of the search and media interest was huge. Within just 5 days of the Facebook page being launched, it had received over 100,000 likes. As the search continued on September 24th, an important discovery was made. In the laneway near Hope Street, Jill's bag was found. Hope Street was not far from where she lived with her husband. Following this, the police made an announcement that so many people had been dreading. They were handing the case over to the homicide squad. Her husband Tom also went before the media to talk about his wife's disappearance. The following day, officers had yet another breakthrough. An employee of the Duchess Boutique, a bridal shop on Sydney Road where she had been out with her friends, handed in some CCTV footage that was then released by Victoria Police. The recording was limited as it was filmed through the window, but it showed a man in a blue hoodie walking around outside the shop. Around 4 minutes later at 1:42 a.m., Jill could be seen on the footage talking to him and showing him her mobile phone. This was the last known sighting of Jill Ma. Following the uncovering of the CCTV footage, they decided to change tack. They were now looking for the man in the blue hoodie. They also checked her cell phone records, which showed that her phone had been moving down the freeway on the night she disappeared, meaning it must have been in a car. After checking the license plates of the cars caught on camera, the police came to a horrifying realization. Her phone was moving at the same time as a car that was registered to a well-known and dangerous sex offender. Adrian Ernest Bailey, aged 41, was arrested at his home in Coburg and was then taken into custody. He underwent hours of interviews and interrogation before he eventually confessed everything. Officers were stunned as he admitted to them he had strangled Jill with his bare hands in a lane just off Hope Street. 8 hours later, at 10 p.m. on the 27th of September, he led officers to where her body had been left in a shallow grave on Black Hill Road. She was just a matter of weeks away from her 30th birthday. Following his arrest, his defense lawyer requested a suppression order be in place to ban the publishing of any potentially damaging material about him. This request was granted. The police also came to a horrifying realization. They found out that Bailey had actually been on parole when he had raped and murdered Jill. He had been jailed back in 2002 for 11 years after raping 5 prostitutes over a 6-month period. He served 8 years of his sentence before being released in 2010. His criminal history had began as an 18-year-old when he raped the 16-year-old girlfriend of his sister. In August 1990, just 1 month after he turned 19, he attempted to rape and threaten to kill a 17-year-old girl who he didn't know. And just 4 months after that, he attempted to rape a 16-year-old girl. She was hitchhiking and he abducted her in his car and drove out to a remote area before carrying out the attack. In 1991, he was sent to prison for these offenses after pleading guilty. He served just 22 months of a 5-year sentence. He would later admit that he had actually cheated the system and just gone through the motions of rehabilitation in prison in order to secure an early release. He had convinced them he was no longer a danger. He admitted this during the court appearance regarding the 16 counts of rape committed between September 2000 and March 2001. These were all committed against the 5 sex workers working in St. Kilda. On one of these occasions, he apologized to the victim before laughing at her, telling her he would do it again and then driving away. He pled guilty to all charges. These were the offenses he was on bail for when he murdered Jill Marr. Upon his release from prison in August 2011, the then 40-year-old Bailey spotted a man eating outside a cafe at around 1:30 a.m. Bailey proceeded to hurl abuse at the 20-year-old before punching him in the face, breaking his jaw and leaving him unconscious. When being interviewed by officers following his arrest for the rape and murder of Jill, he said, "Man, I should be in jail anyway, you know? I shouldn't have been let out last time, simple. And I say that in hope someone hears that and they don't ever let me out again. How many chances does a person need?" The father of 4 also said, "It really wasn't my intention to hurt her, that. I want to do the right thing. I'm going to go to jail for a long time. I hope they bring back the death penalty before I get sentenced. I have no life left. There's no excuses for this. Her family this week, it must have been hell. You know what I mean? I can't imagine how she felt, but I know how I felt. It's not nice, man, it's not nice. And all I thought was, what have I done? I don't know what else to say, man. I don't know what else to say." At 2 a.m. on the 28th of September, Bailey was charged with the rape and murder of Jill Marr, and an hour later had an out-of-sessions hearing that lasted for about 90 seconds. He was held on remand to await trial. The gravity of what he had done appeared to be weighing heavily on him as he attempted suicide while in custody. The one question that people wanted answered was why. Why had he taken the life of a stranger in the most brutal and savage way imaginable? He told a psychologist, Professor James Ogloff, that he had attempted to kiss and touch her outside of the Brunswick Laneway just off of Sydney Road. She responded to it by stepping back and then slapping him across the face. He told the psychologist that this response had enraged him, and he lost it after she'd rejected his advances. After the rape, she hit him with her mobile phone and then threatened to call the police. He responded by strangling her. He sat in the laneway, panic-stricken and crying, unsure as to what to do. He then drove home to get a shovel before returning to the crime scene. He dragged her body into his car and drove out to Ginsman South, where he dug the grave and attempted to bury her. When the news broke about what had happened to Jill Marr, everyone was devastated. Shortly after her body was found, the Australian flag at the ABC South Bank studios were flown at half-mast as a sign of respect. Part of a statement on the ABC website read, "Jill was a much-loved member of the local radio family. She was witty, intelligent, and great company. Her friends and workmates at the ABC will miss her greatly. Jill was an innocent victim, a young, vibrant woman with her whole life in front of her." Radio host John Fain also paid an emotional tribute to her live on air. As news began to spread on social media of her body being found, in just one day, more than 600 messages of condolence had appeared on the Help Us Find Gilmar Facebook page. Also that day, around 12 million Twitter timelines had referred to her. It wasn't just her immediate circle that were affected by the tragedy. The media reported that even inmates at the Melbourne Romance Centre were deeply affected. So much so that 40 of them attended a requiem mass in the prison chapel, led by the chaplain Father Joe Caddy, pay their respects to Jill and honor her life. The shock and disbelief was palpable. Thousands of bouquets were being laid out in tribute to her. As she was a Roman Catholic, many were left outside a church near to where she had disappeared. A candlelight vigil was also held at the church to honor her memory. A major problem immediately after Bailey's arrest came when some began searching for him in the white pages. People found an A. Bailey, which listed his address and telephone number. And before long, the number was being inundated with abusive phone calls. The problem was, this wasn't Adrian Bailey. It was a man called Andrew Bailey. After the case of mistaken identity came to light, the phone calls and harassment stopped when people realized they had got the wrong person. In her hometown of Drogheda, Ireland, a memorial service was held on the 28th of September at St. Oliver's Community College, with thousands in attendance. On the 30th of September, just 2 days after Jill's body was found, a Melbourne photographer, Philip Verna, organized a public march. He said he only expected around 100 people to turn up, but the response was massive. More than 30,000 people walked side by side along Sydney Road in memory of Jill. The themes of violence against women became talking points in the media too. After Bailey had been charged, various Facebook users began to create pages about the case. As some of them were openly hostile towards Bailey, the Victoria Police tried unsuccessfully to have the pages taken down. As a result of this, the Premier of Victoria suggested it might be necessary to reform the law so that social media coverage could not prejudice a potential jury. According to the Irish Independent, her husband Tom also backed these calls to have the posts in question removed. Facebook refused to remove the content, leading to criticism from the Victoria Police Chief. He told Fairfax Radio that Facebook would not cooperate in removing the page and that he was seeking legal advice. Though social media has been enormously helpful in this investigation, it's also been very, very difficult. And we had calls to speak to Facebook over the weekend and ask them to take the particular site down, he said. Now, they've refused to do that. When you see the hatred that's incited by some of these sites, it is very much the antithesis of what we saw yesterday with the 30,000 people taking to the streets, saying let's try and make this a safer and fairer community. The Reclaim the Night movement also organized a march on the 20th of October. The Reclaim the Night march aims to give women a voice and empower them to feel safe walking the streets at night, as well as highlight the issues of personal safety that many women find themselves trying to navigate on a daily basis. On the 4th of October, Jill Ma's private funeral service took place at Melbourne Faulkner Memorial Park. The family thanked the public again for their support and the condolences that they had been offered. Those in attendance included colleagues from ABC and police officers who were working on the case. The considerable media attention led to a special area for journalists to observe from while the funeral was taking place. As Jill still had family back in Ireland, the following day a formal memorial mass took place at St. Peter's Church in her hometown of Drogheda, with hundreds attending. The priest who had married her and Tom, Father Oliver Devine, presided over the Massachusetts. The whole town was brought to a standstill as people silently marched through the streets. Her uncle Michael was given countless books of condolence from passers-by. At a pre-committal hearing in January 2013, a 2-day committal case in the Melbourne Magistrates Court was scheduled to start on March 12, 2013. According to various news reports, Bailey intended to fight the charges against him. However, on April 5, 2013, he entered a plea of guilty to the rape and murder of Jill Ma. 21 days later, he was back in court to answer for several other sexual assaults in Melbourne, dating back to the year 2000. On these charges, he entered a plea of not guilty. Deputy Chief Magistrate Felicity Broughton also granted the defense's application to extend the existing suppression order banning the publication of damaging or potentially prejudicial material about him, with specific reference to the internet. On the 12th of June, Bailey appeared in court for a pre-sentence hearing. During this hearing, victim impact statements were read out from the Marr family and others, including Jill's supervisor from ABC, Catherine Hurley. The devastation caused was immeasurable, and it was also revealed in Catherine's speech that many of Jill's colleagues from work had to seek counseling following her murder. Her widow, Atom, said in a statement, "What was stolen from me on September 22, 2012, was love, my best friend, and my entire world. I think of the waste of a brilliant mind and a beautiful soul. I am half a person because of this crime." Her brother, Michael, said, "I am in dreadful pain. I must carry on living a full life, yet I will never forget my sister." During this hearing, Bailey's lawyer, Saul Holt QC, said that Bailey understood he deserved a life sentence and that he was remorseful, saying, "There is a sense of true remorse and true empathy about what he has done." Part of Bailey's apology was also read out to the court. "I'd like to apologize for my actions. That night, I destroyed a precious life and many others." Prosecutors hit back at the claim that he was remorseful, arguing that as he had attempted to conceal the murder, that proved he wasn't sorry for his actions. During the meeting, the suppression order was also lifted by Justice Jeffrey Nettle, which allowed for Bailey's extensive history of rape and violence to be revealed and reported on. The courtroom was packed out and the public gallery was full at the Victoria Supreme Court. Adrian Ernest Bailey was sentenced to life in prison with a non-parole period of 35 years for the rape and murder of Jill Marr. When sentencing him, Justice Nettle said that Adrian Bailey was a sexual deviant, who either killed Jill because she was threatening to call the police after being raped by him, or because the idea of taking her life aroused him. "You were larger and stronger than she, and you used that physical advantage to dominate her. In effect, you dragged her off the streets late at night while she was peaceably going about her own business, within a stone's throw of her home." He also explained that had he not entered a plea of guilty, he would have received life in prison without the possibility of parole. Throughout his sentencing, Bailey stared down at the floor, only looking at once as his sentence was handed down. Following the high-profile case, in June 2013, Victoria's parole laws underwent a massive overhaul, directly as a result of the murder of Jill Ma and other women being attacked and or killed by people on parole. Nearly 3 years earlier, another Melbourne woman, Elsa Corp, was attacked, stabbed and strangled in a South Melbourne motel by a convicted drug trafficker who, like Bailey, was also out on parole. Under the new laws which were introduced in the Victorian Parliament later that week, breaching parole would now be considered a separate offence. A breach of parole could mean breaking a curfew or breaching an alcohol ban. Police could also take formal action if parole was breached, and any violent offenders that committed a serious breach of their bail conditions could immediately be returned to prison. The new Premier of Victoria said in June 2013, "There is no doubt that the system failed Jill Marr. Under the changes we've already introduced, the offender would have been back in jail, not on the streets. Our actions are the minimum we can do to try and make sure this never, ever happens again." The changes did not stop there. The High Court Justice Ian Callanan made recommendations to change the parole system. He highlighted 23 areas that required improvement. One such recommendation was that the paper system used to keep track of parolees was replaced by an electronic database. Another was that the part-time parole board be replaced with a full-time one, and that prisoners be required to prove they are at low risk of reoffending before they are released on bail. In September that year, it was revealed that Bailey had lodged an appeal against his sentence through the Victorian Legal Aid. The appeal argued that the minimum non-parole period was too long and that he hadn't taken perverted pleasure in murdering Jill, which was what Justice Nettle had said in his sentencing. In September, both the defense and prosecution argued their cases. On the 26th of September, after less than 10 minutes of deliberations, his appeal was dismissed. More controversy arose in November that year when a senior police sergeant with Victoria at a fundraiser for the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia. During the talk, he showed a photo of Jill's body that had been taken at the crime scene. The detective apologized following an outcry and stated that the photograph had only been briefly displayed and that he had the backing of Jill's family to use it. It also emerged he had done this several times before. The police later apologized, calling the matter an unfortunate error. There was further controversy when a Catholic priest gave a talk at a primary school and he told the children that had Jill been more faith-filled, she would have been at home in bed and not walking down the street at night. He also said that she had been walking at 3 a.m., which was not correct. The Vicar General of the Catholic Archdiocese of Melbourne, Greg Bennett, told the 3AW radio station that the Catholic Church apologized for the comments made by the priest, saying, "The reference to Jill Marr in particular was offensive and inappropriate, and the people of Victoria and Ireland mourn her sad and tragic death." He also spoke to the priest in question, who acknowledged the offensiveness of his remarks and also apologized. The suppression order that was in place during his trial had also had far-reaching consequences. Australian TV and radio presenter Darren Hinch was ordered to pay a fine of $100,000 after he had attempted to reveal Bailey's long rap sheet of sexual offenses and rapes. This was in breach of the suppression order. He failed to pay the fine, and therefore, on January 17, 2014, the 69-year-old began serving a 50-day prison sentence. Almost 2 years after he had began his sentence for the rape and murder of Jill Marr, Bailey was found guilty of 3 more rapes committed before he had killed her. These 3 trials were all held separately between 2014 and 2015. His victims were 2 sex workers and a Dutch backpacker. In the case of the backpacker, he had pretended to be a good Samaritan, telling her she was being followed by a car in the Bayside suburb of St. Kilda as she walked home from the pub. Believing he was genuine, she accepted his offer of a lift and got into his car. He then drove her to an isolated spot where he brutally raped her. An e-fit was issued and she was able to identify him from a photo board. The survivors of all 3 rapes had come forward due to the high level of publicity following Jill's abduction and killing. By that point, he had now been convicted of sexual offenses against 12 different people. The systems of the Victoria Police were once again in the firing line. It emerged that Bailey's DNA had been obtained in 2001 after he had sexually assaulted another woman, but this DNA was not being held on the Victoria Police's DNA database. In April that year, the Victorian coroner announced plans to hold an inquest into Jill's death were no longer going to go ahead. Her family welcomed this news, saying all they wanted was closure. The non-profit organization Legacy Australia, that helps provide support to servicemen and women and their families who were hurt or killed in action, set up an online condolences book. By July 2015, more than 3,000 people had signed it, many saying they had never even met Jill but felt compelled to offer their thoughts and prayers. Bailey was sentenced to a further 18 years in custody, meaning his non-parole period was extended from 35 years to 43. The following month, on the 25th of June, he lodged an appeal against 2 out of the 3 convictions and the extended non-parole period. In the summer of 2016, Bailey lodged yet another appeal against one of his rape convictions and was given a 3-year reduction to his sentence. During the court proceedings, Bailey's lawyer explained that following psychological testing, he was not deemed to suffer from psychopathy, but rather he had been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. His borderline personality disorder manifested itself in extreme and severe mood swings, as well as poorly controlled anger. He also said that as a child he had suffered sexual abuse at the hands of an older female relative, as well as physical abuse at the hands of his father. Despite his efforts to reduce his sentence, he will be in his 80s before he can even be considered for parole, and even if that happens, a parole board must be satisfied that he is no longer a danger to the public. In November 2020, Bailey's mother broke her silence to give an interview about her son's case. She explained that prior to Jill's murder, she tried to tell the police that she believed he was dangerous, and that the police had failed to heed her warning and take the appropriate action. Jill's devastated widow, a Tom, left Australia and returned to Ireland in August 2013. In November the following year, he made a trip back to Australia to promote the White Ribbon campaign, aimed at stopping violence against women. In June 2013, He gave an interview with ABC and explained how he felt the justice system had let his wife down. He also wrote an essay for the White Ribbon website called The Danger of the Monster Myth, tackling the stereotypes that many have about sex offenders. Part of the essay reads, "We cannot separate these cases from one another, because doing so allows us to ignore the fact that all these crimes have exactly the same cause. We can only move past violence when we recognize how it is enabled, and by attributing it to the mental illness of a singular human being, we ignore its prevalence, its root causes, and the self-examination required to end the cycle. Male self-examination requires this courage, and we cannot end the pattern of men's violence against women without consciously breaking our silence, although nothing can ever be done to ease the pain that has been caused." Jill's friends and family are determined that her and her impact will never be forgotten. Tom has said that following the death of his wife, the writings of Maya Angelou have been a source of peace and comfort, with the following in particular resonating with him. "History, despite its wrenching pain, cannot be unlived, but if faced with courage, need not be lived again." Danvers, Massachusetts, is home to approximately 27,000 people. Originally called Salem Village, Danvers has a rich history and is dotted with many landmarks and popular attractions. It is perhaps most famous for its connection to the Salem witch trials of 1692, after which the town was later renamed Danvers. This particular case begins in Danvers High School in 2013. 24-year-old Colleen Elizabeth Ritzer had been at Danvers High School for about a year and taught 9th grade algebra. She was born to Tom and Peggy Ritzer and had 2 younger siblings. They all described her as positive and optimistic, with a big heart and a genuine passion for helping people. Family was everything to Colleen, and people said she cherished every moment she spent with them. Colleen knew from a young age that teaching was what she had to do. Her passion for teaching and learning was infectious, and she often started her classes with inspirational quotes or pictures. She was very active on social media, posting puzzles and games to help her students learn, and people said she would always find time to help anyone struggling with their studies. Many of her students said they didn't even like mathematics until they had Colleen as a teacher, but her unique style, positive outlook, and willingness to help anyone finding things tough meant she quickly proved very popular with students. Tuesday, October 22nd, 2013. As the school day drew to a close and the building started to empty, Kayleen was finishing up some bits in her room. She left her classroom, A209, and briefly spoke to another teacher in the hallway before heading to the second-floor bathroom just before 3 p.m. At 6:30 p.m. that day, a frantic parent filed a missing persons report. Diana Chisholm's 14-year-old son was missing and he attended Danvers High School. Philip Chisholm was a quiet and reserved teen who had recently moved from Tennessee with his mother after his parents' divorce. He excelled in sports but kept to himself where everything else was concerned, and he socialized with few of the other children at his new school. Mike Chase, the coach from Danvers High School, had also received word that Philip hadn't turned up to practice and had missed the team meal too. 3 hours later at 9 p.m., Danvers High School Principal Sue sent a mass email to all school faculty and staff, informing them that their 14-year-old student was missing. Shortly after this email was sent, another math teacher called Sarah phoned Sue. Colleen Ritzer's parents had just contacted her to ask if she had seen their daughter, as Colleen appeared to be missing too. Colleen lived with her parents, and they were expecting her home hours ago, but ended up driving home without seeing her. He noted her car was still in its parking spot, but couldn't find her around the school. Tom said he was so proud of her, and all he wanted to do was tell her how exciting it was to see her new classroom. The more time ticked by, the more everyone was starting to worry for both the missing teacher and students. Danvers High School had been shut for ages, and there would be no reason for either of them to still be there. The teacher Sarah also informed Sue that Philip had actually been in Colleen's last class that day, and it seemed too coincidental that they were now both missing at the same time. Sue and a few other teachers went to the school to look for the pair, but they couldn't see them anywhere. Colleen's classroom seemed to be just as she'd left it, but they noted all her belongings were missing, and her car was still in its spot. At 11:20 p.m., with still no word from their daughter, the anxious Ritzers officially reported Colleen's missing to the Danvers police. Detectives quickly had her cell phone provider ping the location of her phone, and her phone's last known location was around 24 minutes away on foot from Danvers High School. They also pinged Philip's phone. His phone, however, was traced to a nearby cinema, Hollywood Hits Theater, but when the police arrived, he was no longer there. Searches were now underway in and around the school, and to everyone's concern, Colleen's purse was soon found in the surrounding area. It was empty and her cards and ID were gone. A search of the school found red-brown stains on the second-floor bathroom. At 12:30 a.m. on what was now October 23rd, police were notified that a pedestrian was walking alone in the southbound lane on Route 1, north at Salem Lane in Topsfield. Topsfield police soon realized it was the missing Philip Chisholm. The 14-year-old was patted down and police found a knife on him. Following this, they took him to Topsfield Police Station, where his backpack was searched. It was here that officers found a bloodied box cutter, Colleen's credit cards and driver's license. They also found underwear, which would later be confirmed to be Colleen's too. Philip told officers he innocently found all the items lying around at a Stop and Shop and just decided to pick them up. He then said he stole them from a car. So where did the blood on the box cutter come from? Officers asked. The girl, he finally said. He calmly told police that the woman was in the woods and was beyond help. Philip was then taken to Danvers Police Station, where he later met with his mother. It was noted that his demeanor then quickly changed, and he asked to talk to officers without his mother present. He was placed under arrest. While Philip was being interviewed, at around 3 a.m. a couple of hours later, a devastating discovery was made. Colleen Ritz's body was found near the school in the wooded area. She had been stabbed, strangled, and raped. She was naked from the waist down, and her top had been pulled up and her bra pulled down. Next to her body was a handwritten note saying, "I hate you all." She was posed in what was referred to by police as a sexually suggestive position, and had been violated with a tree branch which was still inside her. About 20 yards from her body was a large recycling bin, some bloody gloves and clothing. But what had happened that led to this? The school and surrounding area had over 100 security cameras, and police began the painstaking task of analyzing all of them. The footage on them would soon reveal a horrific and disturbing series of events. Another student in Colleen's last class that day recalled that after the lesson had finished, she saw Philip and Colleen talking. Colleen had spotted Philip drawing during the class and asked him to stay a little later to help him do some more prep for an upcoming test. The student said that while Colleen and Philip were chatting, she mentioned Tennessee in a passing comment, the state that Philip had left a few months before. At the mention of this, he became visibly upset and started muttering to himself. As soon as Colleen noticed this, she quickly changed the subject, but it didn't seem to make a difference. Shortly after the pair finished talking, Colleen left the classroom heading for the second-floor bathroom. A minute later, Philip Chisholm started to follow her. He then strangled her, stabbed her 16 times with a box cutter, and raped her. At 3:06 p.m., a female student entered the same bathroom. She told investigators she saw the back of a person who appeared to be changing. The person's rear was exposed, and the clothes were piled on the floor. Not wanting to disturb whoever it was she thought was changing, she quickly turned and left. Philip then left the bathroom. Over the next few minutes, he ran in and out of the school building, eventually returning to the classroom and fetching his and some of Colleen's belongings. He put on a black ski mask before bumping into another student and taking the mask off. At 3:14, he pulled a recycling bin into the bathroom and put Colleen inside it. He put his black ski mask back on and pulled the bin into a lift before dragging it out towards the student parking lot. When he got Colleen into the woods using the bin, he sexually assaulted her with a 3-foot-long tree branch before leaving her body on the ground, partially clothed, covered in sticks and leaves. At 3:30 p.m., the mother of another student saw Philip running near the school. She relayed this information to the principal at about 6 p.m. that day. Around the same time Diana had reported him missing. Philip then returned to the building about half an hour later, with blood on his jeans and without his shoes. He changed his clothes, heading back into the second-floor bathroom one more time, and stayed on site for a while longer, skipping his after-school sports practice. He then left the building completely. He went straight to the cinema and purchased a ticket for a 4:30 p.m. film showing. He left at around 6 p.m. and then used Colleen's credit cards at a nearby Wendy's. Near the cinema, police later found both Philip and Colleen's smashed phones, indicating that Philip had destroyed Colleen's phone near the school surroundings, which is why her phone's last known location was there. The pathologist said there were 2 causes of death: asphyxiation and the 16 stab wounds to the neck, 3 of which hit major blood vessels. They said it was not possible to say which killed her, but the pathologist said that she believed the asphyxiation happened first, because the knife wounds to the neck were so severe, it would have been too difficult to strangle her after stabbing her. Medical examiners believe Colleen was likely still alive when Philip dragged her body into the woods behind the school and subjected her to the horrific sexual assault with the tree branch. A professor of psychiatry at Harvard Medical School said cases such as these were off the charts rare. "I personally have never seen anything like this in the hundreds of cases I've had and the thousands of cases I've supervised," he said. Despite the overwhelming amount of evidence, including Philip's partial admission, he pled not guilty. In Massachusetts, anyone 14 years old or above who is charged with murder is automatically tried as an adult. Philip was tried as an adult on the murder charge and as a youth offender on the charges of armed robbery and aggravated rape. Philip attacked a youth services worker. He followed her into a locker room, where he choked and beat her before other workers intervened. The worker suffered injuries to her face, jaw, neck, and back, and Chisholm then faced further charges and a separate trial for attempted murder in this case. His trial in Kayleen Ritz's case, however, began in 2015. Philip's lawyers did not dispute Philip killing Kayleen, but argued that it happened during a psychotic episode that had been triggered by Kayleen mentioning the word Tennessee to him. On this basis, they asked for the jury to find him not guilty by reason of insanity. Defense attorney Denise Reagan said that Philip's family also had a history of mental health issues and that he likely suffered from them too from an early age. A psychiatrist that testified for the defense also said that Philip probably has early onset. They said that it was obvious that Philip had planned the attack in advance, as he already brought a ski mask, gloves, and a box cutter to school that day, and this was not a psychotic break based on the conversation they had in the classroom. Philip's defense lawyers also fought hard for him to be acquitted of the sexual assault in the woods. They disagreed with medical examiners, saying that they thought Colleen had already died by the time the assault with the tree branch happened, meaning that Philip should be acquitted of that part of the crime on that basis alone. Life sentences without parole for juveniles have been found to be unconstitutional in Massachusetts, and under separate decisions made by the U.S. Supreme Court and the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court, Philip could not be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole for murder. Ultimately, the jury rejected the insanity defense that Philip Chisholm's lawyers had put forward and found him guilty. Because the judge also imposed concurrent sentences of 40 years for rape and 40 years for armed robbery, this means he will not actually be able to apply for parole until he is in his 50s. Philip was, however, acquitted of the second count of rape committed using the tree branch in the woods. During the 10 hours of deliberations, this was the only question juries had and had to ask the judge to clarify this. Defense attorneys argued that Colleen was dead when she was in the woods and when Chisholm violated her with the branch. A medical examiner that she had died by this point. Jurors ultimately believed she was no longer alive at this point, and Massachusetts law requires a live victim to convict someone of rape. Unlike other states, Massachusetts doesn't have a law against abuse of a corpse. Philip Chisholm was placed in a state juvenile detention facility and will stay there until he turns 21. He will then be sent to a state prison. Philip's mother reached out to the Ritzer family and said, "The words can't express the amount of pain and sorrow these past 2.5 years have been. However, there is no one who has suffered more than the Ritzer family. My utmost esteem, prayers, and humble respect is with them today as they continue their journey to heal." Tom Ritzer said, "It makes me sick to know that I walked the same halls as her killer. It makes me sick to know I drove by her in the woods and drove home. A dad's job is to protect his family. I didn't protect Colleen. A dad's job is to fix things. I can't fix this." Peggy said she often has to stay isolated from people because pretending to be happy is so difficult. Colleen Ritzer loved nothing more than inspiring and supporting people. teaching them and helping them to learn and grow. The difference Colleen made to so many people's lives was clear by the outpouring of heartfelt messages following her passing. Over 1,000 people turned out to pay their respects at Colleen's funeral, and hundreds of students and teachers participated in numerous vigils and other community events to celebrate her life. Her family established the Colleen E. Ritza Memorial Scholarship in her honor, which since October 2013 has awarded over $370,000 in college scholarships to 82 future teachers. One of Colleen's friends also started the Kindness for Colleen campaign. This encourages everyone to perform random acts of kindness on October 22nd each year and share them on social media. A beautiful and fitting tribute for the kind, positive, and compassionate Colleen Ritza. Paul Krashik served in the United States Army from 1966 to 1974, with his experiences during the Vietnam War shaping his perspective. When his daughter Darlene expressed interest in joining the Army after graduating high school in 1985, Paul strongly discouraged her from following his path. His wife Betty Lou shared these concerns for Darlene's safety and also urged her not to enlist. Despite their advice, Darlene remained resolute and determined to pursue her plans. In 1987, she joined the Army and was stationed at Fort Carson in Colorado. She had achieved the rank of specialist and was assigned to the 73rd Maintenance Company. On March 16, 1987, 20-year-old Darlene and several other members of her unit went out to Shuffles, a club on South Academy Boulevard in Colorado Springs that was popular with soldiers from Fort Carson. The group spent the evening dancing and having a few drinks together. Because they had work the next morning, most of the group went home early that night, but Darlene stayed later than the rest of her friends. The last known sighting of Darlene was sometime between midnight and 1 a.m. when a witness saw her leave the club. At approximately 5:20 that morning, March 17, 1987, two police officers were conducting early morning business checks. Near the dumpster in the alley behind the Korean club restaurant, they discovered a woman's body. The woman was nude, save for her gray pants, which were pulled down to her ankles, and one sock. She had a black rope around her neck and a wire hanger around her head. The officers found a driver's license nearby, and it identified the woman as Darlene Krashik. The location where she was found was on the same road as Shuffles. Approximately a mile south of it, authorities did not believe that the alley was the site of the crime. Rather, they believed that Darlene's body had just been left there. Darlene had been severely beaten, but her autopsy would show that she had died as a result of strangulation. She had also been sexually assaulted. According to those who knew Darlene, she had a heart of gold and was willing to provide help to anyone who needed it. No one could provide investigators with leads about anyone who would have wanted to hurt her or any potential motives for her murder. She was well liked in her community and had a close group of friends, but no known enemies. She had not gotten into any sort of argument or altercation with anyone at the club the last night she was alive that could have escalated into violence. Army CID and the Colorado Springs Police Department interviewed hundreds of people, both soldiers and civilians. They identified a handful of persons of interest, but were unable to make any arrests, and the case ultimately went cold. While they were unable to pinpoint an exact motive for the crime, investigators did speculate, based on the last phone conversation Darlene had with her mother, that her death may have had something to do with the Army. Just weeks before her death, Darlene was excited about her future in the Army and the opportunities it was providing for her future. However, when she spoke to her mother on the phone a week before her murder, Darlene was upset about something that was going on at Fort Carson and wanted to get away from the installation. She told her mother that she could not explain to her why she was so upset at that time. The Krashik family worked hard on their own investigation into Darlene's case and on keeping her story in the public eye. In 1996, they came to Colorado Springs to distribute flyers asking for information in Darlene's voice. I was only 20 years old. They took my dignity, my pride, and my jacket. Then, without mercy, they took my life. If you know something and think it's insignificant, you're mistaken. It's probably the missing link. Betty Lou and Paul Krashik investigated similar crimes from all over the world, filling up their home office with files and newspaper clippings. As the original investigators retired or were reassigned, The couple would call their replacements to make sure that they knew about their daughter and were working on her case. They kept Darlene's picture with them in their Bible. Darlene's case was reopened several times in hopes that new technology would finally identify her killer. In 2004, DNA from an unknown male was identified on several pieces of evidence and on several areas of Darlene's body. Originally, only a partial DNA profile was identified from this evidence, but in 2016, a much stronger profile was isolated. Unfortunately, no match to this profile was found in local or federal databases. That same year, the DNA evidence was submitted to 2 different laboratories. For further, it was sent to the United States Army Criminal Investigation Laboratory for YSTR analysis, which focuses specifically on the Y chromosome. The evidence was also sent to Parabon Nanolabs that December. Parabon used their snapshot DNA phenotyping program to create an image of what the contributor of the DNA may have looked like at the time of the murder, and in 2016, based on his DNA. They had no way of knowing the perpetrator's actual age, so they had to assign one. The images were generated to show the unknown male in his mid-20s, as he may have been in 1987, and in his mid-50s, as he may have been at the time the images were created. These images were released to the public in March of 2017, but despite the offer of a $10,000 reward from the Army, no one came forward, correctly identifying the man in the images. In early 2019, Army CID and the Colorado Springs Police Department asked Parabon to submit the DNA profile to GEDmatch, an online genetic genealogy database, and try to use genetic genealogy to identify their suspect. Using this method, Parabon was able to identify several distant relatives of the individual who had left his DNA at the scene. The closest relatives were a woman and her daughter living in Wisconsin, and another woman living in Texas. These women were believed to have a 6th to 9th degree relationship to the contributor of the DNA profile being investigated, meaning they could be as closely related as second cousins once removed, or as distantly related as fourth cousins. By constructing the family trees of the relatives found in the GEDmatch database and comparing them, Parabon was able to narrow down what branch of their family they shared with the unknown male. Parabon was then able to identify a potential suspect found in all of their family trees, who would have shared the same amount of DNA as the person with a DNA profile from the crime scene. That suspect was 58-year-old Michael David White. White had served in the Army from October of 1979 until April of 1998, working as he had been stationed at Fort Carson from September of 1986 until August of 1987. After leaving the Army, White went to work for CenturyLink. He worked there for the next 2 decades, and eventually he rose to the position of senior network engineer. In 2019, he was living in Thornton, Colorado, just north of Denver, with his wife. He had no criminal record. On May 20th, 2019, 2 detectives went to White's residence and saw him get into his car. They then followed him to work. Later that day, they followed him as he left work on his lunch break and went to a nearby fast food restaurant. There, they watched him drink from a cup as he ate his meal. When White left the restaurant, leaving the cup behind, the 2 detectives collected it in hopes that a DNA sample could be taken from it. They also surreptitiously swabbed the door handle of White's car as another potential source of his DNA. Testing showed that Michael White's DNA matched that found at the crime scene. On June 13, 2019, 32 years after Darlene Krashik's murder, he was arrested at his home and taken into custody on a no-bond warrant. He is being charged with first-degree murder after deliberation, first-degree felony murder, and aggravated first-degree sexual assault. White's wife told local reporters that her husband is innocent of the charges against him and that their entire family is shocked by his arrest. Darlene's parents traveled to Colorado from their home in West Virginia to attend Michael White's first appearance in court shortly after his arrest. The appearance was only about 5 minutes long, but the trip was still worth it for the Crash OX. They returned to Colorado for a preliminary hearing in the case on October 25th. Paul and Betty Lou have pledged to make the trip to Colorado for every one of Michael White's court appearances. The Crash OX are hoping that after 32 years of freedom, White will live long enough to serve 32 years in prison. He had his probation. Now it's time to do his time, Paul told Fox 21 News. I would just tell him that I feel sorry for his mother, Betty Lou said in the same interview. He He took my life away from me when he took Darlene, so I can only imagine what his mother feels knowing what he did. Michael White is currently being held at the Criminal Justice Center in Colorado Springs, and his next court appearance is scheduled for February 18, 2020. Jimene was born on March 31, 1989 in Independence, Louisiana. Although there is very little known about his early life and details such as the names of his parents or the schools he attended remain a mystery, one thing that is known for certain about Jimene's childhood is that he had a sister named Chastity Jackson. Despite the lack of information about their early years, it was clear that the two of them shared a special bond that could not be broken. Growing up in Independence, Louisiana, the siblings relied on each other for comfort, support, and love, and as they grew older, their relationship only grew stronger. People who knew Jimene describe him as a sweet young man who was always beaming with joy and spreading kindness wherever he went. Everyone who crossed his path was struck by his infectious smile and warm heart. His gentle personality and quiet disposition made him a beloved figure among his family and friends. He also had a deep love for his family, whom he held close to his heart. But there was more to Jimene than just his kind-hearted nature. He was a gifted artist who had a talent for drawing. His sketches were a reflection of his boundless imagination and his ability to capture the essence of the world around him. Jimene was also a devoted member of his church community, regularly volunteering his time and resources to help those in need. Apart from this, Jimene also had a close friend by the name of Monterey Page. Monterey lived in the same neighborhood and attended the same school as Jimene. He was also well known by Jimene's family. Despite Jimene being 4 years older, the two got along quite well. There was no doubt that Jimene's days were filled with laughter, love, and endless possibilities. He had his whole life ahead of him, with plans and dreams that seemed like they would soon be within reach. But when they least expected it, things took a turn for the worse. July 23, 2010 started out like any other day for Jimene. He got out of bed and started his morning routine, completely oblivious to the fate that awaited him. As he went about his usual business, running errands and taking care of responsibilities, little did he know that he was completing a sequence of events that would ultimately lead to his untimely death. Perhaps if he had known what was going to happen, he would have chosen to remain indoors throughout the day rather than venture outside. Some minutes before 11 p.m. on that fateful day, an emergency call came to the Independence Police Department. The caller, who seemed to be in a state of panic, reported that someone was lying unconscious on Kem Street near a roadside ditch. It was unclear how long the person had been lying there, but the caller urged the police to hurry. The police officers on duty immediately sprang into action and rushed to the scene as fast as they could. When the police arrived at the scene, they were greeted with a chilling sight. A young man, barely clinging to life, lay motionless near a roadside ditch. Despite the absence of any visible physical injury or blood on his body, it was clear that he was in a terrible state. The officers' minds raced as they tried to figure out what could have happened to him. They began to suspect that the young man had been a victim of a hit-and-run driver, as there were no other signs of foul play in the area. Officers knew that time was of the essence and they had to act quickly to save his life. With the help of paramedics, they carefully loaded the young man into a waiting ambulance, hoping that he would make it to the hospital in time. With sirens blaring, they rushed to the Lally-Kemp Regional Medical Center. Upon arrival at the hospital, the doctors quickly stabilized the young man and assessed his condition. The news was not good. He had suffered from multiple head injuries and his life hung by a thread. Knowing the gravity of the young man's injuries, the doctors transferred him to St. Tammany Medical Center, one of the best hospitals in the state. As the doctors and nurses worked tirelessly to keep the young man alive, more information about him began to surface. Shockingly, it turned out to be none other than Jimene. His family were soon contacted and they rushed to his side at the hospital. With hearts heavy with fear and anguish, they prayed and hoped for a miracle. But as the hours ticked by, their worst fears were confirmed. Jimene's condition was critical, and the doctors soon prepared him for surgery. The surgery was successful, but Jimene's recovery was slow and uncertain. The medical team decided to transfer him to the New Orleans University Hospital, where he could receive the best possible care. Despite the doctor's best efforts, Jamine's condition continued to deteriorate and his family's hope began to fade. They clung to every shred of optimism, but deep down they knew that they were facing the unthinkable. On July 25, 2010, just 2 days after his fight began, Jamine passed away. His family was devastated. They couldn't believe that he had been taken away from them so suddenly, and in such a tragic way. The following day, after Jamine's death, the Tangipahoa Parish Coroner's Office scheduled an autopsy to determine the cause of his fatal injuries. The examiner's findings revealed that Jamine's death resulted from internal closed head injuries. The injuries also suggested that the vehicle that possibly hit him was slow-moving, which only added to the mystery of what happened that fateful night. As the news of Jamine's tragic death spread, a cloud of sadness and confusion descended upon the quiet town of Independence. Detectives of the Independence Police Department wasted no time in launching a full-scale investigation into the incident. They were determined to unravel the mystery behind Jamine's untimely demise. They began to meticulously piece together all the events of that fateful night, hoping to find the answers. The detectives faced a daunting task and they were not sure where to start. Who was the reckless driver that had possibly struck Jamine and left him for dead on the side of the road? And if it wasn't a hit-and-run incident, what exactly had happened to Jamine on that night? These and many more questions plagued the detectives. As the investigation into Jamine's death continued, detectives made a crucial discovery. The person who found Jamine lying on the roadside was none other than his friend and neighbor, Monter. With this revelation, the police immediately turned to Monter for answers, hoping that his account of events could provide valuable insight into what really happened on that night. However, even after several rounds of questioning, the police were still no closer to solving the case. The mystery surrounding Jamine's death only deepened, leaving detectives more frustrated. Jamine was soon laid to rest. The funeral was attended by many who had known him and loved him. After the funeral, the investigation into Jamine's death continued with renewed vigor. Detectives interviewed numerous individuals, but nothing came of it. The authorities even asked the public for help, urging anyone with information to come forward. The passing of time did not ease the pain felt by Jamine's loved ones. Each anniversary of his death brought renewed heartache, and the desire for justice remained strong. Despite the trail going cold, the authorities never gave up hope of solving the case. Unfortunately, the investigation yielded no concrete leads and the case eventually went cold. Around 2017, the case was reopened. However, the Independence Police Department once again found themselves at a dead end regarding Jamine's case. With limited resources and no leads, they knew they needed to help find a breakthrough. Desperate, they turned to the Tangipahoa Parish Sheriff's Office for assistance. The Sheriff's Office then stepped in, bringing their expertise to the table in a bid to unravel the mystery behind Jamine's tragic death. Detective Mike Sticker took charge of the case and began working tirelessly alongside Independence Police Chief Frank Edwards. The two men and several other detectives spent countless hours poring over the facts, determined to find any new leads that could potentially bring justice for Jamine. They believed that the community held the key to solving the case, and so they once again turned to the public for help. Remained hopeful that media coverage of the case would jog someone's memory or conscience and encourage them to come forward. 6 long years later, in January 2023, the breakthrough in Jamine's case finally came when a mysterious witness, whose identity was kept confidential, stepped forward. The witness had been carrying a heavy burden of guilt and finally felt compelled to come clean. His story was nothing short of jaw-dropping and took the investigation in a completely different direction. According to the witness, Jamine's death had not been caused by a hit-and-run driver as previously thought, but by someone close to him. The individual told police that the person responsible for Jamine's death was his friend Monterey. While the exact details of the witness account are still undisclosed by detectives, the gravity of Monterey's actions were finally revealed. Following this, detectives began to look for him. His whereabouts were finally traced to Chambers County, Texas, and on February 10, 2023, officers finally arrested him. Even though he had been 17 when Jamine died, authorities decided to charge him as an adult. Up until 3 years ago, once you reached the age of 17, "You were considered an adult offender in the state of Louisiana," said Tangipahoa Parish Sheriff Jimmy Travis. Monter was charged with second-degree murder, multiple failure to appear counts, and one charge of jumping bail. As it turns out, Monter's legal troubles seem to have started long before he became a suspect in Jamine's murder. He had been previously arrested and had pleaded guilty to multiple drug charges. This was back on November 16, 2021. At the time, the court had ordered him to wear an ankle monitor and return for sentencing 3 days later on November 19th. However, instead of complying with the court order, Montre decided to flee to Chambers County, Texas, and also removed his ankle monitor illegally in the process. News of Montre's arrest for the murder sent shockwaves through the community, especially to Jamine's grieving family. At first, they could hardly believe it when they heard that their son's own friend was responsible for his tragic death. But as the reality set in, a sense of relief washed over them. The rest of the community also struggled to come to terms with the truth behind the case. It was a betrayal that cut deep, and people wondered how something so senseless could happen between two friends. Many were left with lingering questions and a sense of unease. But above all, there was a collective hope that this would bring closure for everyone involved. On February 27, 2023, Montre pleaded guilty to several charges in the drug-related case and was sentenced to 90 years in prison. At the moment, he is also awaiting trial for the murder of Jamine. After a long investigation, the truth behind Jamine's death finally came to light. Thanks to the perseverance of law enforcement and the bravery of a witness who came forward, justice was served. While nothing can bring back Jamine, his family and the community can finally have closure and begin to heal. But what do you think would have happened if the witness had not come forward with the information that Jamine was murdered by his friend Montre instead of being a victim of a hit and run? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. June 26, 2004 was a serene day in Wright City, Missouri. However, the city was stunned when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a gruesome discovery in a rest area along the bustling Interstate 70. While trimming the brush, the maintenance worker noticed something suspicious. Out of curiosity, he went to investigate it further and ended up uncovering a decapitated torso. The sight sent shockwaves down his spine. He immediately called the police and informed them about what he had found. It was a discovery that shocked the town of Wright City. The human remains had no head or limbs and was simply a torso. Since the remains were found in a secluded area, investigators theorized that the body was dumped in this area, but the victim was most likely killed elsewhere. But what they found provided more questions than answers. The torso was dressed in a simple black bra, and there were scars from a previous appendectomy and C-section visible on her body, but not much else. All the investigators found at the crime scene were some DNA samples on the victim's body and a knife. After an initial examination of the crime scene, her torso was taken for an autopsy, but because the body was without hands, legs, and a head, it eliminated almost all possible ways in which she could be identified, making it impossible to know who the victim was and how she ended up in that place. As there was not much evidence found at the crime scene, police were relying on the autopsy report for more information. But unfortunately, even the autopsy report could not pinpoint an exact cause of death. It was suggested that the neck had been ruthlessly severed, but it was impossible to clearly say how she met her demise. Initially, it was believed that she was a victim of organ trafficking, but they found that no organs had been removed from the body, which indicated that the murder was not to steal her organs. The case left investigators scratching their heads as they tried to piece together the puzzle of her final moments. The discovery set off a major investigation, with many detectives working tirelessly to find any leads that would help solve it. This was the start of a lengthy investigation, which would puzzle police for many years to follow. As a first step, Investigators interviewed people who lived in the nearby area and urged them to jog their memory in search of something unusual they might have witnessed in the area around the time of the discovery of the remains. Some witnesses said that they saw a white utility van in the area the day before the torso was discovered. But while that information looked promising, it did not generate any new leads. Even after a thorough investigation, the police could not come up with any suspects. Without much evidence or suspects, the case eventually went cold. The investigation was reignited in 2014, when Lieutenant Matt Schmutz of the Warren County, Missouri Sheriff's Department took over the case and started to investigate missing persons in the area that matched the characteristics of the victim. The following year, he began to talk with investigators in Madison County, Illinois, on a missing persons case that shared similar traits. Then in April 2006, a person who could have been from the woman's family whose name went to the Warren County Sheriff's Department. When he realized that the torso could be his sister's, he provided DNA for an identity test, but the testing was inconclusive. Brian refused to give up on finding his sister's killer, even when all hope seemed lost. Even though his initial attempt to provide DNA evidence failed, he didn't give up. After years of failed attempts to identify the remains found in rural Missouri, a new lead was finally uncovered. This lead was Ashley Kinnear, who was likely the oldest daughter of the woman, and who was contacted due to information Brian gave to the police. An expert suggested getting DNA samples from the woman's relatives, including her oldest daughter Ashley Kinnear and 2 other siblings. Thankfully, they agreed to provide the DNA for testing, which ultimately led to a breakthrough in the case. And in 2016, the Missouri lab found a match. Finally, the identity of the torso was revealed. It was stated that the victim was Deanna Dennis Howland, also known by her aliases Deanna Froelich or Deanna Kinnear. Records show that Deanna was married more than once and had multiple aliases, including Deanna Barker, Deanna Kinnear, and Deanna Froelich. She had at least 2 children and was born in Belleville, Illinois in the United States. Despite her struggles and the difficulties she faced in life, Deanna Dennis Howland was a person with hopes and dreams, loved by her family and missed by those who knew her. Her tragic death at the hands of a murderer is a reminder that every person, no matter their struggles, is deserving of justice and respect. Deanna was a woman who lived a troubled life, battling addiction and often living as a transient. She was known to frequent areas of Illinois such as Granite City and East St. Louis and was recognized by many as a prostitute who had problems with the consumption of illegal drugs. Despite her struggles, Deanna was a caring mother to her children. Her daughter Ashley Kinnear remembers her as a loving and devoted parent. Ashley became concerned about her mother's well-being when her mother failed to show up for a school play that she had promised to attend in May 2004, and there was no further contact after that. Deanna's disappearance was out of character, and her daughter knew something was wrong when her mother didn't even call her on her birthday, something she never missed. For all this time, Ashley had been confused and disheartened regarding her mother's disappearance. She had tried to contact every possible person she could think of or knew about, but still she had gotten no information about her mother. The only thing she could do was wait for her mother to show up one day. From this, it is clear that despite her troubles, Deanna was clearly a caring and loving mother who always made an effort to stay in touch with her children. Authorities finally made a breakthrough in the case of Deanna Dennis Howland in 2022. The suspect was found with the help of a DNA report. The DNA that investigators got from Deanna's body and from the knife which was found at the crime scene was what finally helped them crack the case. The defendant, whose identity has been released, was linked through his DNA evidence that investigators found on Deanna's body. Took years of testing and analysis through forensic genetics to make the connection, but the evidence was finally conclusive in 2022, which led them to a 63-year-old man. The man was identified as Mike Anthony Clardy, a longtime resident of Maryland Heights, Missouri. The quiet life that Mike Clardy and his wife were leading came to an abrupt end when police arrested Clardy on January 10, 2023 at their Maryland Heights home. This wasn't the first time Clardy's life was disrupted, as he had an accident in 2004 that rendered him legally blind. But this time it was due to his alleged involvement in this heinous crime. The suspect was able to hide from the police for 2 decades but was finally identified. Court records show that Clardy was not linked with any other killings and did not have a criminal record. But now Clardy is facing second-degree murder charges in relation to the killing of Deanna Howland. The next step was to uncover the whole truth behind the heinous crime. Clardy, who had been compliant with the arrest, was brought in for interrogation. As the detectives probed, and more crucially about the remains that were found. In 2023, after almost 2 decades, justice was finally served for Deanna Dennis Howland as her killer Mike Clardy was charged for her murder. The St. Louis prosecuting attorney's office filed an indictment stating that Clardy confessed to killing Howland in June 2004, as well as scattering her remains across multiple locations. Despite his initial denial of involvement, Clardy reportedly admitted to officers that he murdered Howland after a disagreement in his home, where she had been working as a sex worker. He admitted to spreading the victim's remains throughout the St. Louis and Warren counties. He is currently being held on a bond of $1 million in Warren County as the investigation continues. The announcement of the indictment by the major case squad of Greater St. Louis marked a significant breakthrough in a joint investigation between multiple law enforcement agencies. If found guilty, Clardy may face a lengthy prison sentence of up to 40 years. Finally, the truth is being unveiled and justice may finally be served for Deanna Howland nearly 2 decades later. Howland's loved ones never lost hope that the perpetrator of the heinous crime would one day be brought to justice. And finally, after years of tireless investigation, Clardy was apprehended and the veil of mystery surrounding Howland's murder was lifted. As the sheriff's office released details of the case, the community was left in shock and disbelief, learning of the DNA evidence and other gruesome details that had been withheld for years. Though they will never have her back, her friends and family can find solace in the fact that justice has finally been served. At a press conference in St. Louis, Deanna Howland's daughter, Kennyer, expressed her gratitude towards everyone who had taken an interest in her mother's story. It was an emotional moment as she thanked the crowd for their support and for not giving up on her mother's case. Kennyer revealed how she always knew that something had happened to her mother and that she would never have abandoned her family without a word. She appreciated the fact that people were interested in getting to know who her mother was and the impact she would have had on their lives if she were still alive. It is clear that Deanna was a kind and devoted woman who meant the world to her loved ones. Kennyer's words touched the hearts of many, reminding us all of the importance of not forgetting the lives of those lost and the loved ones they leave behind. The case of Deanna Howland is a tragic reminder of the impact that violent crimes can have on individuals, families, and communities. The arrest and confession of Clardy may bring closure to those affected by Howland's murder, but it can never fully undo the harm that was done. Ultimately, it is up to the justice system to hold the perpetrator accountable for their actions. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. 20 miles from Sacramento, Dixon was incorporated into Solano County in 1878. Those that call it home get to enjoy a suburban lifestyle without the rush of big city living. It is a farming community known for its alfalfa fields, dairy farms, and sheep farms. Dixon also plays host to the annual Lambtown Festival and the Mayfair, the oldest state fair in California. Dixon became the focus of a crime that shocked the small farming community when the body of a young woman was found in a cornfield. On August 3, 1980, at around 3 p.m. in the height of summer in the United States, 2 cornfield workers were busy clearing a field near Seavers Road in Dixon. As they made their way through the stalks of corn, on the ground they noticed something unusual. The men cleared a path and discovered the body of a young woman. Without hesitation, they called their manager, who contacted the police immediately. Within moments, officers from the Solano County Sheriff's Office arrived and cordoned off the scene. It was ruled a homicide as the victim appeared to have been shot multiple times. They searched the immediate area for clues but found nothing. There was nothing belonging to the victim in the area, nor any form of identity. After questioning other workers and potential witnesses, they received no answers to their growing questions. Investigators surmised that the young woman was killed elsewhere and dumped in the cornfield as it was close to the road. The victim's body was taken to the county mortuary for a full autopsy. The cause of death was ruled as homicide by gunshot wounds. She had been shot 6 times in the head and neck. There were no signs of a sexual assault or defensive wounds. Using the victim's fingerprints, investigators tried to search various databases to find any record that would help identify her. A search of missing person databases didn't provide any leads, nor did the victim have any criminal records. She was named as the Jane Doe, and a profile was developed with pictures and a composite. In the report, she was described as being white with brown eyes and dark brown hair cut into a punk rock style. She also had a small dark mole on the left side of her chin. The coroner estimated her age to be between 15 and 23. Her height was measured at 5 feet and 2 inches and her weight at 155 pounds. At the time of her death, she was wearing a green wool sweater and a light blue long-sleeved smock with wooden buttons, a small floral design, and a safety pin that was used to secure the top together. On her left finger was a white metal spoon ring, and she was also wearing a wooden bead necklace. Despite the information being made available to all local police departments and sheriff's offices, the victim's case grew cold quickly. The leads dried up and tips were few and far between. Investigators kept checking back with the victim's fingerprints, but nothing was found on any systems. The victim's remains were buried in a Solano County cemetery a month after the body was discovered and marked as a Jane Doe. The case grew cold. Periodically, investigators would look through the file. It was 10 years later they received a new lead. On June 19, 1992, the Solano County Sheriff's Office received new information regarding the Jane Doe case. The National Missing Persons Unit contacted the investigation team regarding a missing persons report made by Augustine and Sally Campiglia on May 12, 1992. They reported that their daughter, 21-year-old Holly Ann Campiglia, went missing in July 1980. They had reported Holly Ann missing in July 1980 after receiving a letter from her that stated she did not want to have any more contact with them. They tried to trace the address on the letter but discovered that it was from a fake street address. Holly Ann's parents then discovered that the missing persons report that they filed initially in July 1980 was somehow deleted from the national database 2 weeks after it was made. Investigators ran the details received through the database. They also requested DNA samples to test against that of their Jane Doe. 5 weeks later, the Campiglia family received the devastating news that Holly Ann was, in fact, the Jane Doe. Holly Ann Campiglia was born in 1959 to parents Augustine and Sally Campiglia. She was the eldest of 5 daughters and raised in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. She was a free spirit according to her family and always cheerful. She adored her sisters and often sewed their dresses and helped with styling their hair. Her father Augustine said she was a talented and artistic person. Life had seemed to be on track for Holly Ann as she was performing well in school, scoring straight A's. However, it was in her senior year in 1976 that Holly Ann began to change. Her parents noticed her withdrawing from the family and then discovered she had started abusing substances. They also noticed the change in her mental health and her emotional breakdowns. What they couldn't understand was the root cause of her problems. Despite her personal problems, Holly Ann went on to enroll at the Glassboro State College studying toward a degree in fine arts. It was then that she started to behave erratically again. Holly Ann began running away from home. The first incident occurred in 1977. She disappeared for over a month before her parents found her, walking along Route 70 about a mile from their home. Over the next few years, Holly Ann continued her pattern of running away from home and becoming less responsive to the medical treatment she was receiving for her emotional problems. Her mother Sally said that Holly Ann needed to be watched at all times or she absconded from home constantly. Holly Ann's family tried desperately to make sure they gave her all the help possible. The last time she saw her daughter alive was June 10, 1980, while they were on their way to a counseling center. Holly Ann began to grow agitated, and while her mother drove, she started to have an outburst Holly and tried opening the door as her mother drove. Sally pulled the car over to the side of the road to reason with Holly Ann, who immediately walked away. Despite trying to pull her back, Sally could not hold on to her daughter. Sally immediately returned home and called the Cherry Hill police to report Holly Ann missing. They provided assistance by stopping several girls who looked like Holly Ann, but it was too late. She had already made her way out of town. A month later, they received a letter from Holly addressed from Sacramento. According to the letter, Holly said she was living with two guys and told her parents not to think of her anymore. A trace of the address led them nowhere. It was then they reported her missing and had her name and profile uploaded to the missing persons database. Little did they know her details were accidentally erased from the system. The Campiglia family turned to other missing persons networks and Social Security to see if Holly had somehow turned up somewhere on their radars. For years, her family waited for answers. I just kept hoping she would show up one day with grandchildren. But with each year, I'd lose a little hope, said Sally. After 12 years of holding out hope, the Campiglia family had finally found Holly and in a way received the closure they needed. My daughter said to me, "Mom, Holly gave us 12 years to get used to this," said Sally. With each year, we lost a little hope. In a way, knowing what happened to her is some kind of relief, she said. Holly's remains were flown back to New Jersey from California for her final burial in 1992. Sally remarked that it would be the first and last time Holly would be on a plane. She could never wait for a plane. She either hitchhiked or took a bus. When they send her body home, it will be the first time she was ever on a plane. And the last. Investigators now had a name for the victim and worked with Holly's family to find answers to her murder. Having not heard from her in over 12 years, they could offer no new information that would help the case. They were back to square one. No new leads meant no moving forward with the investigation. The case went cold again. As the case sat cold, the family began looking at the new technology that was being introduced to solve cold cases. In 2021, Holly's sisters approached the Solano County Sheriff's Office to find out if it was possible to retest all the biological evidence that was collected from the crime scene and Holly's body. The Sheriff's Office reviewed the case and resubmitted the evidence. Fortunately, the evidence was preserved properly. Advancements in technology allowed for the biological material to be tested despite how old the samples were. The DNA samples were sent to the Serological Research Institute, who were able to discover a foreign DNA profile. The lab results confirmed that the foreign DNA found on several pieces of evidence was that of a male. With a new DNA profile, officials submitted their new findings to the San Mateo Crime Lab in California. They soon discovered that the DNA profile was already on their system and belonged to a man already doing serious time in prison, Herman Lee Hobbs. 76-year-old Herman Lee Hobbs was already serving time at the Valley State Prison in Chowchilla. Hobbs had lived in Sacramento and worked as a mechanic. Reports suggest that he was married to a woman named Louise Hobbs and had children with her. Hobbs was alleged to have been a drug user and also involved in manufacturing methamphetamine for his own use. There is not much information regarding his personal life, but Hobbs' criminal history is extensive and disturbing. In 1969, at age 22, Hobbs was apprehended after leading police on a wild car chase following a spate of robberies in Sacramento. He admitted to being responsible for more than a dozen robberies and agreed to plead guilty to being the serial burglar. However, during his sentencing, he attempted to escape from the courtroom and had to be tackled and subdued by courthouse officers. He was released in 1975 after serving just 5 years, but the worst was still to come. In the year 2000, Hobbs' criminal career came to a crashing end. He was convicted of assaulting a female from Yuba County, California. Following his conviction, his own daughter and niece came forward with a tip that Hobbs may be responsible for numerous fatal attacks between 1975 and 2000. Investigators looked back at several cold cases and were able to identify Hobbs' movement since his release. In January 1975, 13-year-old Terry Pata had left school early after complaining of feeling sick with a headache. She never made it home. Her body was found 9 days later, stuffed in a drain pipe along the route she normally took home. She had been fatally wounded with a knife. Investigators discovered that Hobbs had moved to Rio Linda in 1975 and lived only a block away from Terry's home. With Hobbs' DNA already on file, they tested it against the evidence from Terry's murder and found a positive match. Hobbs was already serving a lengthy sentence for the Yuba County case from 2000. He pleaded no contest to Terry's murder and was given another sentence of 25 years to life. Another cold case resurfaced following Hobbs' arrest. In the year 2000, loggers working near the Yuba County foothills discovered the skull of a woman. The remains were sent off to an anthropology lab in California for DNA testing. The results proved that the skull belonged to 29-year-old Brenda Ann Tucker, who was reported missing in May 1994. Her clothes were found neatly folded by a creek in the Rackerby area, and her car was discovered in a parking lot of a Brownsville market. Brenda was classified as missing until December 2000. After the results from the autopsy, it was proved that it was a gunshot to the back of her head that killed her. Furthermore, witnesses came forward after the discovery, claiming that Brenda was murdered. The case went to trial while Hobbs was serving his sentence for Terry's murder. Yuba County Detective Sergeant Phil Spadini testified at the trial. In court, he said that witnesses claimed to have seen Brenda leave Hobbs' residence shortly before he too was seen leaving. He also said the clothing belonging to Brenda was found about a half a mile from the home he shared with his wife Louise in 1994 and included a towel from Hobbs' own home. He further added that Brenda's remains were found a short distance from where Hobbs lived in 1984. Spadini also brought forth 2 calls received from women in Yuba County that alleged Hobbs assaulted them, one of which said her assault occurred near the woods where Brenda's remains were found. Brenda's family said that Hobbs knew them well and was often a house guest during the 1990s. DNA found on the black pants that Brenda was last seen wearing proved to be a match to Hobbs. But on September 17, 2002, during his arraignment, a judge dismissed the case, stating that there was insufficient evidence to link Hobbs to Brenda's murder. Investigators were also looking into a possible link between Herman Lee Hobbs and the disappearance of 35-year-old Jennifer Lynn Wallace from Dobbins in Yuba County. Jennifer was reported missing by her estranged husband in November 1997, after failing to meet him as scheduled. In 2023, Hobbs' name resurfaced after DNA found at the Holly and Campillia crime scene matched his own during the reinvestigation of the case. A warrant was issued to obtain Hobbs' DNA in order to confirm a direct match. It proved to be a positive match to the male DNA profile found on the evidence. Hobbs was charged and arrested on February 24, 2023 for the murder of Holly and Campillia. He was transferred from the state prison to Solano County Jail. He is being held without bail and on a state prisoner hold. Hobbs is set to be arraigned on March 13, 2023 in the Solano County Superior Court in Fairfield. Investigators are currently working on investigating 5 other cases that may be linked to Herman Lee Hobbs. Following the confirmation of Hobbs' involvement in the death of Holly and Campillia, the Sheriff's Department released a statement thanking the Campillia family and the investigators working the case. We are grateful to the Campillia family for their patience and assistance, to the labs whose new technology allowed additional testing of older evidence, and to the staff who worked tirelessly to help bring closure to a lifetime of waiting, they said in a statement. Sadly, Holly and sister Karen died aged 47 on June 11, 2009 from natural causes. On July 3, 2016, her mother Sally Campillia also died at age 83 without knowing who was responsible for her daughter's murder. The Solano County Sheriff's Office said that detectives are still working with other agencies in Northern California to identify and possibly link Hobbs to other cold cases and possible victims. For investigators who take on the challenge of cold cases, it becomes a job motivated by determination, dedication, and a responsibility to the families of the victims to see a case through to the end, no matter how many years it takes to find answers. In the case of Holly and Campillia, her family's need for answers may be able to bring closure to many other families who may have lost loved ones to the evil motives of Herman Lee Hobbs. Do you think Herman Lee Hobbs could be responsible for more cold cases in the Yuba County area? Laurel was born on the 24th of May in 1958 to Richard Mitchell and Wilma Mitchell in the town of North Webster. She had an older brother named Bruce Mitchell and a little sister named Sarah Mitchell, whom she was 5 years older than. Despite the occasional sibling rivalry, Laura and her siblings had a tight-knit bond that only grew stronger with time, where her warm smile and friendly nature won over the hearts of everyone she met. One of her most endearing qualities was her unwavering kindness and caring nature. She had a heart of gold and always went out of her way to help others and make them feel loved. The neighborhood children were particularly fond of Laurel, and it wasn't uncommon to see her surrounded by young children all clamoring for her attention and affection. Laurel had many talents, but perhaps her greatest passion was music. From a young age, she had a natural gift for singing, and so it was no surprise that she was a key member of the local church choir. But Laurel's love for music didn't stop there. She was also an accomplished dancer who honed her skills by taking lessons at a local studio. For Laurel, music and dance were more than just hobbies. They were a way of life. They gave her a sense of purpose and fulfillment that nothing else could match, and she poured her heart and soul into every performance, no matter how big or small. At the age of 17, Laurel was set to begin her senior year at Wawasee High School. However, before the new school year began, she decided to take up a job at the Cokesbury Inn, a small restaurant located in Epworth Forest. For her, working at the restaurant was a perfect opportunity to gain valuable experience while earning some extra money. She was determined to make the most of every moment, and with this attitude, she threw herself into the job with all the energy and enthusiasm she could muster. In no time, she had become a favorite among the staff and the customers. By 1975, Laurel was living life to the fullest. Friends she loved spending time with and a bright future ahead of her. But unbeknownst to her, fate had other plans. As the sun rose on August 6, 1975, the Mitchell family began their day, unaware that a life-changing tragedy was waiting just around the corner. Laurel, Sarah, and a friend of Laurel's who was staying over with the family got up early and eagerly tackled their morning chores. Bruce, the elder brother, was not home at the time because he was already married and serving in the Army in California. Soon, Richard and Wilma left for their respective workplaces after bidding their daughters goodbye. By mid-afternoon, Laurel also set off for work. She arrived at the Cokesbury Inn in time for her shift, ready to take on the day with a smile on her face. As she greeted customers and went about her duties, time seemed to fly by. Before she knew it, the clock struck 10 p.m., signaling the end of her shift. Earlier that day, she had made plans to meet up with some of her friends at Adventureland, a popular amusement park located just half a mile away from her workplace. And so, when a coworker offered to drive her home after work, she politely declined. At around 10:15 p.m., Laurel said her goodbyes and stepped out of the bustling inn. The night was cool and quiet, with only the sound of crickets chirping in the background. The anticipation of spending a thrilling evening with her friends kept her energized as she walked towards Adventureland. As she walked away from the inn, she was swallowed by the darkness, never to be seen alive again. Meanwhile, Laurel's parents were oblivious that something bad had happened and believed that she was just out having a good time with her friends. Her friends, on the other hand, assumed that she had gone home after work since she did not show up. For some reason, they also decided to change their plans and headed over to a county fair in Warsaw instead of the amusement park. At around midnight, Laurel's friend returned to Richard and Wilma's home. She had been part of the group Laurel was supposed to meet up with. Wondering about Laurel's absence, the friend's shock turned to alarm when she realized she had never made it home. The friend then explained to Laurel's parents how the night had gone and how Laurel had never shown up for the planned outing. Their hearts sank after they heard all that Laurel's friend had to say. They knew in their gut that something was amiss. Laurel was always responsible and would never stay out past curfew without letting them know. Both Richard and Wilma exchanged worried glances, trying to think of what to do next. They decided to give it some time and wait for Laurel to return home. But as the minutes turned to hours, their anxiety grew and they knew they couldn't just sit and wait any longer. Something had to be done. They called the police and reported that Laurel was missing. The dispatcher took their information and promised to send a unit out to their home to take a report. As the sun began to rise and the night turned to dawn, news of Laurel's disappearance spread quickly throughout the neighborhood. Concerned neighbors and friends gathered together to search for her by combing through the woods and checking roadsides. Back at home, Laurel was found dead. Laurel's younger sister Sarah woke up and was deeply upset when she discovered that her sister was not at home. Although she was supposed to attend a softball practice that morning, she was in no mood to do so. Her parents, however, urged her to go, and so she left home with a heavy heart. That same morning around 10:30 a.m., a fisherman named Glenn Dixon and his son Hager set out on the Elkhart River hoping to catch some fish. The river was about 15 miles away from Laurel's place of work. As the fisherman and his son were about to begin fishing, they suddenly spotted a fully clothed body floating in the water. They approached it, and upon closer inspection they realized that it was a dead body that had likely been floating for a while. It was a shocking discovery and a gruesome start to their day. The fisherman and his son contacted the authorities, and soon the once peaceful riverbank was swarming with police officers. Everyone was determined to find out the identity of the victim and what had happened to her. The air was tense with anticipation, and after what seemed like an eternity, the officers finally discovered that the victim was none other than Laurel, the young teenager who had been reported missing by her distraught parents just hours earlier. Soon after, her body was taken away for an autopsy. A few moments after the discovery of the body, a convoy of police vehicles pulled up outside Laurel's parents' home. Richard and Wilma were anxiously waiting for any news of their daughter's whereabouts, but they were not prepared for the news that was about to be delivered to them. As the officers told them what had happened, Richard's eyes filled with tears, and Wilma as well was inconsolable. When Sarah arrived home from her softball practice not too long after, she could sense that something was not right. She found it strange that there were multiple police vehicles in the driveway. With a growing sense of unease, she hurried inside to find her parents in tears. The look on their faces made her heart drop. With a shaky voice, her father broke the devastating news that her beloved sister, Laurel, was dead. From that moment, Sarah's world would never be the same again. Days after Laurel's body was discovered, the results of her autopsy were released. The report stated that she had died by drowning, but there were no apparent signs of trauma aside from bruises on her hands and shoulder. To make matters worse, the report also revealed that she had been sexually abused. The news sent shockwaves throughout the town, and people began to question who could have committed such a heinous act. An investigation was immediately launched by the authorities, and they worked tirelessly to solve the mystery surrounding Laurel's tragic end. With many questions unanswered, detectives began to conduct interviews with potential witnesses. One such witness, a man named Frank Overmeyer, came forward and shared a revelation. He claimed that on the night of Laurel's disappearance, he heard what sounded like the trunk of a car being slammed shut. He suspected that the vehicle in question was an Oldsmobile. This statement by the witness would not make much sense to detectives until several years later. Now, at the time of Laurel's death, detectives collected and stored the clothing and belongings from her body. These included a silver necklace, one earring, shoes, undergarments, a sweatshirt, and blue jeans that were unzipped and unbuttoned. Unfortunately, due to the lack of technology at the time, there was little that could be done with the clothing. However, it was only a matter of time before advancements in forensic technology would breathe new life into the investigation. Laurel's funeral was held at a large church in the heart of the town, and it was attended by an enormous crowd of well-wishers, friends and family members who had come to pay their respects to the young woman, who had been taken from them far too soon. "I don't remember the sermon at all," Sarah said. "I just remember sitting between my dad and my brother, and they were both squeezing my hand so hard." The investigation into Laurel's death intensified after her funeral, with detectives from multiple state and local agencies working round the clock to solve the case. They combed through evidence and interviewed many more individuals, but all their efforts were in vain. No one could figure out how Laurel had met her end, and her family was left in the dark with no answers. As weeks turned into months and months into years, the case slowly faded from the headlines and went cold. But for Laurel's family and friends, the pain of her loss remained. In 2007, Indiana State Police Captain Kevin Smith was assigned as the lead investigator on Laurel's case. He was a man on a mission and was determined to provide the answers that had eluded Laurel's family for so long. The pressure was on, but Captain Smith knew that he would do whatever it took to give Laurel's loved ones the closure they deserved. But despite his best efforts, no new leads or evidence surfaced for several years, leaving him and his team frustrated and discouraged. Hope began to dwindle, and the case seemed destined to remain unsolved forever. Laurel's parents, Richard and Wilma, never stopped working to keep their daughter's case in the public eye, hoping that someone would come forward with information that would lead to an arrest. But as time passed, the couple's health began to deteriorate. In 2012, tragedy struck once again, and they passed away just 4 months apart, without ever seeing justice for Laurel. It was a heartbreaking end for a couple who had dedicated their lives to seeking answers and closure for their daughter. Despite their passing, the memory of Laurel lived on and her case continued to be investigated by the authorities. In 2013, detectives received a surprising lead. A woman named Renee Sexton stepped forward to provide a piece of vital information. She revealed that when she was only 16 years old, she had attended a party with a man named John Lehman in 1975. During the car ride home, John had made a startling confession to her. He revealed that he and a friend called Fred Bandy had committed a murder. However, he did not disclose any details about the crime they had committed. Detectives were intrigued by this piece of information and believed that it could be related to Laurel's case. In 2014, a year after Renee's account, detectives received another tip, this time from a man named Bill McDonald. Bill had been a high school sophomore in 1975 and claimed to have met Fred at a party shortly after Laurel's death. Fred had allegedly boasted about committing a crime around the area where Laurel's body was later found. This new development made detectives hopeful, and it prompted them to take a closer look at both Fred and Lehman as potential suspects. They dug deep into the two men's past, but their search yielded nothing significant on Lehman. However, this was not the case for Fred. They discovered that he had been in trouble with the law before. He pleaded guilty to abuse and contributing to the delinquency of an individual. It was an unsettling discovery that left the detectives wondering if this was just the tip of the iceberg. They knew they had to keep digging if they were to uncover the truth about Fred's possible involvement in the murder. In 2019, the items of clothing and belongings collected from Laurel's body were taken out of storage and re-examined by Captain Smith. With cutting-edge technology and modern techniques now at their disposal, he was hopeful that they could finally unlock the secrets hidden within these items of evidence. With this, he submitted some of Laurel's clothing to the state laboratory for DNA testing. Forensic scientists worked diligently for several weeks to analyze the evidence and, in the end, their hard work paid off. They were able to produce a male DNA profile found on the clothing. The discovery brought renewed excitement to the case, and detectives couldn't help but wonder if this was the breakthrough they had been waiting for. With the help of the DNA profile, Captain Smith and his team were able to eliminate some of the other suspects they had been looking at, and narrowed their search down to only two individuals on their radar, Fred and Lehman. In December 2022, detectives set off on a mission to Fred's residence, which was located in Indiana. They were determined to get a DNA sample from him. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by Fred, who seemed oblivious to the reason for their visit. The detectives took a deep breath and explained to him why they were there. To their surprise, he did not put up any resistance and even offered to provide a DNA swab voluntarily. After the DNA sample was obtained, the detectives thanked Fred for his cooperation and left his house. On January 13th, a long-awaited breakthrough in the case arrived. The DNA analysis on Fred's sample revealed a match that was beyond the detectives' wildest dreams. The probability of him being the source of the DNA found on Laurel's clothing was a staggering 13 billion times higher than anyone else. The detectives were ecstatic with the news, knowing that they were closer than ever to solving the case that had haunted them for nearly 5 decades. Armed with DNA evidence that linked Fred to the crime scene, they quickly obtained a warrant for his arrest. But their work didn't stop there. They knew they needed more evidence to build a solid case against him, and probably Lehman too. So they also secured warrants to search the homes of both men and collect DNA samples from Lehman. Detectives also discovered that Fred had owned and driven a 1971 Oldsmobile at the time of Laurel's murder. With this knowledge, detectives were able to piece together the horrifying sequence of events that possibly led to Laurel's death. They believed that Fred and Lehman had forced her into the car, driven her to the river, and then deliberately drowned her. It was a shocking and disturbing revelation that sent shivers down the spines of everyone involved in the case. On February 6, 2023, a team of detectives arrested both Fred and Lehman at their respective homes, and they were charged with first-degree murder. At the time of their arrest, they were both 67 years of age. When Captain Smith called Laurel's sister Sarah and her brother Bruce to inform them of the arrests of 2 men in connection to their sister's murder, they were surprised. They were grateful for the breakthrough, but also felt a pang of sadness as she wished her parents were alive to witness the moment. On February 28, 2023, both Fred and Lehman appeared in Noble County Court and pleaded not guilty. But the overwhelming evidence against them spoke louder than their words. Both men were then ordered to be locked up without bonds or the possibility of bail at Noble County Jail. They are scheduled to appear for pretrial hearings on April 24, 2023. As for Sarah, her heart still aches from the loss of her beloved sister, and although she knows that justice will be served, she admits that it may not be enough to ease the pain. "I'm glad they are going to be punished, that they won't be able to hurt anyone else. But she's still dead," Sarah said. The investigation into Laurel's murder spanned over 4 decades, and it was only through advances in technology and dog detective work that justice was finally served. She will always be remembered by those who loved her, and her memory will serve as a reminder of the importance of seeking justice for victims of crime. May she rest in peace. In 1980, 21-year-old Helene Przyczynski was a senior at Wheaton College in Norton, Massachusetts. She was an active member of the community there and served as the chair of the Resident Hall Council. The only thing important enough to take her away from that community was her dream of becoming a journalist. Just after New Year's Day, she arrived in Colorado for an internship in the news department at KHOW Radio in Denver. She had an aunt and uncle who lived in Englewood, Colorado, and would be staying with her for the duration of her internship. On Wednesday, January 16th, Helene was just 2 weeks into her stay in Colorado. She left work that afternoon as usual and began her commute home. Her new routine was to take bus from Denver to Englewood, getting on the bus at Colfax Avenue and Broadway in Denver, and getting off at the stop at Union Avenue and South Broadway in Englewood. She would walk from the bus stop to her aunt's home, less than 2 miles away. Helene was responsible and punctual, so her aunt knew something was wrong when she failed to arrive at her home that evening. At 10:30 p.m., she called the Englewood Police Department to report Helene missing. They immediately began searching for her, concerned that her disappearance may have been tied to a series of sexual assaults that had recently occurred in the area. The following morning, a woman was driving past a remote field south of Englewood in an area of Douglas County that would soon become the planned suburb of Highlands Ranch. Her children were in the car with her, and they were on their way to a meeting. One of the children told her that they saw someone lying in the field as they drove past it. A road grader operator was nearby, so the woman stopped and asked him to go into the field to see if her child was correct about someone being there. They were. The operator discovered Helene's body lying in the field. Helene was found nude from the waist down, and her autopsy would reveal that she had been sexually assaulted. Helene's hands had been bound behind her, and she had been stabbed in the back 9 times. Her lungs had both collapsed as a result of those injuries, and her cause of death was extensive blood loss. A witness reported seeing Helene get off the bus in Englewood sometime between 5:57 and 6:30 p.m., meaning that she was abducted by her killer during her walk home. Her autopsy estimated that she died sometime between 8 and 10 p.m. The Douglas County Sheriff's Office, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and volunteers from the Arapahoe County Search and Rescue Unit searched the area for clues that morning. They did not find anything, and the effort was called off as snow began to fall. Investigators canvassed the area for more witnesses and used the media to ask for anyone with information to come forward. Their best lead was a witness who saw a man standing by a vehicle near the field where Helene was found at approximately 10:20 p.m. on January 16th. The witness was only able to provide a general description of the man, but after being put under hypnosis, she was able to provide a detailed composite sketch of the man she had seen. That image was circulated, and owners of the type of vehicle she had observed were investigated, but no arrests were made. Without new leads, the case went cold by the of 1981. Helene was posthumously awarded her degree, with honors, by Wheaton College on May 31, 1980. Helene's friends and family helped create a scholarship in Helene's memory, which is awarded to a senior at the college. The school also awards the Helene Przyczynski Leadership Award to a senior dedicated to the Wheaton community, who has enriched the campus environment through contributions to student life and commitments to others, as Helene did during her time there. A major force in keeping Helene's case from being forgotten in the decades following her death was her high school choral group. As a student at Hamilton Wenham Regional High School in Massachusetts, Helene had been a member of the school's singing group, Club Harmony. Other former members of the group have been actively maintaining the scholarship fund Helene's parents initially established in her memory. The scholarship is awarded to a senior at the school who has made a valuable contribution to a drama or musical production. In addition, 3 former members of the group, and Helene's former choir director, traveled to Colorado in 2006 with the goal of trying to move the case forward. They passed out flyers in the area near the bus stop where Helene was last seen, and gave media interviews asking for witnesses to come forward. They were also able to meet with investigators from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation to inquire about using more advanced DNA technology to finally close the case. They remained involved with the investigation even after returning home, and Colorado detectives would later travel to Massachusetts to meet with them about Helene's case. The case had been reopened in 1998 by a task force with members from the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and the Englewood Police Department, with hopes that DNA testing would solve it. Semen had been found on Helene's coat, and a DNA profile was developed from it. Unfortunately, when it was run through the FBI's DNA database, no matches were found. Later searches would also fail to identify a match to the DNA from the crime scene. Helene's case was re-examined again in 2013, when the Douglas County Sheriff's Office formed a cold case unit. The unit would look at the case occasionally over the next few years, but no new leads were found. In 2018, the case was revisited again, but this time investigators had a plan to use one of the newest investigative techniques available in the case. They now hoped that genetic genealogy could be a potential means of identifying a suspect. The process would require an exceptional amount of research, investigation, and problem-solving. Dozens of investigators at the state, local, and federal level worked on the case over the course of the next year. The process of using genetic genealogy in the case began in late 2018, when Detective Jason Serbo of the Cold Case Unit at the Douglas County Sheriff's Office submitted the DNA profile from the crime scene to Parabon Nanolabs in Virginia. Parabon prepared to be uploaded to GEDmatch, an open-source genetic genealogy site originally designed to help individuals locate distant relatives and construct family trees. The site also has an option that allows users to authorize law enforcement agencies to compare their DNA to samples from unsolved cases. If individuals who are even distantly related to the suspect provide this access, authorities can study their extended family trees to identify potential suspects based on the amount of DNA they share. Parabon's initial findings after running the crime scene DNA through GEDmatch found 2 individuals estimated to be 3 generations removed from Helene's killer based on the amount of DNA they had in common with him, as well as several other individuals who were more distantly related to him. Several of these individuals allowed Detective Serbo access to their family trees and personal genealogy research. Ultimately, Parabon and Detective Serbo came to the conclusion that Helene's killer was most likely the son of a woman named June Estes. They believed she had a total of 4 sons, but were only able to identify 2 of them. Those 2 sons had been 10 and 11 in 1980 and were therefore eliminated as suspects. June Estes led a tumultuous life, using 6 different surnames over the course of her life and living in multiple states. This made trying to identify her other children very difficult. Investigators still tried to find them, but also continued investigating the possibility that the killer fit into the family tree they were constructing somewhere else. As more and more people uploaded their DNA profiles to GEDmatch, the authorities had more and more information to work with. One woman from Georgia named Jessie, who is distantly related to the killer, has publicly detailed the process of being contacted by investigators and asked to assist in the genealogy research they were performing to identify Helene's killer. Jessie was an early listener of the Murder Squad, a podcast launched by investigative journalist Billy Jensen and retired cold case investigator Paul Holes in April of 2019. Jensen and Holes were both connected to the Golden State Killer case, in which a suspect, Joseph James D'Angelo, was famously arrested decades after the last known crime, thanks to genetic genealogy. Jensen helped complete Michelle McNamara's book on the case, I'll Be Gone in the Dark, after her sudden death in 2016, and Holes worked on the case for many years, retiring just prior to D'Angelo's arrest in April of 2018. Jensen and Holes are therefore vocal advocates of the use of genetic genealogy. They also hoped that their podcast could be used to teach their listeners ways to responsibly help solved cases. Since the beginning of the podcast, they have explained how individuals uploading their DNA profiles, obtained through commercial DNA services like Ancestry.com or 23andMe for personal use, to databases such as GeneMatch, and making them available for comparison to law enforcement, could potentially provide important leads in unsolved cases. Jussie had previously had her DNA analyzed through 23andMe. After hearing Jensen and Holes explain how she could make her DNA available for investigators to compare it to samples from cold cases, she decided to submit her DNA profile to GeneMatch and uploaded it to the database in April of 2019. In early June of 2019, Jussie received an email from Detective Serbo. He told her that he was working on a cold case from 1980 when he ran DNA found at the crime scene through GeneMatch. Jussie's profile came up as one of the very partial matches. He estimated that Jussie and Helene's killer were third cousins. GeneMatch does not make an individual's full DNA profile available to law enforcement. They also only make available the information users choose to share. When someone uploads their DNA profile to the database, they can opt to use their legal name or make a username. Detective Serbo was able to get in contact with Jussie through the email address she provided, but he did not have much other information about her. He would need her to provide him with details about her family so that he could study her extended family and see exactly where it overlapped with the other individuals the unit had identified. While Jussie had submitted her DNA to GeneMatch because she knew it could potentially help in a criminal case, she did not expect anything to ever come of her decision and was surprised when she received this email. Before responding, she used the limited amount of information she had been given to try to determine if such a case actually existed, to verify that the email was genuine. Researching cold cases in Colorado from 1980, she came across Helene's case and determined that it was most likely the case Detective Serbo was investigating. Jussie enlisted the help of a friend to compile her family tree to provide to Detective Serbo. In addition, she had both of her parents, who had also previously used commercial DNA services, upload their profiles to GeneMatch. This allowed investigators to determine that Jussie was related to the suspect through her father's side of the family. Detective Serbo left the sheriff's office to become a senior criminal investigator for the Denver District Attorney's Office in July of 2019. The task of investigating the vast amount of information being gathered from GeneMatch users then went largely to Detective Shannon Jensen. In addition to Parabon Nanolabs, Detective Jensen also worked closely with a Colorado-based company, United Data Connect. She was able to fund this additional genetic genealogy work thanks to funding from Metro Denver Crime Stoppers. Helping Detective Jensen with the investigation was Joan Hanlon, a professional genealogist working for United Data Connect. Detective Jensen had recently hit a dead end with a potential suspect in Arizona, but Ms. Hanlon provided new ideas to keep the investigation moving forward. She helped Detective Jensen identify key family members of individuals who were already cooperating in the investigation, who should have their DNA tested, and began researching different descendant lines. Over several months, other distant relatives were identified and contacted, and certain descendant lines were eliminated from consideration. The work was tedious, but ultimately provided the information needed to finally close Helene's case. Instead of identifying a new potential suspect, Ms. Hanlon's new efforts ultimately brought Detective Jensen back to the original theory genetic genealogy had generated in the case. Thanks to Ms. Hanlon's work, Detective Jensen located a family member who could finally tell her about the two unidentified sons of June Estes. This family member revealed that after June had suffered a nervous breakdown, her husband, William White, had taken her boys away from her. He eventually sent them to live with their Uncle Fred. The boys were named William and Curtis White, and the relative was able to provide details like where they had been born and places they had lived. This information allowed Detective Jensen to finally identify the previously unknown sons of June Estes and investigate them as potential suspects. One of the brothers, William White Jr., had an extensive criminal record. Detective Jensen learned that his DNA had been entered into the combined DNA index system in 2010. Since the sample from Helene's coat had been run through that database after 2010 and had not matched to William White, she knew that he was not her suspect. However, she still had his DNA compared to that from the crime scene. In November of 2019, it was confirmed that William White was not the suspect she was looking for, but YSTR analysis, a type of analysis specific to the Y chromosome carried by males, revealed that William and Helene's killer came from the same paternal lineage. The investigation was on the right track. June's other son with William White Sr. had been born Curtis Allen White, but he was using the name James Curtis Clanton by 2019. In 1975, while living under another alias, Curtis White had raped a woman at Knife Point in Arkansas after gaining entry into her home by asking to use her telephone. He pled guilty to first-degree rape and was sentenced to 30 years in prison. However, he would only serve a fraction of that sentence. After stealing a car while trying to run away from home as a teenager, White had been sent to live at the Southern Christian Home, a children's home in Arkansas. After he was sent to prison in 1975, one of his former counselors from the home got in contact with him and offered to help him get back on his feet. The counselor was now living in Douglas County, Colorado, and offered to let White come live with him, his wife, and 5 children. He also promised to help him get a job. This offer played a major role at White's parole hearing in early 1979. "I want to be paroled because I have people that care about me now and I have adjusted myself," White said at the hearing. Having a support system in the form of a counselor apparently made White a good candidate for parole, and he was released from prison on March 6, 1979, after serving only 4 years of a 30-year sentence. His parole agreement allowed him to move to Colorado to live with his former counselor and assigned him to a parole officer there. White did live with the counselor and his family for a year, as he had assured the court and worked at the landscaping job the counselor had secured for him. This placed him in the area at the time of Helene's murder. White would later move to Englewood and work for a backing company, but he moved back in with the counselor and his family after just a few months. By 1982, he had moved to Florida and changed his name to James Curtis Clanton. He would be married and divorced twice over the years, with the first marriage lasting only 30 days. In 1998, he was arrested for domestic battery in Palm Beach County. His mugshot from this arrest would be the first image investigators in Colorado would see of him. It bore a striking resemblance to the composite sketch of the suspect developed back in 1980. While Clanton's criminal history, resemblance to the sketch, and place within the family tree investigators had constructed made him look like a promising suspect, these details by no means proved that he killed Helene. In order to eliminate or confirm him as the suspect, investigators would need to test his DNA, which was not in any database. They therefore began the process of trying to surreptitiously collect a DNA sample from him to test against the DNA from the crime scene. Detectives Tim Vinot and Troy Crosswhite of the Douglas County Sheriff's Office were assigned to try to get a sample from Clanton. They spent the week of Thanksgiving, 2019, surveilling Clanton, following him around Lake Butler, Florida, where the 62-year-old was living and working as a truck driver. Their first attempt to get a sample of his DNA from a discarded milk carton was unsuccessful, so their surveillance continued. On November 30th, they followed Clanton into a bar called the Full House Lounge just before noon. They watched him drink several beers, pouring each bottle into a mug. After Clanton left the establishment, the detectives collected the beer mug from the bartender. It was sent back to Colorado for analysis. The DNA found on the mug was a match to the DNA found at Helene's crime scene. On December 11, 2019, a little more than a month shy of the 40th anniversary of Helene's murder, James Curtis Clanton parked his truck near his home, as was his routine. As he walked away from it, he was arrested. With the assistance of the Union County Sheriff's Office, Clanton was taken into custody without incident and extradited back to Colorado. Clanton was being charged with first-degree murder and second-degree kidnapping. He could not be charged with sexual assault because the statute of limitations for that crime had expired. Authorities have so far not connected Clanton to the other sexual assaults committed in the area around the time of Helene's murder. Clanton's arrest was announced at a press conference on December 16, 2019, the same day he appeared in court to be formally advised of the charges against him. Investigators and District Attorney George Brauchler were prepared to take the case to trial. However, at a court hearing on February 21, 2020, Clanton pled guilty to the charges against him. This plea to these specific charges requires that he be sentenced to life in prison. However, because of the statutes in place in 1980 when the crime was committed, he will be able to apply for parole after serving 20 years in prison. As he would be 82 years old at that time, he may not live long enough to even have the opportunity to make such an application. Helene's friends and family are extremely grateful for the work of all the investigators and the tenacity they showed by not giving up on solving Helene's case. Unfortunately, the passage of time between Helene's murder and the arrest of her killer meant that many of her loved ones did not get to see the case solved. In addition to her beloved grandmother, Julia, all of Helene's immediate family, save for her older sister, Janet Johnson, passed away before Clanton's arrest. Her brother, Chet, passed away in 2009 at the age of 63, and her parents, Henrietta and Chester, passed away within 3 months of each other in 2012. Janet Johnson wants the focus of this case to remain on Helene and her memory. In a statement she released through the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, she described her younger sister as her best friend and a loving relative to her entire family. Hatching up and killed, Helene would have gone on to do great things. "There has not been a day that goes by that we haven't missed her," Johnson said in the statement. "The detectives and everyone else who helped make this day happen are my heroes." On Friday, May 24, 1957, Emmanuel Akinyemi was working at the Gloucester Road Underground Station in London. As a foreman, his job included taking tickets and operating the lift. At 10:20 p.m., he heard someone running up the emergency staircase. If someone were fast enough, they could make it up the stairs before the lift got back up to street level and avoid the lift attendant and paying their fare. Then, Emmanuel heard a woman yelling, "Bandit! Bandit!" He had just brought the lift down to the eastbound platform and saw a tall, white-haired woman slowly stumbling towards the lift, clutching her chest. When he asked her about the bandits, she replied, "I have been knifed." It was then that Emmanuel noticed the blood seeping through the woman's jacket down her left side. Emmanuel quickly helped the woman onto the lift and began bringing her up to street level. He asked her where the bandit was, and she told him she did not know. Authorities would later come to the conclusion that the person Emmanuel had heard on the emergency staircase was the culprit making his escape. The woman was already too weak from blood loss to speak much more. Once the lift reached the street level, Emmanuel left the woman with the station inspector and ran to call for help from a nearby public phone. Police Constable Ron Sherfield of the Metropolitan Police happened to be passing by outside of the station and was called in to help. He stayed with the woman as she was transported to St. Mary Abbott's Hospital, and she spoke her final, labored words to him, "I was on the platform, then stabbed." The woman passed away not long after she arrived at St. Mary Abbott's, just after midnight on May 25th. The woman was 73-year-old Countess Teresa Lubienska. The native of Poland had been living in London since the end of the Second World War. She had spent the night of May 24th having dinner with friends at their home in Florence Road, Ealing. She had left the gathering with Father Krzyzanowski, a Polish priest. They boarded the Piccadilly line at Ealing Common and rode together until Father Krzyzanowski disembarked at Earl's Court. The Countess had remained on the train until it reached the next station, Gloucester Road. A post-mortem examination revealed that the Countess had been stabbed 5 times by her killer. 2 of the wounds had pierced her heart. The other 3 wounds were in her chest, stomach, and back. The weapon used was a very small knife, no more than 2 inches long. The Countess had been born Teresa Skarżynska on April 18, 1884, in southeastern Poland. She came from a noble family and was educated at a prestigious all-girls Catholic boarding school in Ukraine. She acquired her title upon her marriage to Count Edward Lubinski in 1902. Following her marriage, she went to live on her husband's family estate and became an active member of the Polish Red Cross. She and her husband had 2 children, a son Stanislaw, born in 1906, and a daughter, Isabella, born in 1910. During the political upheaval that followed the 1918 Bolshevik Revolution, Count Lubinski was stabbed to death and the family estate was seized. The Countess and her children then fled to Warsaw. Her son Stanislaw chose to go into the military and graduated from Cavalry Officer Cadet School in 1928, ranked 2nd in his class of 50 cadets. He rose to the rank of captain in 1936 and was killed in September of 1939 as he fought during the German invasion of Poland. Perhaps as a way to cope with her grief, Countess Lubienska became an active member of the Polish resistance against the Nazis and German occupation. She helped find aid for civilians suffering under the occupation, and her apartment was one of the earliest places where the secret meetings of the Polish resistance were held. In 1942, she was reported to Nazi officials who searched her apartment and found the escaped prisoners she had been hiding there. The Countess was arrested and sent to Pawjak prison for her initial interrogation. From there, she was sent to Auschwitz, where her prisoner number for 4747 was tattooed on her arm. She was then sent on to Ravensbrück, where she was sentenced to death. Her sentence was commuted at the last minute due to the intervention of the Swedish Red Cross. Countess Lubienska would remain at Ravensbrück as a political prisoner for over 2 years, during which time she was tortured and became gravely ill. Despite all this, she remained serene and strong, according to those held with her. Instead of focusing on her own suffering, she instead tried to help her fellow prisoners, to whom she showed great kindness. She earned the nickname the White Angel during her time in the camp for her efforts. The Countess was able to survive in the camp until she was finally released and then fled to London, where she was eventually reunited with her daughter. She lived modestly in a one-room flat in Cornwall Gardens, Kensington, and dedicated her life to helping other displaced persons and concentration camp survivors. She founded and was the chair of the London Association of Polish Ex-Political Prisoners in Germany. Her work over the years following the war had put her in contact with more than 1,000 fellow Poles now living in England and 5,000 Poles scattered throughout the rest of the United Kingdom and Europe. Following the Countess' death, the General Secretary of the Federation of Polish Exiles in London, Mr. T. Hesiak, said, "This is a great shock and loss to the Polish community in London." The Countess was very well known and very well esteemed throughout Poland and by every Pole in this country. She was a woman of much bravery, very religious, and always the champion of the poor. On Sunday, May 26th, more than 3,000 Polish exiles attended Mass at Brompton Oratory, where special prayers were offered for the Countess, described by the officiating priest as a devout and brave daughter of Poland. Following the Mass, more than 300 people remained in a private chapel, lighting candles before an image of Our Lady of Czestochowa and kneeling in prayer until early evening on behalf of the Countess and her memory. The Countess' political and social activism was, of course, immediately considered as a potential motive in her murder. Her daughter, Isabella, was convinced that the crime had a political motive. It is possible that her killer could have held extreme political views and disagreed with the Countess' opposition to the Nazi Party or her work on behalf of displaced persons. A popular theory in the Polish community at the time was that Countess Lubienska had been murdered by a Soviet agent or by a treacherous member of the Polish community now working for the Soviets. However, the small knife used in the murder seemed like an improvised weapon, and the well-lit platform full of witnesses was an unlikely location for a planned assassination. A more popular theory early on in the investigation held that the Countess had run into someone she recognized from her time with the Polish resistance on the platform. She perhaps saw someone from Poland who had cooperated with the Germans during the occupation. This theoretical person may have felt it necessary to kill the Countess on the spot to prevent her from exposing their secret. Supporting this theory was the fact that the Countess had a remarkable ability to remember faces. She could remember people with ease, even though she knew so many people as a result of her work. Countess Lubienska's activism and ties to the war, of course, may also have been purely coincidental, and she may have been the victim of a random crime, such as robbery. There was no indication that someone had tried to grab her handbag, but she could have been killed by a panicked thief following a botched attempt to steal from her. Those who knew the Countess believed that she would have fought back against anyone trying to rob her. The Countess' repeated use of the term bandit following her attack would seem to support this theory. A bandit is generally defined as someone who steals or plunders. However, the Countess was known to use the term outside of its widely accepted definition. Speaking at the inquest into the Countess' death, one of her family members, Adam Antony Bilansky, testified that she used to say that word very often, describing some hooligans. "I remember it very well. Speaking about some people who are drinking too much, making a noise, she used it very often." This ties into another possible motive in the case. While Countess Lubinska was a champion of the poor and lived modestly after the war, her younger years as a member of a noble family still influenced some of her views. She had very strong opinions about proper behavior and was not afraid to voice them. She disapproved of rowdiness, vulgarity, and drunkenness, and expected others to behave with the same sense of propriety she did. According to a station porter, there had been a group of young people at horseplay on the platform shortly before the Countess arrived there. She may have reprimanded them for what she considered misbehavior and been killed in a subsequent argument. Police were never able to determine the motive in the murder because they were never able to identify the killer. This was not due to a lack of effort, however. The exact train the Countess had been on was identified, and the time of her arrival at the station was placed at exactly 10:19 p.m. The driver and guard on the train were interviewed, but could not provide any useful information. More than 200 trains on the Piccadilly line were examined. Dozens of police officers searched the various sections of the station, as well as the surrounding tunnels, thinking that the murder weapon may have been discarded. It was never found, despite the fact that for several months, any knife found anywhere along the underground was turned over to the police for examination. Photographers and fingerprint experts were on the scene quickly after the murder and worked alongside police officers throughout the night. The only blood evidence left at the scene was in and near the lift, so the exact location in the station where the Countess was stabbed could not be identified. Police were able to determine that 17 people had left the station around the time the Countess was killed, but had trouble tracking them down. They identified 2 individuals in particular they believed may have witnessed the crime, as they were seen running from the platform shortly after the Countess was stabbed. One of them was a smartly dressed woman, wearing a black coat and red high-heeled shoes. She was carrying a black handbag, had black hair, and was around 20 years of age. The other potential witness was a fair-haired man with a medium build, estimated to be 27 years old. He was clean-shaven and approximately 5 feet 8 inches tall. Neither of these witnesses came forward, and no one could identify them to police. The police therefore began going door to door in the area, looking for people who had been at or near the station that night. More than 2,000 homes were visited as a part of this effort. In the 3 months following the murder, more than 18,000 people, living locally and abroad, were interviewed in connection to the case. Despite this extensive effort, no arrests were ever made in the case. The formal inquest into Countess Lubienska's death was held on August 19, 1957. The jury returned a verdict of murder by person or persons unknown. More than 60 years later, the identity of that person or persons still remains unknown. Funeral services were held for Countess Lubienska on June 1, 1957 at Brompton Oratory, and she was buried at Brompton Cemetery. The Polish government in exile posthumously awarded her the Golden Cross of Merit with Swords, an award given for wartime acts of valor and bravery under perilous circumstances, but not during combat. While Countess Lubienska's legacy has lived on in the community she so loved, so has the mystery of who ended her extraordinary life. Andre Price Jr. was a natural athlete who earned numerous trophies playing basketball, baseball, and bowling. His main passion was baseball. He attended several baseball camps and lettered in the sport at Montbello High School in Denver, Colorado. He graduated high school in 1992 and tried out for several minor league baseball teams, although he was never signed to any of them. Andre became a father to a daughter named Desiree around the time he graduated high school and worked tirelessly both to take care of her and to provide for her. In addition to attending school at Aurora Community College with plans to study psychology and real estate, Andre worked for Denver Public Schools as an apprentice electrician, as well as for his father, working on cars at the car lot he owned. On the evening of June 27, 1995, Andre asked his mother, Suzanne, if she could watch 3-year-old Desiree. He wanted to go visit his cousin, 22-year-old Jerry Baker. She agreed, under the condition that Andre return home at 10 p.m. because she had to go to work the following morning. At 9:50 that night, Andre and Jerry were outside Jerry's home in the 5500 block of Yuba Way in Denver's Montbello neighborhood. A group of men, between 2 and 4 depending on the account, walked up the street and approached the two cousins. Shortly thereafter, shots rang out. Jerry was shot in the neck but survived the injury. Andre was not as lucky. He was shot 7 times in the back and pronounced dead after he arrived at the hospital. He was just 21 years old. It has long been theorized that there are witnesses with information in the case who have been too afraid to come forward. One theory in the case is that Andre's cousin, Jerry, was the intended victim that night, as he had recently testified at a murder trial. The defendant in that case was found guilty. Even if Andre's death is not tied to this criminal case, his killers do appear to have intimidated members of the community into inaction based on the lack of information coming into the authorities and problems Andre's family has encountered while asking for help in the case. Andre's mother, Suzanne, despite her grief at the loss of her son, began working on the case herself almost immediately. She held fundraisers to start a fund for a reward. She posted flyers. She knocked on doors in the neighborhood and asked people if they had seen anything. Her efforts angered someone in the community, and her car windows were smashed in while the car was parked in front of her house. Suzanne was not deterred, however. "It has never scared me. It only made me stronger," she said in 2011. Andre's case is still being pursued by the Denver Police Department's Cold Case Investigative Unit, largely due to the efforts of Suzanne Price. This case landed on my desk because the mom is keeping it very much alive. She's actively invested in trying to find out who's responsible for the death of her son, Detective Carrie Johnson said in 2019. Detective Johnson also said that there is evidence in the case that can be retested with more advanced methods, but witnesses will need to come forward to identify suspects in the case in order for it to finally be solved. Suzanne worked as an aircraft appearance coordinator for Frontier Airlines, supervising one of the teams that cleans the airline's planes at the Denver airport. In 2010, she appeared on an episode of the CBS show Undercover Boss, unknowingly training the airline's CEO, Brian Bedford, on how to quickly clean a plane in between flights. Bedford was both impressed by Suzanne's work and personality and moved by Andre's story. As a result, he offered to name an aircraft after Andre. Suzanne was also allowed to choose the animal that appeared on the plane's tail. She chose an antelope because, like Andre, it was very fast. The plane bearing Andre's name was dedicated on April 1st, 2011. Suzanne cleaned the plane several weeks later on Mother's Day, making sure that it was the cleanest plane in the fleet. Suzanne retired at the end of 2019, with plans to dedicate the time she previously spent working to investigating her son's case. On February 3, 1972, in Boone, North Carolina, there was a snowstorm coming. Bryce Durham, who was 51 years old, went to a Rotary meeting where hardly anyone came because of the bad weather. Afterward, he went to pick up his wife, Virginia, from their Buick car dealership. Their 18-year-old son, Bobby, was with them and needed a ride home. Bryce decided to leave their car at the dealership and borrow a more suitable vehicle for driving safely in the snow. Later that evening, their oldest child, Ginny Hall, who lived with her husband about 4 miles away, was watching the Winter Olympics with her husband, Troy, when they received a strange call. It had been Troy who answered, and he wasn't able to discern what the caller was saying, but he told Ginny it sounded like her mother. They tried to call back, but the line was busy. They became increasingly concerned and eventually decided to drive over to their house and check on them. They went out and tried to start their car, but it wouldn't start. They knocked on the door of their neighbor, who was a retired private detective who offered to drive them. Ginny stayed in the car, while Troy and the neighbor went into the house. Immediately, they knew something wasn't right. The house had been ransacked. Troy saw that the telephone had been ripped from the wall, and the TV was still on in the living room. They also heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, but other than that, the house was silent. The bodies of Bryce, Virginia, and Bobby were discovered in the bathroom. Troy ran to a neighbor's house where he called the police and an investigation began immediately. The call from the Durham's house had come in around 10:30 p.m. with Ginny and Troy arriving about 15 minutes later. Officers arrived shortly after. The vehicle that Bryce had borrowed was missing from the driveway. Neighbors reported seeing the vehicle leaving the Durham house around 10:30. The vehicle was recovered several hours later, abandoned with the doors closed, engine running, and the wipers still going. The vehicle also contained stolen items from the house, indicating to officers that robbery hadn't been the primary motive in the attack. No one could understand why the family had been targeted. They had moved to Boone 18 months prior from a neighboring county, and they opened up their dealership. Everyone who knew them described them as quiet, keeping to themselves, but hardworking. No one knew of anything that could explain why they had been murdered. An autopsy was done, and it was determined that Bryce and Bobby had been drowned, and Virginia had been strangled. Nothing of value was taken from the home. Cash and jewelry had been left behind. Detectives had 4 suspects in mind and interrogated them several times, but there was no evidence tying them to the crimes and they had to be released. Without further evidence, the case went cold for 50 years. Then, in 2019, a tip was called into the Watauga County Sheriff's Office. A man named Shane Burt believed he had information that his father had been involved in the Durham case. His father, Billy Sunday Burt, who was already incarcerated in Georgia, had told him that he had been involved in a family murder in North Carolina, and also revealed a snowstorm had almost caused them to be caught. His father had passed in 2017, and he wanted to pass on the information in case it would help the case. Burt also implicated a man named Billy Wayne Davis as having been involved. So police looked him up and discovered he was also incarcerated in Georgia. They discovered Burt and Davis had been involved in a Georgia mob. Davis confirmed that, along with Burt, Bobby Jean Gaddis and Charles David Reed had also been involved. Davis, now 81, and the only survivor, said that he had only acted as the getaway driver and that the others had murdered the family. Davis said that they had murdered them because there had been a hit out on Bryce and they were just fulfilling the contract, but he said he didn't know why a hit had been placed or why Bryce had been wanted by a local mafia. "We are confident that we now know who committed these crimes," Sheriff Hagman said in the statement. "This is a much-needed turning point for the Durham case. Though they don't believe they will ever know who hired the men to kill the Durhams, they are confident they know who did it and have closed the case after 5 decades. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. It was on June 5, 1995 in Atlanta, Georgia, when 14-year-old Nicole Smith was walking to school with her little sister. Early in on the walk, Nicole realized she forgot something she needed for class and turned around and headed back towards her house. To save a little time, Nicole cut through a small wooded area that she normally didn't walk through alone. It was in this shortcut that a man confronted her, brutally assaulted her, and shot her twice in the face. Nicole's body was found later that day, and a massive investigation followed to find the man who killed her. A DNA profile was established in 1995, but detectives were never able to find the person it belonged to. Detectives collected over 50 blood samples from suspects and compared them to the DNA of the killer, but none were a match. Without further evidence, the case went cold. In 2002, the case was reopened and worked on for 2 years, but again, no new leads were found. In 2004, their killer had attacked another young teenager, 9 years after Nicole's murder. The victim was 13, and this victim survived the attack and had been able to work with a sketch artist to generate the first composite image of their suspect. Hundreds of persons of interest were interviewed. The case was even aired on national television, being featured on America's Most Wanted. But again, without any new leads, the case went cold. With the increase in genetic genealogy being used to solve cold cases, Atlanta detectives thought this case had a good chance at being solved. They sent out samples in 2021, and just before Christmas, they were notified that they had a match. The man they had been looking for 26 years was 49-year-old Kelvin Arnold. Arnold had never been a suspect in either investigation and was not known to the victims, nor did he have a criminal history. They were disappointed to discover that Arnold would never be able to be arrested, as he had died in August of 2021 of liver and kidney failure. Officials are looking to see if there are any more victims connected to Arnold, but said in a statement that the state of Georgia has a significant backlog of untested sexual assault kits, and it may take time. This is kind of an odd cold case, and I'm not even sure if it was a cold case or more of a forgotten case. It was the early morning hours of July 17, 2007, in Thonotosassa, Florida, when a 911 call came in. The caller was identified as Jonathan Burns, and he claimed that he had been attacked by one of his tenants. He said that he was suffering multiple stab wounds. Juana Ottman had been killed in self-defense. The detectives arrived on the scene and found the 41-year-old victim located outside her home. She was deceased and had a large laceration on her neck, as well as several wounds on her chest. Burns, who was 43 at the time, also had 2 wounds to the abdomen. Burns was taken to the hospital to have his wounds treated, and it was also noted that he had several scratch marks on his hands and had several small cuts on his fingers. During the investigation, officers had discovered a trail of blood that led to the area behind Burns' home. There, they also found a bloody knife in a garbage bin and later determined it had been Burns' DNA. They also discovered that Burns' blood was not found anywhere near Tonia's body, nor was her DNA found on the knife. They also discovered that Tonia was disabled and used a walker and wheelchair to get around. Though she could stand, she would have had great difficulty attacking someone without her mobility aids, and someone able-bodied could easily have gotten away from her. This is where it kind of gets strange. The evidence was shown to the state attorney, who concluded there wasn't enough evidence to charge Burns with murder, and the investigation just stopped. Burns wasn't interrogated or even challenged on his series of events. Neighbors weren't interviewed, it just stopped, and officers were directed elsewhere. Fast forward to 15 years later, when the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit decided to reopen this case. On January 14th, they went back to Jonathan Burns and interviewed him about the events that had occurred. When Tonia had been stabbed to death, Burns told detectives that he had been drinking heavily that night and Tonia had started yelling at him while he was doing his closing procedure for the common areas of the mobile home park they lived on. Tonia had been a tenant for a long time and he claimed he walked over to talk to her and she just stabbed him. When other tenants of the park learned that detectives had come by to interview Burns, they started calling into the sheriff's office to share information. Several witnesses claimed that in the days following Tonia's death, Burns was drunk and had admitted to doing something wrong and needing to face it. Another person stated that Burns had told them that Tonia had gotten what she deserved and that he would do it again if given the chance. A third person said that when they asked Burns how he had been stabbed, he told them that he had stabbed himself in the abdomen so that the self-defense would look legitimate. Burns had written a letter detailing what had actually happened that night. He said that he saw Tonia outside of her home while he was closing up the park for the night. He stated that they got into an argument and then he went home, grabbed a knife from his kitchen and went back to her home. He said that she had tried to go inside, but he stabbed her several times and cut her throat. He then went back home and stabbed himself, and tried to hide the knife before calling 911. The letter was turned over to law enforcement, who were able to validate it with the evidence from the crime scene. When asked why he did it, he just said that he didn't like her. He wanted to hurt her. He said in a statement, "Unfortunately, I killed her. This was a terrible tragedy that I am responsible for. I wish I could change it." Jonathan Burns has not yet been arrested and charged with the murder of Tonia Ottman. He will have his first court appearance later this month. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Thomas Brown was a standout student in high school. He was a senior, played football for the state team, acted in the drama club, and served as class president. His sudden disappearance and the discovery of his death have puzzled investigators, who couldn't figure out if he was murdered, had an accident, or took his own life. Thomas grew up in Canadian, Texas, a small community where he was known as kind, reliable, and responsible. His teachers and classmates liked him a lot. Thomas lived with his mom and stepdad, and his older brother Tucker was away at college but came home to visit for Thanksgiving weekend. The day before Thanksgiving, on November 23, 2016, had seemed normal. Around 6 p.m., Thomas went to meet up with some friends. They hung out for a few hours, just driving around, chatting, but eventually they all decided to head home around 11 p.m. Thomas had a midnight curfew and left himself plenty of time to get home. He was seen at 11:28 p.m. at Frank's Oil and Gas, and there was a charge on his debit card for gas. He was driving his red Dodge Durango and was seen one more time at 11:38 p.m., heading in the direction of his house. Thomas's mom, Penny, checked her phone at midnight and thought it was odd that Thomas had missed curfew. It was very unusual for him, and if he knew he was going to be late, he always called or texted to let her know he was on the way home. She waited a little bit longer, but woke her husband up around 12:30 a.m. and told him she was going out to look for Thomas. Tucker was still awake, watching a movie with his friend, and was also enlisted to help search. Their initial concern was that Tom had gotten in an accident and using separate vehicles, they drove around. Thomas's friends were also called. They confirmed they saw Thomas drive off to go home around 11 p.m. and hadn't heard from him since. They had also been surprised that Thomas hadn't made it home yet. His friend said, "My first thought was that he had just gotten a flat tire. I mean, nothing ever happens in Canadian, nothing terrible. So I was concerned, but I didn't have a huge amount of concern." After searching for 2 hours with no sign of Thomas, Penny called the sheriff's department and reported Thomas missing. A deputy joined the search. Tucker went back to the house where he and his friend had been hanging out, but Thomas wasn't there either. There were several volunteer search parties that morning, all to no avail. Everyone was extremely worried because it was very out of character for Thomas not to come home or contact his parents when he knew they would be concerned. One of the volunteers owned a helicopter sales and service company, and he took one of his choppers up in the air to search for Thomas's car. They found it under a small cluster of trees near the town's water treatment plant. There was no sign of Thomas near the vehicle. It was found unlocked and seemingly abandoned. A costume from a drama production, towels, jumper cables, and the car showed no signs of malfunction. There were, however, several stains that were later determined to be dried blood and a .25 caliber shell casing on the floor of the vehicle. Missing was his wallet, cell phone, keys, and backpack. The news of Thomas's car being discovered postponed many residents' Thanksgiving plans. A huge gathering of volunteers on foot, horseback, and on ATVs were out in full force searching for Thomas. The man with the helicopter also got his son to fly a second helicopter around, and the two of them stayed low to the ground and searched. A tracking dog was also brought in, but the dogs couldn't pick up Thomas's scent anywhere near the vehicle. By the end of the day, authorities were still fairly certain Thomas hadn't left town. CCTV footage around town was checked, and they determined that the Durango had been captured several times in the early morning hours, driving around town. It was last captured heading towards the water treatment plant at 5:56 a.m., driving slowly along the dirt road, parking, and then turning the headlights off. The headlights had been the only lights in the area, and without car lights, it was impossible to determine if it was even Thomas who was driving. Unfortunately, they did not have much more to go on, other than it appeared he had abandoned his vehicle. Local police called in help from surrounding counties and sheriff's departments. The FBI was also contacted, but because there was not enough evidence, the case eventually went cold and the search ended. When it became clear that the authorities were not looking for Thomas anymore, his family hired a private investigator to continue the search. The private investigator, who was also a retired state police detective, continued to investigate Thomas's disappearance. Penny said that Tom wasn't a gun person. She had no explanation for the shell casing found in the car. She said that she had checked their guns and they were all accounted for in the lockup. She also said she hadn't noticed any recent changes in personality, nothing that might suggest he was depressed. But she did say he had a lot on his plate that year. He had been having trouble deciding what college he wanted to go to or what he wanted to study. And he had also recently broken up with his girlfriend, which also contained his high school issued laptop, was discovered 2 months later in January 2017 by Lake Marvin. Nothing suspicious was found on the laptop. No DNA was recovered, and it appeared to all be in good condition, despite being outside for several weeks. It had also been in an area that had been extensively searched in the days following his disappearance, so it was an odd discovery. 10 months later, in October 2017, his cell phone was found near where his backpack had been recovered, also in pristine condition, despite almost a year outside. In January 2019, over 2 years after Thomas Brown had disappeared, skeletal remains were discovered near Lake Marvin. Using dental records, they confirmed it was Thomas. The cause of death was never able to be determined, but they were able to say that he had suffered blunt force trauma to the skull. It also called into question how his body and vehicle had been found 14 miles apart from each other. The remains were found in a wooded area, 500 feet or about 1.5 kilometers from the road. If Thomas had committed suicide or had an accident around Lake Marvin, how did his car get to the water treatment plant? The private investigator involved in Thomas's case has reiterated that question several times. He also says that his evidence, which contradicts with law enforcement, shows that there is evidence to suggest Thomas had been attacked from behind and shot in the back of the head. He also said that he had a cadaver dog alert to the back of the vehicle, indicating a deceased person had been in the back of the car. He theorizes that Thomas was murdered in the front seat, pulled to the back, his belongings thrown out of the car on the way to Lake Marvin where his body was dumped, and then the car was abandoned near the water treatment plant, where the murderer was either picked up by another vehicle or escaped on foot, which still doesn't answer the question, who wanted Thomas Brown dead? At this time, this case is suspended, meaning it is neither closed nor active. The Office of the Attorney General took over the case in February of 2018 and has stated that until more evidence comes to light, there will likely be no progress on this case, and they are unwilling to categorize it as a homicide at this time. In a matter of days, Dennis Lee Bowman is set to be sentenced after pleading guilty to the murder of his adopted daughter, Andrea Alexis Bowman. For 30 years, the missing persons case of Andrea Bowman had gone without leads. The 14-year-old was alleged to have run away back in March 11, 1989, after coming forward with allegations that her adopted father was abusing her. When she was returned back into the care of her adopted parents, she had made the decision to run away. Dennis Lee Bowman already had a criminal past of harassing women, one that should have excluded him from being able to adopt in the first place. In 1980, he had been arrested when a young woman accused him of luring her to a secluded area and attacking her in Michigan. He pleaded guilty and made a deal with prosecutors at the time and didn't serve prison time. Perhaps due to his connection of being a naval reservist assigned to the USS Piedmont, in 2019, Parabon Nanolabs connected his DNA to a cold case murder, that of 25-year-old Kathleen Doyle. Kathleen had been assaulted and stabbed to death in 1980. At the time, Bowman was 31 and was in Norfolk, Virginia for a 2-week annual active drill. He was arrested for that murder in 2019 in Allegan County, Michigan. Upon his arrest and faced with multiple sources of DNA connecting him to the murder, Bowman confessed. Following his confession, the then 71-year-old was charged with burglary, first-degree murder, and rape. In that case, he had been sentenced to 2 life prison sentences and faced the rest of his life in prison. Also, while he had been awaiting sentencing for the previous murder trial, Bowman again made another confession. He told detectives that he had murdered his 14-year-old adopted daughter in 1989. He claimed that he had come home early and discovered Andrea packing a duffel bag. She also had some cash that had been in the home for emergencies, as well as cash from a tax return that had been waiting to be deposited in the bank. He claimed he had been angered and struck Andrea, causing her to fall backward down a staircase. He said that she broke her neck and he buried her in the backyard. Officers were deployed to where he said he buried her. Detectives in Virginia and in Michigan are concerned there may be additional victims out there, who had been her co-worker in the 90s, had repeatedly broken into her home. Michael John Olson had moved to West Palm Beach, Florida to advance his career. The 20-year-old was a passionate golf player and had hopes of working in some capacity in the golf industry. He was a business student at the University of Minnesota and had decided to take a year off to work and maybe get his foot in the door. Michael was described as responsible, a super likable guy that was reliable and very sweet. He grew up in Adena, Minnesota, where he had lived his whole life. He had grown up in a loving home, and he was close to his siblings and parents. He called his parents often to update them on his life, and they said he was very excited to start his new job. Shortly after his move, he got a job at the President Country Club. He hadn't secured an apartment yet, so he was staying at the Howard Johnson Hotel near the country club. He loved working at the country club. It gave him the opportunity to golf there when he wasn't working. Florida was the place to be for golf, and working at the country club gave him the best advantages. On Friday, November 30th, Michael had the day off. He had spent the morning golfing, and then he went to a local rental agency to find an apartment to rent. At 6 p.m., he met up with some of his coworkers at a dog track that was near his hotel. His friends say that he placed a couple of bets, but no one could say if he had won or lost that night. The group went to a nearby bar to watch a boxing match on the TVs, and then bar hopped until around 4 a.m. His friends said that Michael hadn't drunk much and was just hanging out. They said they dropped Michael off at his car, and he said good night, and I'll see you at work in the morning. And then he drove off. Michael didn't see them the next morning, as he missed his shift. His friends thought that was extremely unusual and called the motel. He also didn't answer the phone in his room. They called the front desk, who also tried to reach him, but had no luck. After their shifts ended, they drove by the hotel and noticed Michael's car wasn't in the parking lot. He drove a maroon 1979 Pontiac Grand Prix. The following morning, they went back to the hotel and asked the clerk if Michael had checked out. They confirmed he had not, and they tried to call him again. The clerk, concerned that Michael had left without settling his bill, called the police. On Monday, December 3rd, Michael Olson's parents were notified of his disappearance. His case turned into a suspicious disappearance. Police had initially assumed that Michael had just left, but his parents assured officers that he was excited about his job, that he was responsible. He kept regular contact with them and wouldn't have just left without telling anyone. His room was searched and all his possessions were still in the room, indicating that he had intended to return. It also didn't appear that he had ever made it back to his room after he left his friends in the early morning hours of December 1st. This was strange, because where he was dropped off was only about a mile from his hotel. Detectives' second theory was that Michael was somehow involved with more serious crimes, but his friends and parents confirmed that they had no reason to think Michael was involved with drugs, or had gambled away all his money. His friends had again stated that Michael didn't even drink that much. He was very committed to golfing and his career. There has been no further evidence uncovered in Michael's case. Neither he nor his car has ever been found. Again, in this case, there isn't really a lot of information about it. It doesn't appear to be actively investigated by the West Palm Beach Police Department. Michael's parents passed without ever knowing what happened to their son. But his siblings have continued on to try and keep his cold case active. They are still desperate for answers. Michael was 5 feet 8 inches and 165 pounds with brown hair and hazel eyes. On September 5, 2018, in the early morning hours, the Tucson Police Department received a call from 911 about a possible victim of assault, but the line was disconnected before officials could learn who made the call. They arrived at the 1600 block of West Prince Road in Tucson, Arizona, where a woman was discovered with possible stab wounds in the driveway of the apartment complex. The victim, 39-year-old Chandra Cruz, was unresponsive and pronounced deceased at the scene. Officers began a murder investigation. They surveyed the surrounding apartments and discovered that Cruz had been visiting a friend in an apartment across the street when someone said they saw a young man chase her across the road and stabbed her multiple times. Officers quickly identified the attacker as 21-year-old Brian Guzman Hernandez. Hernandez already had a criminal history, and it is unclear what had prompted him to attack Cruz. Hernandez is still at large. Authorities still have an active warrant for his arrest on first-degree murder, and he is considered to be armed and dangerous and not to approach. If anyone knows anything about Brian's whereabouts, they are asked to call Crime Stoppers. It has been 5 decades since Dolores de la Pena was kidnapped and brutally murdered. With many of the suspects now deceased, it may be difficult to get justice, but Philadelphia police are still working to solve this case. It was July 12, 1972, in Kensington, Pennsylvania, when 17-year-old Dolores de la Pena was on her way home. She had spent most of the day helping her mother with laundry. Her family had just come back from a 10-day trip from Florida, and it was their first day back. It had been a scorching hot July day, and she had stepped out to get a pack of cigarettes and see a couple of friends in the cool evening, but was expected to return before her midnight curfew. Dolores had just graduated high school with honors. She had plans to go to university in the fall to become an X-ray technician. After the trip to Florida, she had plans to spend the rest of the summer at the Jersey Shore. It was around midnight when Dolores was heading home. She had met up with a couple of friends and said goodbye as she got off her trolley stop. She was walking quickly home and only had a few steps more to get to the house when a car pulled up beside her and dragged her inside. Dolores was never seen again. Her parents noticed her missing right away, but had no idea she had been so close to home when she had been abducted. They called the police, and despite an extensive search, nothing came up about the missing girl. Then, 11 days later on July 22nd, a butcher in New Jersey discovered the torso and dismembered arms of a young woman along a rural road. Apparently dumped, it had been a shocking discovery to the community. A week later, an older man walking his dog discovered a leg 7 miles away from where the torso had been, and police were able to find a second leg nearby. Exhaustive searches were undertaken to recover a head, but it was never found. DNA was used to confirm that the body was Dolores. Injuries to her body showed extensive bruising and indicated that she had been tortured. No one could understand why a teenage high schooler had been brutally attacked in such a way. Years later, in the mid-1990s, a witness came forward that may have provided some answers to decades-old questions. He had been 16 at the time and had claimed to have been there when 6 men abducted Dolores. He claimed that the men were part of a local biker gang, one that he had also hoped to become a member in, and said the 2 people had identified Dolores as being the thief of a substantial amount of drugs. He said they kidnapped, tortured, and dismembered Dolores and dumped her body in revenge. Officers have conducted hundreds of interviews and interrogations in connection to Dolores' murder, but have yet to turn up any incriminating evidence. They say that most of the suspects they have are now deceased, but they are still committed to solving her murder officially. Dolores' parents passed before ever knowing what happened to their daughter. In 2020, they dug up a storage unit based on a tip and hoped to uncover new evidence, but the expedition turned up empty. They are still hopeful that new evidence will turn up or new witnesses will come forward. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. On May 24, 2016, Aubrey Jace Carroll's father, Michael, dropped him off at the bus stop. The Carroll family had recently moved from Griffin, Georgia, to Jones County, about an hour away. Despite the move, they decided Aubrey would finish the school year at Spalding High School, so every morning they made the long drive to the bus stop. Aubrey, 15 years old, was known as a kind and well-behaved kid who stayed out of trouble. It came as a surprise when Aubrey wasn't at the bus stop after school, prompting his stepmother, Leah, to go and pick him up. His father and stepmother called around various friends and relatives' houses, but no one was able to find the teen. They called the school, and teachers and staff said nothing it seemed to miss with the student. He had gone through the school day very normally, and had even sat for one of his final exams. Eventually, his father made the decision to report Aubrey missing. Initially, the case was considered a possible kidnapping, though detectives had been able to piece together a timeline of the days following his disappearance. They determined that following the end of the school day, Aubrey had gone to a friend's house where he had been allowed to stay the night. The following morning, he went to another friend's house, but he wasn't allowed to stay and had been instructed to go home to his parents, but he had been given breakfast and some water. He then walked to a third friend's house, where he asked for a ride to the nearest Flying J truck stop. From there, detectives say they lost track of the missing teen, which was May 26th. Aubrey's father and stepmother said they had no idea why their son would want to run away, though they did admit that Aubrey had gotten in trouble the previous weekend, but stated that wasn't a big deal and declined to elaborate on what that incident had been or the subsequent punishment. Aubrey's mother hadn't learned of his disappearance until weeks later, only learning of her son's disappearance from an Amber Alert on social media. She had been shocked to learn that her ex-husband and his wife actively deceived her. She had repeatedly tried to call and arrange visits with her son, but had been told he wasn't home or didn't want to talk to her. It had been this that made her suspicious of Michael and Leah. According to her, Michael and Leah ran a very strict household, and Aubrey was often getting in trouble for small things and constantly put on restriction, which was a frequent punishment that put limitations on him seeing his friends. Michael claimed that because it was clear Aubrey had run away, there had been no need to alert Aubrey's mother, because he was likely to turn up at any point and there was no evidence to suggest he was in danger. At that point, we felt like we were going to find him and everything was going to be okay, Michael said of the situation. Aubrey's case was listed as a runaway and the investigation quickly cooled. Aubrey's family had been critical of the Griffin Police Department, accusing the officers involved of not doing enough to find Aubrey. On Aubrey's 16th birthday, friends and family held a candlelit vigil in honor of the missing teen and to appeal to anyone who may have information about Aubrey. A year after his disappearance, his case was reopened. A new sheriff had taken over and wanted to start the case from the beginning. The sheriff's department had even offered a $5,000 reward to anyone who could confirm contact with the teen. In April of 2018, during the new investigation, detectives discovered a Facebook page that seemed to be Aubrey using an assumed identity. They searched the identity and discovered there were 5 incidents where Aubrey had encountered law enforcement and given them this new name. They had been able to track some of his travels from Alabama to Arizona and determined that he was traveling with a group of people who were also living a nomadic lifestyle. The families were notified of the Facebook page, but all had agreed to not reach out to Aubrey in case he went into hiding again. They decided instead to wait until law enforcement could catch up with him and pick him up. Now 17, Aubrey connected with FBI agents and was able to give them his story. He told us that he left on his own and had not been abducted, hurt, abused, exploited, or harmed in any way. He gave this video message to prove he was okay. After it was determined that Aubrey was safe and had left on his own accord, a family member reached out to him through Facebook. The family member convinced Aubrey to call his mother, which he did. He and his mother had several conversations and eventually he said he was ready to come home. However, there were certain conditions that he wanted in place, such as who he would talk to and where he would go when he got home. Aubrey returned home to his mother. Now, authorities and family members are just glad to know Aubrey is safe. How the story ended doesn't matter. Who gets credit doesn't matter, Sheriff Dick said. Aubrey's family, supported by friends and the tenacity of the investigators working on this case, saw this through to the end. What matters is that he is safe, healthy, and unharmed. Aubrey has said that in time, he will come forward with his story and reveal what his 2 years missing had been like. In Fort Wayne, Indiana, 8-year-old April Tinsley failed to show up for dinner on April 1, 1988. She had been playing with 2 friends and had gone to get her umbrella but never returned. Her mother called over to the friends' houses and discovered her daughter was not at either home. She immediately called the police. A search party quickly gathered with over 200 officers and 50 volunteers from the neighborhood. This close-knit community was devastated by a missing child and rallied to support April's mother. During canvassing, a witness came forward saying she saw a white male in his 30s driving a blue pickup truck in the area. The witness said she saw the truck pull over for a little girl walking down the road, and the child entered the vehicle. She said it looked like a relative or a parent picking up a child and saw nothing suspicious about the interaction. Police ran a sketch of the witness account. A jogger discovered April's body on April 4th in a ditch in Spencerville, Indiana. Police determined she had been deceased for 1 or 2 days before discovery. She had only been in the ditch for about 4 hours. Near the scene, they found one of Tinsley's shoes and a sex toy in a shopping bag a few miles down the road. They recovered Tinsley's other shoe, as if the killer had noticed the shoe was still in his vehicle, threw it out the window as he was driving. A motorist came forward saying he saw a blue pickup truck in the area in the early morning hours pulled over. The autopsy revealed April had been sexually assaulted and was strangled to death. They recovered DNA at the scene, but DNA was still in its infancy and it generated no suspects. Police initially had a suspect who was a known child predator in the area, but the DNA was not a match. The case quickly grew cold. On May 21, 1990, a man called police because he had discovered a message written in crayon on his barn door. The note read, I killed 8-year-old April M. Tinsley. Did you find the other shoe? Haha, I will kill again. Police were certain that the message was written by the killer because they had never revealed the detail about the second shoe to the media. There had been another murder in June of 1990, 7-year-old Sarah Jean Boker, and it was believed the two murders were connected. However, the FBI ruled that they were unrelated. In 2004, 4 notes were found in the Fort Wayne area believed to have been written by Tinsley's killer. 3 notes were left on girls' bicycles and another was left in a mailbox. The notes were placed in plastic bags along with used condoms and Polaroid pictures of a man's lower body. One of the notes read, "Hi honey, I have been watching you. I am the same person that kidnapped and killed April Tinsley. You are my next if you don't report this to the police and I don't see this in the paper tomorrow or on the local news, I will blow up your house." The DNA in the condoms matched the DNA recovered from April's body. In 2005, the Tinsley family held a press conference asking for leads in the case, and in June 2009, Indiana authorities asked the FBI Child Abduction Task Force to help them solve the murder. The FBI profiled the killer as a white male in his 40s to 50s living in the area, who was a preferential child sex offender with a low to medium income. They believed he would be unlikely to contain his desires and would probably kill again. In 2009, the Tinsley murder was featured on America's Most Wanted, which ran a segment asking for tips. In 2015, a genetic reconstruction company released a snapshot composite sketch of a suspect based on how he would look according to his DNA. Police aged the suspect and re-released the photo in 2016. In 2018, the Fort Wayne Police Department sent a sample of the suspect's DNA to a company that used genealogy from public sources like Ancestry DNA or 23andMe to reverse engineer a family tree. From this, they narrowed the DNA down to 2 brothers. They began following the 2 brothers, one being 59-year-old John D. Miller. Using Miller's trash, they were able to make a positive match to the killer of April Tinsley. Detectives approached Miller, read him his rights, and asked if he knew why they were there. Miller replied, "April Tinsley." When he was arrested, he confessed and pleaded guilty. He was sentenced in 2019 to 80 years in prison. April's family have created a memorial garden called April's Garden. They hold an annual walk to honor April and other child victims. 18-year-old Tanya and 20-year-old Jay left Victoria, BC on a ferry to Port Angeles, Washington on November 18, 1987. Cook had borrowed his father's van for the trip and planned to camp overnight in Seattle and purchase some parts for Cook's father. The couple had been dating for 6 months. They both lived at home still and were excited for a getaway. Upon arrival in Port Angeles, they drove down Route 101 and boarded a second ferry to Seattle. The couple was last seen leaving the Bremerton Ferry Terminal, and when the couple did not return the next day as they had planned to, the families of the couple became concerned. And on November 20th, they called police. 4 days later, Tanya's half-naked body was recovered in a ditch by a rural road in Algiers, Washington. She had been raped, bound with zip ties, and shot in the head. Initially, Cook's family had been warned that they were looking at Jay as the primary suspect. His family knew he would never have killed anyone, and his family were vindicated when hunters found Jay Cook's body 60 miles from where Tanya was found. He had been strangled and beaten with rocks, and it was speculated that Cook had died first. His body dumped, and then Tanya was abducted and killed further away. Tanya's wallet and keys were found discarded at a Greyhound busway. Inside the van, they found more plastic ties, the same that were used to bind Tanya, plastic gloves, receipts from along the trip, as well as DNA believed to be the killer's. The family noted that Tanya's camera was missing, and they were certain she had it with her when she left. The DNA recovered didn't match anyone in any criminal databases, but because the killer had used gloves, the police speculated that the killer was taunting police, and they thought the killer may have experience with the prison system. Investigators believe that the couple had picked up a hitchhiker or perhaps even had met them on the ferry. For several years, the families of the victims received numerous cards taunting them for the deaths of their loved ones. Police eventually found the man responsible, a homeless man located in Canada, who had mental health issues and confessed to sending the letters at a very low point in his life. He had wanted to apologize to the families for their cruelty. Police determined this man had no connection to the murders. On May 18, 2018, a 55-year-old Seattle man was taken into custody after his DNA matched the DNA collected from the scene nearly 3 decades back. Police used reverse DNA genealogy analysis, the same tactic used to put away the Golden State Killer only a month previous. William Earl Talbot II would have been 24 years old at the time of the murders. Tanya's body had been 6 miles from his parents' home. He worked as a truck driver for the last 20 years. He had no criminal record except for a charge of indecent exposure, and he was never a suspect or had been tipped to the police prior to the DNA connection. He was charged in the abduction, rape and murder of Tanya von Kohlenberg and the murder of Jay Cook. Talbot is now being investigated for other crimes in the area, as well as locating Tanya's camera. His trial will begin June of 2019. On March 26, 1986, 12-year-old Michelle Welsh was babysitting her 2 younger sisters at a park in Tacoma, Washington. Michelle got on her bike to return home to make some more sandwiches for the girls. While Michelle was gone, her sisters went to nearby businesses to use the washroom. They had also made a call home to check in on their older sister and let her know where they were, but no one picked up. Michelle returned to the park and was unable to locate her sisters. She was last seen at 1:30 p.m. talking to an unidentified man. Her sisters returned to the park, waited, and Michelle didn't return. They went in. The investigation was the man that Welsh had last spoken to in the park. He had been described as possibly Hispanic, 25 to 35, 5 feet 8 inches, with black hair and a possible mustache. Another suspect was a man seen in the park observing young girls, and he was described as 24 to 25, 5 feet 9 inches and skinny, wearing dirty, ripped clothing. Sketches were drawn up for the 2 sightings, but the leads ran cold quickly. Police had also looked into a known child killer, David Fisher, but the police couldn't connect him to the area of the crime. There had been a similar murder case in the area, Jenny Bastian, a 13-year-old who had been sexually assaulted and strangled in the Tacoma area. Her body had also been found in a remote, wooded area, and police were certain the murders were connected, being only 6 months apart and the same area. DNA evidence collected from the scenes determined the killers were different men. Jenny Bastian's murderer was located in Illinois. He had been in the police database. In the Welsh investigation, her murderer didn't appear to be in any databases, but in 2016, police hired a genetic genealogy to be done on the DNA evidence, and they were able to narrow down the search to 2 brothers. Gary Hartman had remained in the area his entire life. Police put both men under surveillance and observed Gary Hartman while he was in a restaurant. He used a napkin several times, and the police were able to collect the napkin and get a positive DNA match. They arrested the 66-year-old man the following day during a traffic stop. Gary Hartman spent the last 2 decades working as a nurse. He had worked in the Western State Hospital as a community nurse specialist. He had no formal complaints and no criminal record. Welsh denies these charges. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Harvey Eugene Whitaker, who went by Gene, was born in Kokomo, Indiana on October 6, 1926. He was a very responsible and disciplined young man. He grew up on a farm with numerous siblings, with whom he was close, and worked as a typesetter for the local newspaper. He joined the Army shortly after he graduated high school. He managed to rise to the rank of corporal in under 2 years. In the summer of 1947, 20-year-old Gene was in the Engineer Corps, assigned to the Armed Forces Special Weapons Project at the top-secret Sandia Base, which was located on the outskirts of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Gene failed to report for roll call on the morning of July 1, 1947. This immediately signaled trouble to his superiors, as Gene was a dependable soldier who they could not imagine abandoning his duties. Gene did not smoke or drink, and had never gone absent without leave before. The previous evening, Gene had been at a bowling alley in Albuquerque with an Army bowling league. He was an above-average bowler, and because he was so trustworthy, he was made the treasurer of the league. 2 days after Gene went missing, his glasses, shirt, hat, and necktie were found in an alley near the bowling alley. The shirt was bloody. Tears in the fabric indicated that Gene may have been stabbed twice in the back while he was still wearing the shirt. While some of his belongings had been found, there was still no sign of Gene himself or of his body. It was estimated that Gene had between $400 and $500 with him the night he vanished because of his role as the treasurer of the bowling league. However, the fact that Gene's body was not left behind, even if he had been killed during a simple robbery, and his position within the military led to concerns that his disappearance may have had national security implications. The Armed Forces Special Weapons Project had taken over atomic weapons development from the Manhattan Project following World War II. Sandia was a top-secret base, meaning Gene potentially had access to important and sensitive information. This led to fears that Gene had been abducted by someone who was hoping to extract top-secret information about the base or its projects from him. Gene reportedly had done work connected to the top-secret guided missile program. Spy activities had recently been discovered at the nearby base at Los Alamos. As such, the FBI joined local and military authorities in investigating the disappearance. The War Department ultimately dismissed the possibility that Gene had information worth killing for, but the FBI remained actively investigating the case for several more years. Investigators also considered the possibility that Gene had deserted. They questioned his family members and tapped their phones, hoping to find evidence of Gene contacting them. The last piece of correspondence between Gene and anyone in his family was a letter he sent to his sister Rose, but it was dated June 23rd, a week before he disappeared. Gene's bank account in Indiana was monitored but never touched. Gene was declared legally dead in January of 1954. Many, but not all of his relatives accepted the theory that he had been murdered during a robbery. His niece, Patty Mawson, however, believes that the circumstances surrounding her uncle's disappearance are highly suspicious and continues to work on his case to this day. She is upset that all of Gene's siblings died without knowing what happened to him and by the fact that he is still technically considered AWOL and a deserter by the Army. She has filed a Freedom of Information Act request to get files from the FBI about the case and told that approximately 200 pages from his file are available, although the copies she will receive will have certain information redacted. However, she has been waiting for more than 3 years to receive the documents and has been told that there are 485 requests ahead of hers that have to be fulfilled first. The items of Gene's that were found in the alley also appear to have gone missing. They were never logged into evidence with police in Albuquerque, and federal agencies do not appear to have record of where they are. In addition to getting answers about what happened to her uncle, Patty hopes to locate these items. If she cannot honor her uncle by finding his remains and giving him a proper burial, she hopes to at least bury these items so that there will be a location where Gene can be memorialized. 17-year-old Yvonne Regler lived in Lorain, Ohio, and was a student at North Olmsted High School. Her best friend was her brother, Dan. It was only a year apart from her in age. On August 8, 1977, Yvonne reported for work at the Sunoco gas station on Lorain Road in North Olmsted, Ohio. She was only at the station for about an hour before she was asked to work instead at a station approximately 3 miles away in Fairview Park. The attendant working there that morning was a mechanic, and his skills were needed at the North Olmsted station. Yvonne did not have a car, so one of her co-workers drove her to the other station. At the time, the station in Fairview Park was transitioning from being full service to self-service. On this particular day, only one gas pump was operational and was full service. At 10:30 that morning, Yvonne spoke to one of her friends on the phone. They discussed the upcoming funeral they were attending for the father of one of their friends and the dress Yvonne had purchased for the service. Despite the somber topic of conversation, the friend reported that Yvonne was in good spirits during this call. Yvonne then had another conversation over the phone about the funeral, this time with one of her family members at 11 a.m. The manager at the North Olmsted station dropped off lunch for Yvonne at noon, and half an hour later, two teenage girls saw her at the gas station. Yvonne spoke to her friend on the phone again sometime between 12:30 and 1 p.m. The friend could hear the service bell ding over the line, and Yvonne told them that a car had driven through but left the station. The friend heard the bell sound again, and Yvonne told them that the same car was back. Yvonne then said that she would call the friend again after her shift ended at 3 o'clock. Yvonne initialed the receipt when a customer used a credit card to buy gas at 1:25 p.m. Between 1:30 and 2:05, 3 people, 2 customers and a coffee machine repairman, came into the station and found no one there. They were not alarmed, however, and did not contact police. The employee who came to take over for Yvonne when her shift ended was alarmed, however, when he arrived at 2:45. Yvonne was nowhere to be found, but her purse, partially eaten lunch, cigarettes, and book were still there. He called over to the North Olmsted station, and the manager, who had seen Yvonne less than 3 hours earlier, rushed over to help look for her. When he and the other employee could not find her, they called police at 3:30. There were no signs of a struggle inside the station, and there was still $300 in cash in the register. Police theorized that Yvonne had been abducted while she was outside, potentially when she had gone out to pump a customer's gas. More than 100 tips were investigated in the following years. Local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies were involved in the investigation. Numerous persons of interest were identified, but without finding Yvonne or her body, police could only theorize about what had potentially been done to her. Years and then decades passed without any answers in the case. Passage of time did not diminish Yvonne's family's desire for answers. In 2014, one of her family members asked to provide a DNA sample so that Yvonne's remains could be identified should they ever be located. This led to a renewed effort by authorities in the investigation. Police went back and re-interviewed all of the witnesses in the case. In 2016, on the 39th anniversary of Yvonne's disappearance, the Fairview Park Police Department announced that during this process, they had identified a potential person of interest in the case. This man was known to police and had previously been connected to crimes of a similar nature to Yvonne's case. Police made this news public in hopes of encouraging new witnesses to come forward with tips that could potentially help them confirm or refute this individual's involvement in Yvonne's disappearance. The effort did not result in the case being solved. In 2021, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children released an age-progressed image of what Yvonne may look like at the age of 62. Everyone is doing what they need to be doing on the police side. On my side, all I can do is hope that there will be closure, Yvonne's brother Dan said in 2022. Before we continue, 90% of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. 29-year-old Vita Lou Powers was a dependable employee of St. Thomas West Hospital in Nashville, Tennessee, and the dedicated mother of 2 children. She was very close with her family and was always willing to help them. Vita began May 26, 1982 as normal, sticking to her usual routine. She left her home on 9th Avenue South and dropped her children off at daycare. She then drove over to her sister's house to pick her up and give her a ride to her job at the Continental Insurance office. It was at this point in the morning where Vita began deviating from her routine. During the drive to the insurance office, Vita told her sister that she had taken the day off from work, so instead of driving to the hospital after dropping her off, she would be going home and going back to bed. Vita's sister would be the last known person to see her. Vita did not pick up her children from daycare that afternoon, which was unheard of for her. Her family was notified and the search for her quickly began. She was not at home and neither was her car. In Orange, 1975, Chevrolet Monza, a formal police report was taken on May 28th and police joined the search. Vita's car was located on May 30th, abandoned on 14th Street South near Edge Hill Avenue, just a few blocks away from her home. According to police, the location was unusual, and it appeared that someone had tried to conceal the car so that it would not be found right away. Vita's purse and eyeglasses were found inside the vehicle. This was concerning because Vita had very poor eyesight and relied heavily on her glasses. The glasses being left behind led police to believe that foul play was involved in Vita's disappearance. Police do have a person of interest in the case, but not enough evidence to conclusively tie him to Vita's disappearance. The month of May continues to be difficult for Vita's two children because it marks the anniversary of her disappearance, as well as her birthday and Mother's Day. Vita's daughter, Yolanda, who was just 9 years old when her mother went missing, continues to search for her mother and hopes that anyone who knew her mother at the time she vanished, or as even the smallest piece of information, will come forward. I'm just keeping it positive. Every day, the Lord wakes me up is a day for me to try and find her, Yolanda said in 2023. Jason Knapp was a native of York, Pennsylvania. He was hardworking and smart. He was also a perfectionist from a young age, once crying for 3 days because he got a bad grade on a test in elementary school. As he got older, his commitment to excellence quickly paid off. He played 3 sports in high school and had lots of friends, to whom he was very loyal. He was accepted into the mechanical engineering program at Clemson University in South Carolina. He was a member of the ROTC, and in 1998, 20-year-old Jason was pledged into the National Society of Pershing Rifles, a national military honor society. His hobbies also required a great amount of skill, as he enjoyed target shooting and mountain biking. Jason normally called back home to speak to his mother Deborah in Pennsylvania every day. During their call on Saturday, April 11, 1998, he told her about his induction into the Pershing Rifles and how he and a friend had been out looking for an apartment. This would be the last time Deborah spoke to her son. Deborah did not get any calls from her son in the next few days, which was unusual, but she assumed he was busy studying in preparation for the end of the semester and making arrangements for his housing in the following school year. On April 17th, Deborah finally received a phone call, but it was not from Jason. It was from one of his roommates, informing her that no one had seen Jason all week. The last time anyone had seen Jason was the day he last spoke to his mother, Saturday, April 11th. That evening, his roommate had seen him watching a movie in their apartment. When Deborah learned of this, she immediately called police in South Carolina to report her son missing. Police officers checked local hospitals and searched Jason's apartment. The following day, Deborah and her ex-husband, Jason's father, John, traveled from Pennsylvania to South Carolina to help look for their son. On April 21st, Jason's white 1990 Chevrolet Beretta was reported to police as being parked at Table Rock State Park in Pickens, South Carolina, approximately 30 miles away from his college campus. According to the park superintendent, they had not contacted the police earlier despite the fact that the car had been there since April 12th, because there was a trail within the park that took a full week to complete. Since there was a sticker on Jason's car indicating that he was an ROTC, park staff had assumed he would have had interest in hiking such a long trail and the physical strength and skills needed to complete it. Even when the car remained untouched after a week, they believed that its owner may have been too tired to drive after completing the long hike and had gotten a ride home and planned to come back for the car at a later time. When the car was still there on the 9th day, however, they became concerned and notified the authorities, who quickly connected the car to the active missing persons case. Authorities believe Jason entered the park between 3 and 5 p.m. on Sunday, April 12th, the day after his last phone conversation with his mother. His fingerprints were found on the park ticket, so they do believe Jason was the person who drove his car to the location. Table Rock State Park consists of thousands of acres, and much of it is wilderness. An extensive search was launched in the park, and a nearby lake was drained. No signs of Jason were found despite the massive effort, which took more than 2 weeks. Police say there were no signs of foul play in the park or in Jason's car. Jason withdrew $20 from his bank account the day before he disappeared, and his bank account has not been touched since. In 2017, Jason's parents made the difficult decision to have Jason declared legally dead. His father John's health was declining and his mother had medical issues as well. They hoped that the process would give them a chance to say goodbye to Jason before they passed away. The process was completed in January of 2018. A memorial marker was installed for Jason at Susquehanna Memorial Garden in his hometown. Passed away in 2019. Even 25 years after his disappearance, investigative efforts to find Jason are ongoing. In 2022, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children released a new image of what Jason may look like today. Jason's mother, Deborah, had a bench installed in Jason's name at the Botanical Gardens at Clemson. She travels there yearly to remember her son and write him a letter, as part of her efforts to cope with his disappearance. She still hopes she will find answers about what became of her son within her lifetime. Pamela Holopainen grew up in the South Porcupine neighborhood of Timmins, a mining town in northern Ontario. Her mother, Holly Kautuk, was Inuit, and her family was originally from Nunavut. Like many Indigenous individuals in Canada, Holly was sent to a boarding school. She arrived at the school at the age of 14, and a year later she became pregnant with Pamela's older sister, Vanessa Brousseau. Pamela was born 2 years after Vanessa. Holly did her best to actively raise her daughters in their Inuit culture and teach them to embrace their heritage and their daily lives as much as possible. Since there were no other Inuit in Timmins, she was also active in the local Indigenous community, the Cree. Holly would eventually become the president of the Timmins Native Friendship Center. Pamela and Vanessa were very close growing up and relied heavily on one another. They grew up in poverty and therefore had very few toys, so they used their imaginations to make up games and activities together. Pamela was outgoing and outspoken. She had a big personality, which was also reflected in how deeply she cared for others and the great lengths she would go to help anyone who needed anything. Pamela left school prior to graduating high school so she could go to work. Following a brief stint as a waitress, she found a job in a call center where she excelled. By 2003, 22-year-old Pamela had a common-law spouse with whom she had 2 sons. She was a devoted mother. Pamela and Vanessa remained close as adults, and it was common for them to speak multiple times a day. On December 13, 2003, Pamela asked Vanessa if she could babysit her 2 boys that night. Vanessa was unable to, so Pamela made other arrangements. Vanessa went to Pamela's house on December 15th, but no one was home. She continued visiting the house over the next few days to see her sister and drop off Christmas presents for her nephews, but no one was ever at the house. Vanessa assumed that they had gone to spend Christmas with Pamela's common-law spouse's family. Pamela did not call Vanessa on Christmas Day, which Vanessa was very upset about. On December 26th, Vanessa was able to speak with Pamela's landlord. They had not seen the family either. At this point, Vanessa was still under the assumption that her sister was with her common-law spouse's family, and simply failing to call her. Vanessa learned that she was wrong on New Year's Eve. That day, Vanessa and her mother were at a bingo hall when a woman came up to them and asked if they had heard about Pamela. They said they did not, and the woman told them that Pamela had left her common-law spouse. Vanessa and Holly then asked where Pamela's children were. They were still with their father. This was an immediate indication that something was not right to Vanessa and Holly. It was conceivable that Pamela would leave her spouse. There was not even a remote possibility, however, that Pamela would go anywhere without her sons. Vanessa and Holly went to police to report Pamela missing. While they made the report as soon as they realized that something was wrong. It had been more than 2 weeks since anyone had seen Pamela. She had attended a house party on the evening of December 13th and had left it in the early morning hours of the 14th after reportedly getting into an argument with her common-law spouse and saying she would walk home. Police were not concerned about Pamela's disappearance, telling Vanessa and Holly that Pamela was probably out drinking and would reappear in a few days, a conclusion with no supporting evidence. Understandably frustrated by this disregard for Pamela's well-being, began their own search, organizing friends and family members to create and distribute flyers and to search for Pamela. For months after Pamela went missing, when police finally began investigating Pamela's disappearance, they told her family that they believed Pamela was a sex worker in Hamilton, Ontario. They supported this claim with 2 nude pictures Pamela had taken of herself, presumably for her common-law spouse, that had been found on her personal computer. The case was eventually taken over by the Ontario Provincial Police, but the investigator assigned to the case faced allegations of attempted murder and arson and spent time in jail. In 2013, the case was sent back to police in Timmins, who told Pamela's sister Vanessa that the case was not active. Pamela's mother Holly passed away on December 31st, 2007, exactly 4 years to the day after she reported her daughter missing to police. Vanessa Brousseau continues to advocate and search for her sister. She is active on social media, sharing her sister's story as well as stories of the challenges facing Indigenous people in Canada. Robert Willie Pickton. His case and subsequent trial had been particularly unsettling to me because his killing grounds were close to my hometown. He is sought to have killed upwards of 49 people and was convicted of 27. The manner in which he disposed of their bodies was also horrific. For a long time, it was something a lot of people talked about often. You just never think this kind of thing happens in your backyard. But now, the farm that once was the scene of many people's horrific end has now been paved over and is a strip mall. The world moves on, but for the victims, we should continue talking. It also serves as a reminder to a younger generation that hasn't been told to be careful because bad people can lurk in the most inconspicuous of places. Robert Pickton, who preferred to be called Willie, was born October 24th, 1949 in Port Coquitlam, British Columbia. Little is known about his childhood or family background, but it is reported that his father was absent in his childhood and he was raised by his mother, Louise Pickton. She was described as a workaholic who was tough and had eccentric tendencies in raising her children. She would work her children for long hours on the pig farm even on school days, but that wasn't entirely unusual for a smaller farming community. There is a story that Robert as a child had a pet calf who he had raised from birth. He loved this calf and he felt it was his only companion. His parents had the calf slaughtered once it was big enough and he never recovered from that grief and betrayal. Robert did not do well in school. He had been put into special education classes and eventually dropped out. He was described as having personal hygiene issues as a child and into adulthood. He smelled of manure, body odor, and dead animals. He didn't have a lot of friends, but the ones he had would beg him to bathe. But he had a visceral fear of showers due to his mother hosing him down like a dog as a child. He would only take baths. In his entire life, he had never had a girlfriend. Women were said to be repulsed by him due to the smell and his creepy demeanor. He was awkward, he had an off-putting sense of humor, and he unsettled people. He would spend most of his life in isolation. When both of his parents had passed, Pickton and his siblings sold off most of the family pig farm to urban development, reducing the farm to 6.5 hectares. After the reduction, they still maintained a small-scale livestock operation. Pickton lived on the property in a small trailer home. In 1996, he and his brother established the Piggy Palace Good Time Society, which they registered federally as a charity that had an alleged mandate to raise funds for service through special events such as dances and shows. The society would host massive parties. Neighbors complained of the rowdiness, drug use, drunkenness, and noise from parties attended by as many as 1,700 people. Frequent guests of these parties were members of the Hells Angels as well as many sex trade workers from the downtown east side. The surrounding community was not happy with what loophole to hold unsavory days-on-end gatherings, and in 2000 the city of Port Coquitlam disbanded the charity due to the brothers failing to report their financial statements. I wanted to interject for a minute and set the scene for the victims. For decades leading up to Pickton being caught and all the way to this year, women were and are still going missing. Women in high-risk runaways are vulnerable, and the late 80s and 90s were a particularly scary time because the increasing frequency women were going missing and no one could figure out where they were going. Women would try to protect themselves by walking in groups, taking down license plate numbers of vehicles, but women just kept going missing, and because of the transient nature of the victims, the police did very little to investigate. The Canadian RCMP did create a special team to investigate the disappearances, but the team was disbanded in 1989 due to limited progress. In 1991, Family of Missing Women and Advocates for Sex Trade Workers established an annual Valentine's Day Remembrance Walk as a memorial to murdered and missing victims. The people of British Columbia wanted answers, and the police were sluggish to respond. And at this point, there were no bodies, so to police, these were just missing women who could have up and left. As we know now, they didn't. In 1997, Pickton had actually been arrested for kidnapping and stabbing a sex trade worker. She later testified she had been picked up by Pickton. He had taken her back to his property, and he had attempted to handcuff her. She was stabbed in the abdomen when she resisted being handcuffed, and she managed to wrestle the knife from him and ended up stabbing him back. Then she was able to run to a road, wave down an oncoming vehicle, and receive treatment at the hospital. Pickton called an ambulance and received treatment at the same hospital, and he was later arrested there. He was charged with attempted murder, assault with a weapon, and forcible confinement, but the charges were stayed and eventually dropped because the woman, whose name was placed under the protection of the publication ban by the courts, was a drug addict and not considered to be a competent witness. Pickton claimed she was just a hitchhiker who had attacked him, and he was released from prison. The police had a second opportunity to arrest Pickton had they taken this next tip seriously. In the spring of 1999, an employee of the farm told the Vancouver police that a sex trade worker and drug addict named Lynn Ellingson had seen a woman's body hanging in Pickton's slaughterhouse. When questioned by police, Ellingson initially denied the story. Only much later did she had in fact seen the body but didn't report it because she was afraid of Pickton and also depended on him for money for drugs. This report had not been investigated by police despite Pickton consenting for police to search the property. It is estimated that had the police gone to the farm, it could have saved at least 10 lives. Around this year, there had been a significant spike as Pickton got more confident with killing and barely bothered hiding any potential evidence. An employee of the farm, Bill Hiscox, described the property as creepy and described Pickton as exhibiting bizarre behavior that would draw negative attention to himself. He had made several connections to women he had seen on the property and women that had gone missing in the area. In '99, he informed the RCMP that several items of women's clothing, purses, and identification had been seen on the property. Missing women, and this was the second time Hiscox had contacted the police regarding these suspicions, and police did not obtain a warrant based on what they considered hearsay evidence. They told Hiscox they required an eyewitness or physical evidence. So to recap, by '99 police had an incident where a sex worker escaped an attack on the Pickton property, a claim of a dead body being seen hanging in a slaughterhouse, and an employee who had made 2 claims seeing the personal effects of known missing women, plus well over 50 women having gone completely missing in about a 20-year period. These would later haunt the Vancouver Police Department because it was one of their greatest embarrassments as a police force. It really shone a light on the discrimination shown by the Vancouver police and the RCMP. Had it been another demographic of women, it would likely have never gone this far. It shouldn't matter how you make a living, the color of your skin, or whatever walk of life you come from. We should all be treated equally, eyes of our justice system. No one should be forgotten, and it really is mind-blowing how long Robert Pickton got away with murder. In 2002, a different former employee named Scott Chubb said that he had personally seen illegal guns on the property, and the RCMP were then able to execute a search warrant looking for illegal guns. And on February 5th, in addition to finding several unregistered and illegal weapons, they found items connecting missing women to the property. This then began the massive investigation that was seemingly never-ending. DNA profiles of both men and women were found. They never found complete bodies, only bone fragments. Teeth, hair, small bones, jaw fragments, pieces of larger bones. Police believed he was grinding up his victims and feeding them to his pigs. Position of the fragments and the possible to help with the identification process. So, an officer was charged with befriending Pickton and to gain his trust. Pickton liked the attention. He referred to himself as a celebrity and was happy to boast to his cellmate. He revealed details about keeping victims' belongings, clothing on the farm. With that information, officers were able to identify dozens of victims. Additionally, he said to the officer, "I got a murder charge on me and 48 more. 48 more to come. Whoopee." Pickton told the undercover officer he had wanted to make it an even 50 and had only got caught because he was sloppy. It was believed he did murder 49 people. There was no reason to doubt that claim. However, Pickton would only end up facing 27 counts of murder, most of whom were either drug addicts or prostitutes. The Crown decided to try him initially for 6 murders that had the most definitive evidence so that there was a higher chance of the conviction sticking. On December 9, 2007, the jury returned with a guilty verdict of 6 counts of second-degree murder. The judge sentenced Pickton to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. and he was later charged with the remaining 21 counts of murder. Maximum security prison. He is eligible for parole on February 22, 2027. He would be 78 years old by then. Unfortunately, Pickton could have been apprehended much sooner. The Vancouver Police Department acknowledged this in a statement during a press conference. Unfortunately, there are many victims still unidentified. 22 potential victims left anonymous. Teresa Scalf was an incredibly loving person. She turned that trait into a career, becoming a nurse, and ultimately inspiring the majority of her family to also work in healthcare. In 1986, Teresa was 29 years old and working at Lakeland Regional Health Medical Center in Lakeland, Florida. She lived in an apartment with her 8-year-old son. On October 27, 1986, Teresa's mother, Betty, received a phone call telling her that Teresa had not shown up for her shift at the hospital. Concerned, Betty drove over to her daughter's apartment around 10:30 p.m. Teresa did not answer the door. So Betty used a credit card to manipulate the lock on the door and get inside. When she got inside, Betty discovered a bloody scene and her daughter's lifeless body. Fortunately, Teresa's young son was not at home. Teresa had been stabbed to death and nearly decapitated as a result of the depth of the wounds to her neck. She also had defensive wounds showing that she had fought back against her killer. While Teresa's fight to survive did not save her life, it would ultimately identify her killer. Teresa's case did go cold, but police did not give up on it, even after decades. Cold case detective Matthew Newbold was assigned to the case in 2015. He kept Teresa's picture in his office and promised her sister Pam that he would not retire until he solved the case. He was able to uphold that promise. On October 16, 2023, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd announced that Detective Newbold had identified Teresa's killer as Donald Douglas. Douglas had been 33 years old at the time of the murder and had lived directly behind Teresa's apartment. He had been interviewed as a part of the routine canvass of Teresa's apartment complex, but had never been a person of interest in the case. He could not be arrested for the murder because he died of natural causes at the age of 54. He had never been arrested for anything during his lifetime. Teresa's and her killer's because she had fought against him hard enough to make him bleed. DNA was extracted from that blood sample and run through the combined DNA index system sometime in the early 2000s, but no match had been found. Detective Newbold began working with Othram Inc. in 2022 to trace the unknown DNA through commercial DNA databases. Extensive genealogical work revealed that a third cousin of the killer had an affair with a neighbor in 1949, which resulted in the birth of a child. Tracing that child's family led to the identification of Douglas as a potential suspect. His remains had been cremated following his death, so Detective Newbold had no way to obtain a direct DNA sample from him or his body. Douglas did have a son, and Detective Newbold contacted him. The son was certain that his father could not have killed anyone, but was still fully cooperative with the investigation and provided a sample of his DNA. Analysis confirmed the biological relationship between him and the person whose blood was found at the crime scene. Douglas's son was shocked and horrified when he learned of what his father had done. Teresa's mother, Betty, did live to see her daughter's killer identified. "I'm 84 years old. I lived to see this done. I think that's why I lived so long," she said, following the identification of Douglas. In 1981, 14-year-old Karen Alexander and her 13-year-old brother Gordon lived in the College Hill neighborhood of Texarkana, Arkansas with their parents and were members of Trinity Baptist Church. Karen was an 8th grader at College Hill Junior High School. She was a well-behaved student who loved spelling and English. She wanted to be a nurse when she grew up. Karen was very soft-spoken, but was incredibly kind and sweet to those she did talk to. She did not like to draw a lot of attention to herself, but had a few close friends. She enjoyed trading stickers and having sleepovers with them. Gordon was far more extroverted than his older sister. The 6th grade student at Washington Middle School had a gentle but outgoing spirit. He always had a smile on his face and said good morning to everyone at school. He was not simply loud, talking just for the sake of talking, but genuinely kind to everyone around him. He gave compliments freely too, and made an effort to get to know everyone he met. Gordon had dreams of one day playing football, despite a lifetime of health problems. These health concerns and their effects, like a special shoe he had to wear to account for a difference between the length of his legs, sometimes made him a target for bullies, but their actions did not tarnish his spirit. Gordon had been born with a congenital heart defect that required him to undergo open-heart surgery as an infant. Later in his life, he suffered a stroke, which resulted in the left side of his body being weakened. In April of 1981, Gordon was confined to a wheelchair. He had broken his hip approximately 3 months earlier when he fell off his bicycle and was undergoing physical therapy. He and Karen spent the night of April 7th alone at home. Their mother Vera had been admitted to Wadley Hospital the previous weekend as a mental health patient. Their father Weldon worked the night shift from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. at a local tire factory, Cooper Tire. Weldon called police at 7:15 a.m. on April 8th, telling them that he had come home from work to find his front door open and his 2 children having been attacked. His son was dead in the kitchen and his daughter was on her bed near the living room, potentially still alive but seriously injured. When police officers arrived 9 minutes later, Weldon told them that he had pulled a dull knife from Karen's body and placed it on a nearby bookshelf. Gordon had sustained 16 stab wounds and was deceased, but Karen was still clinging to life despite the fact that she had been beaten, strangled, and stabbed several times in the face. It would later be determined that she had been raped. She was taken to St. Michael Hospital where she remained in a coma until she died 3 days later. Her autopsy concluded that her cause of death was a stab wound to her right eye that struck her brain. The Texarkana police created a special investigative team to work the case, and they worked around the clock. All days off have been canceled. We will work full-time until this case is solved. The person who did this is an animal. We hope the courts will treat them as they would a mad dog. Texarkana Police Detective Jimmy Cowart said at the time. However, the case went cold despite their efforts. Henry Lee Lucas would later claim responsibility for the murders, but his confession, like almost all of the hundreds of confessions he made to garner attention and special treatment from law enforcement, was proven to be a lie. Gordon and Karen's mother, Vera, took her own life just 3 years after her children were killed at the age of 37. Calvin Seward was a patrolman with the Texarkana Police Department who was assigned to the Alexander investigation shortly after the murders occurred. The case was a difficult one for him as he had children the same age as Karen and Gordon, including a daughter who was one of Karen's classmates. Officer Seward was promoted to sergeant and then captain with the department before he retired from it in 2004. He went on to work with the U.S. Marshals and the Texarkana Airport Police for another 18 years before retiring again. Captain Seward had never lost his desire to solve Karen and Gordon's case. In February of 2022, he received permission to work on it on a volunteer basis. He conducted numerous interviews and reviewed several pieces of forensic evidence. He then began working with forensic criminologist Dr. Todd Steffi, as well as Kelly Dixon. A DNA scientist at the Arkansas State Crime Lab. DNA testing had last been done on the evidence from the Alexander case in 2012, and the 3 of them agreed that the evidence should be retested based on advancements made in the field since then. DNA was found under both Gordon and Karen's fingernails, which had been preserved. DNA was also found in semen on Karen's bedsheets. This DNA was compared to Karen and Gordon's DNA profiles. Based on the amount of DNA the suspect shared with them, it was determined that the DNA came from their father. Further investigative efforts supported Weldon Alexander being his children's killer. Trace evidence was found on Karen's body and in dried blood on Gordon's hands. It contained fibers, brass, copper, and zinc, all of which Weldon Alexander would have been exposed to at work at a tire manufacturer. Police had initially believed that the children had been killed while their father was at his overnight shift. However, Captain Seward's investigation revealed that this timeline was incorrect. He learned from the officer who first responded to the scene that Gordon's body had been cold to the touch when he arrived. Police had also originally believed that Karen and Gordon had let their killer inside and had been visiting with them before they were killed. There had been no signs of forced entry, and Police Captain Jimmy Cowart stated that he believed Karen had changed out of her nightgown and into a pair of shorts and a shirt because someone had come to the house after she had gone to bed. It was determined that Karen and Gordon had in fact been found in the clothes they had been wearing the previous day. Knowing all this, Captain Seward now believed that Weldon Alexander had attacked his children prior to leaving for work and called police pretending he found them like that. When he returned from his overnight shift, it appeared that when Weldon began raping his daughter Karen, his son Gordon, despite being in a wheelchair, tried to protect her and was killed for his bravery. Weldon Alexander had died on November 6, 2014 at the age of 80, and as such could not be arrested for killing his own children. However, Captain Seward and Dr. Steffi still submitted an affidavit of probable cause to the Miller County prosecuting attorney, naming him as the most probable suspect in the case. In a letter dated October 11, 2023, Miller County prosecuting attorney Connie Mitchell stated, "After reviewing your comprehensive report and meeting with you personally to discuss the case, your findings and theories, it is my opinion that Weldon Alexander, father to Karen Alexander and Gordon Alexander, is the sole viable suspect in their murder. I believe probable cause exists for the issuance of a warrant for 2 counts of capital murder. While this warrant could not be issued, finally having answers in the case will hopefully be beneficial to those who loved Karen and Gordon and never gave up on solving their murders." At the press conference announcing the resolution of the investigation, Police Chief Michael, "It is our hope that the friends and remaining family of Gordon and Karen Alexander may find some peace in knowing that scientific and circumstantial evidence has been revealed sufficient to resolve this 42-year-old case." Travis Vanderweel pleads guilty to misdemeanor, disorderly conduct, and resigns following a video of him kneeing and punching a suspect brought in on a theft case. The victim, Terrell James Johnson, was held by at least 5 officers, gagged and tied down to a chair while he was beaten. The incident had occurred in 2016 and he had been on paid administrative leave for the past 2 years. In the video, Johnson is seen pleading with the officers to not kill him and crying out that they were using excessive force. Vanderweel responds by saying, "You ain't seen excessive force yet." The video ends with Johnson being wheeled into a jail cell where he later pleads guilty to the theft. This video is extremely disturbing, and although a new deputy superintendent was appointed to oversee the jail, I do not think that is enough to change behavior. Although one jailer was doing the beating, 5 officers held him down and several others were standing around watching. This was not the first time. Had this video not been released, this would have continued. Despite the video, this officer was on administrative leave for 2 years. This was a racially fueled abuse of power, and they really did very little to take a stand on this behavior. My hope is that with the use of more body cams and video surveillance, as well as training new officers better, with a greater focus on de-escalating situations, we see less and less of this abuse in the future. In a law enforcement role, Chris Watts, serving 3 life sentences for the killing of his wife and 2 daughters, was interviewed by the FBI, and he provided more details about the crime. His family had gone missing back in August 2018, and he was seen pleading for their safe return. Police had discovered that Chris resented his successful wife and made plans so that he could pursue a relationship with his girlfriend. His wife had also been pregnant at the time of her murder. His daughters, Bella, was 4 and Celeste was 3. He has yet to reveal why he decided to kill his family. The FBI has released those transcripts, and if you would like a more detailed video, let me know. In a lighter story, Gwendolyn Aggard calls 911 when she hears someone attempting to get into her home. Aggard went downstairs to find a man standing near her back door with her pants on. She screamed at the man, "Mother effer, if you come any further, you're a dead son of a bee." The man continued to attempt to gain entrance, and Aggard grabbed her .38 caliber revolver to protect herself. She fired twice, and the man ran off to try another entrance. So Aggard got her bigger gun, a .48 caliber revolver. She fired twice, and the man ran off to try another entrance. So Aggard got her bigger gun, a .45 caliber revolver. She warned the burglar, "When you come down those stairs, I'm gonna blow your damn brains out," while firing a warning shot. She trapped the burglar in a corner, and the suspect hid in a closet and was arrested without incident and charged. Police released 10 minutes of the 911 call, and although Aggard told the 911 operator how terrified she was, she said that she thought of her family, and it gave her a burst of energy to stave off the would-be attacker. When interviewed, her daughter said how proud she was that her 79-year-old mother was able to be so strong and calm during the entire altercation until law enforcement were able to arrive. This month, we saw Jussie Smollett's charges dropped. In a very quick summary of the situation, Jussie Smollett, who was an actor on the show Empire, claimed on January 29th at 2 o'clock in the morning, 2 masked men beat him, yelled derogatory comments, and put his head in a noose. This led to a massive investigation which determined the suspects to be 2 Nigerian men. The men had previously worked on the set of Empire. They were later released, and then Smollett was the primary suspect. Smollett turned himself in and was charged. A grand jury indicted him on 16 felony crimes of disorderly conduct and fraud for faking a hate crime on himself. It was allegedly all conspired so that he could get a salary increase at Empire. But in a massive update, Chicago prosecutors have dropped all charges in the case. In a statement, they said, after reviewing all the facts and circumstances in the case, including Mr. Smollett's volunteer service in the community forfeit his bond to the city of Chicago, we believe this outcome is a just disposition and appropriate resolution in this case. Smollett's record will also be expunged and the court record sealed in the matter. However, they maintain that the attack did happen as Smollett described and Smollett maintains his innocence. It is still unclear as to why the prosecutors decided to drop the case. The police, who were most shocked and surprised about this, even the mayor of Chicago was shocked, and they said in a statement that he believes Smollett was receiving special treatment and that he described it as a whitewash of justice. The mayor and police department in their joint press conference were obviously enraged. Following the press conference, the internet joined the discourse. It is odd that if he was completely innocent, why did he quietly give up his $10,000 bond money and serve community service? Smollett's own accounts of the event contradicted with what police said they saw on CCTV footage of the scene. All in all, this story doesn't really add up, and I don't think a lot of people are buying into the story that Smollett is selling. On Monday, October 15, 2018, a call had been made from the Kloss family home, using the cell phone of Denise Kloss. While the caller didn't speak with the operator, a disturbance and yelling were heard, and then the call was disconnected. The operator tried to call back. The call went straight to voicemail. For minutes after the call was made, the police arrived on the scene. The police noticed that the door had been shot open and found James Kloss, 56, and Denise Kloss, 46, dead from gunshot wounds. Their daughter, Jamie, 13 years old, was missing. Police had been certain Jamie had been in the home during the attack based on the evidence in the 911 call and evidence in the home. No weapons were recovered and an Amber Alert was issued that afternoon. It is concluded that Jamie was abducted from the home. Tips were called in with possible sightings in Miami, but the leads quickly dried up. On January 10th, however, Jamie is found alive. Cabin she had been able to escape and flag down a driver. A 21-year-old man was arrested and charged with the murdering of Denise and James as well as kidnapping and holding Jamie. Jamie is to receive the $25,000 reward money from the FBI for saving herself. On April 6, 2018, Canada was shocked when a bus crash resulted in the deaths of 16 and injuries of 13. The bus carried a junior hockey team en route to a game. Jeskarat Singh Sidhu had failed to make a stop sign on Highway 335 in Saskatchewan, causing the team's bus to crash into the semi-truck. In January, he pleaded guilty to 16 counts of dangerous driving, resulting in death, and 13 counts of dangerous driving causing bodily harm. Experts say he will likely be deported to his home country of India, and he will be unlikely to serve jail time since he isn't a Canadian citizen. He is merely a permanent resident and his sentencing is still ongoing. Helen had been near her home in Sydney, Australia. She had been with a group of friends and 4 of her siblings outside playing for most of the afternoon. When the Karapatas children were called in for supper, Helen didn't join them. She had last been seen around 5 p.m. and the search didn't begin for hours later. It is unclear on if Helen ran away or she was abducted. Helen would be 40 years old today. Michael was 4 years old when he had vanished from an elementary school playground. His parents were playing softball in the field next to the playground, and Michael was to go to the park at the other end of the field, but he was to wait for his father. By the time his father got to the playground, Michael had vanished. Immediately, he had approximately 50 people searching for him and calling his name. His disappearance sparked the largest police investigation in Canadian history, had been received, and a $100,000 reward is still available today. It is thought he was quickly abducted. The police had eyewitnesses say they saw an older man in his 40s or 50s near the park with a van, but officers were never able to track down the man or the van. The abductor would have only had about 5 minutes to snatch Michael. Michael was last seen wearing a blue hooded jacket, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle t-shirt, blue sneakers. Michael would be 31 years old today, and his family is still hopeful that someone will recognize him from his age progression photos. Brittany Ann Beers was 6 years old when she was playing outside of her house in Sturgis, Michigan. At 7:30 p.m., she was riding her bike, and at 8:30 p.m., her mother left to run errands. Brittany's half-brother said he saw her sitting on a bench about 5 minutes after their mother had left. A witness told investigators he saw Brittany talking to an unidentified man in a red or brown mid-sized vehicle. Brittany walked over to the witness and told him that she had made a new friend, and Brittany was never seen again after that. During the investigation, it had been discovered that Brittany had been sexually abused by her stepfather and physically abused by her father. Her case had a renewed interest in 2000, when a man was arrested for child pornography possession, and in some of the photos there was a girl who resembled Brittany. It was later determined to be a girl from Texas who testified against her abusive parents and had them jailed. A woman in the area at the time of Brittany's disappearance said, "Brittany was said by neighbors to be frequently neglected, and people assumed she was often abused." Brittany was last seen wearing a white tank top with a floral design on it, pink tie-dyed shorts, and white sneakers. She was missing her 4 upper baby teeth at the time of her disappearance. She would be 27 years old as of today. Aaron was a year old when he was playing in the backyard of his family's home. His mother had left him alone for a few minutes, and when she came back out, Aaron had vanished. The property was near a large embankment and river, so it was thought by police that he had fallen in and drowned. His body had never been recovered, and the police dogs didn't catch his scent anywhere near the river. The police admitted to having only focused on the drowning theory and ignored up to 20 other leads in his disappearance. An extensive search of the area was done the days after his disappearance, but he was only a year old and couldn't have gotten far. Both of his parents firmly believe he was abducted. Aaron has a white birthmark on his lower abdomen, and he had an enlarged head as a child. Aaron Mitchell Anderson would be 32 today. John Jack Cummings was a student at the University of Wisconsin in 1942 when he enlisted in the Army. On January 23, 1945, his parents, Helen and Leo, received a telegraph at their home in Juneau, Wisconsin, informing them that their son was missing in action. Initial military records listed the date of Jack going missing as January 4, 1945, but this date was a few days off. Late on December 31, 1944, the German Army launched Operation Nordwind, their last large-scale offensive on the Western Front, against the U.S. 7th Army, which had been thinly spread along a 68-mile-long front line. At the time, Jack was a member of Company A, 276th Infantry Regiment, 70th Infantry Division, which had arrived at the banks of the Rhine River 2 days earlier to reinforce the Alsace area. The men of Company A were spaced out along the French side of the river in foxholes and ordered to watch out for German soldiers across the river. They were also instructed to remove any unit patches or other identifying information from their uniforms to prevent the Germans from obtaining information about troop movements in the event any of them were captured. This order would unfortunately later make the identification of the remains of soldiers killed in action more difficult. On December 31st, 22-year-old Jack was stationed in a foxhole roughly 10 yards back from the riverbank near the French village of Neuhäusel, armed with a Browning automatic rifle. 2 of his fellow soldiers saw him there early that night, just as it was getting dark, and he reported that he was fine. Sometime later, however, they heard machine gun fire and rushed back to Jack's position. When they arrived, instead of finding Jack, they found his helmet with a bullet hole in it. and a bloody piece of skull. Jack's weapon and equipment were also gone. They were drag marks in the ground down to the river. The Army officially confirmed that Jack was dead in November of 1945. A report from the Army stated, "It can be presumed that Cummings was killed by the enemy and his body thrown into the Rhine River. Further search for the remains of this soldier would be futile." Jack's family was not so easily convinced that finding Jack's remains and having them returned home for burial was a lost cause. They received limited information from the Army as months and years passed, but tried to be active in the search for Jack's body. In 1947, Jack's mother Helen wrote to the Army about offering a reward in Germany for information that would lead them to Jack's remains. She was willing to pay for such a reward, but was asking for the Army's help in spreading information about the reward within Germany. The Army told Helen that they could not help her. Both Helen and her husband Leo would die without seeing their son's remains returned home. Leo passed away in 1963 and Helen passed away in 1972. Jack's younger sister Mary Ellen eventually married, and she and her husband had 12 children. According to one of those children, Jack's nephew, Mark Hartzheim, his grandparents rarely discussed his Uncle Jack. They just never talked about this much. That was typical, I think, of people from that generation. They compartmentalized things and internalized them and didn't dwell on them. But I'm sure it haunted them and troubled them the rest of their lives. He told the Washington Post in 2018. It would be Mark who set in motion the events that ultimately led to Jack's remains being identified and returned to the United States. He began doing research on his uncle, and in 2014, he signed up to attend a government-sponsored meeting for family members of missing in action soldiers. Once he did so, a government historian named Ian Spurgeon was assigned to revisit Jack's case. When he began his work on Jack's case, Ian found that Jack's files had not been accessed for decades. He began using these files, the National Archives, and a Defense POW-MIA accounting agency database of locations where the remains of unidentified World War II servicemen had been recovered. Ian focused on the area where Jack had gone missing and presumably been killed, and came across an account of a soldier working for the American Graves Registration Command in a grave he had discovered in Eifsheim, Germany, right across the Rhine River from Jack's last post. In 1946, the mayor of Eifsheim told this soldier that another American soldier was buried in the area. The grave was roughly 30 yards away from the river, behind a German pillbox. It was marked with a wooden cross, on which was written, in German, "Here lies a fallen USA soldier," and the date of December 31st, 1944. The Graves registration soldier was able to speak to a former German soldier, who had helped bury the American soldier, and still lived in the area. He confirmed that the soldier buried in the grave was an American. The nameless soldier had been killed near New Household by members of a German raiding party that had attacked across the river on New Year's Eve of 1944. On May 10, 1946, the remains were exhumed. By this time, only the soldier's skeleton remained, and there were only scraps of his clothing left. No dog tags were found with the remains, since the soldier could not be identified. The remains were given the designation X-6454 and ultimately buried in an American cemetery in France, known today as the Lorraine American Cemetery, along with thousands of other unidentified American servicemen. Ian then began the process of filing a request with the Army to exhume the remains in order to scientifically analyze them to confirm if they belonged to Jack Cummings. He conducted further research and eliminated other soldiers as potential matches before making the formal request. The Army agreed to it, and the remains designated as X-6454 were disinterred in October of 2016 and flown to Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska for testing at a Defense POW-MIA accounting agency laboratory. The bones were examined by anthropologists, and Jack's relatives provided samples of their DNA for comparison. On July 23, 2018, Mark Hartzheim was driving his 7-year-old son to the movies when he received a phone call informing him that the remains had been confirmed to be those of his uncle, Jack Cummings. On October 13, 2018, Jack was buried with honors in Hazelhurst, Wisconsin, next to his parents. His sister, Mary Ellen, who was just 17 years old when her brother was killed, was still alive at age 91 to see her brother finally return home. Lawrence Everett Dixon was born in 1920 and was a native of South Carolina. He loved music and taught himself how to play the guitar. He had a warm and friendly personality, according to those who knew him. Lawrence eventually moved north to New York City and studied chemistry for 2 years at the City College of New York. While still in New York, he married his wife, Phyllis, in November of 1941. The following July, the couple welcomed their daughter Marla. When World War II broke out, Lawrence joined the Army Air Forces and became one of 900 African-American pilots who trained at the segregated Tuskegee Army Airfield in Alabama. He graduated from flight training on March 25, 1943 in Class 43C. That December, he became one of 400 Tuskegee airmen who flew overseas during the war, when he deployed to Italy with the 100th Fighter Squadron. In the following year, he flew over 60 missions and was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross. Captain Dixon would have been eligible to temporarily return home on leave after flying 70 missions. At the time, wait pilots received their leave after flying 50 missions. On December 23, 1944, 24-year-old Captain Dixon took off for his 68th mission in his P-51D Mustang at Ramitelli Air Base in southern Italy. He was flying to Nazi-occupied Prague, leading a 3-plane escort of an unarmed photo reconnaissance plane. Approximately an hour into their flight, Captain Dixon radioed the other planes that he was having engine problems and his plane was losing speed. His 2 wingmen remained behind with him while the reconnaissance plane sped on. They stayed with Captain Dixon's plane as he turned around trying to head back to base. Captain Dixon then began losing altitude and started to look for somewhere to land his plane or bail out of it. Ultimately, he had to jettison the canopy of his cockpit and bail out of the aircraft. According to Second Lieutenant Robert L. Martin, he had to swerve his own plane to avoid being hit by the now unpiloted plane. And when he was able to look back out of his window, he could not see Captain Dixon's parachute or any other indication of where he had landed. At the time, he believed they were in a mountainous area near the town of Darvisio in northeastern Italy. Lieutenant Martin and the other wingmen circled the area looking for any signs of where Captain Dixon was. But heavy snow on the ground hampered their efforts and they saw nothing. They began returning to base, but turned around to look for the crash site one more time. They again saw nothing. They finally flew back to Ramitelli and reported the crash, but no further searches were launched at the time. Captain Dixon's wife, Phyllis, was notified that he was missing in action on January 8, 1945. She spent months writing to the War Department asking for updates about her husband. At first, she held out hope that he might still be alive, but in need of help, writing, "I can't even sleep for thinking about him being sick somewhere," and not having anyone to care for him properly. Months would go by without any information, leading her to say in a July letter, "Please believe me when I say I have been greatly distressed. I have tried to be brave, but it really has been an effort. I meet the mailman daily, hoping and praying for some news, but so far, none." The Army conducted investigations into Captain Dixon's crash in 1946 and 1948. The reference located other crash sites, but not Captain Dixon's. The Army declared his remains unrecoverable on September 29, 1949. Captain Dixon's wife, Phyllis, would never receive the news of her husband she tried so hard to get from the Army. She passed away on December 28, 2017, at the age of 96. Less than a year later, however, her daughter, Marla, would finally get answers about her father's fate. Phyllis had died knowing that efforts were being made to finally locate her husband's remains. In the summer of 2017, the family had been notified by the Army's past conflict reparations branch that new efforts were being launched to locate where Captain Dixon had crashed, thanks to testimony from witnesses and the examination of wartime German records. The Army had learned of a crash site with wreckage consistent with the aircraft Captain Dixon had been flying on his final mission. Records showed a crash that occurred on the day of Captain Dixon's crash, but the aircraft in question had not gone down in Italy, as the Army had believed, but just over the Austrian border near Hohenthurn. From July 11th through August 8th, 2017, the Defense POWMIA Accounting Agency, the University of New Orleans, and the University of Innsbruck excavated the crash site. Among the airplane pieces and debris at the site, they found human remains. These remains were sent to a laboratory at Offutt Air Force Base outside Omaha, Nebraska, for testing. DNA was successfully extracted from arm and leg bone fragments. Captain Dixon's daughter, as well as several other of his family members, had provided samples of their DNA for comparison, in hopes of his remains being located and conclusively identified. On July 27, 2018, the Defense Department announced that the remains had been identified as those of Captain Dixon. At the end of World War II, 27 Tuskegee Airmen were missing in action. Captain Dixon was the first of them to be located since the end of the war. That August, Michael May, the identifications chief for the Army's past conflict reparations branch, presented Captain Dixon's daughter Marla with a gold ring and an aqua-colored stone believed to have fallen from it that were found at the crash site. The ring was inscribed with her parents' initials, a heart, and the date of her father's 23rd birthday. Marla believed the ring was a gift from her mother to her father for his birthday. He had loved the color aqua. Small portions of a harmonica and a small cross found amongst the debris at the crash site were also returned to Marla. Captain Dixon's wife, Phyllis, had remarried and had 2 more children, so Marla grew up with siblings and a stepfather. However, she never stopped missing her father or feeling as though her life would have been different had she not felt the void his loss had left in her life. She was always looking for ways to connect with her father and kept his files and displayed his photographs in her home. Her father's wingman, Lieutenant Robert L. Martin, wrote her a letter detailing her father's final mission some 50 years after the war ended, so that she would know as much of his story as possible. The act of writing to you so many years after brings to me a sadness, and yet I hope it will bring you a moment of peaceful remembrance of a loving father whom you lost, Lieutenant Martin wrote. He passed away at his home in Olympia Fields, Illinois, the day before the announcement of Captain Dixon's remains being formally identified was made. He was 99 years old. Lieutenant Martin's daughter, Gabrielle, came in her father's place to honor Captain Dixon when he finally received a proper burial. On March 22, 2019, nearly 75 years after his death, Captain Dixon was laid to rest at Arlington National Cemetery. His daughter and the grandchildren he never got to meet were there for the service and to receive the flag from his casket. At the beginning of 1972, 9-year-old Deborah Lynn Randall was a 3rd grader at Pine Forest Elementary School and living with her family in Marietta, Georgia. She loved playing with dolls, but was also known as the queen of her neighborhood baseball team. Her favorite person to play baseball with was Melvin, one of her 2 older brothers. On January 13, 1972, 10-year-old Melvin was feeling sick. His mother Juanita was also not feeling well and had asked Melvin and Debbie to take the family's laundry to the Duds and Sid's laundromat half a block away from their apartment building. Melvin did not want to go because he did not feel well and his favorite television show was on. Therefore, Debbie and her stepfather Frank were the 2 people who went to the laundromat. Debbie put on a new pair of lavender shoes she had just gotten for Christmas and left home with Frank and the family's laundry. Debbie liked going to the laundromat because she had fun playing there. She would stack up empty detergent boxes or bring her Barbie dolls and play with other girls from the neighborhood there. When she and Frank arrived at the laundromat, Frank started loads of laundry in 2 machines. He then gave Debbie the change she would need to switch out the laundry once those loads finished and went home. Debbie's family expected that she would come home asking for help bringing home the laundry by 7:30. When she did not, they became concerned, especially since it was getting dark. Juanita and Frank went to the laundromat to check on her and found a spilled box of detergent on the ground near a Volkswagen parked outside of the laundromat, roughly 85 feet away from its door. Debbie was nowhere to be found. According to some girls who had been folding laundry at the laundromat, Debbie had gone outside at 7:15, telling them goodbye as she left. It soon became apparent that Debbie had been abducted. Debbie's father, John, was notified while he was at his job at the Ford Motor Company plant. The Marietta police were called, and they found small fingerprints on the Volkswagen smudged in a downward direction. Witnesses reported seeing a dark 1950s pickup truck speeding away from the area of the laundromat and driving erratically. Police eventually learned that a 12-year-old girl witnessed the actual abduction. She had not reported it immediately because she believed the little girl she saw a man grab must have been his child, who had misbehaved and was being taken home. The man nearly ran her over as he sped away, and she could briefly see him glaring back at her in the truck's rearview mirror as he drove away. Another witness saw a man driving a pickup truck, similar to the 1-liter seen speeding away from the scene around 7 p.m. as it parked next to the Volkswagen, where child-sized fingerprints were later found. These 2 witnesses were able to help develop a sketch of the driver. The official search for Debbie involved the Marietta Police Department, the Cobb County Police, and the Cobb County Sheriff's Office. In addition, the people of Marietta joined together to launch Operation Debbie, a massive search effort looking for the little girl. More than 4,000 people were ultimately involved in the search. Among the volunteers were civil defense workers, ham radio operators, and students. One of the most dedicated volunteers was Melvin Randall, who would struggle with guilt for several years over being sick and not going to the laundromat with his little sister the day she disappeared. He went door to door speaking with all of his neighbors and distributed flyers throughout the neighborhood, desperately hoping his efforts would bring Debbie home. January 29th, 16 days after Debbie disappeared, was cold and rainy, but the volunteers continued their work. A group of students from Southern Tech were searching a heavily wooded area between Windy Hill Road and the Fox Hill subdivision on Powers Ferry Road. Mike McCajon had enrolled in the school after serving with the military in Vietnam. He had been searching for several hours when he came across drag marks in the dirt around 5 p.m. When he followed them, he discovered Debbie's lifeless body. She was fully clothed, but had only her socks on her feet. Her prized lavender shoes were gone. Most of Marietta seemed to show up to honor Debbie's memory at her funeral. Thousands of people were packed into Roswell Street Baptist Church for the service. Debbie was then buried at Kennestone Memorial Park. Debbie's body was found approximately 6 miles away where she was abducted. Dr. Larry Howard of the Georgia State Crime Lab examined Debbie's body and determined that she had been raped. The most recent statements from authorities say that Debbie's cause of death was strangulation, but earlier ones state that she had been suffocated. It has been reported that Dr. Howard believed that Debbie died as the result of her killer using her coat to cover her face in an effort to muffle her screams while he raped her. A geologist was brought in to the investigation to analyze dirt samples taken from Debbie's clothing. They identified dirt from 2 different locations, one from where Debbie's body was found, and another ultimately matched to clay from the Dixie Cast and Stone Company on Powers Ferry Road, some 3 miles away from where Debbie's body was found. This led investigators to believe that Debbie was killed on the Stone Company property, and that her body had then been dumped in the wooded area, where it had been found. Brown hair was also found on Debbie's body, and the lab determined that it came from a white male, most likely between the ages of 18 and 30. Police conducted numerous interviews and followed up on hundreds of leads, but Debbie's killer remained unidentified. The death of Debbie and the lack of punishment for her killer obviously took a massive toll on her family. She was my baby, and I loved her so much. I couldn't understand why it was her instead of me. It was the way she had to go that hurt me so bad, and it still hurts. I would at least like to know who done it before I pass away. Debbie's mother Juanita said in July of 2018 as she battled leukemia. Juanita unfortunately did not get her wish to live to see her daughter's killer identified. She passed away on September 17, 2018. In accordance with her wishes, her ashes were buried alongside Debbie's body. Describing what losing Debbie felt like to reporter Jessica Knoll in 2018, Debbie's father John tearfully said, "Somebody took my baby. Tears you up. Literally, tears you up. I was like a zombie around here for a while. It's just like taking a big chunk out of your body. When I found that out, it was just like losing a part of me being gone. It was gone, and it ain't never come back, and never will it come back." John participated in the interview with Jessica Knoll because he still hoped to live to see Debbie's killer brought to justice. He believed there were people who had information on the case, and he did the interview in hopes of one of them seeing it and coming forward. He believed that if Debbie's killer was still alive and could be prosecuted, he should be executed following his conviction, because he obviously was not sorry for what he had done, as evidenced by the fact that he had never come forward. Like his ex-wife, John died without ever seeing justice for his daughter. He passed away in January of 2022, just 3 days before the 50th anniversary of Debbie's murder. While he was not alive to see it, Debbie's case would finally be solved the very next year. By the times of their deaths, Debbie's parents at least knew that police were still looking for their daughter's killer, and that technology that had not yet been available at the time of Debbie's murder was being used to hopefully solve the case. Luckily, the original investigators assigned to Debbie's case had preserved the evidence from the case very well. What would prove to be the two most useful pieces of evidence in the age of DNA testing, the hair found on Debbie's body and a small piece of cloth found next to her body, were preserved well enough to still be usable for testing, even decades after Debbie's death. In 2001, the FBI conducted testing on the hair. They could not identify Debbie's killer, but the testing did narrow the suspect pool considerably. The case was handed over to the Cobb County Cold Case Unit in 2015. That same year, the evidence in the case was sent for more DNA testing. A partial male profile was developed, but a match to it could not be found in the combined DNA index system. Investigators with the Cold Case Unit developed several strong suspects, but each was ultimately excluded by DNA. Thanks to extra funding received in 2019, further advanced DNA testing was conducted on the cloth in 2022. A familial DNA profile was developed, and investigators used genetic genealogy to search for potential suspects. The Cobb County Cold Case Unit began working with DNA Labs International in 2023. They were able to identify several relatives of the contributor of the DNA from the cloth. When authorities contacted these relatives, they agreed to provide samples of their DNA. Comparing their DNA with the DNA from the cloth helped give investigators a better idea of how each one of them was related to Debbie's killer. The potential suspect ultimately identified by this effort was deceased. In order to be absolutely sure about the identification, authorities had his body exhumed so that samples could be taken for direct DNA testing. This testing confirmed his DNA was a match to that from the crime scene. On September 18, 2023, Cobb County District Attorney Lynn D. Brody Jr. announced that Debbie's killer had been identified as William B. Rose, who had been 24 years old at the time of the murder. Rose could not be arrested because he took his own life in 1974, 2 years after Debbie was killed. Cold Case investigator Roy Alters stated at the press conference announcing Rose's identification that he suspected Rose may have ended his life because he was afraid of being caught for Debbie's murder. According to Mr. Alters' conversations with Rose's family members, Rose had been worried about going to jail prior to his death, but his family had assumed his concerns stemmed from minor incidents. Rose did have a criminal record, but had only ever been arrested for alcohol-related incidents. He had not previously been a suspect in the case. It does not appear that Rose knew Debbie prior to her abduction. However, he did have relatives who lived in her apartment complex, giving him a reason to be a regular visitor there. He may have seen her playing outside during prior visits to the complex, but her murder appears to have been a crime of opportunity. Debbie's brother Melvin was present at the press conference to express his gratitude for investigators and their ongoing efforts. He was relieved both because he finally knew who took his sister from him, and because her killer was not someone his family knew. Melvin had ultimately resolved the guilt he had once felt for not being with Debbie at the laundromat that day, and he has stated that he does not hate Rose despite what he did to his sister because he had learned over the years that hating someone would do him no good. Melvin expressed sympathy towards Rose's family for the difficult time he knows they must be going through as a result of this news. Rose's identification was somewhat bittersweet for Melvin because his mother did not get to see it. However, he stated, "I wish my mother was here, but I know she knows in heaven that it's finally over." Family was very important to Byron Carr. He and his brother John were very close in age, which helped them have a strong bond, and he remained close with his parents, especially his mother, into adulthood. He also had lots of friends and enjoyed traveling. Byron was a well-liked English teacher at Montague Regional High School. According to some of his former students, he had a heart of gold and remained interested in the lives of his students, long after they completed his class. In 1988, 36-year-old Byron was living in a house on Lapthorne Avenue in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, which he took great pride in and kept very neat. It would be in this house where Byron was killed on November 11, 1988. He was strangled with a towel and his body had later been stabbed several times. The killer had written, "I will kill again" on Byron's wall, which obviously raised concerns that more victims would follow. Byron's wallet was also missing. There were no signs of forced entry into the house, and police believe Byron and the killer had consensual sex prior to his murder. Byron was gay, but kept his sexuality private to avoid the discrimination so many others dealt with at the time. He had not even come out to his parents, despite how close they were. His murder led to him being publicly outed. Decades later, investigators would say that Byron's sexuality led to a lack of public interest and cooperation in the case. Byron's family felt this was the case as well. In 2024, Byron's brother John would say, "People were afraid for their jobs just because they were gay at the time. Being gay wasn't a great thing back in 1988 in the public eye. I can remember public officials that were very lukewarm to taking part in the investigation." Other members of the LGBTQ community in the area feared that they may be targeted by the killer as well, and the wider community's cold response to the murder of a gay man only added to their fears that they were not safe on Prince Edward Island. Jeffrey Haight is one of Byron's former students, and the gay man who left Prince Edward Island for many years because he felt safer living in a big city. In 2024, he spoke to the CBC about Byron and his murder, saying police believed the killer was bisexual, a conclusion they came to following the examination of the most important piece of evidence they had, the killer's underwear, which had been left behind at the scene. Police cut out a section from the front of the underwear to test it for DNA, and found both male and female DNA, believed to be from the owner of the underwear and a woman he had sex with. The size of the underwear indicated that the killer had a small build, as it fit very tightly when displayed on a mannequin with a 29.5-inch waist. Despite the societal unease around Byron's sexuality and murder, police did preserve evidence and investigate the crime. Hundreds of interviews were conducted over the ensuing decades. Police went to see Byron's parents every few years about the investigation, even though they rarely had substantial progress to report. Byron's case was formally reopened in October of 2007. Investigators hoped that since the LGBTQ community was becoming more accepted, witnesses who may have been scared to come forward in 1988 because it would involve disclosing their own sexuality would now be willing to speak with them. The Charlottetown Police Service also released a composite image of a suspect who attacked a gay man in Charlottetown just 2 months after Byron was killed, and was considered a person of interest in the murder. The case would remain unsolved until 2024. That January 26th, Chief Brad McConnell announced that the day before, 56-year-old Todd Joseph Galland, also known as Todd Joseph Irving, had been arrested and charged with 1 count of first-degree murder and 1 count of interfering with human remains in connection with Byron's murder. A second person had also been arrested but then released, although their potential involvement in the case is still being investigated. Police had long believed that at least 1 other man had come back with the killer to try to remove incriminating evidence from Byron's house after he was killed. In 2013, they revealed that 2 unconnected witnesses had come forward saying that a man had confessed to them that the killer had taken him back to Byron's house after the murder to get rid of evidence. The 2 witnesses came forward in 2008 and 2012 and knew details that had not been made public. The individual they reported, whose name has not been released, had been released on parole shortly before Byron was killed, had a violent criminal history, and had been a potential suspect in the murder early on in the investigation. However, he had passed away in the early 2000s, and as such could not be interviewed about who brought him to Byron's house that night. Police believed that it was when the killer brought his accomplice to the scene hours after Byron was strangled with the towel that Byron was stabbed. The note was written on the wall, and Byron's wallet was stolen. These actions were taken to confuse police. Socks had been found in Byron's kitchen trash can. Police believed that someone had worn them on their hands in the house, so that they would not leave behind any fingerprints. DNA was extracted from the inside of one of the socks, but it did not match the DNA on the underwear or the deceased reported accomplice. As such, a third individual may have been involved in the attempted cleanup and tampering with the crime scene after the murder occurred. Gallant had only been 21 years old at the time of Byron's murder. He had been living in Charlottetown in 1988, but moved to the United States after Byron was killed. He lived in Texas and Arkansas before moving back to Prince Edward Island in 2022. He was convicted of breaking and entering in Canada in 1987 and had a criminal record in the United States as well. He had been identified using genetic genealogy. Charlottetown police worked with Wyndham Forensics Group and Convergence Investigative Genetic Genealogy to identify him as the contributor of the DNA at the crime scene after familial matches to it were found in the family tree DNA and GED match databases. Gallant's lawyer, Chris Montigny, appeared in court on Gallant's behalf on February 1st. The case was adjourned until the following month to give Montigny time to review the large amount of evidence and documents in the case. He does not yet know how his client will plead to the charges he is facing. On the day Byron was buried, his mother turned to her son John and told him, "It's not really over until we know what happened and why." It was never over for her or for Byron's father, as they both passed away a few years before charges were brought in their son's case. Byron's brother John was still alive to see Gallant's arrest and was present at the press conference announcing it. He thanked police for all of their hard work and said of the arrest finally being made, "It's like a weight being lifted off you. It's hard to describe. It's just kind of a release." Carol Barrett grew up as one of 6 children on McIntyre Street in Zanesville, Ohio. She had a cheerful and spunky personality. She liked to make up her mind on her own and wasn't afraid to say what she thought. She was somewhat of a tomboy and regularly wrestled with her 3 brothers on the family's living room floor. In high school, she was a member of the concert band, the marching band, and the school radio station staff. Carol was very brave. In the summer of 1978, she jumped into the water to save her 2-year-old niece from drowning. That same year, Carol and her family went on vacation to Florida. Carol loved her time there and heard a lot about how much fun spring break was in the area. She begged her parents to let her go back to Florida for spring break the following spring, when she would be a senior in high school, but they did not allow it. Carol graduated in 1979 and went to work at a Wendy's restaurant, with the goal of saving enough money to go to Florida the following spring. Not all of her money went to her trip savings, however. She used some of it to buy sheets and glassware and towels when she had the chance. She put the various home goods she was able to acquire in her hope chest, saving them for when she married her high school sweetheart, Tom, who had joined the Navy. When Carol wanted to go to Florida with her friends from high school in the spring of Carol began the drive to Daytona Beach shores on March 20th with her large group of friends split between 2 vehicles. They drove throughout the night, taking turns driving. When they arrived in Daytona Beach shores, they checked into their rooms at the Treasure Island Motel. The girls were staying in room 617 and the boys were a floor below them in room 521. The group was hanging out in the girls' room that Saturday night, shortly after 1 a.m. on Sunday morning, March 23rd. Carol and her friend Steve left the room to go walk around. On their way to the elevator, a man blocked their path. He pointed a pistol at them and told them that they were going to turn around and go back to their room. Steve told him that they did not have a key, but the man pointed the gun at Steve's face, and the 3 of them walked back to room 617. They knocked on the door and were let inside. The assailant followed Steve and Carol into the room and told all 8 people there at the time that he wanted their money. He made everyone undress and line up against the sliding glass door to the balcony. He spent about 45 minutes going through everyone's belongings and eventually pocketed approximately $200. Throughout that time, he periodically clicked his gun, according to one of Carol's friends. He seemed nervous over the fact that there was such a large group of people in the room. He touched them all with the barrel of his pistol to intimidate them. The assailant told the group that he would be taking one of them with him to ensure that no one called the police. He originally grabbed Carol's friend Pam, but grew frustrated when she panicked and began to sob. Carol volunteered to go in her place. She calmly did as he told her and collected her clothes. He forced the others in the room out onto the balcony and told them to stay there until 4 a.m. He would let Carol go if they did not call the police. He locked the sliding glass door and forced Carol out of the hotel room in front of him. Carol's friends did not listen to the instructions and quickly tried to get her help. Carol's friend Chris was able to climb around the block wall separating their balcony from the neighboring one and wake up the people sleeping inside that room. They called the police, but the assailant had a 20-minute head start before they arrived. On Monday morning, a passerby discovered Carol's body in a ditch line along I-95 near Jacksonville International Airport. Her white sweater had been pulled up over her head. She had been shot execution style, according to police. There were no other marks indicating that there had been any kind of struggle. Two of Carol's friends identified her body, which was returned to Ohio and buried in the Mount Olive Cemetery. Carol's friends helped develop a sketch of what the killer looked like. He had reddish-brown hair, which was parted down the middle, a beard and mustache, a mole on his left cheek, and a long, straight nose. He wore tinted wire-rimmed glasses. Unfortunately, despite the numerous eyewitnesses to Carol's abduction, her killer was not identified and the case went cold. In August of 2017, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Cold Case Unit reviewed the evidence in Carol's case and determined that there was enough to reopen the case. A palm print they had not been able to account for had been preserved in evidence and seemed like a clue that could tie a suspect to the murder. The case would not be closed until January of 2024. On January 25th, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office announced that the investigation had come to an end after more than 40 years. As with many other cold cases solved after decades, the identification of Carol's killer would not result in a trial. However, while most of these cases never go to court because a suspect died before their identification, in Carol's case, the man who confessed to her murder was still alive, but already serving life in prison. That man was serial killer Billy Mansfield Jr. Mansfield, had an extensive history of sexual crimes. His crimes eventually progressed to murder, with him killing 3 young women and 2 teenage girls. He killed 4 of his victims in Florida and buried their bodies in his backyard. He then went to California, where he killed a 5th woman. He pled guilty to the California murder and was sentenced to life in prison without parole. He also pled guilty to the 4 murders he committed in Florida to avoid being extradited there and facing the death penalty. He remains incarcerated in California and is speaking with investigators in various jurisdictions about additional cold cases. Mansfield was identified as a potential suspect in Carol's murder in 2020. He was interviewed by investigators multiple times over the following 2 years. In September of 2022, he acknowledged that he was the man depicted in the composite sketch. He later confessed to abducting Carol and to killing her. Investigators continued working on the case and consulted with the state attorney's office in the 4th Judicial Circuit about how to proceed. In January of 2024, it was decided to close Carol's case but not pursue prosecuting Mansfield for her murder, since he is incarcerated and has no chance of ever being released, as he would have to serve 4 concurrent life sentences in Florida, even if he were somehow released from his life sentence in California. Carol's parents, 1 of her sisters, and 2 of her brothers passed away before her case was closed. Her surviving family is grateful for the answers they have received. Carol's niece, Claire Gilligan, is ecstatic that the case is solved and relieved that her aunt's killer has been incarcerated since 1982, which prevented him from killing even more people. Burt Allen Mann loved history from an early age, with a particular focus on the history of the American Civil War. He also loved classical music and opera. He grew up in Graham, Texas, and attended the University of Texas in Austin, where he earned a Bachelor of Science degree in zoology. He also served with the U.S. Marines as a Navy corpsman in Vietnam. In 1994, 46-year-old Burt and his wife Dawn lived in the 2500 block of Stargrass Circle in South Austin, Texas. On May 12th of that year, Dawn came home to discover her husband's body lying on their floor. It appeared that a burglar had forced his way into their home through a back door, and Burt had arrived home from work while he was still inside. A struggle began near the front door, and Burt was ultimately stabbed several times. Police found the crime unusual because individuals who commit property crimes like burglary typically flee when discovered, rather than attack. The break-in and murder also occurred in the middle of the afternoon, when children would be coming home from school and adults would be arriving home from work. More than 20 detectives worked on the case over the ensuing years. Following the establishment of the Austin Police Department's Cold Case Unit in 2005, A blood stain that had been preserved from the crime scene was sent to the lab to test for DNA. The killer had apparently been injured as Burt tried to fight him off, and his blood had been left inside the house after he fled. A DNA profile was successfully developed from the blood stain, but no match to it was found in the combined DNA index system. In March of 2023, the unknown profile was sent to Bode Technology, in hopes that they could use genetic genealogy to identify a suspect. In June of that year, they did just that. The man they believed could have been Burt's killer had never been a suspect in the case. The potential suspect was a man named Kenneth Wayne Robbins, who was living in Lubbock, Texas, and working as a long-haul truck driver. Investigators made attempts to surreptitiously collect items thrown away by Robbins to test them for DNA, but they were unsuccessful. Therefore, on September 8, 2023, detectives from Austin traveled to Lubbock with a search warrant to collect a DNA sample from Robbins. They searched him with it at his work and collected the sample. He refused to speak with them. 5 days later, the Austin Police Department was contacted by Robbins' employer, who was obviously aware that the department had an interest in him. They reported that the GPS tracker in their truck that Robbins was driving at the time showed that it had been parked at a truck stop in Weatherford, Texas, and had not moved in what they considered to be a suspiciously long amount of time. Police in Austin contacted their counterparts in Weatherford and asked them to perform a welfare check. When they arrived at the truck, they found Robbins dead inside of it. His autopsy would find that he had committed suicide. On February 8, 2024, the Austin Police Department announced that they had identified Robbins as the sole person responsible for Burt's murder. The DNA sample taken from him was a match to the DNA from the crime scene, and had he not taken his own life, he would have been charged with capital murder. Not everyone in Burt's family lived to see his alleged killer identified. His father passed away in 2019, and his mother, Virginia, died just a year before the case was closed. Burt's widow and younger sister did finally learn who took Burt from them. We don't have that big question hanging over our hearts. I had really kind of given up hope that it would happen, and I'm so grateful. His sister, Kathy May, told KVUE News. She is relieved that she does not have to go through the stress of a trial, but is upset over what Robbins' family members must be going through in light of the news of his crime and his death. Sarah Yarborough had bright red hair and an ever-present smile. She loved her 2 younger brothers and regularly helped them with their homework. Sarah was very well-rounded with both a love of the arts and a knack for math and science. She had big dreams from a young age and the work ethic she would need to achieve them. Her mother Laura described Sarah as the delight of her life and said of her, "She made those of us around her better. She was a person who built bridges and brought people together, but in her own quiet way." The Yarboroughs had moved to Federal Way, Washington when Sarah was 8 years old. In December of 1991, 16-year-old Sarah was a junior at Federal Way High School. She excelled academically and was an honors student. She had a very active social life, despite juggling academics and extensive extracurricular activities. Sarah had a few close friends, but often socialized in a large group, because she was friendly to everyone and attracted friends with her caring and energetic personality. The Yarboroughs were members of Bible Baptist Church, and Sarah was an active member of the church youth group. Sarah loved dance and said it made her feel fully alive. She was a member of the Safety Kids, a dance group that gave performances encouraging young people not to abuse drugs or alcohol. In the summer of 1990, she had traveled to New Zealand to perform with the group. Sarah was also a member of her school's drill team. Her dedication to the team was one of the reasons she asked her parents if she could stay home while the family went out of town on Friday, December 13, 1991. They were traveling to Ocean Shores, some 2 hours away from their home, because one of Sarah's brothers was playing a soccer game there. Sarah had plans all weekend, including an important drill team competition, so she asked to stay behind. Her parents were reluctant to leave their teenager home alone, but ultimately agreed to let her stay under the condition that a friend come to stay with her on Friday night. Sarah spent the night of Friday the 13th at a basketball game with a group of friends. She and the friend, who will be sleeping over at Sarah's house, stopped for fast food and snacks on the way back to Sarah's house. When Sarah woke up the next morning on December 14, 1991, She thought she was running late for her drill team competition. She said goodbye to her friend and rushed out of the house with curlers still in her hair, to drive to school, to meet up with the rest of the team, to board a bus, to travel to Juanita High School in Kirkland for the competition. 13-year-old Drew Miller had also had a sleepover on the night of December 13th. His friend Adam spent the night at his house, and the two boys spent the morning of December 14th watching Saturday morning cartoons and eating cereal, before heading out to go skateboarding in the parking lot of a nearby Albertsons grocery store. Adam lived down the road from Federal Way High School and regularly jumped over a fence so he could cut through the school's campus to get to the Albertsons. He and Adam followed that routine that morning. Because it was so cold, puddles had frozen over, so the two boys stomped on the ice to break it as they made their way across the school grounds. When Drew looked up ahead, he saw a man come out of the bushes and start walking in the same direction he and Adam were traveling. He tried to tell himself that the man had just hidden in the bushes to smoke marijuana without being seen, but his presence still unnerved him. So he kept an eye on him as he and Adam kept walking. When Drew and Adam reached the spot where they had initially seen the man pop up from the bushes, they found something horrifying. A young woman, partially clothed, staring up at them, unmoving. When they looked back up, they saw the man up ahead standing near a vehicle, staring them down. The two boys turned and ran back to Drew's house. His mother called 911 while his stepfather rushed back to the scene with Drew to see if they could help the young woman. When they arrived, they confirmed that there was nothing they could do to help her. She was soon identified as Sarah Yarbrough. It turned out that Sarah had been wrong about the time she needed to be at school to catch the bus to the competition and had actually arrived at the school early. A witness saw her pull into the school's parking lot around 8 to 10 a.m., but members of the drill team did not need to be there until 9. Her body had been found between 100 and 150 yards away from her car. There was no obvious reason why she would have gone down to the area, which was covered in bushes. There were also no signs of a struggle in or near her vehicle, where a large jug of orange juice Sarah had brought with her sat unspilled on the front passenger seat. Because Sarah was always willing to help anyone, including strangers, it was theorized early on that someone may have approached her asking for assistance, and she walked away from her vehicle trying to help them with something. Sarah's cause of death was found to be ligature strangulation, and her own nylon stockings were found around her neck. Police believed Sarah's murder had been sexually motivated, as semen was found on her clothing. DNA from it would eventually be found to be a mashed DNA found under Sarah's fingernails and on the nylons used to strangle her. Early on in the investigation, the most important lead police had was the two boys, Adam and Drew, who had seen a man leaving the scene just after Sarah was killed. The two boys were able to work with a sketch artist to produce an image of what the man looked like, which they said was highly accurate. The sketch was posted all over town and generated thousands of calls to police, none of which led to an arrest. In June of 1993, a memorial to Sarah was dedicated in the courtyard of Federal Way High School. The stone bench was inscribed with Sarah's life motto, Carpe Diem, which means seize the day, and featured a bronze statue representing some of the things Sarah loved the most: her ballet shoes, books, and her dog Gibby. June 12, 1993 was graduation day at Federal Way High School. It also would have been Sarah's 18th birthday. Sarah had dreamed of going to a college somewhere far away from Washington to explore somewhere new. She hadn't fully settled on a career path, but was considering becoming a museum curator or an engineer, like her father. Sarah's mother Laura did not sit at home with her own pain on that day, instead going to the graduation ceremony to support Sarah's many friends, as Sarah would have wanted. Years passed without answers in Sarah's case, but they also brought new technology and new avenues of investigation. In December of 2011, Sarah's case made history in a field which would eventually solve her case. While other cases would be solved using consumer DNA databases and genetic genealogy before Sarah's killer was identified, Sarah's case is believed to be the first cold case to find a lead by searching consumer DNA databases. Colleen Fitzpatrick of Identifiers International was not able to identify a potential suspect by comparing the DNA from Sarah's crime scene to the DNA profiles available in commercial databases at the time. However, she also used YSTR analysis, which looks at the Y chromosome and therefore male lineage. A match was found and showed that Sarah's killer was a descendant of Robert Fuller, who lived in Salem, Massachusetts in the 1630s and whose family arrived in North America on the Mayflower. Because they shared a Y chromosome, the killer had to be a direct male descendant of Robert Fuller. The chromosome had been passed from father to son since the 17th century, until Sarah's killer inherited it. Given the number of generations who had lived and died since Robert Fuller's lifetime, this still left thousands of potential suspects. The surname of Fuller did have a connection to Sarah's case. Bill Fuller was a close family friend of the Yarboroughs. He had led the effort to have the memorial to her installed at Federal Way High School. While he did not match the description of the man the two boys who found Sarah's body saw leaving the scene, police still requested that he provide a sample of his DNA, which he willingly did. It was not a match to the crime scene DNA. However, his Y chromosome was a match to the crime scene DNA and the known Fuller family, who arrived on the Mayflower. Bill Fuller was a paternal cousin of the killer, but too distant of one to identify him. Other individuals with the surname of Fuller living in the area were investigated, but not tied to Sarah's murder. Genetic genealogy continued to be utilized in the case, and in 2019, it finally narrowed down the potential suspect pool to two brothers, either of which could have been the killer based on their DNA. However, one of the brothers was then excluded because his DNA profile was already in the criminal database and found not to be a match. Police began surveilling the other brother and collected 2 cigarette butts and a napkin he discarded. A DNA profile was developed from these items. It was found to be a match to the DNA collected from Sarah's body. On October 3, 2019, a first-degree murder charge was filed against 55-year-old Patrick Leon Nicholas. The filing documents alleged that Nicholas killed Sarah while committing or attempting to commit the crime of rape in the second degree. Nicholas was booked into King County Jail the same day, with prosecutors requesting his bail be set at $5 million. Nicholas did not have the surname of Fuller, despite being of direct male Fuller genetic lineage, as had been previously predicted, because his grandfather had been adopted. Nicholas did have a disturbing criminal history. In June of 1983, he had attacked a young woman named Ancroni as she sat outside of her car overlooking the Columbia River in Ridgeland, Washington. After making small talk with her for a few minutes, he held a knife to her throat as she attempted to leave. He forced her to remove her clothing and walk down closer to the river, and was able to escape by jumping into the water and swimming away. Before he could leave town, Nicholas was only 19 years old at the time of his attack but he had been convicted of 2 rapes and an attempted rape as a juvenile. In these cases, he had used the threat of violence to get his victims away from where he first interacted with them into a more remote area where he raped them, much like he had attempted to do to Anne. He had been released from custody for his most recent crime just a few months before he attempted to rape Anne. He pled guilty to 1 charge of first-degree attempted rape in Anne's case, and she spoke at his sentencing hearing. She requested that the judge sentence Nicholas to the maximum sentence. The judge did so, sentencing Nicholas to 10 years in prison. However, Nicholas was released after serving just 3.5 years of his 10-year sentence. Had he served his entire sentence, he would have still been incarcerated at the time of Sarah Yarborough's murder. Years after Sarah was murdered at the end of 1993, he was arrested again. This time he was charged with molesting his 6-year-old stepdaughter. Nicholas was ultimately able to plead the charges against him down to just 1 4th-degree assault charge. Despite the nature of his criminal history, Nicholas's DNA was never entered into any criminal database. According to state law, his DNA should have been entered into the combined DNA index system following the 1993 molestation arrest, but since he was able to plead down to a gross misdemeanor, he also avoided having to fulfill this requirement. That being said, it would have still been possible for Nicholas to have been identified using DNA more than a decade before he was finally arrested, were it not for limitations in place in the state of Washington. Numerous other states, as well as the United Kingdom, allow law enforcement to utilize familial DNA analysis in their investigations. The legal statutes of the state of Washington do not allow for such analysis to be utilized there. Familial DNA analysis and investigative genetic genealogy, the process which ultimately identified Nicholas, involve essentially the same process, but they are considered two separate investigative techniques because of one major difference. Both techniques involve comparing a DNA profile from a crime scene to other DNA profiles in a database. Investigators identify individuals who share DNA with the suspect DNA, and then work to determine how they are related based on how much DNA they share. In the majority of cases, only distant cousins are identified, meaning investigators have to use records to construct the family trees of these individuals in order to narrow down their suspect pool. The difference between investigative genetic genealogy and familial DNA analysis is that the former uses databases of customers of commercial DNA sites who generally use these services to explore their ancestry or find long-lost relatives, and the latter uses criminal databases. In what is perhaps the most famous use of familial DNA analysis, Lonnie David Franklin Jr., the so-called Grim Sleeper, was identified because his son Christopher's DNA had been entered into the criminal database following a weapons charge and showed up as a partial match to DNA from the Grim Sleeper investigation. Patrick Nicholas has an older brother, Edward Peter Nicholas Jr., who is a convicted rapist and registered sex offender. His DNA was entered into the Combined DNA Index System in October of 2005, 14 years before Sarah Yarbrough's case had been solved. Had familial DNA analysis been available to investigators working on Sarah's case, Patrick Nicholas would have been identified as a suspect in her case essentially instantaneously, according to investigators, because of how closely he was related to someone in the criminal database. Because familial searches are not performed by the Washington State Patrol crime labs, Patrick Nicholas remained free for 14 more years. According to Chris Loftus, the director of communications for the Washington State Patrol crime labs, familial DNA analysis is being evaluated for use in Washington state. However, the Washington state legislature has directed the labs to process the more than 9,000 backlogged rape kits in the state, placing the adoption of new techniques on the back burner for the time being. Furthermore, he maintains that familial DNA analysis presents legal, practical, and ethical issues for them to address, although the technique has not faced any major legal challenges despite widespread use in other states. Nicholas's trial began on April 17, 2023. His attorney, David Montez, based his defense of Nicholas on attacking two things: genetic genealogy and the witness testimony. He criticized the use of genetic genealogy in the case because it has only come into use so recently. Although this critique did not explain how his client's DNA, which was compared directly to the crime scene DNA after he was identified using genetic genealogy, ended up on Sarah's body. Montez also argued that his client could not have been the man Drew Miller and his friend Adam saw just before they discovered Sarah's body. Despite similarities between the composite sketch they helped develop and photos of Nicholas when he was younger, the boys told the sketch artist that the man they saw had uneven skin on his face, whether from acne, scarring, or dirt. Because Nicholas had clear skin at the time, Montez argued that he could not have been the man the boys saw, despite their testimony in court that they believed he was. It is also worth noting that the DNA found under Sarah's fingernails, as well as other evidence found at the crime scene, indicates that she fought fiercely against her killer. It is therefore possible that she may have scratched him on the face. While this is just a theory, the textured skin Adam and Drew reported seeing on Nicholas may have actually been scratch marks left by Sarah as she tried to fight him off. The trial went on for 2.5 weeks. Jurors deliberated for a day and a half before returning with a verdict on May 10th. They had been sentenced to deliberation with 3 charges to consider: premeditated first-degree murder committed during the commission of an attempted rape, and the lesser charge of second-degree murder while also committing indecent liberties. They found Nicholas not guilty of the first charge, but guilty of the remaining 2. Nicholas' sentencing hearing was held on May 25, 2023. His lawyer argued for a sentence of 20 years in prison. Because the jury had returned a special verdict, finding that Sarah's killing was sexually motivated, King County Superior Court Judge Josephine Wiggs instead handed down the sentence recommended by prosecutors more than 45.5 years. This sentence all but ensures that Nicholas will die while incarcerated. Nicholas plans to file an appeal. While decades had passed between the time when Sarah was murdered and when Nicholas was sentenced, dozens of people connected to Sarah and to her case were present at the sentencing hearing. Ann Crony, who had been attacked by Nicholas in 1983, had not been allowed to testify at his trial, but came to give a victim impact statement. Sarah's family members and numerous friends also gave statements, detailing how the passage of time had not diminished the love they felt for Sarah, or the agony they felt over her loss. June 10, 2018, it was a sunny Sunday in Ohio. People were having a normal day, including Joni D. Davis and Brian Edgar Goff, who often went to Pizza Hut in St. Clairsville. They had dinner there as usual. Afterwards, Brian, who was 64 years old and looked after Joni, who was 55, took her to their light blue 1990 Oldsmobile 88 four-door car. But after that moment, nobody knew where they went in their car. It seemed like the couple vanished with their sedan in thin air, leaving no traces behind. What happened to Brian Edgar Goff and Joni D. Davis? Had the bright Sunday determined their fate? How did the chaos divers enter the scene? Created partly by natural borders, Ohio is shaped by Lake Erie and the Ohio River. The state boasts an appealing combination of exciting cities, pristine natural scenery, and charming farms. Whether you're exploring Ohio for a weekend visit or an extended vacation, there is lots to see. Individuals from Ohio proudly and officially call themselves Ohioans. Ohio residents enjoy an affordable cost of living compared to other states, and the Ohio River has become an important commercial route for Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana, and Illinois residents. But none of them imagined that the Ohio River would hide the life. A lovely couple for more than 3 years. Our story starts right here in this Ohio state. It was September 21st, 1953, when the couple Ralph and Olga Jean were blessed with twin baby boys in Martins Ferry, Ohio. They named the boys Brian, Edgar, Goff, and Colin Goff. When the twins turned 3, their mother passed away, so their great-aunt, Hannah Goff, took Brian and raised him on her farm near Martins Ferry. When Brian was 9, he moved to Saybrook, Ohio with his twin brother, older brother, and sister. In June 1971, Brian graduated from Harbor High School in Ashtabula, Ohio. After graduating, Brian worked several years for Penn Central and Conrail Railroads in Cleveland and later in Mingo Junction. Then, he moved back to Martins Ferry area and shared a home with Colin. For years, Brian also worked at Goff Trucking near Rayland, lending a helping hand to Colin. Brian was a loving, caring, kind-hearted, and hardworking person with a genuine smile. He always looked forward to summertime and attending the family gatherings on Memorial Day, July 4th, and Labor Day. Brian was also a massive fan of the Cleveland Browns and Cleveland Indians. Besides all of these, Brian devoted his time and energy to being a loving caretaker for Joni D. Davis. Joni was born to her parents, Jack and Joanne, on July 20th, 1962. She had been the best sister to Jackie Newell and a caring aunt for her nephews. Both Joni and Brian were healthcare workers, and it was over 20 years since they both started a beautiful relationship. Unfortunately, their relationship became complicated when Joni was 35. She failed to wake up one morning and remained in a coma for months. Finally, after an extended stay at a rehabilitation facility, Joni relearned how to walk, speak, and feed herself. But her brain damage was permanent and she required full-time care. However, Brian never left her. Instead, he became Joni's caretaker. Nevertheless, the pure bond between the couples continued for years. And everything seemed fine for 64-year-old Brian and 55-year-old Joni until 2018. The hottest June month was turning Ohio State into beautiful scenery. June 10th, 2018 was a fine Sunday. The day was no different for the couples who regularly visited Pizza Hut in St. Clairsville during the weekend. Brian and Joni stuck to routine and structure by dining at Pizza Hut on Sunday evening. The couple enjoyed their dinner without realizing that it would be their last meal. When the clock was ticking around 7 p.m., Brian took Joni to their light blue 1990 Oldsmobile 88 four-door sedan with Ohio license plate EYA 7482. The family hoped the couple would follow their routine of going to the gas station on the island, then to Reese Cups, and finally to have a lottery ticket. As hours passed, nobody from Joni's family ever heard from them again. Brian and Joni had neither completed their routine visit nor reached their home. It seemed like the couple disappeared with their sedan. Joni's family members soon realized the mysterious disappearance of the couple, so the family went to Brian and Joni's home on Coleraine Pike, found their clothes, medications, several credit cards, money, and some other things that they had laid out. Joni's family thought that the couple never reached home. So, as per Brian and Joni's schedule, the family members knew that they would have gone to Pizza Hut. With the help of the surveillance video at the Pizza Hut, the family members found out that the couple didn't stay on National Road through Bridgeport. Joni's family assumed that their sedan would have turned off, either taking I-70 to Route 214 or taking Shermont Road. So, Joni's family decided to report the missing couple to the Belmont County Sheriff's Office. When officials questioned the appearance of Brian, Joni, and their whereabouts, the family members described Brian as a 5 feet 10 inches tall man who weighed around 190 pounds. They added that Joni was 5 feet 2 inches tall woman, and she weighed about 138 pounds. Joni's sister's fiancé, Paul Newell, informed the officials about the surveillance video at Pizza Hut. He added that Brian and Joni weren't spontaneous enough to decide to take a trip on a whim. So with all of this information, the Belmont County Sheriff's Department started their inquiries. Both the officials and family had searched for Brian and Joni for a week, but unfortunately nothing led them to find the couple. People in Ohio started to speculate that it was a murder-suicide, but the family never believed that. The scope was widening for the missing people. Even after 9.5 days, Joni's family continued to work with law enforcement, and the Belmont County Sheriff's Department found surveillance recording from a local gas station that seems to indicate the pair was last seen going north. The family believed the investigation needed to move north as well. Fortunately, Brian had his cell phone and the official spotted the last location. The cell phone was pinged for the final time in the area of Little Rush Run, past the Rayland, so the officials performed numerous searches for Brian and Joni in that area. The sheriff's offices in Jefferson and Belmont counties offered a $5,000 reward for information leading to the discovery of the missing couple. Both law enforcement agencies have conducted aerial surveillance and surface searches with trained canines since the summer of 2018. Even Martin's Ferry Councilman Jack Regis followed the case closely, hoping that the two individuals would reappear with an incredible story. But unfortunately, nothing turned up. Ohio was experiencing all seasons, but nothing could change the misery of the mourning family. All that Joni's family members wanted was to have closure. And after 3.5 years of Brian and Joni's disappearance, the Chaos Divers came across the Ohio River to search for Karen Adams, and the couple's case got the attention of the divers team. As many might know, Chaos Divers are selfless people who started as an environmental cleanup organization to make a better place for all aquatic life. And later, they transformed into selfless heroes. The diving angels always believed that many people disappearing with a vehicle for a long time had a very high potential of being found in the water. So initially, they saw people by accident, and now they're doing it purposefully, traveling the country and trying to bring closure to families of the vanished ones, which is the ultimate aim. After hearing about Brian and Joni, the divers team in the area didn't want to return to Illinois before trying to find them. So, the real-life diving angels gathered all information about the couple's whereabouts and their last cell phone pings. As the officials had confirmed the last known location was in the area of Little Rush Run, the Chaos Divers knew that the Ohio River was the nearest body of water. Then, the diving teams decided to search for Brian and Joni there. 2021. With their motorboats, the Chaos Divers team was ready to search for Brian and Joni. They used their sonar technology and magnet to find the vehicle. The diving angels jumped into the water and the sky started to turn dark. If this isn't the car, it hasn't been there long. Oh my God, guys. Unfortunately, the mild light from the sky was enough for the diving angels to read the license plate they had found. It was an Ohio license plate that read EYA 7482, and it belonged to Brian. The diving angels notified the FBI and Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation crime scene and Jefferson County officials, and they discussed the recovery of the vehicle. Finally, they planned to pull the vehicle out of the water the following day. When the sun's rays hit the early morning hours in Ohio State, the diving angels found that the license plate belonged to a light blue 1990 Oldsmobile 88 four-door sedan. The sedan was submerged in 8 feet of water about 15 feet off the shoreline, with a vanished couple strapped in their seatbelts. The diving team found the vehicle just 1 mile south of where the couple's cell phone pinged. The vehicle was in a shallow portion of the river off Old Route 7, so the Jefferson County officials and chaos divers carefully pulled the car out with human remains. The officials mentioned that the autopsies had to be completed to confirm identities and determine the causes of death. Then the Jefferson County officials added that a team of forensic experts would process the vehicle to gather evidence. And finally, the medical examiner confirmed that the corpses belonged to Brian and Joni. After being missing for more than 3 years, the discovery of the bodies of Joni Davis and Brian Goff finally brought some closure. Throughout the case, the law enforcement became friendly with the Chaos Divers team, and one of the sheriffs on the case took the diving angels to dinner. Also, the Toronto Fire Department helped the diving team with a cylinder refill, which was a sweet gesture that the Chaos Divers fully deserved. More of a relief for the family members. Now they're at peace, knowing that their loved ones are no longer missing. Mysterious Hook salutes the Chaos Divers team and the law enforcement officials involved for their commitment. Rarely do we come across such selfless individuals who strive persistently to bring closure to the family of the disappeared ones. You will always have our support, Chaos Divers and all real-life heroes. Due to the people's outstanding support, such volunteer search teams have solved many missing person cold cases. So let's make it possible for the selfless heroes to provide free services to families in law enforcement by watching their documentaries, buying their merchandise, and donating. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Before we proceed, I've got an exciting surprise for you. We've launched a brand new channel dedicated to intriguing content such as old historical mysteries, cold cases, and particularly chilling horror stories perfect for bedtime. Drop a comment letting us know if you're a fan of horror stories or not. You can find the link in the description below. Let's find out who will be the first to explore it. Alright, let's dive back into the video. Percent of you haven't subscribed to our channel, so if you like this video, please subscribe. It motivates us to make more content for you. Okay, let's continue. In Whitley City, located in McCreary County, Kentucky, you'll find a community nestled in the Daniel Boone National Forest, providing plenty of outdoor fun for locals and tourists alike. The town also hosts cultural events like art shows and concerts. Jeff was on his way back to Whitley City from Winfield, Tennessee, that night. The last anyone saw of him, he was driving on Highway 27, entering Kentucky. So where did he end up? Jeff Anthony Shepard was known to all his friends and family as a dedicated and honest man, living at home with his parents. Jeff was a very loving son and cared greatly for the well-being of his family. The 33-year-old man was also a passionate traveler and would be cruising up and down the highways in his 1984 Ford F-150, which many of his friends commented was in rough shape. Jeff's truck, despite what anyone said, was still his favorite. It had a brown driver's side door and a red passenger side door. No matter what anyone said, Jeff truly valued all his possessions. On the night of the 12th of March, 2018, Jeff Shepard was driving around the Tennessee area and had stopped off at a town called Winfield, which lies close to the highway. A friend of his had seen him arrive at Missy's Bar, a popular tavern frequented by locals and visitors alike. The friend said he saw him come in at about 6:30 p.m. and recalled him taking off from Missy's at around 9:30 p.m. Like most people would in that situation, his friend presumed he was going home and that he would be safe. But we soon come to realize that maybe this friend could have helped more than he knew. Jeff got into his car and phoned his mother to check in. He informed her that he had stopped to grab a quick bite at Winfield and would be on his way home soon. The trip from Winfield to Whitley City was only a 15-minute drive. He had made this journey many times before and knew the region like the back of his hand. That is why his family and friends were extremely confused when a short while later, Jeff Shepard had not shown up at home in Whitley City, despite saying he was on his way. The 12-mile journey was too short and direct for him to have gotten lost and confused, especially given the fact that he was so familiar with the route. Questions began to arise about how he must have spent his day. This is where there is a great deal of speculation, as nobody could figure out the sequence of events. They came to find out that Jeff Shepard took the day off work after he allegedly fought with his assumed girlfriend. Jeff then stopped for a bite at the Cozy Inn Bar and Grill, where the bartender recalled that he didn't have anything to drink, but had mentioned that Jeff was on the way to his lawyer's office. He proceeded to the Chitwood Bar, where a fight with another man ensued. He left from there and carried on going around many bars in the area, not showing any signs of intoxication or being under the influence. The witnesses who had seen Jeff Shepard that day said he appeared fine and didn't look like anything was particularly wrong. Jeff's truck was also spotted at a gas station at 7 p.m., where another man got out of his vehicle with $10 in gas and a case of beer. This was incredibly suspicious. Shepard was later seen leaving Missy's bar. That was the last anyone saw of him or his battered Ford F-150. People were encouraged to call the Kentucky State Police if they had any leads regarding his whereabouts. His picture and description were posted on the Tennessee Missing and Unsolved Facebook group, but even that effort was to no avail. The Shepard family was extremely concerned that he did not show up that night in March. A lot of his friends in the area knew his 1984 Ford F-150, with a Kentucky license plate reading 602 LJC. His family released a missing person poster and offered a $10,000 reward to anyone who might know anything regarding his disappearance. His vehicle could be spotted a mile away, as it was pretty damaged and had a very peculiar paint job, with his doors being painted different colors. There were no sightings of his truck either. They also conducted various search parties and were constantly on the lookout for their son, but he was nowhere to be seen. Given that the area he went missing in was rather rural, it was hard to conduct an efficient search. With no new information, the case ultimately goes cold for 3 years with no new leads or any sightings, leaving little to be desired. What happened that fateful night? Where could Jeff Shepard had possibly gone in a town he knew so well? His family and friends had so many questions, but just not enough answers. Until 3 years later. The Chaos Divers are an Illinois-based group of dedicated divers who begin their work with an environmental purpose in mind. While they initially cleaned up waterways to restore the aquatic environment, they soon transitioned into helping families solve cold cases. Their expertise, along with advanced sonar equipment, has helped this team assist in returning so many missing people home. Hearing of this case, the team at Chaos Divers reached out to their peers at Adventures with Purpose, Depths of History, Adam Brown Adventures, and Exploring with Nug. These specialized and selfless teams all came in to help assist in the search for Jeff Shepard. The teams found it incredibly hard to begin the search, as many of the details regarding Jeff Shepard's disappearance were more speculation than fact. Nobody could say for certain in which direction he would have traveled. They could have only assumed it was heading north towards Whitley City. The path there was surrounded by water bodies on all sides, making this search exceptionally more difficult. The diving angels scoured the many small lakes and ponds during the fall excursion, but none of these searches were successful. The Chaos Divers made a return trip to Kentucky on the 5th of December 2021 at the request of his family and friends. His family had received new information regarding a pond near a rock quarry off Highway 27 near Struck, Kentucky. It was reported that a section of the guardrail around the pond had been removed, and this could have led to the possibility that a car slid down the steep embankment. Since there was no guardrail, they couldn't say for certain if a car had driven through the area. The team began the search of the pond after receiving the landowner's permission. Just a short while into the search, the team detected a signal on their sonar equipment and were alerted of a truck lying 15 feet beneath the surface. Once the family confirmed that the description matched Jeff Shepard's truck, the team prepared for a dive. The team, with the help of Graham, navigated around the truck, confirming to them that it was Jeff Shepard's pickup truck that had been submerged deep in the pond. The divers swam to the front to see if anyone was inside, but all 4 windows of the truck had been rolled up, so they were unable to see clearly. The sheriff's department quickly arrived on the scene after the team notified the family of their findings. With the assistance of Gino's heavy-duty towing and recovery, the pickup truck was soon rigged for its extraction from the pond. The Chaos Divers assisted the towing company as they were more than aware of how the car was situated under the water. Inside the truck, they discovered human remains. A coroner was present on the scene and pronounced the individual deceased at 2:09 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the 5th of December, 2021. The vehicle was transported to the Pine Knot Fire Department, where the body could be removed from the vehicle. The remains were then sent to the McCreary County Coroner's Office for identification. A few days later, the reports were conclusive. Those were the remains of Jeff Anthony Shepard, who was 33 years old when he went missing in March 2018. Years later, his family finally had closure and can lay his body to rest. An investigation was conducted as to the cause of the death. The Kentucky State Police ruled the death accidental. They suspect that he would have veered off US Highway 27 and crashed into the pond. It can't be easy for families like the Shepard family that wait for years for any sign of their loved one. We thank the Chaos Divers for their dedication to helping families finally get the answers they have been looking for. Their selfless assistance has brought so many families across the country the solace that law enforcement has been unable to provide. It is because of them that the family of Jeff Anthony Shepard can move on, finally knowing what happened to their beloved son. Mysterious Hook salutes the Chaos Divers team and the law enforcement officials involved for their commitment. Rarely do we come across such selfless individuals who strive persistently to bring closure to the family of the disappeared ones. You will always have our support, Chaos Divers, and all real-life heroes. Due to the people's outstanding support, such volunteer search teams have solved many missing person cold cases. So, let's make it possible for the selfless heroes to provide free services to families and law enforcement by watching their documentaries, buying their merchandise, and donating. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. In the middle of Vermilion River County, Illinois, you'll find Danville, a peaceful small town with lots of parks and things to do for its residents. It's also famous for its historical places, making it interesting for visitors. One highlight is Lake Vermilion, a big reservoir covering 1,000 acres, loved by people for fishing and water fun. But despite its beauty, Lake Vermilion has seen its share of sadness and pain. Abigail Marie Brandenburg was born in Danville, Illinois to Nathan and Julie Brandenburg. A warm and generous person, Abigail was a well-liked child who blossomed into a headstrong and successful woman. She graduated from her high school Schlarman Academy in 2013 and went on to obtain her bachelor's degree from Indiana State University and Danville Area Community College. Abigail had 2 children, all while pursuing higher education, but that didn't stop her from being a completely hands-on and fully devoted mother and partner. She spent time with her 2 young daughters doing arts and crafts and going on walks with her fiancé, to whom she was newly engaged. She was known to her small circle of friends as being a gentle and soft-spoken person that had the ability to light up any room she entered. Unfortunately for Abigail, she had demons of her own, with many circumstances in her life causing a rapid deterioration of her mental health. Her worsening mental health became too much of a burden for her to bear, and she began to have thoughts of taking her own life. Despite the love and support from her family, Abigail's suicidal thoughts grew increasingly worse. She was loved and cherished by her family and her friends, and that is why her disappearance on the 5th of May prompted a large community response who were increasingly concerned for her safety and well-being. With her mental health getting to the point it did, many had reasons to be concerned. Groups gathered together in the town of Danville, praying for her safe return. Abigail was reported to have been last seen at 8 p.m. on the 5th, driving across Denmark Road Bridge above the lake. Surveillance cameras had captured her 2009 red Ford Edge, going north over Lake Vermilion. The Chaos Divers, a team of rescue divers, were alerted by a subscriber on their channel of Abby's disappearance. The Chaos Divers are a team of rescue and search divers, who are often the lifeline to the many families who are looking for answers, sometimes offering more assistance than the authorities themselves. As many of you may know, Chaos Divers are a compassionate group of people who initially started off as an environmental cleanup group, aiming to improve aquatic life. Through their many dives, they transformed into a group of selfless heroes, assisting on a multitude of cold cases. Since it had been less than a week since Abigail Brandenburg went missing, the team arrived and began the search immediately on the 11th of May, 6 days after she was reported missing. The family met the team of specialized divers at the Vermilion County boat ramp, where they share the additional details that would help them with their search for Abby. The Chaos Divers team explained to the family how they would be conducting the search on their boats with the necessary sonar equipment. They began their search of Vermilion Lake since her car was last spotted traveling on the Denmark Road Bridge. The team began by investigating established boat ramps and boat docks, as this is usually where most evidence is found. They explored the area around the lake. Close to where her last known license plate was, the team navigated the boat through the waters of the lake, hoping to pick up a signal on their sonar equipment. Not too far along into the search, the team of divers noticed a gaping hole in the trees on the other side of the boat dock. The shrubs and trees appeared fresh, as though something had driven through them. This immediately signaled to the team of experts that something was out of place and needed to be investigated. The divers approached this section of trees and immediately sensed an anomaly in the water and detected the presence of a large metal object. Through their sonar readings, they could tell that the car they had detected was submerged in the water upside down. Could this be the missing Ford Edge that belonged to Abigail Brandenburg? The investigation continued and the search team looked for more answers. The team of divers was almost certain that they had found the missing vehicle and dropped their megalife in the water to capture a clearer image of what lay beneath. They discerned that there was a vehicle there and it was upside down. The team met back with the family at the boat dock to discuss their findings and outline the next steps they would take. Britton from Depths of History and Jacob from the Chaos Divers team dressed in their diving gear to explore the vehicle that they found. The divers made their way from the dark to the marker line that had been set up by the team venturing through the murky waters of Lake Vermilion. A short while later, the divers found the license plate of the Ford Echo on the dock, signifying with absolute certainty that the car they had discovered at the bottom of Vermilion Lake was in fact Abby's. The divers presented the plate to the family, who confirmed it was Abigail's. From that moment onwards, the next steps were to carefully extract the car from the lake. The local law enforcement of Danville arrived, along with the county's own dive team, preparing for the removal of the car. The team at Chaos Divers shared all their information and findings so that the authorities could navigate the water with ease. It was an extremely daunting task as the car was upside down and would have to be carefully maneuvered. Abigail Brandenburg's car was extracted from the water, and they found her body inside her vehicle. An autopsy was conducted on her body after it was extracted from the lake. The authorities have not yet announced the cause of death, but have remarked they found no reason to suspect foul play. The details of this case are still being investigated. Despite the trauma of losing Abigail, had it not been for the team of Chaos Divers, the family would have gone on for years without any closure. It cannot be easy for these divers to find bodies and pieces of evidence that point to no signs of life. It is essential then to look at the positives, such as helping a family find the answers that they had been looking for. Jacob from Chaos Divers remarked that the body was not found anywhere near a boat ramp, indicating to them that she did not want to be found. Abigail Brandenburg is no longer in pain, but leaves behind a grieving family who miss her every day. The assistance of experts like the Chaos Divers and Depths of History brings so many families the much-needed closure they require to move on. We thank the team at Chaos Divers and Depths of History who voluntarily perform such selfless service. It's only due to support that volunteer search teams have been able to solve crimes that have been cold for decades. So let's make it possible for Chaos Divers and Depths of History to provide their services. Please head on over to their channel. Support them by buying their merchandise or directly donating. It is only because of them that so many families finally have some peace of mind. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. The city is famous for Melton Hill Lake, a spot where people go to relax and have fun. Anglers fish for bass, boaters glide across the calm water leaving waves behind, and rowers come from all over the country to compete. But there's a hidden darker side to Melton Hill Lake in Anderson County that nobody knew about. The captain of the Oak Ridge Police Department had stated that the water seemed to draw those who wanted to end their lives. It is an excellent location to visit and sit by the lake, but regrettably, in a few instances, people have met their end in that lake. Melton Hill Lake and its surrounding bodies of water have experienced such sadness. Many police forces near a lake or river reported crimes or fatalities connected to the water. However, Melton Hill Lake has received more coverage recently. A newborn boy's body with his umbilical cord still connected was discovered in the lake in March 2020. The mother was suspected to be a young girl. In addition, authorities were aware of at least a half-dozen automobiles currently resting on the bottom of the lake, frequently used as a disposal site for unwanted or stolen vehicles. Many times, cars drove off the road and landed right into the water. While Melton Hill Lake was turning into a crime spot, another discovery connected to the 16-year-old mysterious disappearance case was made. It was the disappearance of Miriam Hemphill. Who was Miriam Hemphill, and how did she end up in the lake? Well, to find out, we need to go back to 2005. Our story began in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. 84-year-old Miriam Hemphill was living in there with her husband Bill Hemphill. They both had a daughter named Connie Shapek. Everything seemed fine for the Hemphill family until 2005. Unfortunately, the initial months of 2005 brought misfortune to the family. First, Bill and Miriam's 44-year-old daughter Connie Shapek was found dead inside her car in a university parking lot in Dayton, Ohio. The news devastated Miriam and her family, and Connie's death was ruled a suicide. A few months later, on July 22, 2005, and months after Connie's demise, Miriam took her 1999 Buick LeSabre with the license plate number ABA 676 and began driving. Hours passed, but there were still no signs of Miriam or her car. Bill Hemphill thought she had vanished and immediately reported her disappearance to the officials. Bill contacted the officials and told them that Miriam had disappeared with her car. He added that Miriam left behind a note for him that alluded to their daughter, who had committed suicide 3 months earlier. When the officials questioned Bill about Miriam and her whereabouts, Bill described her as an exceptionally social individual with an excellent memory who had been recently active in her church. Bill mentioned that Miriam didn't take extra clothes during her disappearance. All that she had was very little money. Also, while going through her activities, they noticed that Miriam had made no transactions using her bank accounts or credit cards since her disappearance. After gathering all the information, the officials marked Miriam's case as a disappearance case and started to look for Miriam and her car. Authorities had wondered if Miriam might be in the lake somewhere. So, the Oak Ridge Police and the Blunt Special Operations Response Team, or BSORT, searched parts of Melton Lake for her. But the case soon went cold. Years went by, but there were no leads. Miriam's husband left their Kingsley Roadhouse. As time went by, Bill began to believe that Miriam could have committed sh*** because she could not take the loss of their dead daughter. Bill passed away in 2016 without knowing what happened to Miriam. After 16 years, the case was still unsolved. Nobody anticipated the unexpected turn this disappearance case would take in November 2021. Exploring with Nug and Depths of History were behind the new leads. Exploring with Nug are compassionate people who started out as an environmental cleanup and later transformed into selfless heroes. These diverse always believed that many people disappearing with their vehicles for an extended period had a high possibility of being found in nearby bodies of water. As a result, they were gaining an international reputation. While dedicating their time to finding missing people, Miriam Hemphill's case got their attention since Oak Ridge was close enough to North Georgia. They also thought that there were enough clues to solve the case. In Miriam's case, all the indicators showed the diving angels that she could be in a body of water. And so when they looked deeper into it, there was a big lake near town. And it was Melton Hill Lake. The Exploring with Nug team partnered with Depths of History while searching for Miriam and her vehicle. The diving angels used sonar, which can outline objects of interest resting on a bottom of a lake. Sonar revealed 4 vehicles of interest. Of the 4 cars, they hit pay dirt on the third one, which was 25 feet down. Unfortunately, it was not something people could spot from the surface with the naked eye. Nevertheless, it was a sure sign that the car had been there many years. Often the water seemed so cloudy that it was hard to see beyond a foot in front of you. A diver swam to one end, brushed away the mussels, and discovered an easily readable Tennessee license plate, ABA 676. It was Miriam's car. At that moment, The divers understood that they could find Miriam's car more easily than the police could since they had sonar technology. The diving team even had the luxury of hours and days of free time that the police might not have had. Once the vehicle was verified, the diving angels alerted Oak Ridge police. Miriam's car sagged under the weight of thousands of muscles as the tow truck pulled it out and put it on a truck. The rescuers had tried to lift the vehicle with airbags to counter the weight of the muscles. However, they tore apart as they were trying to bring them up. The officials said they had never seen anything like that come out in one piece. Later that night, the entire crew pulled the car out of Melton Hill Lake with human remains. A 16-year-old mystery was finally solved with the discovery of a vehicle towed from a lake in Tennessee. Police in Oak Ridge also confirmed that the car was registered to 84-year-old Miriam Hemphill, who went missing in 2005. However, authorities can't be sure how the car ended up there. The officials applauded the divers for their work. Authorities said they were awaiting test results to see if the remains in the car were in fact Miriam Hemphill, in the hopes of finally giving her family some long-awaited answers about what happened to her. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. South Carolina is often described as the most hauntingly beautiful state in the U.S. It's filled with traditional charm and has a rich history. Its rugged terrain, salt marshes, and waterways adorned with weeping willows tell stories of time gone by. The state boasts stunning beaches, national forests, vibrant cities, quaint villages, and plenty of southern charm. One of its notable features is the Edisto River, one of the longest free-flowing blackwater rivers in North America. Flowing over 250 meandering miles from its sources in Saluda and Edgefield counties to its Atlantic Ocean mouth at Edisto Beach. It is no surprise that living in South Carolina has risks such as volcanoes, tornadoes, or extreme flooding, but no one expected that a body of water in the state could take the life of a 54-year-old resident. Our story starts here. Thelonious Lamar Green was a 54-year-old man who was residing with his father, wife Ethel, and daughter. Lamar and his father shared a beautiful bond where they couldn't stop sharing about their everyday routine. And Lamar's wife Ethel made Lamar and his father comfortable carrying on their caring relationship. Everything seemed fine for the Lamar family until Lamar started to suffer from memory loss. So he was consuming medicine for his Alzheimer's and traumatic brain injury regularly. But Lamar's family didn't expect his medical conditions to the month of June 2022 was turning South Carolina into a scenic summer spot. So when the calendar was showing the 4th of June 2022, Lamar was getting himself dressed up in black shorts and a black t-shirt with glasses. He took his blue 2003 Ford F-150 with a South Carolina license plate number AEB 647 to attend a graduation gathering with friends. Lamar participated in the graduation gathering and had a few drinks. Finally, it was around 9:30 p.m. and Lamar decided to return home and have dinner. Lamar's father, Ethel, and his family were expecting him for dinner. The dinner was turning cold, but neither Lamar nor his vehicle showed up. Lamar usually called his father if he got home late. The absence of constant contact with Lamar's father made his family grow suspicious. Hours passed and they hadn't heard back from Lamar. After realizing that Lamar was missing, his family immediately reported the incident to the Charleston County Sheriff's Office. When questioned about Lamar and his whereabouts, his family described him as 5 feet 11 inches tall, weighing 230 pounds, and having black hair and brown eyes. The family added that Lamar was last seen on the 4th of June that night while attending a graduation event at 9191 Penny Creek Landing. And it was unlike Lamar to not keep in touch with his family. In addition, Lamar's family members told the officials that they were extremely worried due to his unstable memory and medical conditions. After gathering all the information, the Charleston County Sheriff's Office deputies started their search for 54-year-old Thelonious Lamar Green. The officials searched areas around Penny Creek and other nearby locations by land, air, and water, but no signs of Green or his pickup truck had been found. Lamar's family thought his health issues might put him in danger, so they offered a $10,000 reward for information that led to Lamar's safe return. A week had passed, but the search for an Adams Run visitor continued, and the Charleston County Sheriff's Office did not suspect foul play in Lamar's disappearance. Even in news and press conferences, Lamar's uncle, Charles Seabrook, pleaded to ask Lamar to at least contact his daddy, who was still looking, searching, and praying for him. For almost a month, the Lamar family was left with zero clues. Lamar would have turned 55 shortly after his disappearance. His family was grieving since they had many unanswered questions. Yet Ethel and her family didn't want to stop searching for Lamar. They started imagining many possibilities. First, Ethel thought Lamar would have been disoriented since alcohol might worsen his condition. She believed that Lamar would have collapsed and landed in a nearby body of water after attending the gathering. So Ethel wanted to do another search, since she suspected that her husband's vehicle might be submerged there. Even though the officials searched, Ethel requested the Chaos Divers to help Lamar return home. As many people might know, the Chaos Divers are compassionate people who initially started an environmental cleanup organization to create an outstanding atmosphere for all aquatic life. And later, they transformed into real-life selfless heroes. The diving angels had always thought that there was a very high likelihood that anyone who vanished for an extended period in a car would be found in the water. So at first they happened to see individuals, but now they're doing it on purpose, traveling the nation and attempting to offer closure to the families of the missing, which is the ultimate goal. After being approached by Ethel, the Chaos Divers team decided to travel and offer their assistance. When the diving team questioned Ethel about Lamar's most likely route, she said that Penny Creek Landing was the first choice, with Lamar being last seen on that road. And Ethel said that the second choice would be Willtown Bluff Boat Landing, located on the South Edisto River near Adams Run. As the area closest to Lamar's last known location, the diving team headed to Penny Creek. It was the first place the diving angels looked when they arrived in South Carolina on a Thursday, July morning. They searched several spots and only came across one car. And it was not the Ford F-150 they were looking for, so unfortunately nothing turned up to lead them to Lamar. After searching with no success, the rescuing angels never gave up hope. The following day, the team decided to head toward their second choice, Willtown Bluff Boat Landing. The team dived into the water, where the tide was at its lowest. Approximately after 30 minutes of employing their sonar technology, the diving angels spotted a submerged object. It seemed challenging for the diving team, since they couldn't get an accurate picture of the object submerged. And the forceful storm that approached the diving team made them mark the vehicle and call off the dive for that evening. The team's initial instincts told them it was the truck, but they waited for the next day to confirm it. The following day, July 9th, 2022, was a Saturday, and the bright sky was making a path for the divers to prepare for the dive. But unfortunately, the zero visibility prevented the diving team from going anything more than retrieving the plates and surfacing. Finally, however, the diver reached the surface to see the plates. After tireless efforts, the real-life diving angels determined the truck, and it matched the missing vehicle that belonged to Thelonious Lamar Green. Soon after the discovery, the real-life angels called the Charleston County Coroner's Office around 5:30 p.m. to notify them about the submerged vehicle. The team also called Ethel to inform her about the vehicle. Of course, it is not easy for the Chaos Divers team to communicate the news to Ethel and her family since they were grieving. So the officials reached the Willtown Bluff Boat Landing in the Edisto River, which had turned into a crime spot. The diving angels, with CCSO's underwater recovery team, recovered the submerged truck with human remains. The Charleston County Coroner's Office was expected to identify the remains in the recovered vehicle in the coming days. Also, it was expected that the medical examiner would determine the cause and manner of death while confirming the identity. However, Lamar's family believed that the human remains belonged to Lamar. After the recovery, the authorities thanked the Lamar family for their cooperation with the investigation and the extra efforts to find their loved one. In addition, the officials thanked the Chaos Divers for their diligence in searching the water and helping to bring a measure of closure to Thelonious Lamar Green's family. We hope this discovery could at least help Lamar's family to start their healing process. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Sparta is found in White County, Tennessee. It's a charming small city with a downtown area rich in history. Named after the ancient Greek city-state, Sparta, it offers boutiques and wonderful local eateries. The city is known for being family-friendly and bustling, especially during the summer months. Adding to its appeal, the Calf Killer River flows through Sparta, bringing a sense of peace to the area. Our story begins here, in this peaceful spot in river country. On February 28, 1982, a baby girl was born to Cecil Aaron and Lee and Williams Foster named Erin Lee. She grew up as a perfectionist in everything she did. She assisted her mother around the house and helped her dad with mechanical work. Erin aspired to become an airplane mechanic after high school with her mechanical talents. She had great pride in herself and her family, always willing to help her younger brother Will Foster if needed. Erin was a White County High School student, and it was there that she met Jeremy Lee Betchel. He was born on the 7th of November, 1982, to Ronnie Lee Betchel and the late Rhonda England Betchel Ledbetter in Smithville, Texas. Jeremy loved music. He enjoyed playing and became an athlete in high school. Erin and Jeremy turned out to be two of White County High School's best friends. Everything seemed normal for Erin and Jeremy until the year 2000. Sparta was stuck in the middle of the spring season during April. When the sky grew dark on the 3rd of April, 2000, Erin and Jeremy took Erin's 1998 black Pontiac Grand AM with the tag 473 EJR and left her home. They were heading to pick up Will from the arcade to go to a local party. At around 10 p.m. they both left. Neither Will nor the teenagers' friends could imagine that they would never see them again after the party. The following day, Erin's mother Lee informed her husband Cecil that their daughter hadn't returned home from the party. However, Cecil persuaded and consoled her by saying that Erin was planning to move out. Cecil reassured Lee by saying that their daughter probably would be back in a few days, so they both patiently waited. Then one night turned into another and panic sank in. As days passed, the teens' parents grew concerned for their daughter and reported Erin and Jeremy missing. It was a week after their disappearance that the concerned parents reported their missing teens to the White County Sheriff's Office. When the officials questioned them about the whereabouts of their kids, the teens' family recounted the incidents on the 3rd of April as best as they could remember. The officials started their search and reportedly followed leads that did not have a connection to Erin or Jeremy, and as expected, it all led to multiple dead ends. The missing case turned into a hopeless situation, and the missing teens' parents weren't satisfied with the investigation, since their children's rooms had never been searched. Also, none of their friends from the party had been brought in for questioning. Nothing could stop the case from turning cold. But 12 long years after Erin and Jeremy's disappearance, in 2012, White County officials got a tip about two individuals being murdered and left abandoned near a well site. So the police periodically tried to dig up and recover the bodies after they received reports. But unfortunately, nothing came up. After 2012, there were no leads in the case, so understandably, the people in and around Sparta started to give their personal views on that, but nothing seemed to help the families recover their loved ones. Tragically, Jeremy's mother died of cancer without ever knowing what happened to her son. Almost 2 decades after their disappearance, in 2021, a selfless divers team named Exploring with Nug became aware of the case. As many might already know, the underwater scuba diving Angel team has solved the most challenging cold cases while exploring creeks and rivers. The group specializes in employing sonar technology. While every PD looked for clues and tips on the surface, Jeremy Sides and his team looked underwater to bring closure to the missing person's family. As a result, they have become a lifeline for families seeking answers. When Jeremy Sides of Exploring with Nug came across the case, the selfless hero decided to search for Erin and Jeremy. During the initial search in Sparta, he didn't inform anyone. On the 24th of November 2021, the scuba diver tried to track down evidence in the missing teens case. The first search was an unsuccessful attempt. However, the search video was uploaded and he told his viewers he would visit again to bring closure. And luckily, one of Erin's family members saw that video. On the 28th of November 2021, when Erin's family member was attending the church, she spoke to Sheriff Page, the man in charge. She asked the officer whether he knew Exploring with Nug or had seen his recent video, and the officer said no. So they spoke about the video and Sheriff Page asked her to send him the link to that website. Eventually, when he got home, Paige viewed that video and realized that Exploring with Nug was using an advanced scan sonar technology that their department didn't have access to. Also, he thought sides might have been searching in the wrong area. So after reviewing the case thoroughly, the official found that the missing teens were both lost near Aaron's home. After a close inspection, he also fixed the precise location where the teens had gone missing 21 years ago. It was precisely between the center of Sparta and a big river near Aaron's home. He then contacted the scuba diving team and told them that they had been searching in the wrong area and gave them the correct location, which was the Calf Killer River. The lead investigator also said that while he was keeping the case open, they had ruled out foul play in the deaths. After collecting all essential information from the official, the diving angels changed the search location to Highway 84, Calf Killer River. When Sides came upon the case, he was determined it was worth a trip to the small Tennessee town to see if he would have more success than during his previous efforts. So on the 30th of November 2021, the diving team reached the Calf Killer River and utilized advanced sonar technology to search for any submerged vehicles. It didn't take long for Sides to detect a car. As soon as he spotted the vehicle, he dove in to see it for himself. Then he retrieved the license plate from the vehicle, indicating it was, in fact, Aaron's car. Sides had also found human remains inside the vehicle. Calf Killer River was turned into a crime scene. Sides called Sheriff Page as soon as he made the discovery. Sheriff Page contacted Major John Meadows and his team to help them with the identification. They arrived at the crime scene within minutes to investigate, which led to the confirmed identification of the vehicle. While pulling the vehicle out, new questions surfaced about it, as it was found 12 feet underwater. There might have been fishing happening there, and the team felt badly that nobody had noticed such a submerged vehicle for 21 years. However, the car was finally pulled out of the water. Some identified human remains were sent to the medical examiner for examination. Page was confident that the remains belonged to the missing teens, and he thought that the highway likely didn't have a guardrail in 2000. The police suspected Aaron and Jeremy had lost control of their vehicle and landed in the water. Aaron and Foster's family were notified after the discovery. The officials felt terrible for the teens' family, both for the loss and for the haunting rumors and horror stories that had been told over the years. Sheriff Page thanked everyone involved, especially Exploring with Nug and Jeremy Sides. Even the local Pizza Hut showed their support by supplying food for the team. What do you think about it? Tell us your thoughts in comments below. Let's continue. Julia Madsen and her husband Edward lived in Clifton, New Jersey. They were high school sweethearts and had 2 grown children, Guy and Eileen, along with 3 grandsons who affectionately called Julia Mina. Together, Julia and Ed ran restaurants across New Jersey. Ed handled the food while Julia, with her warm and friendly nature, was the perfect hostess. Despite her busy life, Julia always made time for her large family. However, she cherished moments spent with her husband, children, and grandchildren the most. Julia drove a sleek black Chrysler Sebring convertible, a gift from her son Guy. She adored cruising around with the top down, sporting oversized sunglasses reminiscent of Jackie O, style sunglasses, and listening to music, including her favorite band, the Beach Boys. The Madsens were having a busy summer in 2009. On June 19th, Julia and Ed held a dinner with their children and their families to celebrate their 50th wedding anniversary, which was on the following day, June 20th. On the 21st, the family celebrated both Julia's 72nd birthday and Father's Day. Julia and Ed then traveled down to the South Seaside Park area of Berkeley Township, New Jersey, to stay in the yellow brick beach house their son Guy owned just steps away from the beach. The entire family was planning on spending an extended amount of time at the shore together, so that they could celebrate Ed's 74th birthday on June 26th and then Independence Day on July 4th. Around 7 p.m. on June 25th, Julia told Ed that she was going to take a quick walk on the beach. Ed had problems with his knees and had trouble both with walking on sand and with getting up the set of wooden stairs that led over the dunes to the beach. There was only one other home separating the little yellow house from the beach, so it would be easy for Julia to make a quick trip over for her walk. She gave Ed a quick kiss before heading out the door, and Ed settled in to watch a Yankees game on television. Around 8:20, Ed realized that his wife was not home yet. Her walks were usually not this long, so he began looking for her, first in the backyard and then at the beach. He was able to struggle up the stairs over the dunes, thinking that Julia would be easy to spot on the beach in the pink shirt and white pants she was wearing that day. He could not see her amongst the other people still on the beach. He called out her name several times, but got no answer. He returned to the house to check to make sure that Julia had not arrived home in the time it had taken him to get to the beach and back, which was not a quick trip due to the poor shape his knees were in. Julia was not in the home or in the backyard. Ed checked with some friends who lived nearby, but they had not seen Julia. Ed then got in his car and began driving around town, in case Julia had decided against taking her walk along the beach. He did not find her. At 9 o'clock, Ed called the police. Ocean County's population has the highest percentage of senior citizens out of all the counties in New Jersey, with 25% of the population falling into this category. Many people dream of retiring by the ocean, and there are dozens of retirement communities and nursing homes along the coast. Berkeley Township Police are therefore used to receiving such reports of missing seniors, and had at least one such incident per week on average. Typically, these incidents are resolved very quickly. Julia's case, however, would not be typical. The search for Julia initially consisted of the Berkeley Township Police, her husband, and her children, but soon swelled to include hundreds of volunteers. The Ocean County Sheriff's Office, New Jersey State Police, and the Coast Guard were all also involved in the case. Volunteers passed out flyers with Julia's picture and went door to door in South Seaside Park asking for information and potential sightings of Julia. A helicopter searched the area from the air, and tracking dogs were brought in to help. In July, Texas EquiSearch joined the effort and provided use of a specialized drone to look for Julia. Boats searched the ocean and other area waterways. Homes, yards, and nearby Island Beach State Park were all searched by volunteers. No sign of Julia was found. The Matson family has spoken highly of the efforts made by law enforcement, and of the thoroughness of all the volunteers who came to their aid. The diligence shown by everyone involved in the search makes the complete lack of clues in the case even more confusing. A complicating factor in Julia's disappearance was the fact that she was beginning to show signs of Alzheimer's disease. While it would be easy to blame her disappearance on the disease, several aspects of her case seem to discount it as the primary reason why she remains missing. It is a part of the story of her disappearance, but not necessarily the dominant aspect of it. Julia had never gotten lost or wandered off before, and she was still well enough that she was still allowed to drive. She only had occasional problems, and no one felt that she needed to be continuously supervised. Julia's mother had suffered from dementia, and Julia's experiences of caring for her mother may have made her more vigilant about her own health, which may be why she received such an early diagnosis. It is possible, though, that her symptoms worsened and she had an episode related to her Alzheimer's after she left home on the night of June 25th. The fact that she went missing towards the end of the day potentially supports this. Many patients with Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia experience a phenomenon known as sundowning. Their symptoms, like agitation and confusion, become worse in the late afternoon and early evening. It is not fully understood why this happens. Since Julia disappeared during this time of day, her mild symptoms could have escalated while she was out on her walk. However, this does not explain why she has never been found. There was only one road to come in or go out of town, so she would have had trouble wandering out of town on her own, even if she were in a confused state. Given the major campaign her family organized to distribute her picture in the area, someone should have seen her eventually, if she was just unsure of how to make her way home. If Julia's Alzheimer's caused her to get lost or confused, she would not have been in a position mentally to be able to evade detection in town. She was in no position to make her way out of town on purpose either, as she had left behind absolutely everything at her son's beach house, including her car, money, and driver's license. In 2012, it became apparent that even if Julia had passed away the night she disappeared, her remains were no longer in the area. South Seaside Park was hit by Hurricane Sandy, which devastated the beach and upturned much of the earth in the area. Detective Joseph Santoro of the Berkeley Police, who has been working on Julia's case since the very beginning, believes that Julia's remains would have been found after the storm or during the extensive reconstruction effort if they were still in town. If Julia did leave town, dead or alive, an unknown party would be involved in her disappearance. Julia's son Guy has stated that he believes his mother met with foul play. Given the fact that Julia was last seen on her way to the beach, the ocean could potentially play a part in her disappearance. However, it seems unlikely that Julia went into the water the night she vanished. The fact that Julia was fully clothed and not wearing a bathing suit is the most obvious clue that she did not go into the ocean. Furthermore, Julia did not like to swim in the ocean, so even if she did become confused due to her Alzheimer's, her instinct would not have been to walk into the water. Even if Julia had inexplicably gone into the ocean, that should have resulted in a quick resolution to the case. According to Ed, there were other people on the beach and in the ocean when he went there to look for Julia on the night she disappeared. If a fully clothed woman had wandered into the water, it probably would have gotten the attention of others, especially since Julia was dressed in such bright colors that night. Also, even if Julia did go into the water and drown, her body should have turned up. Someone had drowned in that stretch of ocean just the year before Julia disappeared, and his body was brought back in by the waves within 3 days. On June 25, 2019, the 10th anniversary of Julia's disappearance, Julia's family held a memorial service at the Holy Cross Cemetery in North Arlington, New Jersey. Julia's name is inscribed on a family headstone along with the year she went missing, but the lack of certainty about what happened to her led her family to include a question mark after the year. The approximately 40 friends and family members in attendance mainly wore pink and white, the colors Julia was last seen wearing. The memorial service will be the last formal gathering to mark Julia's disappearance until the family is finally able to give her a proper burial. The only small consolation Julia's family has is the fact that she never had to go through a mental decline like she had seen her mother experience, and that the last memories they have of her were ones where she was still vibrant and aware. They are still hopeful that they will find out what happened to Julia and will be able to lay her to rest below the family headstone. The Matson family is currently offering a $75,000 reward for information that resolves Julia's case. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.